Welcome, Duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Birmingham, our first event of 2025, and we are so excited to be here. My name's Ed Templar, I'm going to be your host for today, but I have plenty of coverage coming your way. We have 2,495 Duelists taking part in our main event here at the YCS, and it's going to be very exciting. But before we kick things off with your coverage, I'm going to hand you over to your Konami representative, Kat, who's got a few announcements for our viewers. Kat, over to you.
Thank you, Ed. And good morning, Duelists. Welcome to our live coverage from YCS Birmingham 2025. We want to thank our Duelists, our viewers, our staff, our judges, our beautiful coverage team who is doing such a hard job bringing you the best coverage possible from this event. We hope that you will stay with us for the whole event because we do have some special surprises for you. We will do some reveals from the quarter century Stampede. We will be showing cards after every round. And most excitedly, most of them have been voted on for you, the community. So thank you so much for that. There will be also some special surprises like alternate arts and such, so stick with us. Thank you so much and enjoy the event.
Thank you very much, Kat. So you guys heard it there. We're going to be seeing a lot from quarter century Stampede. Stay around after those rounds and after our analysis, because you guys are going to see plenty of amazing reveals throughout the entire weekend, both today and tomorrow. Now, before we head over to our first feature match, let's see a welcome video. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham. Let's meet your coverage team. Sebastian Lemka and Leonard Cunning. Marcello Barbary and Alberto Morazzi. Dr. Tom Payne and Mike Patujas. Ed Templar. And special guest, Jean-Alexis Rousseau. We are your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. Would it be a YCS if we didn't have a little bit of fun with a welcome video? So you guys have met your coverage team, but now it's time to meet your first feature match of YCS Birmingham. So in front of me, I have Samir Bashar, who is the winner of our last UK YCS in London, and also Ben Ashley, and they're ready to kick things off. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Samir, why don't you roll first? You've already rolled. Oh, okay, when did that happen? Okay, you're going to go first? Okay, Samir is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Marcello, Tom, and Alberto, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for our first feature match here at YCS Birmingham. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, but sorry for this event. We are Mark, Ed, Tom, and Bertie, as we are remained in the UK as compared to YCS Bologna. But welcome to day one from us as well. It's a pleasure being here. And yes, as Ed mentioned, we were here last time for the 250 YCS, which was won by Samir. What an event that was.
Tom. Yeah, it was a truly fantastic event. It was my first one back for a while, so I really enjoyed it. Watching Samir take his sort of signature sprite deck all the way to the win. Yeah. A super intense final, if everyone remembers it, but very cool.
Unbelievable, especially because, as you mentioned, it was playing sprite, which was quite unexpected back then. And I mean, I remember it because we casted the final, and you didn't join us back then, and so now we have the pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it was a spectacle for sure, where they actually had the entrances kind of like, yeah, absolutely in a showdown, and what a clash it was. But for now, let's focus on the day ahead. We have a insane number of players, as 2,495 players gather from all over the world to be crowned YCS Birmingham champion. And that means that we can bring up real quick the rules for the event, as our duelists are going to be playing 12 rounds of Swiss, obviously best of 3 for 45 minutes, and then tomorrow they are gonna battle it out in the top 64 direct elimination, which means that today we will be playing 9 rounds of Swiss, followed by the last 3 tomorrow and top cut. But our duelist, outside of glory and bragging rights of being called the YCS champion, they are also fighting for amazing prizes, so let's bring also those up for you guys. And obviously we have that ultra rare copy of Another Verse Solaria, which everyone will going to get their hands on, and at the same time obviously we'll see the invite and VIP to what will be later on the World Championship qualifier. So it's insane, especially because for anyone who has missed it, on our social media pages the World Championship location has been announced, and oh boy am I excited for Paris. That is going to be an insane tournament later on, 30 and 31 of August this summer, so don't miss out on any of the action. But obviously, of course, we also have the additional prizes that were introduced earlier on this season from the dices, which I'm a big fan of, the metal dices, to, you know, the exclusive YCS Top Cut sleeves and more on that you can follow on the prizes related videos. But without further ado, we gotta focus on our round 1. A lot has changed since we were at YCS Bologna, most importantly Supreme Darkness, and we'll see the impact of that set later on during the day. Keep watching to follow also some of the meta discussions that we have had for the event. But I think without further ado, our players are going to be facing off against each other in what is a Ryziel Finsmith mirror match. So let's see who it is going to be, Samir or Ben, for round 1.
Yeah, here we go. Samir finally put down the Sprite deck after many, many years. Yeah. He's playing sort of, it could be the spiritual successor to Sprite, I'd say Ryziel, although you have to give away your rank 2s for some rank 4s.
But that's not quite the normal summon you want to go for in the deck. So I want to know what you guys think about obviously Ryziel and the different variants that we are going to see this weekend. Is this the way to go, or do you like, you know, some new additions from Supreme Darkness with the Mitsurugi, for example?
I think the Ryziel strategy, as you say, is very flexible, and I guess it depends what you like. So the Fiendsmith deck, it's very grindy, and it's very consistent, whereas the Mitsurugi strategy is very powerful and very explosive, but I think on occasion you might not get all of your Mitsurugi cards going, whereas the Fiendsmith, it's very easy to get them going. You just need to get 2 monsters on the field and away you go. Whereas on the flip side, some people prefer the Mitsurugi strategy because it's more explosive, and also it's less weak into Fuvalos, which is a very, very popular card we'll be seeing a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, I think especially Fuvalos will be played by most of our players this weekend. And on the other side, I'm really curious to see whether Drone Lockbird will be played in multiple copies in the main decks. But here comes the Ghost Ogre, which this is something maybe not unusual, but that we don't see often in the main decks. And it may shut down Samir's strategy, but there's a triple tactics talent. And I think, again, this is one of those cards which maybe will be in everyone's deck this weekend, and it makes the difference because now Samir is filled to know, and if he has an entrap to stop the track, for example, he could get rid of the X. So
yeah, I mean, he also knows now it's a mirror match, so that definitely helps in the way they use it up. But I do agree, Talent obviously has been an amazing card for a while, but I think for a moment we didn't see the card being main decked for a while, and now it seems like with the Ryziel deck the the trend has changed once again, and it is seeing even 3 copies often in the main deck. So it's always interesting to see how these trends change.
Yeah, Ben now down to only 2 cards. And Samir's first turn, he's used 1 imp. I'm not sure what the imperm got used on.
On the Lacrima.
On the Lacrima,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then Ogre on the Princess, but the Princess still, that would mean got a draw. So Samir's going to have an awful lot of cards to be working with.
And yeah, as you can see, you know where the card was, and you can just bring it back.
He sent away the X, was it? So he knows this is probably going to get Veiler.
You know about the Veiler. So there is only the Tract left in the end of ban.
Samir's got an awful lot of cards to be working with.
Yeah, it seems like nowadays the deck just has to figure out what to play around and what not, because Bestials are also one of those cards that keeps on changing, whether it's main decked in a lot of copies or whether it's not there at all. And obviously the Fiendsmith are heavily impacted by that.
Yeah, I'm seeing almost everyone now just at a minimum, including a Magnamut, and then one other Bestial that you can search with the Magnamut. And Samir thinking now in response to the Tract, has to wait until the main phase before he can activate his Lacrima, so he's had to let Ben start playing a little bit, but I think he's going to just try and resolve his Lacrima now, or maybe no, he's just thinking about it.
I think it will make sense, but maybe could wait a little bit longer. It depends on what he's holding in his hand, but in general, I think it will be okay to activate the Lacrima here, just because like basically Ben is left with 1 card, and yeah, it's going for it. So
we know kind of with the way chains work, I'm not actually sure Samir's going to have time to resolve the Fiendsmith in Paradise on the Lurie, because you have to wait now. You have to resolve the Lacrima, and then in a new chain we'll have Lurie as Chainlink 1, and then Lacrima is going to resolve. Well, that will be in a new chain actually, so it's Requiem on Chainlink 2. It's going to be a ideal target would have been the Lurie, of course, so you have to wait a little bit longer. Ben can play a few more cards. It's very difficult to interrupt this Requiem, isn't it? It's just quick effect, tribute.
no, exactly. But I mean, I feel like that if Samir has at least 1 interruption, which may be the case, to be fair, because like he's left with 2 cards in hand, he may be able to stop Ben to continuing. But I think this is like a trend that we will see this weekend as well. At least 15 hand traps are played. So, you know, it's like statistically, it's quite likely that you get to draw at least 1. So, yeah, Samir is allowing also this Lacrima. And it also depends, honestly, on what Ben drew into. Because if you draw, for example, a Ryziel, that could, you know, basically impact.
Yeah, that could make a big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, Samir knows to play around the cards that Ben had, but he doesn't know that 1 card that he drew for turn. Samir, I guess, probably didn't have any Ryziel cards given how last turn was played out, except for possibly a Node Ryziel or something like that. So he's going to have to work with what he's got, but that would mean, you know, often when your opponent hasn't extended any further, it means that the remaining cards are defensive options.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ben, you're most likely thinking that's an impermanent set, could be, but... Yeah, here it comes, so... I mean, we have seen the impact of Fiendsmith in Paradise over the past events, and that card now, if it was somewhat of a niche pick earlier on, now is played by everyone, and I mean, it is for a reason. Such a strong option, easily.
Yeah, it really took off once Fiendsmith Lacrima was released, so you could just send it. Well, the wrong Lacrima. It's not Fiendsmith Lacrima, is it? It's
yeah, I mean
Lacrima of the Crimson Tears or something like that. Yeah, but it is always treated as a Fiendsmith card, as it says on the text.
No, but also in Bologna we saw Fiendsmith in Paradise made a difference, and it was not played by many players, and nowadays it's like a must, let's say.
Look for a second like Ben was trying to destroy Samir's
the
set.
face down. That would be a bit too much.
It already has enough effects, Engraver.
Yeah.
Here we go. And what is that final card?
It's a monster, but couldn't quite tell.
Ogre.
It's a ghost ogre.
So it looks like he's going to normal summon the ogre. I guess that might make time for a sequence. Seems very ambitious to try and resolve a sequence here, but I suppose you've got to do something.
Okay. And it finally comes the impermanence from Samir.
We expected it, and unfortunately that means it's going to be a pass back to Samir, holding 3 cards in his hands, and yeah, in a really good spot.
Yeah, you often know in situations like this. Oh, and there comes the Ryziel. Samir's showing him the Ryziel. Do you think?
I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe there was still a chance that obviously your opponent might put you on, I don't know, Bestial Fizmit, but I mean, not gonna impact in all that much. And Samir takes game 1, convincing opener, and yeah, now the pressure is going to be on Ben to fight back. Obviously, we have mentioned it plenty of times that playing round 1, especially in general, I think it's considered by also most of the top players as the hardest round, and doing it on stream is never easy. So we can expect, a bit of pressure to be there for both players.
Yeah, especially for Ben going up again. I mean, it's one thing being the defending champion, but going up against the defending champion Samir, it's got to be a very nerve-wracking experience. But then again, like playing against Samir's probably got to be a unique experience, playing against somebody so cheerful and positive. It's a bit of a weird thing, smiling as they crush you 2-0.
You ever played against him when you were playing?
No, I've just seen him on the stream all the time. He's
played against him actually, yeah, but it was ages ago. But no, I mean, like, I agree. Like he's also been a European champion, so. I mean, he has plenty of experience, to be fair, and like World Championship competitor, and
yeah, what a player.
What a curriculum he has. But on the other side, I think also it will be interesting this weekend on how our players approach the side deck, because I mean, I feel like in general the trend is to have some options against Malice, and it's both the case for both Ben and Samir, but also for the mirror matches. Because I feel like there are multiple things to take care of, and I think Ben has both the thrust and the cross-set designators, which I think are very solid choices. And I think on the other hand, Samir is also super well prepared.
On that note, I saw Samir first action sneakily replacing a card in the extra deck from one in the side deck. So what did he bring in?
He has the Typhon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he has that mostly for going second, it seems, or in this matchup. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice move, because I think a lot of players have been cutting the Typhon because the extra deck now is very tight with the Ryziel and Fiendsmith cards competing. But Typhon is a particularly powerful card going second, so it makes sense to have it in the side deck for that exact situation. Really, regardless of what you're playing against, it's quite powerful.
Yeah, we have obviously seen the results at YCS Orlando, and I think our players have also looked at that and probably adjusted their decks. And I remember specifically Jesse Cotton, who is here this weekend, in the last future match he had, where it seems as if he lost the game, but then he had that one Typhon in his extra deck slot, and that really got him back into the game. So it's a card that is still out there, and you never know whether to expect it or not, and it does come up. When it comes up, it makes an impact. So. And it's always that kind of card that when you cut it, you're gonna then regret it. It's never gonna come up until you cut it. So we'll see whether that is the case. But yeah, it seems as if Ben has presented his deck already. So while Samir figures out his last, I think we can go back into the match for game 2.
I really do like Typhon at the moment, I must say.
Yeah.
It's a very good card, and I feel like also there's I was talking to some players yesterday. about playing exit on knight or not, because like some players cut out on it, and honestly, like I really like the card. And for example, Ben is not playing it. Well, Samir is. So because like I think you're right, Tom, that extra deck space is super tight, and if there's a card that maybe you can just replace, it could be the Exiton, but honestly, I can't see a universe where I'm not playing it. But
well, I think to some extent players are kind of looking at Moon of the Closed Heaven and thinking, well, obviously Exton's great, it's a rank 4, but in any situation you could make Exton, you could also just make Moon. So no one's playing any normal monsters that can make Exton and not Moon. So I guess it depends. If you want to use the effect of Exton, then obviously it's great to have. But if you don't care about its effect, then you might as well just have Moon.
Okay, we start things off a bit better here from Ben, but we are stopped by the impermanence right away. Okay.
And also, this is something. Do you usually keep any interaction on the level 4s? Because like it could also make sense to just let your opponent do everything and then have maybe the impermanence for the detonator, right?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people holding it, so I guess if I see an impermanence, to me it says maybe Samir's got another interruption in his hand.
Oh, but we're done.
Oh,
actually.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, Ben just thought that was enough, but I do agree with you that it's a bit odd, but we are gonna play right away this.
Wow.
Oof.
Wow, this is huge.
This is one of the cards coming from the side deck, I imagine, and what a card it is in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, I mean, the Ultimate Slayer, I think this weekend will be another very important card in our player set deck strategy, and I think it's another way of like replacing the Metal Tronus, I guess.
Yeah, I think people are actually main decking Metaltronus. I've seen that card really popular, and I think Samir might be main decking some himself.
Yeah.
Also main decking a copy of Book of Moon in true Samir style. He has to just throw something in there to confound everyone looking at his deck lists.
I mean, he won YCS London with the Book of Eclipse to play around Nibiru, so he has to bring at least a book card back in the UK. So
I think he's finally is he finally not running Monster Reborn though.
It's not. But Ben is left with no cards in it, right?
He's used Vela
yes.
and Ash.
Because he had 2 monsters.
Ah, yeah, that's it. That's
Vela,
right.
Ash, and the field spell. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smith having to start with his Ryziel package, so not going to get to use any Fiendsmith cards this turn, but I'm not sure that's going to matter too much. You could see them piling up.
This could be a quick one, and you can see why Samir is playing so fast, because, yeah, Ben is out of cards. And what a brutal game 2.
Here comes Node, and you can almost just summon something from the graveyard with Node and then just attack. Is that 8,000 damage? Well, it will be when you put a...
So 17 plus...
Yeah, this is enough.
I think so, right? 20,
yeah, and it's enough. What a match it was. Not quite what you would expect with Ben going first, but it is Samir taking it with this swift 2-0 victory. Wow. I mean, he is the player that he is for a reason, but what a start to this YCS Birmingham.
Yeah, a fantastic win for Samir. You've got to feel a little sad for Ben not seeing that great engine. I feel like the hand he had in the first game, if he'd drawn that again, we would have seen a very different turn 1 from him. And yeah, an unfortunate start, only having the 1 ice and no Fiendsmith to follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, like in game 1, I think Ben tried to stop Samir, and on the other hand, there was the impermanence on Samir's side of the field, which basically stopped Ben's strategy. And on game 2, I think it was very unfortunate. He just activated the impermanence on the ice, and I feel like Ben's hand was not strong enough.
Yeah.
But, I mean, still, it's a very long tournament, so, you know, 11 rounds to go. So it's quite of a journey, and still, you played against, you know, the last champion here in the UK, and, you know, playing on stage on round 1, still, you know, more than something, I would say.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to to see throughout the day how the meta as well for the event develops. Later on, we'll be able to show you guys the meta breakdown for the event. But I can tell you already that there is a bit of a surprise at the top, because while if we include the different variations of Ryziel decks, they would make the top seed. So technically, as a single deck, Malice is at the top with around a 20% representation, which is wild to me. It's actually I mean, it's a very solid deck. But if you looked at Top Cut finishes or even YCS Orlando, you didn't expect it to be this represented. But I can tell you that there are a lot of also really famous players. Seemingly also someone of world caliber. I'm just gonna put that out there, who is representing the deck, and hopefully we'll get to see some of these outsiders from all over other continents, trying to represent the deck. But yeah, that will definitely be an interesting one. But also, at the end of the day, as Alberto mentioned, we have 11 more rounds of Swiss in total, 8 today, to see who will advance first and foremost to day 2. And then we will make it to the top 64, and with pretty much 2,500 players, it's quite tough.
Yeah, it's very tough. And as you said, like 22% Malice. I think even for the most popular deck, that's a lot of the field. So I guess players are really zoning in on those competitive meta decks this weekend. Often I feel like you see like maybe 20% for the most popular deck, and then afterwards the meta gets spread out. But everyone taking their super competitive decks this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen this, I think, quite in a while, to be fair, especially because like we have seen a lot of dominant decks throughout the past months. I think it's a big of a number, to be fair. And I mean, on the other hand, I'm really curious to see how many players will be piloting Ryziel with Mitsurugi and Ryziel with Finsmiths. Because, as you said, Tom, it's at the end of the day just a choice of which is the deck I'm most confident with. And I also feel like that Malice is, I don't want to say more complicated to play, but it has like certain choices which I think sometimes may be the key of that game. And I'm really curious to see our players and our top players as well who decided to rely on Malice, especially because we saw last week at YCS Orlando, Jeff Jones was this close to get the title. So hopefully we will get the chance to see our, big names here as well in the top cut.
Yeah, it's definitely not as linear of a deck as you've mentioned. It seems as if you kind of have to give up on, most importantly, not losing to just one card, I would say, because the Ryziel deck, you've mentioned Sprite, but a lot of players have comparing it to Zodiac as well as a deck. It's kind of like one of those decks that is quite consistent and really doesn't lose to just one single card, while obviously the elephant in the room for Malice is Artifact Lancia, which is hands down one of the most popular cards in the side decks. And yeah, that is something that you can try to approach. You can play, your crossouts, Call by the Grave, but at the end of the day, you know that you're going to face a lot of the card. And also you're going to face it both going first and going second, which is a big issue. And if you take that into account, it's an interesting take. On the other hand, though, you can return the favor because the deck is able to play Dimension Shifter. So, I mean, not many decks this weekend can take a Shifter full.
Yeah, it's a super interesting kind of dynamic, isn't it? On the one hand, you've got the Lancia, which stops you banishing cards, and on the other hand, you've got Shifter, which banishes everything. So, it is kind of interesting. Like, if you really like those grindy matchups, then you've got the Ryziel deck or some variant of the Ryziel deck. And then on the other hand, if you're a big combo player, then maybe the Malice deck is for you.
No, I mean, I really feel like it's the Malice mirror match somehow reminds me of the Necros mirror match for some reasons. Like two different decks completely, but the difficulty, I think it's there. I know it's your favorite deck along that side, but I mean, I'm really curious to see, especially because I think Lancia is more than a problem, I would say.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think if you can navigate through it and just resist, it's one of those decks which can have a huge impact throughout this
but
tournament.
I mean, all the previous events, especially this season, has shown us that you can bring a lot of different decks and be successful with them. So we are not quite gonna reveal, but later on we'll show a segment where each of us predicts what deck is going to take YCS Birmingham, and I'm gonna tell you already there are some bold picks out there. But now we want to hear it from the winner of round 1, Samir, and to interview him we have a special guest for the weekend, Jean-Alexis. Let's hear it from them.
Thank you guys, I'm here with Samir Basha, who just won the first round and is here as the previous YCS winner in the UK. How is it to be there as the defendant of the title?
Can you repeat in French?
Samir, du coup, voilà, tu es ici en tant que vainqueur depuis la dernière édition. Déjà, évidemment, félicitations.
Merci.
Et qu'est-ce que ça te fait, tout simplement, d'être le vainqueur? Est-ce que ça te fait quelque chose de spécial?
En toute franchise, oui, bah, j'avoue, ça fait comme un rêve accompli. Enfin, j'ai eu la chance de vivre ça une fois en gagnant l'Europe et j'ai eu cette chance de revivre cette expérience des années plus tard. Donc c'est une sensation indescriptible.
So perfect. So as you saw, I'm gonna do a bit of a translation, of course, because Samir is French as me. So I just asked him how it feels to be there as the previous winner, and he just said that of course it was something special because he was there and he has to defend his title, which I'm sure he will do, right? So you're known to be there for Sprite. You use this deck a lot during the past days, during the past weeks, and during the past months. But today you're here with Finsmith Ryziel. Why did you choose this deck specifically?
I chose this deck because it's Sprite 2 level better.
So basically it's Sprite with 2 more levels, which sounds pretty good. So we're gonna go through a bit of a highlights right there, and you're gonna explain to us what went through your mind during this game. So the first highlight is right there, your normal summoning Lurie, which is not the best move. So why did you normal summon that, and what was through your mind when you did that?
I choose a normal summon in my Lurie because I only one normal summon on Engraver move. And think it's better if my opponent hash my Requiem. I can correctly extend her. And I can respect correctly the on-trap, and I can draw Necrokeep little safe normally. And think it's just my only line optimal.
It's your only line. It's your only line, and of course your opponent had some interruptions.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a problem. So we can maybe go to the second highlight, where you're trying to go to the Necrokeep play, and you just get impermed. You just get impermed, and then there is an Ogre right there. Were you prepared to have Ogre and to face Ogre during this tournament?
For this tournament or just this turn?
Pour le tournoi de manière générale, est-ce que tu t'attendais à avoir Ogre qui arrivait justement en fait en tant que end-trap du format?
Honestly, little yes, just this situation, I didn't. Je m'attendais pas à prendre Ghost Ogre.
Okay, so basically in this situation, he didn't expect Ghost Ogre. In the tournament, he expected to have Ogre in some main decks, but this time it was a bit of a surprise. So right after that, in this highlight, we saw that you were using Talent. What do you think of the card, and how good is it in the format?
I think this card is crazy, this format. It's really regulator of this format because much player playing much on trap, and think the Talent, it's a win condition of game for respect or not respect.
Okay, so you think that if people don't respect Talent, then they are in a bit of trouble because the card is really powerful.
Yes, it's really powerful card.
Makes sense. And then we've got the highlight where you decided to activate the trap card on the summon of the Engraver, and then you decided to put the Lacrima down in the graveyard. Why did you choose this timing specifically?
I chose this timing specifically because if my opponent draw one Rising monster, I can 2 extender possible, because if I negate by my only negate its impermanence, I can after that exceed, dual drive, extender, finish the game. And if I choose send to the grave the Lacrima, if my opponent the same situation, hard draw one Rising monster, I didn't have because impermanent the Rise on the only Chaos Angel.
Okay.
Or Fian Smith and Graven.
Yeah, I thought about it as well, and
Yeah.
I think it went pretty well for you. And then the next highlight that we just saw, you decided to activate Impermanence, and then he literally passed turns. You decided previously to activate Talent and then to remove the X, if I remember well, because he had Vader, X, and Tract. You decided to remove the X, and did you rely on the fact that your Impermanence would stop him?
Yes. This moment I choose the X, thinking it's a better choose for control the game.
Okay.
For
You didn't want a
draw.
fast-paced game, and you wanted to control a little bit more, right? Okay, and it went pretty well because, of course, then he starts his own Finsmith plays, which literally don't do anything because you've got the answer, and he doesn't have a great hand, right?
Yeah, didn't great end on for the end of explication. My Necrokeep draw the Sword Rising, and I already normal summon.
Which is absolutely, which is something.
Yeah.
And then the first game, you won the first game, and then the second game was really fast. You literally just had a normal summon ice for your opponent. Then you activated Impermanence, and there was, which you can see there, and there was literally nothing more than Detonator on the field and the field spell, the cross. What went through your mind at that moment? Did you think that the game was won?
Yes, honestly, yes. Because
really?
For explication, I starting to untrap. And if you're stopping the ice, theoretic, because I have Hash Blossom, my second untrap, except if my opponent the Fian Smith card on the Rising monster, I cannot stop the turn safe on the Ultimate Slayer, of course. And because special summon ice, and I've just Ash, I'm sure my Ultimate Slayer can stop break all the board.
Okay, so you were pretty well in the game, and you won the game pretty easily. Let's say that because it was really, really fast, which was something. Finally, I don't have any highlights for that, but we saw you summon the new cards from Supreme Darkness, which was the new XYZ card, the Eclipse Twin. What are your thoughts about that card, and how does it power up the deck?
Honestly, this card is the only really new card for the deck, and this card is just crazy because
it's amazing, right?
Yes, it's really amazing because little more option for Hoteka. This deck is little less for Hoteka, the open player, if you didn't Fian Smith Engine. And for Detonator, isn't the same monster actually. The old Detonator can lose for Impermanence. The new Detonator can respect.
It doesn't lose to anything. Like if you got Talent, then you can bring it back from the graveyard. If you got Impermanence, then you can bring it back from the graveyard. So it loses to less thing, which is really cool, of course.
Yes, it's really good power creep.
Samir, you look very confident, and I'm pretty confident that we are going to see you again later this weekend. I hope that you will do great. Thanks a lot for your time after this game. I hope that everything will be fine for you. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we've got some more content for you. Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, John Alexi, and congratulations to Samir winning that round one feature match here at YCS Birmingham. Now, if you guys were tuned in right at the start, you would have heard Kat, our Konami representative, tease that over this entire weekend, after every single round, we have a new card to reveal from Quarter Century Stampede, some which were voted by you guys. And it's my pleasure to hand you guys over to your commentators who are going to give you your first reaction to that Stampede. But as well, in between all of these rounds, we've got loads of great content coming your way, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Gentlemen, let's take a look at one of these new cards.
Thank you, Ed, and we're gonna react to it just like you guys. We have no idea what's coming up on the screen, so let's see. Ooh, School Servant. Okay, and this has been voted out, by the way, by all of you guys back home. It was one of the cards that received the top votes, and you know what? I'm all for it.
I dig it. It's such a fun old card. He looks so like mischievous. He's one of the oldest Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I can remember.
Yeah.
This is the first card I've ever known, you know that?
Really?
Back then when I was,
I remember actually going to local as a kid and being completely demolished by, because there was a School Servant almost, you know, really push decks where they would bring back and they would gain, you know, 1,000 attack points per each. And I remember I was just destroyed by this deck.
The king of the Skull Servants.
Yeah, king of the Skull
Yeah,
Servants.
it says there. He can, he's not strong, but he can mean trouble in large numbers.
Absolutely, it does. And there it is, the first confirmed voted cards for Quarter Century Stampede. So stay tuned for even more reveals, as Ed mentioned, after each round. And that means we'll have quite a bit in store for you guys, as the day is still long. We have 8 more rounds of Swiss for day 1. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with more action here at YCS Birmingham 2025.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Supreme Darkness. Duelists, heed the words of the Supreme King and tremble. A new hero has arrived on the scene to carry out my will. All monsters shall kneel before the mighty evil hero, Neos Lord. Yu-Gi-Oh! Supreme Darkness, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, Duelists, to another 2005 Time Wizard meta discussion. And I'm joined by an absolute expert in the field. Alberto, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Leo, and I can't wait, honestly, to discuss this with you. Honestly, I really like the format, and I keep myself trying new things, experimenting sometimes, and you know, it's always fun, and you know, what can I say? I can't wait to jump into it.
Well, I know that you're playing a lot of Time Wizard 2005 tournaments, so what have you been experimenting with lately?
Well, I have to say that I'm a fan of Chaos Turbo.
Oh, wow!
I mean, yeah, this is no surprise. There's not that much to experiment, maybe, but I have to say, though, that what I really like overall, it's Zaborg, which is something that most of the players or most of the lists, honestly, do not have. And I really feel like it's a great addition, especially because Gravekeeper Spy, it's very difficult to beat over. And it's one of those cards, especially in the mirror match, to get rid of, you know.
And don't forget that you sometimes struggle to deal damage. This is why people like to play Dekoichi, because for a Chaos deck, 1,400 attack points is sometimes even a lot. So if you tribute something to go for some damage push with the Zaborg, it's quite strong in the deck. But there are some new meta decks that have been popping up lately, and one of them is the Earth Beatdown strategy. What do you think about that, Alberto?
Well, I lost to that deck recently, and I have to say that the deck is very consistent on one hand, and on the other hand I think it's very centered to beat Chaos Turbo, funnily enough. Why am I saying that? Because basically it plays a lot of monster, like a Goblin Attack Force, Gigantes, there's Injection Fairy Lily, you know, the OG, and especially it plays a lot of cool spells, like you know, there's Creature Swap, there's Nobleman of Crossout, and it's very difficult to play against the deck, especially because the attack monsters are just too big sometimes, and you can't get over it. And also I think it gets even more complicated in the side deck, just because, of course, if your opponent, for example, wins game 1, it's even more difficult for you because there are not very specific cards. Maybe, for example, there's Sakuretsu Armor, Mirror Force, Source of Revealing Light, which, you know, could take you, can gain you sometimes, or Scapegoat, for example. You know that the deck is extremely flexible in side decking, as you just said, because I've also seen people
just swapping to a Panda control strategy after playing Earth Beatdown in the first game, or vice versa, because those decks share some similarities, like the Giant Red that can summon out the Injection Fairy Lily, or the Gyakugire Panda.
Yeah.
And the Panda control deck actually works different from other control decks. While you usually try to outvalue your opponent by flipping Magician of Faith, getting back a Pot of Greed, or the Graceful Charity, this time you're just stopping your opponent from attacking with a level limit area or Gravity Bind, and then you inflict effect damage, which with classic cards like Just Desserts.
No, the deck is great, honestly, as you mentioned, and I'm super afraid of it. Especially because I think it has one of the best cards of the format, which is Chain Energy. Like, the thing is, if in game 1 your opponent has Chain Energy and you don't draw like a Breaker, for example, a Mystical Space Typhoon or Heavy Storm, you're quite likely to lose, especially because setting or activating a card costs you 500 damage. And honestly, if you're playing Chaos Turbo, for example, you have cards such as Upstart Goblin, Thunder Dragon, you have to set your Raigeki Break, and there are certain cards such as Trap Dashut, which is a great card for the format, but against a deck like Panda Control, honestly, may not work out.
And I'm gonna be honest with this siding strategy. Both decks, Earth Beatdown and the Panda Control, share a lot of cards. You're avoiding this weakness that both decks have, and that is being counter-side decked. So you said it, if you have Chain Energy and your opponent doesn't have a Breaker or Magical Warrior or a Mystical Space Typhoon or the Heavy Storm, it's going to be really, really tough to compete versus this deck. After the side decking, you can side in Mystical Walks or Mystic Walks and Dust Tornadoes and everything, maybe even a Royal Decree to stop those powerful trap effects. But if you just swap your strategy completely and your opponent sides in Dust Tornado, Royal Decrees, and you just summon a bunch of powerful Earth monsters that are supposed to beat down your opponent, that's really, really tough to beat.
And also, I think you touch over an argument that I really like, and I think it's been exploring lately from some players from what I've seen. For example, talking about Chaos Turbo, something that has been played a lot lately is Scapegoat and the Metamorphosis, for the mirror match specifically. And I've saw some players side decking Asura Priest, Kaiku, because the reasoning behind is, okay, I know that most of the players are side decking these cards, so you know what I'm doing? I'm just, playing cards that I'm going to hurt you. And I think this is the best strategy, because like you activate your Scapegoat and it was like, yeah, okay, I'm fine, I can survive. And at the turn I have my Metamorphosis, and then they go Asura Priest. And you don't have your Mirror Force, your Sakura Stormer.
Do you also have Big Bang Shot with the Azura Priest?
I wish. I mean, no, I feel like that this strategy, if you think about it, is great, because like you prepare for the meta, you're here for the tournament, and all of a sudden you lose. But if you were to play, like for example, you enter into a tournament, you go, okay, today I want to play. What would you play? Like, what's your favorite deck?
I mean, I like the turbo version of Chaos, but what I like more is the relinquished version of Chaos, because you play the Jin. And this one is going to add you, or the Maju, not the Jin. I'm in Necros format already. A few years skip there. No, you play the Maju, you add your relinquished, you get your spell cards, you get powerful discards for your Raigeki Break. You're sometimes lacking light monsters, relinquished is light, and the 10,000 hands is lights as well. So you have your graveyard fueled up for that one. So I think I would run that deck. You have more monsters that can attack.
And
I love that.
I also really like it because it's both a control deck, but on the other side it's very explosive, because, for example, your opponent can summon a monster, search the relinquished, and then maybe set one and pass. And then all of a sudden, maybe he has a Chaos Sorcerer, a Black Luster Soldier, and they're relinquished on the field, and then you're like, oh, I'm in trouble, And it's very synergic also for side decking patterns, and I also feel like it's one of those decks which is also difficult to side against, because it's explosive, but at the same time it's a control deck, and it can afford also to play some, like cool interaction. So I really feel like that. Although I think the format is still, trying to evolve itself and finding, new strategies. I really feel like that this kind of formats, honestly, are like not only loved, but people want to improve it,
from time to time. So
this is just something that I adore about Time Wizard tournaments. The game keeps reinventing itself. People are never bored of it. People find new cards that have been out for 20 years almost now. So it is absolutely incredible. I hope that this discussion about some decks that have slipped into the format has helped you. And don't forget to check Neuron for your nearest Time Wizard tournaments. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to another video here in our Yu-Gi-Oh! Studio as we discuss the new set Crossover Breakers. And I am joined by Leo in the studio, who is going to be teaching me one of the 3 main deck types that you can build in this set. Leo, tell us a little bit more.
Well, first of all, we're going to start with one of my favorites from these 3 archetypes. There are only 3, so...
Easy to remember. Okay, so which one are we starting with?
We're going to start off with Ryziel. It is a heavily anticipated deck, and it is one of the ones that are less complicated to play, I want to say. However, still one of the strongest decks out there as soon as it comes out on the 5th of December.
Okay, interesting. So tell us a little bit about what's the main sort of play style of Ryziels?
Ryziels are all about rank 4.
Okay.
Everything is about rank 4. You want to rank 4 every single monster that you have the entire time. There is probably going to be like 1 link monster that you might be playing in your extra deck, because there are a few cards in your deck that don't lock you into rank 4 exceeds. However, most of the time it's rank 4 exceeds. And we've had a phenomenal history of rank 4 exceeds cards in the past.
That is true. So basically, I'm imagining a lot of these Ryziel cards are level 4 and have effects to get more level 4s out, so then you could
You're
just
a smart
overlay
one,
them.
Ed.
Ah, see, it all works together. Okay, so take us through some of the main cards that we're going to be seeing in some of these plays.
Okay, so my favorite one to start with is the Ice Ryziel. Funnily enough, this is a Pyro type monster, so that you can search it with Bonfire.
Wow, okay, interesting. So that's a good way of kicking things off. An ice card called Pyro. I've got that the wrong way around. A Pyro card called Ice. Who knew? Okay, so this is one of the main sort of 1-card combo starters in this deck. Okay, so where do you go from here?
So what it does is, when you normal summon it, you also have another option to summon it from your hand by sending something from the hand or field to the graveyard, but you don't want to necessarily do that. If you normal summon the Ice Ryziel, you get to special summon out another Ryziel from your deck to the field.
Okay, and which one would you typically select at that point in the combo?
So I would say that the best one to summon out is another card that is a grade 1 card starter. It is the Sword Ryziel. The Sword Ryziel is then just, when it's normal or special summoned, Ice Ryziel only triggers the special summon effect on normal summon. The Sword Ryziel summons on any summon and searches you a light Pyro monster from your deck.
Okay, and which light Pyro monster are we going to be summoning with that effect?
I'm happy that you asked. You are going to search, not yet summon, the X Ryziel.
Ah, okay. So now we've got 3 sort of, these are sort of the main pillars of the Ryziel combos then, are they, these 3? So what does X Ryziel do?
X-Ryziel summons itself from hand. It is another level 4 monster, of course, by sending an Exceeds monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. There are multiple cards that you can send that make sense. You can start off with one of your extra deck monsters of the Ryziel archetype that is not a light or a dark monster that helps you play around Bestials a little bit. Smart. And there's also other cards that give value to your graveyard. Like, for example, Mariologic Aggregator. And once you send that card to the grave, you summon out the X, and X is going to add you another Ryziel card.
Okay, so getting all these Ryziel effect monsters on the field is a good way of getting into some of these Xyz monsters. But what are some of those Xyz monsters that we're likely to see?
Yeah, so there are 2.
Okay.
And I assume that we're going to see both of them. So first off, we're starting with Duo Drive.
Okay.
So you thought Sword Ryziel was a good searcher. You thought Ice Ryziel was a good searcher. But Duo Drive actually lets you search 2 cards.
Hence the duo in Duo Drive. God, it all makes sense.
It is a hint. In Germany, we say, now it becomes a shoe. Which
okay, right. Okay, so with reading the effect of this, so this says, for each material this card has, monsters you control gain 100 attack, and monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack. You can only use one of the following effects of Ryziel Duo Drive once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can attach 1 Ryziel monster from your graveyard to this card as material. During your main phase, you can detach 2 materials from a monster you can...
Welcome back to the live coverage of YCS Birmingham. Hello from my side as well, and I'm here because we have such a big event with almost 2,500 players to present you the variety of decks that are entering this tournament. With that many players, of course, many different decks are also going to be in competition, and we're going to have a look at that right now. So let's get the overall deck breakdown of YCS Birmingham up on the screen here, and let's look at it together. And as you can see, the pure deck that is played the most is Malice, with basically 1/5 of the playing field. 1/5, 19.7% out of 2,500 players are using the Malice strategy, of course, recently introduced in the first YCS here in Europe that you can even play it on. But then you see, of course, it is broken down into different variants, but the Ryziel strategy definitely a very, very popular one for this event as well. As you can see, the most popular out of the popular Ryziel strategies is the pure version of it, 14.3%. And I mean, it is no surprise that people are going in on that pure Ryziel strategy, as it was first and second after Swiss just last weekend over in the US at YCS Orlando, of course. And then Fiends with Ryziel. Yeah, let's remember, of course, it did win the 2 American YCSs back-to-back, that deck. It was, of course, first Steven Trivanovsky, and then also Tavian winning with that Fiends of Ryziel strategy. And of course, a lot of people are saying this may be the best variant. It is not the most played Ryziel variant, though, as you can see. Maybe people are too afraid of the Bestials, and I mean, that Mettle deck up there, that sure enough is going to run a lot of Bestials, so I would not be surprised if people are very, very concerned about Bestials hindering their Fiends strategy. And then, of course, very, very noteworthy, very much just introduced into the meta game, the Mitsurugi cards. Mitsurugi Ryziel made the finals last weekend as well in Orlando. 7.6% of the 2,500 players have decided to bring the Mitsurugi cards into their Ryziel deck. I honestly have to say, personally, I do really like that. It is quite contrarian to the Fiendsmith Ryziel strategy, because the Fiendsmith Ryziel strategy is all about controlling the game. It's trying to outlast the opponent. And then on the other hand, you have the Mitsurugi Ryziel strategy, where you just do a big combo, where you have that big ritual monster that can just destroy every single monster on the opponent's side of the field. So I really think this one is way more explosive, and it may be a call to win the entire event. But then, of course, speaking of Fiendsmith, we do have those more pure-ish Fiendsmith variants, mostly played with Bestials, but also some of them are playing, for example, the normal monster stuff, which is also really, really exciting. Then White Forest, really, really, really good support together with the Azamina support, also in Supreme Darkness, made it into our overview. And personally, I gotta say, I am very, very happy that Crystron, one of my picks to possibly go very, very deep in this tournament made it into the overview. 3% of players are relying on the Crystron strategy for this event, meaning I think that's like 75 players in total. I hope that we're going to see at least one of them make it into the top 64 tomorrow, but of course there's many rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played until that very moment. And of course, always, that big number, 39% of players. This could be anything. There's so many cool decks out there. It could be Centurion, it could be Labyrinth. We know how diverse the metagame overall can be. And of course, one thing that I was surprised that is not on the name decks here, Mermill, of course, is also very, very decent with the recent support in Supreme Darkness. Therefore, a lot of possible decks coming out of that other category, possibly taking down the entire tournament as well. I hope you enjoyed the quick breakdown here of the decks that are entering YCS Birmingham. Roughly 2,500 players, and all of them are going to be ready to play soon again, so don't go anywhere. More live coverage, and especially round number 2 coming your way very, very soon.
Troll, and if you do, add 2 Ryziel cards with different names from your deck to your hand. So these are the duo that we're going to be searching. Now, what cards in this combo do you typically search?
So typically, you always want to have Ryziel Cross.
Okay.
This field spell has everything except for another search, but I mean, we have talked about it before. There are more than enough searches in the deck. Basically, everything searches something, so you're fine on that side.
Okay.
Ryziel Cross is absolutely insane. So you can put 2 of your Ryziel cards from your graveyard onto the bottom of your deck to draw a card every turn, which is amazing, but the other effect is completely insane. So this is also how you play around Nibiru, by the way. This card actually lets your opponent activate a monster effect, or when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can negate it in the resolve by detaching an Exceeds material that you have.
In the resolve?
In the resolve.
So explain how that's going to get you around Nibiru, for instance.
So, your opponent says, activate Nibiru. And you're like, cool, activation is fine. I don't want to chain anything. Do you want to chain anything? And they're like, I have this Mystical Space Typhoon in my hand, but now that you haven't activated anything, I'm not gonna use it. And then you're like, okay, let's resolve the chain links. Chain link 1, Nibiru. I'm gonna negate that with my Ryziel Cross. And then your opponent got caught off guard, has destroyed your Ryziel Cross, and they're not going to resolve the Nibiru.
Okay, so a very, very strong field spell there. So that's one of the cards that you can search, but there are 2 other potential ones to search.
So there's, of course, also the Quick Spell Ryziel plugin, which is basically a Quick Spell Reborn card that also summons back from banishment and then takes a rank 4 monster and puts it under your rank 4 monster that you just summoned back.
Oh, so you add more materials, which, I mean, that's going to be relevant to the other XEs monsters we're going to talk about, but then what's the third card?
The third card is the Ryziel Plasma Hole.
Okay, a trap card. So what's Ryziel Plasma Hole about?
So this card checks how many Ryziel Exceeds monsters you have on your field, and then you can target as many monsters as Exceeds monsters you have on your opposing side and destroy them.
Wow.
And there's also a nasty graveyard effect.
Really? What's the graveyard effect?
Yes, you can banish it from the graveyard, send it straight into banishment, and then you're allowed to Exceed summon via a quick effect.
Wow.
Which means that you can dodge something like an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence.
Wow. So these are very versatile cards that you can search entirely off Ryziel Duo Drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty good with just Duo Drive. But then let's have a look at this second XEs monster the Ryziels have.
Oh yeah, we have the Ryziel Detonator.
Okay.
Or as people in the UK would call it, Detonator.
Very good, yeah.
And this one, you can summon it with 2+ level 4 Ryziel monsters. So Ryziel Duo Drive can be summoned with any level 4 monsters, which is very important. So you can play any engine you want if you need more cards. Where I think Ryziel cards might actually be enough to get into your rank 4s. But Ryziel Detonator needs those Ryziel monsters, and it has a crazy effect. So the first quick effect is that every time your opponent activates a card, you get to detach 1 card and destroy a card on the field.
Wow, really? So that's why having extra XEs materials off the back of Plasma Hole would actually probably be really good for this. Okay.
And this one even gives itself more material. When it's special summon, it attaches something from the graveyard.
Good grief. So you can really just have it loaded with materials ready to pop all of these effects then.
Yep. And also, if a Xyz monster would be destroyed, you can also remind yourself of Dingirsu of the Orcus. You can detach a card, no destruction happening.
Wow. So that is an incredibly useful card. And considering this whole deck has this great synergy with level 4s and rank 4s, very easy to get into this and disrupt your opponent.
Yeah. And there's also cool combos that you can play with those cards. For example, with the Detonator, if your opponent tries to take it away because you have activated your Veiler or your Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, and they're going to say, hey, triple tactic talents, I want to have your Ryziel Detonator. You can chain your Detonator, destroy itself, and then later on activate Ryziel plugin to summon it back out after the talents has resolved.
Wow, good grief. So this is just all the sort of main Ryziel cards all coming together in one brilliant sort of flow.
Yeah, there's also Palm Ryziel and Node Ryziel, which are basically monsters that do not add too many searches or something. They're just very good monsters that special summon.
Okay, and these are just to get more level 4s out in the field to get into more XEs.
Yeah, because you can search them with the X Ryziel. X Ryziel needs to add a Fire Thunder monster, and Node and Palm are those.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so this all together works pretty well. So you basically want to start off with Ice, but you can start with Sword if that's in your hand. And then all of these just help link into each other and then build an amazing field.
To be honest, you can also start with X, summon it, get Node or Palm, summon those out, and then you just overlay into Ryziel Duo Drive and search more cards. You can get a Cross, and you haven't even normal summoned in that combo. Then you can get Ice Ryziel, and you can get the other cards going. So there is plenty of options. Basically, everything in this deck is a good starter.
Good grief. So this is only one of the 3 that are in crossover breakers of these different archetypes. And later on, after we've gone through all 3, Leo is actually going to teach me exactly how to play all of these, and then we are going to have a duel where we each choose one of these decks. And I think I'm going to go for this one. But we'll see when I find out more about these other decks. So make sure you guys stay tuned and check out our other videos with crossover breakers for more. Hello and welcome back to more videos about crossover breakers here in our Yu-Gi-Oh studio. Now, Leo, our resident professional on these decks, recently talked to us about Ryseals. Now, that is one of 3 of the main archetypes that you guys can see in this new set. But Leo, talk to us about the second deck that you're going to be taking us through.
The next deck I'm going to show you guys is Ryuge, and this is a very, very complicated deck, but Ed, there is a dinosaur in there.
Tell me more. I must know about these dinos.
All right, so the deck has 4 main monsters. There is a pendulum ritual monster called Sosei Ryuge Mistva.
Gosh.
Then there is a worm, Genro Ryuge Hakwa. Then there is a sea serpent, Ryuge Emva.
Cairo Ryuge Emva, okay.
And then we have the dinosaur, Kyoro Ryuge Kaiva.
Goodness me. Okay, so they all have different names, but Ryuge is sandwiched there in the middle. So 1 sea serpent, 1 worm, and 1 dinosaur. Now, the one thing I do know about these is that each of these monsters has a corresponding spell card. Is that right?
Yes. And now you get the honors of attributing those spell cards to the monster cards.
And to be fair, they are pretty obvious because it's got the names in it. So Ryuge Realm Dino Domains, this goes with Kyoro Ryuge Kaiva. Ryuge Realm Worm Winds, that goes with Genro Ryuge Hakwa, who is the worm. And then Ryuge Realm Sea Spires, I'm guessing that's going to go with Cairo Ryuge Emva, who is the sea serpent. And also, helpfully, those monsters are actually on the spell cards as well.
Absolutely.
Now, where do you want to start, Leo? Which of these are you going to take us through?
So I would like to start with the boss monster. The boss monster, basically when you play it as a pendulum spell card, destroys itself and searches out any Ryuge cards. And there's, of course, probably the best card of the deck, the Ryuge Warzone, which I'm going to be going into in a minute. This card destroying itself, going into the extra deck, is incredibly important for the field spell. But
I see.
Next off, it also has a monster effect, which is when it's summoned, it destroys up to 2 cards of you, which can be very helpful. I mean, you're a dinosaur player. You like to destroy your own cards.
Certainly do. The Baby Ceresaurus, Petite Pteranodon, you want to get rid of those quickly and activate their effects. So this has already got some good synergy.
Yeah, so you can destroy those, and you actually get to activate those continuous spell cards from your deck. You don't need to summon out the big Ryuge guys.
Okay. So, like I said, which of these do you want to start with explaining any of their synergies? Do you want to go for Sea Serpent, do you want to go for Worm, or do you want to go for Dinosaur?
So first off, I would like to go over the 3 spells, because I feel like those are the most important cards. They are all continuous spells, and they have different effects. So the Worm Winds actually has a bit of a macrocosmos-ish effect. So as long as it is face up on the field, the monsters that your opponent has on the field that will go into the graveyard go into banishment.
Gosh, okay. Just for your opponent?
Yep.
Okay.
Just for your opponent. And there is a quick effect that says, put another continuous spell card from your field to the bottom of your deck, and then shrink the attack of an opposing monster to 0.
Wow, okay, so that's Wormwind, so that's to do with Genro Ryuge Hakwa. So with Kyoro Ryuge Kaiva, we've got Dino Domains. Obviously, I'm going to be partial to the Dino card. So what does this one do?
So this one is kind of crazy.
Okay.
Because the Dino Domains gives every one of your monsters 300 attack points.
Each one of them? 300,
okay. Crazy value. No, of course, the second effect is the one that makes this card so great. And that is that you can give your level 10 dinosaur monsters the ability to just negate monster effects of monsters that have less attack than those dinosaurs.
Wow, okay, and these all have 3,000 attack, but also if you were to use some other dinos like Ultima Kadach Tyranno, another level 10, that would then, and that's got 3,500. That's most cards in the game don't have that much, so you'd still be able to negate all of those just by using this.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's, of course, also the Ryuge Realm Sea Spires.
Okay.
And that one protects your monsters from being destroyed by battle, and it is a bounce, basically. So you can send another Ryuge Realm card from your face-up field to the bottom of the deck to bounce a card from the opposing side of the field to the hand.
Well, these spells are all very, very impressive, but with these are all level 10. So talk to us about how you end up sort of getting into these cards to work with all of this.
So first of all, each of these cards have an effect to either discard or banish them or put them to the bottom of the deck to search out these continuous spell cards. But the main synergy of this deck, with all of them being level 10, is with the Ryuge Warzone.
Okay.
Because just pretend you're starting with your Ritual Pendulum monster. You're destroying it from your Pendulum Zone, and it goes face up into your extra deck. You search for the Warzone, and now you activate Warzone. And now Warzone has a crazy effect. As long as you have Solsei, Ryuge, Mistva face up on the extra deck, you get to actually take all 3 of your Ryuge monsters, add 1 to your hand, add 1 to the graveyard, and add 1 to banishment. Or actually, this is the activation effect of this. You don't need the Mistva on your extra deck for this. The second effect is the one with Mistva in the extra deck. You actually get to summon 1 from deck, 1 from banishment, and 1 from the graveyard to the field. And then you immediately have 3 level 10 monsters on the field.
All just off Warzone?
Yeah.
And having the extra bit is having the Sosei one at the top of your extra deck as well?
Yep. And there's another quick spell card, the Ryuge Rising, that searches you a Ryuge monster from your deck to your hand, and then you can put a Pendulum Ritual monster from your hand face up into your extra deck. So that means if you have the Warzone as just a card plus the Rising, you can actually just add this to your hand and put it on top of your extra deck, so you can special summon out all of your monsters.
Good grief. I mean, there is a lot of synergy in this. What kind of stuff would you build around this in a deck as well?
See, this is where I'm not that sure at the moment, because there is plenty of synergies in Yu-Gi-Oh! There is plenty of stuff you can do with this. I mean, this is basically a 1-card combo to summon out 3 level 10 monsters, which is already a Varudras, Bringer of the End Times. But I'm not quite sure if you play this together with dinosaurs. There is a way to play this with Sword Souls, because you have worm monsters as well. So there's plenty of cards you could try out, and I'm very curious to see what our duelists are going to cook up with it.
Absolutely. It's always interesting to see how the community theory craft their way through these. So when you guys get your hands on Crossover Breakers, you guys can start building this Ryuge deck for yourselves, and maybe you can let us know the synergies that you guys found. But like we've said before, Leo is going to teach me all 3 of these decks. We've now had 2 of them. So we're going to see what's going to happen when I learn about the 3rd one. Then we're each going to pick a deck. We're going to have a separate video where we duel those out. So make sure you guys get your hands on Crossover Breakers to build your own decks today.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Birmingham. Now, in front of me, I have our round 2 feature match. We have Austin Colling versus Ryan Nicholson, and these two are ready to get things going. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Austin's going to roll first. That is a 6. And then Ryan. That is higher than a 6, that's an 8. So Ryan's going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys back over to Marcello, Tom and Albie, who are going to take you guys to our round 2 feature match. Already swinging straight into this, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 2. We just witnessed Samir Bachar, the current UK YCS champion, have a swift 2-0, and now we are back with yet another amazing match to start things off. As a reminder, we have still a lot of action as almost 2,500 players gathered from all over the world. But before we jump into this match, let's bring up for you guys what is the breakdown in terms of nationality. Wow, Tom.
Here we go. This is a fantastic showing from the UK. I don't think I've seen something like this before. Like 60%. I think we're going to take it home this weekend. What do you think, Bertie?
I think so. I think you have a chance, to be fair. And honestly, it quite surprises me that we have the second nationality being under 10%. But I mean, I think you have quite of an advantage to at least advance into day 2, I would say, and then we take it from there. Okay, let's just see how this goes. But like, I mean, it's impressive. We've said this before. 2,500 people showed up for this event, and
yeah,
let's see how many Italians will do that.
Absolutely, but yeah, I am with you, Alberto. I don't think I remember a single event in which the second most represented country was below 10%. So, Tom, pressure is on you guys, or actually on all of us, Mark and Bertie here present, to represent the UK and take it home. But here in round 2, we'll get a chance as we'll have a clash between Ryan from the UK and Austin from the US. So it's gonna be an epic clash, and also we are gonna take a look at some of the other decks that are out there. In particular, Ryan is on Centurion Bestials.
Not just Centurion Bestials. We were having a look at the cards. I was a little surprised. These aren't some cards I've seen for a while. Alberto and I were going through and having a quick read to see what we think is going to happen. I think Alberto figured out every single combo, actually.
Well, not yet. Maybe Ryan knows a bit more about me. And honestly, I can't wait to see our players in action. And I think it's about to duel because our players are ready. So let's jump into game 1. And here they are, and here I'm really curious to see, because as Tom mentioned, Ryan is playing some very cool cards which we haven't seen, I think, on stream, at least for the past YCSs. And okay, now here, this one we have seen is the Trudia, and Austin maybe, yeah, has to just maybe come back into time and thinking about the Centurion combos, but here this is something that we have seen quite often in the past, with the Primera being brought up on the field. And honestly, the Centurion strategy, it is something that I really liked back then, and I think it's still showing up here with some other strategies as well, and the deck is interesting. And here comes the first addition we were discussing before, and Austin is running a look at it, which is called Crimson Gaia.
Yeah, that's very fair. I think you see the Trudeau and you think, oh, I've not seen that for a while, but I remember what it does, and then your opponent plays Crimson Gaia and you think, I'm going to have to read that a little quick.
And essentially what the card does is you can add Red Dragon Archfiend or one card that mentions it from your deck or graveyard to your hand. And maybe Austin is just saying, okay, what is up next? And here comes I think this is the Resonator.
Which Resonator?
The Vision one. Okay. Which is playing in 1-off from Ryan. And if you're Austin here, what has happened to your mind? Like, what was Ryan's goal, you know?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think maybe probably know that the Resonators go with the Red Dragon Archfiend cards, but that's kind of the extent of my knowledge, so maybe Austin knows a little more. But he seems to be reading every single card, so maybe he doesn't know. I feel like the Centurion deck kind of fell off a little bit recently because of the Fiendsmith deck, I think. Like Fiendsmith and people, the kind of trend was to include so many hand traps, and I think oftentimes with the Centurion deck, like if your opponent had 1 or 2 hand traps, it could be really, really hard to play on.
Yeah.
So maybe Ryan's kind of got a nice little strategy to include an extra engine and maybe be a bit more resilient to hand traps, but it's difficult to be resilient to that more Charmy Fuvalos there.
And we saw also the Centurion Gargoyle being brought up on the field, and the Fiendish Golem being added to Ryan's hand.
Do you think it was a level 4 or a level 8? Let's find out. So you can make it level 4 when you summon it.
Let's see.
And it was a level 8. Good job for Ryan.
Yeah, and at the same time, yeah, Fuvalos is obviously really good, but Centurion is one of those decks that can play around it pretty well, only giving like a draw or even 0 potentially, and you know, still end up on just playing during your opponent's turn. So
we see an extra copy of the Centurion field spell. Does that mean he doesn't run the trap, or he's already drawn the trap? I don't see any of the trap in the deck.
I think he's just set the Fiendish Golem, right? Yeah, that's it. So plays back to Austin with this Fiendsmith Ryziel deck.
I love a card that searches Fiendish Chain. That's just amazing. Like, I didn't know Fiendish Chain had its own little theme. I don't think he's running a Fiendish Chain to search with it, though, which is very sad. But it is still fun. Just maybe in 2030, someone will turn up with their Fiendish Chain deck.
Okay, and yeah, the double Fuvalos works a little better, so at least you're gonna get some draws if they synchro summon during your own turn. And yeah, that's it. Now we follow it up with the Tract.
Yeah, it's quite nice that, because Ryan would normally players like to synchro summon the level 12 that I forget the name of, that lets you kind of tag it out for another big synchro from your extra deck. So Ryan, well, if he does that, he'll have to give Austin 2 draws rather than just 1.
Here we can see that Austin decided to go for the Fiendsmiths as well, and is playing as well the Ryziel's cards. But here comes the Ash Blossom being activated on the Requiem. And I think Ryan is left with other couple of cards in hand that we don't know, so at least we may have some other interruptions.
Definitely some Ryziels, and yeah.
It's a very efficient deck, the Centurion, when it gets going. Like you only really need 1 or 2 engine cards, and then you can have a bunch of hand traps and draw into more.
And there comes another one with the Veiler. Is it Node in the end? I can't quite...
Yeah, I agree. Can get a search off the Primera, and then maybe a Synchro Summon. For our level 12. Maybe we'll just go straight for the other Centurion level 12. And that can destroy the highest attack monster on Austin's field and draw a card. If that is indeed the target. Here it comes.
So Austin gets a draw.
Everyone gets a draw.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, the timing here for Ryan as to whether, you know, why you need to get this Ice Ryziel specifically off the field. Because I think most of the Ryziels can kind of summon themselves regardless. As long as you have a Ryziel in the field or in the graveyard, it doesn't really matter. But maybe he's worried about a potential X coming down and, like, negating something.
And yeah, let's try to take a look. I see a Nibiru in the end from Austin, but not quite there yet. Huh? I mean, it's fun if you can manage to do it doing your own turn.
Yeah, there's been, what, 3 summons?
Yeah.
Maybe if Ryan has some Bestials too.
Or his own Nibiru.
Oh, is this the end phase, though?
Yeah.
Do you get both of them in the end phase? Wow, that's so much resources for Ryan.
Yeah, I think Austin has seen enough, and Ryan takes game 1. The opener was just a bit much, and that Fiendish Golem was not even needed in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing we didn't get to see too much Resonator action. We saw the Crimson Gaia, but I guess if you get hit with the Molchami Fuvalos, you don't want to be synchro summoning a pile of Red Dragon Archfiends from your extra deck, so you're just going to have to make do.
Yeah, no, but like I think it was very well piloted by Ryan in game 1, and on the other hand, I think if you're Austin, you're in trouble, to be fair, because like you enter into round 2 and you're up against Centurion, and I mean, what a show off, to be fair. Yeah. And we mentioned this before, that most of our players' side deck will be focused most likely on the Raziel Finsmith, Malice, and Pure Raziel, and if you're up against Centurion, honestly, also you have to come up with something, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the side deck for Austin, and like there's a lot of cards like Ultimate Slayer and Crossout Designator, which are kind of very targeted. So like Crossout Designator, you really want to be sending XYZ monsters or Link monsters in this deck. He does have the one Synchro, Chaos Angel, in his extra deck, so he could probably use Ultimate Slayer if he wanted to, but it doesn't seem like that fantastic. And then Crossout Designator, you really want to side against someone with a very similar deck list to yours, which I don't think Ryan has.
No, not at all. On the other hand, I'm guessing Austin is probably familiar with Centurions, but as we have mentioned, yet to read some of these Resonator cards, and so he might be wondering, is there more hiding out there? Like, just what is Ryan's idea and what is hiding there? So it makes it a little bit more complicated to side deck, and probably the best thing is focus on your own gameplay, and yeah. We could see those cross-outs. At the end of the day, it was mostly stopped by Valor and Ash, so why not?
Yeah, that is kind of one of the things the Centurion deck is known for. You kind of have a kind of compact engine, and then you back it up with defensive options, quite similar to the Fiendsmith deck, which kind of eventually overtook it in popularity.
On the other hand, though, we see another trend of the weekend. Obviously, we've briefly mentioned the impact of Supreme Darkness, which is mostly in the main deck, but a new trend has been adding even the third Mulcharmy friend out there in the Meowls in the side deck. And yeah, you can go up to 9 Mulcharmys now, going second against some matchups. And yeah, it works surprisingly well, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things when you first read it, you think, did people summon from the grave a lot? And then you look at decks like Fiendsmith, obviously, which is summoning a couple of times from the grave. Raziel maybe summons once with the node. Like, I feel like it just picks up things here and there and can kind of irritate your opponent for very little cost to yourself, because it replaces itself.
Also against Malice, it's good, the card. It's
absolutely,
it's very good.
But let's see if Austin can tie the duel as they are both ready. Let's jump back into action. And for anyone who's missed it, here comes on the screen the first card that we were able to reveal at the end of round 1, coming in Stampede soon. And it was one of the cards that was voted by duelists all over the world. And at the end of this match, after the interview, make sure to stay tuned for our second card that will be revealed.
Yeah, you don't want to get in the way of a stampede of Skull Sevens.
Oh no.
They can cause trouble in large numbers, yeah.
But let's see. Austin goes first. We open the Engraver.
And Ryan has a little punish for him there.
Ooh. Troll and Lock. Obviously got back especially for the Mitsurugi, the version of the deck. But I mean, can be annoying.
Yeah, Droll is one of those cards which can sometimes be a bit hit or miss, but this is a big hit, right? You hit the Engraver on the activation, and now no Fiendsmith track can be activated, no Raziel searches, which Raziel loves to do. They search like 4 or 5 cards in a turn if you let them, so absolutely fantastic draw on Lockbird here.
And luckily this ice was there, because I am pretty sure the rest of the end is just Antrops. I think it might be something along the line of double Ash and an Imperm, so let's see.
Also, we said this before, also it will be interesting to see how many players decided to play Drone and Lockbird, and this is the case for Ryan, and let's see how Austin can navigate through this. Yeah, he goes Detonator, yes.
I feel like this is a pretty rare defense mode Detonator. I don't see it in defense very often. What do you think? Is it? I guess you could play around a potential Bestial Druis Worm by putting it in defense, so the Druis Worm can't be crashed.
Yeah, you don't really see this often, right? Maybe he's just thinking maybe his opponent is playing cards that are not so popular, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, I don't know, like out of the box, but can't really tell. But let's see here what Ryan can come up with.
I'm seeing a copy of Crimson Gaia, which is slightly unfortunate into the detonator specifically because it's a continuous spell that activates the effect when it's activated, and that kind of gets eaten for breakfast by detonator.
And yet another read from our player when this Bone Archiving comes down.
Probably needs to be a read from us as well.
I mean, we talked about School Servant. There comes another Bone card. Here it comes.
Yeah, it can't send Skull Servant though, unfortunately, because it's a zombie.
Yep.
Not a fiend.
I think here is also not like easy for Austin to use his interruptions, right? Because I think it's thinking about it, right? But if you have like an Impermanence or an Ash Blossom, do you use it right away, or you just, you know?
Or you just have the detonator, you can just destroy the Bone Archfiend. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. The only thing you have to think about really with holding your detonator is whether you're worried about triple tactics talent. Sometimes you want to, like, even if you can't play around it entirely, it's nice to hold off from making it live for your opponent for as long as possible to sometimes force them into doing something a bit more awkward.
Okay, we are actually going to use the Impermanence, stopping this Fiend Tuner from being sent to the graveyard.
And that's that.
Ooh, that's that. Wow.
Very quick turn.
Yeah, might have another quick one, but at the same time, Austin, yeah, you know, we had the tracked and we top decked. No, we don't know yet. Okay.
But what do you need when you have tracked? You have
not much.
You have everything, even though the engraver is now hidden under the detonator. It shouldn't be too much of an issue if you can resolve this track.
And I see an Ash Blossom, which for now I think he's keeping for the Requiem.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what he did in the last game. Nice to just cut your opponent off from summoning any monsters.
And yeah, you can see Ryan thinking about it now. Over the Ash Blossom. Yeah, we might have a little bit of a back and forth one here. The good thing is that even if he attacks over the Bone Archfiend, you can just bring it back next turn. So, yeah.
Do you think there's time to chain the detonator, perhaps, to put your just to get your engraver in the grave? Engraver.
Definitely reset.
Engrave.
Engraver in the grave. Yeah,
Yeah.
there he goes. Good spot from Austin.
And from Tom as well.
Oh, here comes the big one.
Wow.
The biggest, baddest Fistial. Yeah.
Punished.
This is a card we're seeing. I mean, I think Ryan's running like a bigger... Oh my goodness, everything's happening right now. Got to activate that now. Wow.
Do we though?
Well, I mean, if you want to activate it this turn, you have to activate it before your
obviously
magnets the field.
Kinda, because you can use the Magnamut and they are gonna detonate often, but I guess, yeah, in this case, not quite. I don't know.
I see what you mean, though. It feels unlikely that it was going to get anything out of it.
Yeah. Especially since his opponent passed the turn before, I guess. There was the draw, but yeah. I don't know. Not that it's going to change all that much. And unfortunately, we are not going to search anything. And I think the last card in hand... was it a field spell?
It's the Crimson Gaia, I think. Which
could be. Yeah.
The more I think, I'm just finding it hard to see how the Centurion deck can do anything against the Detonator, because all of their cards are sort of continuous in the spell and trap card zone and then activate to summon themselves. They're just going to get destroyed before they can resolve.
Totally agree with you. And yeah, you can see Austin just reading the Bone Archfiend again, because it can be brought back just by sending a card from the end to the graveyard. That's why I was thinking it was better to keep the Mulcharmy just as an additional, resource.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I guess at worst case, you can always use it as a synchro material.
Yeah.
It's level 4, right?
And yeah, again, Austin is gonna read it, and you know, is he really willing to do anything? He does. Really afraid of what this Bone Archiving can do.
Not that much for Ryan to do, but Austin is out of cards too, so not gonna be doing too much next turn other than just attacking.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna see a repeat.
Because you can just bring back the Bone again. So.
Yeah, oftentimes cards like this, they end up getting banished when they're returned. That's kind of a common line of text on these kind of effects, but I don't think Bone Archfiend has it.
Nope.
It's not the case, so
yeah, it's just gonna push 1200 and... Oh, there he goes. Talk about banishing it.
Well, that was quite a top deck from Austin.
Indeed. Crazy draw. Finally puts a stop to this Bone Archfiend, and yeah, this already was looking quite dominating from Austin and confirms it even more. Needs a miracle right now off the top, or we might be adding into game 3. Regardless, this match has already taken quite a bit longer than round 1.
Here comes the Resonator again. Austin having a lot of fun learning a new deck.
And here that we were like looking at Ryan's list, he may send another one from deck, which would allow him eventually to then special summon and eventually have a synchro on the field. So Austin is just considering his options whether to interrupt him. Yeah, but I think it makes sense to go for the Detonator on the Soul Resonator here. Yeah.
So he's just going to have to like power through all the charges of the Detonator before using Crimson Guy, but I think at that point might not have too much to do anyway, especially trying to force through the Bestial in the hand for Austin. He thought he was done.
It's back.
He's always back.
Here it is. There it comes.
I think it's just kind of safe to chain the effect and destroy the Crimson Guy, right? I don't think the Bone Archfiend, it requires you to send a card, so there's not much you can do with it Bone Archfiend by itself.
Yeah, and Austin spots it and claims game 2, which means the score is tied 1-1, and we're gonna head into game 3. But now the pressure is on Austin, because Ryan is gonna get another shot at going first, and yeah, just trying to set up as he did, and he does have some help from the side decks. Most importantly, a quite old card in the form of Solemn Strike. All 3 copies of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a powerful card, and it's one that we're seeing a lot of players put in their side deck specifically for going first, because I guess if your opponent's going to stop you, then you just kind of know it's very flexible. It's going to be useful against basically every deck. You can just put it in and then give that extra little boost for going first, like regardless of your opponent's game plan. If they let you establish your own field, fine. You've still got the strike to back it up if they try and use Dark Blue no more. Or if they try and stop you, fine. You just set your Solemn Strike and see if you can interrupt them.
Yeah, I really like the card, and especially because it's, as you said, it's flexible, and some players rely on the strike, some players rely on the judgment. So I think it's like, it depends on what you really feel like, but for sure the pressure is on Austin, because like also into this game 2, he really had to navigate through Ryan's deck and read some cards and be sure what was doing, and I think it's not easy, especially because you know, like Ryan deck can be explosive, and there are some very cool interactions that we also saw in game 1, and hopefully we will see in this game 3. But yeah, I feel like Ryan is well prepared for this type of matchup, and it depends on whether he can draw like some Centurion as he did in game 1, because like, you know, chances are that you know, being a one-offs, it's more difficult for sure. But
yeah, I mean, it seems like there are a lot of different layers to his deck. At least you have to deal with the Centurion and Resonator more focusing obviously on the monsters, but then you have a lot of entraps, and if with the side deck we add this additional layer of trap cards in the form of Solemn Strike, or also that Fiendish from the main deck, the Golem, I think it gets quite difficult to deal with every single type of card. So we'll see. It's gonna be mostly on him to establish his field, navigate through what interruption Austin is gonna throw at him. But regardless, it's going to be one of these two duelists advancing with an undefeated record here at YCS Birmingham. So let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3.
One thing I think might be a little scary for Austin is he resolved a Fulos, you know, on his first turn, or on Ryan's first turn. And normally I feel like players, when you resolve Fulos, going second, you think, oh boy, I'm in a great spot. But it just didn't seem to phase Ryan at all. Just did his pretty standard Centurion combo and was able to win the game. So, I mean, to me, that's a little scary when your opponent just like blasts through one of the most powerful defensive options like that.
Indeed.
It is, yeah. And we will soon find out whether this will be the case in Game 3. So let's take a look at those hands.
Oh,
I see the guy, yeah. And I see the back at it again, boy. The one and only.
What is this?
And another cool addition in Ryan's deck in the form of Earthbound Prisoner Stone Sweeper, which is something that we don't really see every day, but it's here.
It's yet another one of those targets, as it is a Fiend Tuner that you can also send.
Yeah, it's the Stone Sweeper.
Yeah. You can basically discard it and add one level 3 or lower Fiend Tuner from your deck to your hand, which is cool, but basically you're locked into either Fusion or Synchro Monster, which doesn't really matter, just because basically your extra deck is made up by Synchros. So
has he got any non-synchros in his extra deck?
There's only one SP Little Knight.
One SP.
Yeah.
Oh, I love. He's playing Trishula. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Oh yes.
We see the Ash Blossom though used on the Resonator, and there it comes.
Ash Blossom got nothing on Bone Archfiend.
The Nightmare of Game 2 is back, and we see once again that Fulos. Definitely more annoying than it was in Game 1 here.
Yeah, no Centurions to make a little push and then pass. This time, you're going to have to start Synchro Summoning.
Yeah, at least we can increase the level and then send a Fiend Tuner from deck. Finally gets to resolve, has been trying to use that effect for like 3 times now.
He could also decrease the level,
yeah,
I think. So maybe, because there is a powerful level 6 Synchro. But I don't know what the plan is. Maybe he'll go straight for a level 8. And I would be very excited if we actually just got a classic Red Dragon Archfiend on the field. Is there a synchro you make with the Red Dragon Archfiend and that level 2 that I think is going to come back?
Well, the Red Dragon Archfiend, we haven't seen that card in a while, to be fair.
Oh, but it's there. It's in the extra deck.
He's there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here comes the Golem yet again. I mean, if he goes for it, he gets the additional bonus, so he can get the Fiendish Chain, as you mentioned, but not quite the case. Ooh, is that really gonna be it? Just not giving any draws. Yes, wow. Bold start from Ryan. Very different from Game 1, not wanting to give any draw to Austin.
It's got that Fiendish Golem as an interruption, but it has to target something with 2,000 or more attack, which...
You can play around.
Yeah, I feel like there's quite a lot of cards that, you know, your starting cards, none of them are over 2,000. All your main deck Ryzeals and Fiendsmith monsters are going to be absolutely fine with that.
And we see that Bonfire being activated, which is really, really good way to start things off. Could we see another Droll and Lock, maybe?
Yeah, I think as we saw earlier, Ryan did have a copy of Crimson Gaia in his hand, so only one other card to try and stop Austin from doing what he's going to do.
What an opener.
Austin, he learned his lesson.
Yeah.
From starting with the Engraver last time. This time you start with the Bonfire, just in case you get drawn Lockbirded.
Here I really feel like if Ryan doesn't have like a copy of Nibiru, for example, or like an Ash Blossom to stop the Requiem, he may be in trouble, because I think it was a brave move, of course, to pass to his opponent after the Full Loss was activated, but what else could have done?
Yeah, I guess we don't know how many Synchro Summons he'd need to do in order to get to like a nice little interruption, so maybe he didn't want to do 2 or 3 for the sake of 1 interruption. Austin here seems to have free reign to do pretty much whatever he wants. We've seen a serious lack of Resonator combos. I'm sad.
Oh, there he goes. Ash Blossom at least to, you know, try and slow Austin a bit, but it's gonna be a tough ask.
The Austin there putting the Requiem into play, which can be a little annoying for the Ryziel cards, or X in particular wants you not to have any non-level 4s or rank 4s in play if you want to search with it. Oh, you could banish the. It's now got more than 2,000 attack. Not sure it achieves very much, but maybe save it for a Ryziel XYZ monster. Which cleans away all of the materials, so it should be quite useful.
Does the Bond have a secret effect? No, right?
Not really. You could just bring it back next turn and try to send another Fiend Tuner, but that's about it. And yeah, here comes Ice. I mean, Fiendish Golem, worst case scenario, is a good way to deal with the detonator, but we need a way to play the game.
Yeah, I think Ryan had the Crimson Gaia left in his hand, but you're right, it's going to be tricky. I think kind of whatever Austin picks from his extra deck at this point will probably force out the Golem. Unless it's some supreme bluff from Ryan and it's not actually the Golem.
Ooh, but we spice things up and go for Chaos Angel instead.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So at least you can force out the Fiendish from Ryan's side, and now here you can also extend your Ryziel combo. I think it makes sense, right?
Yeah, nice to get it out of the way without having to go through a duo drive or anything like that.
Should be banished too, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got to remember to resolve the Chaos Angel. Very clean play from Austin. Nice as well because you get rid of any level 6s.
Yeah. I guess the only plus is probably resets, right? Once he comes back, I don't think he keeps the additional benefits of Light and Dark.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Pretty
as
sure.
Well.
So it's just gonna be a big boy.
Are there any more tricks up the sleeve for Ryan? Do we think Duo Drive is going to resolve?
I mean, it is. So
often Duo Drive resolving just kind of spells doom for the opponent. Getting 2 searches is unbelievably powerful. Big pile of Ryziels it looked like in hand for Austin.
Yeah, so not super impactful at the moment, but still, you know, so much card advantage. And, you know, Ryan's deck is not really one that can, you know, amass enough damage, even if he were to, you know, stay in this game.
Yeah, often players side out the cross when going second, but I guess Austin decided he didn't need it to side out.
Yeah, also because like I think in this kind of matchup it may make sense just to leave it in just in case, and it may help him out.
I think you side it out normally because you want to focus on your non-engine to stop the opponent. But if you don't know too much about what your opponent's deck is trying to do, then it does kind of make sense to just keep in your own engine and focus on that. Because you know, hopefully you know what your own cards do. If you don't know what your opponents do.
But I think at this point, if you're Austin, I think you feel very confident because Ryan's being left with one card in hand and the poor Resonator on the field. It's I think it's looking promising.
Here comes the sword. Did he send Duella for an X?
I can't really.
I couldn't quite catch
tell.
it. Yeah. But Duella would be a useful card to have, I feel like, against these Resonators. But it's hard to argue with just having a Detonator on field instead, in case of any Centurions coming off the top of the deck for Ryan.
Are you a fan of using same sleeves for extra deck too? Just like in this case? Or?
No, I feel it feels very dangerous to me that I'm going to accidentally have a have an extra deck monster. It does make side decking between the with the extra deck easier.
Yeah.
But I would be worried that I might accidentally leave a card from my extra deck in my main deck or vice versa.
Especially because Austin is not siding in any extra deck monsters. So.
But yeah, this was pretty well execution by Austin, who gets to push quite some damage.
Yeah, it seems very difficult to imagine what one card Ryan can draw to get back into this game with the sort of combined threats of the Detonator and the Rise Your Cross field spell, being able to negate a monster and start destroying cards.
This could be the last draw of the duel for Ryan. Yeah, and the Chaos Angel comes back afterwards, I think, because...
Is it the end phase or the standby phase?
I think it's the end of the next turn, so it's probably during the end phase of Ryan.
Got one more turn while, you know, Austin is unprotected by his Chaos Angel.
Oh, that was a good draw, but I mean, against this Detonator, it's... yeah.
It seems so hard to get through for the Centurion deck. Just put your spell and trap cards, put your monsters in the spell and trap card zone and watch them get blown up or detonated.
Yeah.
It doesn't protect it from being destroyed or anything like that, right? It's just the field spell that has protection.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, with the Oath, I was thinking Typhon, but like you locked with the Oath, and yeah, as you can see, unfortunately, Ryan extend the handshake, and Austin managed that comeback, winning 2-1 after losing the first game. Kept his composure, understood, as you, Tom, mentioned, he just needed to focus on his own gameplay and, you know, try and hope that the cards he didn't know were not enough, and yeah, that worked out smoothly, and yeah, he's gonna advance with a 2-0 record.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the Fuvalos not being so impactful in Game 1, but in Game 3 it feels like we would have seen an awful lot more action from Ryan if not for that Fuvalos.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan was quite obliged to just pass turn and hope maybe that Ash Blossom would have, you know, helped him out, but that was not the case. I feel like Ryan's deck is cool because it's playing a lot of additions that we haven't seen at all, I would say. And I also feel like in Game 1, maybe, you know, if you're Austin and you travel all the way from the US and you play against Centurion, you're like, oh, wait, maybe I'm in trouble. You know? And especially because in Game 1, Ryan really showed us how the deck can perform. And yeah, I mean, I think Game 2 was... just too much from Austin's side, with the Detonator just, you know, being there and doing his job. And yeah, Game 3, as you mentioned, I think the Fuvalos itself just sealed the deal. Yeah.
I mean, it is a very successful deck for a reason, the Ryzio Finsmith. And I mean, we'll see whether it's going to be able to take yet another event under his belt, or whether maybe Malice, as we have seen in Basti, you know, meta breakdown segment, it is technically the most represented deck with nearly 20%.
Yeah, it's interesting because it brings up that question as to like how you choose to categorize the decks. And you know, obviously Ryzio decks are to some extent similar, but if you're a player, you really want to think about it because, you know, yes, these cards all have Ryzios, but do you want to use the same strategy versus each of them? What cards are effective versus each of them? So, for example, if you side a card like Dimensional Barrier against Pure Ryzio, that sounds fantastic. But then if you do it against Fiendsmith and you have your Dimensional Barrier and they're just summoning all their Fiendsmith monsters instead, it may not be as effective.
Yeah, also I think the choice of playing Ultimate Slayer in the side deck, I think it's a very solid choice for this event. Because as you said also, Tom, I think Metal Tron is also very popular. So alongside also the playing Ultimate Slayer, I think it's a very good combination of cards just to, you know, prevent your opponent from activating the detonator. So it's it really depends on how our players feel like, because I think there are a lot of different options like the Meow, which I think, you know, we will see also. And I think Lancia is a must, to be fair, like in our player side deck. And we also saw some players like Ryan also side decking an extra deck card like the Aggregator, just because the extra deck is super tight. So I'm really curious to see how this will shape throughout the rounds, and also tomorrow before the top cut. So is, you know, at the top tables our players are doing, and in the end it's just, I think, a matter of, you know, these small choices which in the end, you know, are quite big ones. So yeah, let's see how this go. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty much for our round 2, but here, let's hear it from our analyst, Mike, who is ready for the post-match analysis discussion.
Hello everyone. It was a very interactive game between Ryzio Finsmith against Centurion. It was actually interesting, the interaction between Detonator and the Centurion cards, because Detonator really counters them. However, we have prepared some clips that I would like to discuss. The first one is the impact of Fugalos. Of course, it's a very good and strong card. However, as we saw, Ryan played very well under it, meaning that he synchro summoned Legatia, he traded one draw for his own draw, and also he managed to destroy a card. Meaning that Centurion was a very good meta call, since he can play very well under cards like Fugalos and of course Corulia. And I want to mention that it's very interesting and very important to pick the correct deck for a YCS like Birmingham in order to counter such strong cards. The second clip I would like also to discuss is the impact of another very strong hand ramp, Droll and Lockbird. As we mentioned, Droll is a very strong card and a very good meta call, since it can counter a lot of meta decks right now. Here, Austin managed to play around it with the exit strategy. He had both Ice, Bonfire, that he searched Ice, and also he had Engraver. He managed to activate first Bonfire in order to play around Droll, since he already saw it in game 1. And now, as you can see, he got the tract and he gets the Droll. Here he gets the info of Droll, and in the next game he managed to play around it by activating first the Bonfire, managed to get the Ice, get Droll, and then pass on a Detonator. So this is exactly what I mean, that it takes a good practice to be prepared for a YCS. And the last clip is the access to Chaos Angel. Ryzio Finsmith is a very good deck in order to play around many interruptions. Since it doesn't lock into Xyz, he can synchro summon very easily into Chaos Angel, a very impactful card that, going second, it can really help the player. So, to sum it up, I want to say that, of course, there are very strong hand traps in the game right now, but the correct practice, and of course be prepared for a YCS, you can actually play very good and pick a very strong deck for those scenarios. Thank you for watching, and back to you, Ed.
Thank you very much. Now, you guys are going to see a lot of things like Fiendsmith Ryziel. Ryziel being one of the very popular formats this time. We have seen a breakdown from Basti, seeing it divided between some of the different combos, Mitsurugi versions, etc. No, we're going to see some Malice at some point, but you have also seen some of the content that we've done around decks like Malice and also those Ryziel ones. So make sure you keep an eye out over the weekend for more of the content that we've recorded, whether it's combo tutorials, whether it's sort of the reviews of those kind of packs. We got loads of good stuff coming. Now, something else that's coming. It's another time for a card reveal, so I'm going to hand you guys straight back over to your wonderful commentary trio who are going to react to the latest Stampede announcement. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and I'm excited for yet another reveal. We did see a pretty spooky one in round one, and let's see whether it's going to be on the same line. Buster Blade, it's a classic. It is a classic for sure, and another one voted off by you guys all over the world. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth.
I can see why it would be voted for. It is one of the most iconic cards, maybe after the Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon. Buster Blader is right up there.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the most unique artworks that we've had in the game with you know, the motion of these words. I really enjoy this one. It's just a classic. It's iconic, and now you'll be able in Quarter Century Stampede to just get your hands on a lot of different versions of this amazing card. So thank you guys once again for being with us. This was the end of round 2, but don't go anywhere because we have 7 more rounds of Swiss for day 1 of YCS Birmingham 2025. Stay tuned and we'll be back with more action.
Hello and welcome back to more videos here in our Yu-Gi-Oh! Studio discussing crossover breakers. Now, Leo has already taught me 2 out of 3 of the main decks that you guys can build in crossover breakers. However, there's a 3rd and final one we're going to talk about that is hotly anticipated, Leo.
Yep, especially by me, because this is like the favorite deck I'm having from this set, and I've been looking forward to it for a long time now.
Okay.
Malice.
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 Okay.
So, Malice has 3 main deck monsters, and those are Dormouse, Chessy Cat, and the White Rabbit.
Okay, so Malice P. Dormouse, Malice P. Chessy Cat, and Malice P. White Rabbit. Okay, some obvious references here. So talk to us about what the point of these is. Because this deck rather is very card banish heavy.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. You have been fearful of Dimension Shifter. Not anymore. Shifter is not going to hurt you. It's going to help you, rather. So, those cards, they all special summon themselves when they are banished.
Okay.
Pay attention to the attribute. It is dark.
Dark types, okay.
Allure of Darkness is immediate +1. An extender, we have seen this from Thunder Dragons years ago, but this is so much better. Okay, so they summon themselves when they get banished for just a mere cost of 300 life points.
Okay.
They all have on-field effects as well. Dormouse banishes a Malice monster from your deck, which is amazing, because then it's going to special summon itself.
Good, yes.
Chessy Cat is going to banish a Malice card from your hand to draw 2 cards, which is even more card draw. If you have a monster that can special summon itself, even better. Last one, White Rabbit. White Rabbit takes one of your 3 trap cards that you have in your deck. It's just going to set it. It's just going to set it. And those trap cards you can immediately activate by banishing another Malice monster from your field.
Good grief.
You don't have to wait a turn. So I'm going to reveal those cards now as well.
So this deck really benefits off cards like Gold Sark and stuff as well. Because you just get an instant banish and instantly pop all these effects. Okay, so these are the trap cards.
Yeah.
They're your main deck monsters, your effect monsters. Now
we have Malice C GWC06.
Okay.
We have Malice C MTP07.
Okay.
And we have Malice C TB11.
Okay, those are easy for you to say, but what do they do, Leo?
So Malice C TB11 is one that, of course, you can all activate them by banishing a Malice monster. Special summons a Malice monster from the deck. If your opponent controls 3 or more cards, then you can special summon a Link monster of Link 3 or higher.
Which we'll get to in a moment, I imagine.
In a moment.
Okay.
So be patient.
Okay, so then let's talk about MTP07.
Yep, that one adds a Malice monster from your deck to your hand. And if you control a Malice Link monster, you get to banish a card non-targeting.
Non-targeting banish. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Which card would you search for off this, though?
I think that depends.
Okay.
It really depends on what you want to have. I think the searching part is not the most important one about this card. It's rather the non-targeting banish. You search for follow-up. So I suppose that Dormouse is most of the time, if you have no cards in hand, just this, the best card you want to add. But if you have a Dormouse in hand already or a White Rabbit, you maybe want to go for a Chessy Cat that you can then summon in the next turn to banish these other cards, trigger then summon them back, draw into more hand traps or field breaking cards.
Okay, so it's pretty situational.
Yeah.
But that means you get a lot of versatility in this. But then we have GWC06.
Yes, and I know what you guys are thinking. I know that you thought, hey, you have to pay your life points all the time. What when time comes around the corner? This card helps you with this. So this card summons a Malice monster from graveyard or banishment, and it also gives you back some life points. And the life points are in total of the attack of the monster that you're summoning back.
Wow, so for instance, if you summon back Chessy Cat, that's got 1,500.
1,500 life points for free.
So that's 5 cards worth if you only have to pay 300. Was it 300 life points you had to pay? So that's loads.
Yeah.
But also, you could do this with one of the Link monsters, couldn't you?
Yes,
exactly. Which now we're going to go to. Do you see that cunning segue? Okay.
You're amazing, Ed.
Here is there are 3 main Malice cards to talk about here, aren't they? The Link monsters. Oh, this is very good. I like this.
Yeah, we have Malice Q Red Ransom.
Malice Q Red Ransom. Okay.
And this one, on summon, when you link summon it, searches the field spell Malice in Underground, which is also an extender.
Good grief. Okay. And so I guess before we go into the Link monsters, it's probably worth talking about what Malice in Underground does.
So it banishes a Malice card from your hand, deck, or GY.
Handy.
Yeah. While you have basically all of your 3 Malice trap cards banished, all of your Malice monsters attack become 3,000. And when you have a Malice Link monster on the field, they can only attack that monster. However, I would like to focus on this card for the first effect to banish from your hand, deck, or graveyard.
Okay.
Because that's just an extender.
That is just the extender, you're right. And with all these effects, everything is so banish heavy that is actually perfect. So this is what Red Ransom searches and adds to your hand. But what other effects does Red Ransom have?
Red Ransom has another effect that is unsurprisingly triggering when it gets banished.
Okay.
So if this card is banished, you can pay 900 life points. So see the theme here? It's a Link 3. The other ones were 300. This one is 3, so 900 is paid.
Gotcha. It's like 3 times the amount. Maths.
And when it gets banished then, or summoned back then, it banishes another Cybers monster from your deck. And there are plenty of cards that you can banish, but Dotscaper is probably the most important one because it's just going to summon itself back.
And then you can use that to, I imagine, link climb into things like Firewall Dragon or other things like that.
Or the Tempest Terahertz Firewall Dragon is also a very, very solid choice there. So this deck plays around with these Cybers. I want to say archetype, but it's really just the type cards. The Code Talkers, amazing. Then we have, let's start with this one first, the Malice Q White Binder. This one, on summon, or on special summon, it banishes 3 cards from either player's graveyard. And now you're thinking, wow, if I'm playing versus a Fire King deck, you can take your opponent's entire follow-up. But also what you can do is banish your own Malice cards from the graveyard to summon them back.
That's very versatile, because you're right, that's going to really affect some people by getting rid of those. But if you now have the ability just to recycle the cards you've already utilized to get those effects again, that's crazy.
Also, when this card gets banished, 900 life points, summon it back, draw an extra card.
Oh, wow, so it gives you resources as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so White Binder, very, very popular one. That's going to be very, very good for people.
I wasn't finished yet. This has
There's
another
still
effect.
more?
This has another effect.
Good grief.
So the other effect is, when it's on the field face up, you can activate it and set one of the trap cards.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, wow. Okay, I'm starting to see why people are hotly anticipating this deck, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I keep rereading it because I can't believe how many effects this card has.
No kidding, yeah.
So then there is Malice Q Hearts Crypta, and this card is almost an OTK in itself.
Wow, really?
So it has a quick effect.
Okay.
Take one of your banished Malice cards, put it back into your deck, and then banish one card on the field. It's a quick effect.
Okay.
So this card has 2,500 attack points, yes? Just imagine, you're in a duel, your opponent has no cards on the field, you have the Hearts Crypta, you swing in for 2,500, and then you say, quick effect, Hearts Crypta, and you banish itself. And of course, it's a Link 3 Malice card. You pay 900 life points, you summon it back, and then it has another effect. And that other effect is that it doubles its attack.
It doubles the attack to 5,000 attack.
Yeah, and then you swing in for more, and then you activate Okazi or something to burn for 800, and you win the game.
Whoa! Okay, so I'm now really starting to see why people are so excited for this, because not only does it have ridiculous amount of recursion and synergy with all the banishing, each of these monsters does so many things that then allow you to get into the traps as well, which do so many things. And these links all have amazing effects.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a Cybers deck. Cybers has some of the most powerful link monsters ever, something like a Splash Mage, or a card that is specifically strong in this archetype, the Haggard Lizard Dose, just released in later. This one just banishes a monster from your graveyard. And what happens then, Ed? What happens then?
It gets the special summon!
Exactly, so you have plenty of extenders and combo pieces that you can do, and I don't think that everyone has already figured out the potential of this deck, so we're going to see a whole lot of that.
So you reckon this is going to be almost quite a meta-defining archetype?
This and Ryziel, I think, are going to be absolutely on top, and I can't wait for it.
Now, this is going to be the end of our third discussion video, but we are going to have a duel with some of these crossover breakers archetypes. Leo, judging by your passion, are you going to be choosing Malice? Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Before I'd even finished. Well, in that case, I shall be choosing Ryziel.
Have fun with it.
I certainly will, because I'm going to enjoy those rank 4 XEs, but that is the third and final of the archetypes that you guys can build with crossover breakers. So make sure you guys check out the other 2 videos to see what those decks are like. But tune into our next video, where Leo and I are going to duel it out with crossover breakers.
So, we have such an excitement weekend. We had YCS Orlando, a very strong, a very nice event that gave us so many things to discuss. First of all, Brazil won, and the final was very impactful, with the mean that we had two very good versions, Finsmith Brazil against Mitsurugi Brazil. I'm here with John Alexis, and I would like to share your opinions with the audience and with me. How do you feel about those two versions of Brazil?
Well, first of all, hi everybody. I'm really happy to be there with you to talk about those two versions because they are really great versions. Regarding the fact that both versions, they have some similar things, of course, but they also have some very different things. The Finsmith variant is really great because it has a lot of grind game. I think it plays a little bit less well into Dimension Barrier, which is such great card in the metagame right now, and it plays better into draw as well. But the Mitsurugi one is really explosive. When you go first and you go uninterrupted, the field is absolutely amazing, and it's gonna be a really hard time for your opponent to just break the field. So I think both versions, they have their pros and their cons. The big issue with those versions is that currently, in the metagame, there are a lot of bestials. And the bestials, you have to take that into account. Otherwise, you're probably going to have a hard time dealing with those cards. So, I don't know what you think about that, but do you think there is a version between the two of those versions that play better into the bestials?
Yeah, and actually I think that is a very good and strong meta call for YCS Birmingham. Pure Brazil. I know that may sound a little bit odd, but playing a version that doesn't get very distracted from bestials may be the correct choice for this event, because as you mentioned, Finsmith of course is more consistent. Mitsurugi has an amazing ceiling, making an amazing board. However, Pure Brazil feels like is the answer to heavy bestials main deck choices, because as we saw in Orlando, most of the deck played a lot of bestials, and I think now that maybe a lot of players that will choose to play 9 to, 10 bestials, a very heavy build. However, as you mentioned before, Pure Brazil is very, very worried about D-Barrier, a card that really shuts down the deck, and also draw is also an issue for this version.
That's a huge problem, absolutely. And we didn't mention draw, but draw on Logbird might be a really great card for this event, because we saw that Mitsurugi Brazil was a great deck, and it really collapses under draw on Logbird. So if people start to put draw in their main deck, that might be a huge problem for the players who want to go for Pure Brazil. And they won't especially have a way to turn around this card at all. Of course, you have the ability to just go for a detonator and just pass your turn, but this is not what you want to achieve when you're playing Pure Brazil. So, in the end, it might depend on the fact that players are gonna play draw main deck or not, and this might be a big issue if you're going for Pure Brazil.
Would you play draw on main deck or on side deck?
I wouldn't play draw in main deck, personally, because I think this is a bit... if you're playing draw in the main deck, I think you're a bit late to the party. I think that you have to play other cards, but it will end up being your choice in the end. So we'll see during this event, there is those 2 days of competition, if the players are going to play draw or not. Would you play draw main deck?
No, but I will definitely side it.
Yeah.
My side would probably look with 6 heavy hand wrap for Malice, that we will talk in a minute, and surely draw, because it answers so many decks, not only Finsmith, not only Mitsurugi Brazil, Pure Brazil, but also some rogue decks that may be very impactful in this event.
We'll talk about that later, by the way. Yeah.
So, regarding Malice, how do you feel about the deck post Supreme Darkness?
Well, there are some very impactful cards that went out. You talked about them earlier. There is, of course, Abawaku, which is a great addition to the deck. It's really, really great. And there is also Meow's Mulcharmy, the new Mulcharmy, which is a disaster for the deck, because if you see a Mulcharmy like that in the graveyard of your opponent, then you're doing it in a hard way. So I think there are some pros and some cons. Malice, I think, needs to be valued as one of the best decks of the format.
Exactly.
Really, I think it wasn't in the finals in Orlando, but today, tomorrow, I think it might be one of the best decks because it has so much things for it. First of all, the deck is really great to play through hand traps. I mean, if your opponent only has one Nibiru or one Impermanence or one Veiler, it might not be enough, and it's probably not going to be enough. So you've got this ability to go through hand traps, and if your field goes uninterrupted, then it's going to be really hard for your opponent to go through because you've got non-target banishment, which is so hard for some decks to deal with. So there is this thing. And the fact that there is also the addition of Abawaku is really great for the deck because you can literally take the Lancia of your opponent and summon it back on your board. Speaking of Lancia, I think this is one of the big cons of the deck, of course, because Lancia is a huge problem. We talked about Ryzeal earlier, and Ryzeal really crumbles under Dimension Barrier. But Dimension Barrier only is fine when you go second, you know? I mean, if your opponent goes first, then you'll have to worry about Dimension Barrier. But if you go first, it's fine. Whereas for Malice, it's a bit harder because you already know that Game 2 and Game 3, it's going to be a really hard game for you because if they drop Lancia, you're going to be in trouble. I don't know what you think about that.
Malice, as you mentioned, is in a very weird position, meaning that it got a very good card from Supreme Darkness, but also has to play around one very powerful hand trap, Mulcharmy Meowls. The odd thing is that post-side deck you have to worry about Lancia, Meowls, and any other combination from hand traps that's, for example, Impermanent Nibiru, which is still very impactful. However, if you have built your side deck properly, with Thrust is mandatory for Malice, I believe, with targets like Sanctum and Barrier, you can probably go and set up a very minimalistic board and play with the very powerful traps. However, if players do not respect Malice and they go all the way to beat a deck like Fiendsmith Ryzeal, Mitsurugi Ryzeal, or any Fiendsmith variant, I think that Malice can really thrive, because if it's not yet respected, it can be very, very strong deck.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think that just behind Ryzeal, we can put Malice right there because it's such a strong deck, and I think a lot of players will just choose to go Malice because overall it's a really appreciated deck among the players. So we might see a lot of Malice. But there are also some odd decks. We talked about Ryzeal, we talked about Malice. But there are some Fiendsmith versions, the pure versions as we call them. There is some, of course, bestial Fiendsmith, which is kind of good. It's in a weird spot because there are a lot of bestials, and Fiendsmith, they have some problems dealing with the bestials. But I think it might still be a good deck for this event. What do you think about it?
Obviously, I think one of the things that you have to worry is, of course, bestials, since, as we mentioned before, most of the players will probably play a very heavy bestial build. However, there are some options that you can counter them. Of course, Fiendsmith Senpai is a very good option, since you can bait your opponent and then summon Hydra, and that probably be an
and all of a sudden, it's really hard.
However, I think there are two sleeper decks that we have talked before that can play very good around bestials. What's your opinion?
My opinion is pretty clear about that. We talked about that together before, and I think that there are two decks that really thrive under the bestial meta. The first one is obviously Mermail, because you only summon water monsters. So that's really great because the bestials will not have any effect on you. That's the first thing. The second thing is that going first, the deck is absolutely amazing. The field is amazing. Your opponent is certainly not gonna go through it. It's gonna be really hard. The fact that you can remove cards from the hand, that you can watch the hand before even starting your whole combo is such a great thing. So I think Mermel will be really, really good. Of course, it has some downs because it's really bad against Shifter. Shifter is such a problem for the deck because you cannot do a lot under it, and it has some problems against Draw and Logbird, which we talked about earlier. It can play under Draw because you've got some cards like Coilacant, which can just summon from deck, and all of a sudden you just face 5 monsters on the field of your opponent. But it still has some problems, and we also have the problem of the Mulch armies. The Fuvalos, especially, is really good against the deck. Yeah, and Prolia might be a good one against the deck. But I think that overall, Mermail is a really, really good deck in the meta game, and I think it needs to be valued as one of the best contenders of the meta game, especially because a lot of people will not know what the cards do. And this is a huge advantage going into a tournament like this one, like the YCS.
I mean, Europe has shown many times that you should not take anything for granted, and there are a lot of sleeper decks, plans.
Remember Lochi.
That may take it all the way. So I think at the end, it's all about what you will try to predict your opponent will probably play. For example, if you're expecting a lot of bestials, of course Mermail is a very good call. Or if your opponent expects to adapt and play Draw, even on the main deck, it feels quite odd to choose Mermail or any deck that is similar to it.
Crystron. We didn't talk about Crystron, but Crystron had some great additions during the last extension in Suda. And this deck is absolutely amazing. I tried it, and I can tell that you can do a lot of things. A lot of players won't even know what the cards do, of course, because they are not used to see Crystron in the meta game. But as Mermail, you've got a lot of water monsters, which is great against the bestials. As Mermail, you've got a lot of effects in the graveyard, and you can just take advantage of that. So I think that Crystron might be a great deck if you want to avoid the bestials. And as you just said, in the end, it's going to be what you expect from your opponents, from the tournament. It's going to be your call. It's going to be your choice to turn around this thing or the other.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is one of the best things, in my opinion, of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trying to predict what your opponents will play and adapt to the current meta state. And I think it really shows the technical skills and the building skills of each player.
Totally.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that we will have an amazing weekend and we will see so many surprises and changes.
Different strategies.
Different strategies, yeah. So, Jan, thank you for being here. It was an amazing, meta discussion, and I was very happy to share this moment with you.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Ned, back to you.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Birmingham. So we're now about to get into our round 3 feature match. And in front of me, I have our duelists, Marco Motta and Kruk Toshka, who are ready to get things going. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Marco's going to roll first. And that is a 9. Kruk, can you beat a 9? No? Whoa. Oh, well, there's a 6 there. There's a 6 on one of them. The suspense here is real. One more dice roll. Wow, a 12. Okay, so are you going to go first, Kruk? Kruk is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Basti, and Mike, who are going to be taking for the first time this weekend round 3's feature match as your commentators. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. We are finally back again at a YCS here in Europe. Birmingham has opened the doors for so many duelists, and I, Leonard König, am joined by Mike Patuchas and Sebastian Lemke finally again.
Absolutely, finally. It has been a while, and we have so many great new cards in the meta game, and they're having a massive impact on that meta game. And we're going to again see that right in that featured match with 2 decks we have not seen yet this weekend. And I'm excited for it because one of them is actually one of my sleeper decks of the format. Maybe even my deck pick to win the entire thing. Who knows?
I mean, it's a very interesting matchup because Crystron has a very, very interesting matchup with Malice because of Crystron Cluster. A very impactful trap that doesn't let Crystron to be banished.
True, true. That's actually a very good point. Very solid thing to say there. And now you already know what matchup it is going to be. And I mean, now you know, you of course want to see. So I would say let's go over to the table. Round number 3 of YCS Birmingham starting now. Let's get it.
Alrighty then, looks like a set 5 start from Crook here, but I think that this is just how he lays out his hand cards. We have the handshake. We're going to start game 1 of round 3, and Crystron, a heavy combo deck, even though Hellkite Vibrax is not in there anymore. We're going to see a huge combo here, I'm very sure of it.
I love this because Crook took the approach to include the Kashtira cards into his deck, and he has that new super powerful card that was just introduced in Supreme Darkness. Such a powerful card because this card, Crystron Chistaros, is everything the Crystron deck could have ever asked for, because if your opponent activates an effect, so very popular nowadays, having some hand interaction like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler or Ash Blossom, Chistaros says, as a quick effect, I may as well just synchro summon with another material from the deck.
That does sound familiar for Supreme Darkness, because we now also ritual summon from the deck just a few years after we started fusion summoning from the deck, so I see a pattern.
Yeah, for sure. I like the evolution of all the summoning mechanics. Oh, we have to link off the Chistaros here, or do we synchro summon maybe even? But with the Fenrir, that would be level 9, so I'm not sure whether that's a synchro summon to be. Oh, of course it is, but that's a very interesting coverage. That's not very standard. We have to go into the Vermilion Dragon mech here, which I haven't seen personally since Virtual times, to be honest.
You topped the YCS with that card in the extra deck.
Didn't really have to summon this card too often, to be honest. But yeah, it was in my deck, that's true. Okay, now we can use the graveyard effect though, so it's good to get that Chistaros into the graveyard, because not only does it have that super powerful on-field effect, but next up also the graveyard effect, able to banish itself. And yeah, you will realize both of these decks equally relying on banishing cards from the graveyard. Therefore, both of these duelists, both Marco and Crook, hopefully not having to face too many of those Lanceas in the opponent's side deck, but there's Domino's Impulse on the Chistaros.
That's huge, because you're missing out on so many effects. Summoning 2 monsters from the deck, already completely insane, but Vermilion Dragon Mech also should trigger when you destroy it and add back, I think, a banished monster, right?
Yeah, but that's a sad one. Pass Marco and his one trap card were powerful enough. So as I said, Crook very well able to interact with those effect veilers, infinite impermanence, and so on and so forth, but not with that so powerful Dominus Impulse.
Outplayed, I guess.
Yeah.
Very, very strong impulse.
I mean, to be fair, when you read that second effect of Chistaros, seeing, he can special summon 2 from the deck, you may as well just immediately go after it. And there we see Marco now revealing his deck to his opponent as well, Malice in Underground. And Mike, let us know, you actually have played this deck a lot yourself recently, right? You have even topped the regional with it, don't you?
Yeah, indeed, back in Athens, but I think the Malice in Underground is not a very good start, because it means that he probably doesn't have another name in his hand. However, it might be a bait in order to negate the special summon of probably Dormouse, and then he can actually normal summon a card like White Rabbit or even Dormouse and go through.
Yeah, very good call. Let's see, Marco definitely, by winning the first 2 rounds,
and he banished
knows what he does. That's
I was
interesting.
also gonna say that if you have Malice in Underground and something like a Dormouse or a White Rabbit and you want more non-engine, you can start off with Malice in Underground, special summon Chessy Cat, in quote-unquote from the deck. You banish it and then summon it back, and then you can get some more draws. But I don't think against this field you want more non-engine.
The only problem with that is that you reveal a lot of information from your hand.
That is true.
However, if Jessica goes through, it's a very good opening.
Yeah. Oh, this. I think it looked like another spell card, which should be another Malice in Underground.
I think, yeah, we are banishing another Malice in Underground. That's a huge start. Of course, Marco now behind on life points by paying 300 for that chassis card to come back, but still, of course, the 2 draws were super, super good.
I'm saying he has another name.
I would think so as well. I would not be surprised by that. Okay, we'll look into our extra deck.
Yes, because there's an interesting card in Marco's hand. He plays Metaltronus in the main deck. Do you believe that there is a target for Vermilion?
I mean, Vermilion is a fire monster.
Machine.
And it's a machine. Oh, machines for the Malice deck. Honestly, I'm struggling to find any. 2/7 attack. I think Marco just checked for that. He was looking for his extra deck, trying to look at all the attack points, but I don't think there is anything, to be honest. Okay, there comes Linguribo. His little brother Linkuribo not around anymore, but Linguribo perfectly legal as another Cybers monster.
That one is interesting. Now we're banishing the Chassis Cat. Usually high value play this time around because we started with the Underground. Not that strong anymore. It feels like Marco was really hoping to draw an extra normal summon with this Chassis Cat effect.
It looks like it.
It looks like a miscalculation, because if you don't find the extra normal summon or the extender, then you might have just gone for Dormouse.
Ooh, Haggard Lizardos is the card we summon. Now the Druisworm will take care of the Vermilion, and by sending into the graveyard, I'm pretty sure that the Vermilion is not going to be able to trigger its effect. Oh wait, is it?
No, destroyed it.
Yeah, it's just destroyed. So Crook just put it to the graveyard. We're banishing the
Lizardos. I think that
Lizardos.
she cannot activate the Lizard without a mountain on the field.
Oh, that's a good catch. Yeah, Crook is reading it real quick, and is actually mentioning that as well.
Because if he bans itself, because it's a reptile, he can draw a card.
I think Marco is just desperately trying to go for his deck to finally find a normal summon of a Malice monster, but there already is one. He does have the Dormouse, so all of that essentially was just some baiting to go. But we do have to just make sure there is still the Lizardos banished.
I mean, it loses its target, right? If you banish it.
So the Forbidden Drop did now activated from Crook, though, so he was prepared for that. And we do negate the Dormouse. Looks like Marco just wants to head in the battle phase. Oh, we cleared the field on Crook's side, meaning we can now finally activate the effect of the Molcharmi Fuvalos that we started with going first, explaining why Crook could not play too much on his opening turn when he opens those cards like that. But Marco says, hey, I still will have to go into my extra deck here.
There were quite some cards in the end that he couldn't use on his first turn. But the thing is, if your opponent doesn't really play on his first turn, do you want to give him really some Fuvalos draws? I do think that is not the case. I think that you're going to say, hey.
And he also has information about Crook's hand. It's a unicorn, if I recall.
Okay, I think judges have now also caught up to the situation with the Haggard Lizardos, so I think we're going to double check real quick on whether that can be activated. And I mean, I totally understand your reasoning, Mike. Like, there is no target. When you banish itself for cost, like, what monster on the field would you target to, like, reduce the attack with? And Marco is reading his own Haggard Lizardos there at the moment, and I think that is currently what we are figuring out there.
It's something that is hurting my brain thinking about it, because it feels like it's like a cat chasing its own tail and trying to bite it, right? You have a target on the field, which is the Haggard Lizardos, but if you banish it, it's gone. So what happens now? Is it the chicken or the egg?
Okay, look, it looks like we are rewinding. Oh, and I think he drew
the Dormouse.
The Dormouse off of the Lizardos. That changes everything.
Yeah.
That is massively important here.
That is going to...
And also the information from Droplet and Fuvalos, of course.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so let's see how we do that.
So I think while the players are rewinding the situation, let's go back to us to discuss the situation a little bit more in detail and how the Crystron deck actually wants to start their turns off, because we had an activation of the new card that was going to start something, but Dominance Impulse, still a phenomenal card.
It honestly also was one of the very few cards he could have had, because there is not that many. He's playing a bunch of Bystials, and that's why you play Crystron, because it's so immune against all those Bystials. Speaking of Bystials, play is resuming with Bystial Magnamut activating, so back to the table we go, seeing it live in action. Let's see. There is Magnamut.
He is now going to target the Magnamut. Yep, and...
that attack is now going to change, and now we have the Dormouse, and now the Droplet is being activated. Interesting situation here. Talent is going to be discarded at this point. Now Fuvalos is activated, and I think that this might be the point where you just pass again. You don't want your opponent to draw if they couldn't really play on the first turn. So I would understand if you just go, hey, end phase, search for a Druisworm or something.
I do think so. On the other hand, look, when you just go into something like, let's just say an SP Little Knight banishes the door. Oh wait, no, SP Little Knight would not even be able to banish here. Yeah, I think you might be right. Just passing it could be completely cool.
Also, the SP would give a draw immediately.
Yeah.
It's making your situation a lot worse.
I mean, then you get Dormouse. Dormouse would then also get you access to White Rabbit, and White Rabbit gives you a trap card. So I think there is reason, but like the Little Knight, of course, cannot banish, and therefore there would be an additional draw going into like Link Decoder first.
The Dormouse was activated already and negated, so I don't think you get the White Rabbit.
Oh, you're right. Oh, true, yeah. I was completely coping there. And we just go battle phase. Marco attacks the life points of Crook, and Crook therefore probably happy that he's getting another turn. And the Fuvalos, super impactful card, of course, this weekend. Loads of players relying on this card. It did stop Marco here, but it also gave no value to Crook, really, because he just gave up on the card in hand, so he has even less cards to play with now. But maybe he finds a desirable top deck now for his next turn.
Oh, and Baldrake is being searched. Not even something like a Druisworm, but Baldrake is going to be an extra interaction for the field of Crook.
That is true. Crook thinking about things here. I mean, for the moment, Marco cannot bring out the Baldrake just yet because Crook does not have monsters on the field. But at some point, of course, Crook will have those monsters on the... Wait, though. There is no light and dark monsters in the graveyard at the moment,
Look
is
at
there?
the Druisworm.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, I was confused because Marco is left-handed, so I was there's only a Madison Underground in the graveyard. Oh, there is now the Kashtira Unicorn. We all know with small fields, with simplified game states, the Kashtira cards are very popular for being so good in those game states. And Crook is not only using those Kashtira cards because they're so good on their own, but he's using the Kashtira cards actually, and I'm hopefully ready to see this here. He's using them to transition into his Crystron engine in a very unique way, because if you get those 2 level 7 monsters on the field, what could be a cool rank 7 to go into, possibly? Any ideas?
Dracosac.
Dracosac it is. Then you go for the 2
Metaltronus.
tokens. Oh, Metaltronus, but on the Unicorn. So Marco does have a target for that. In the main deck, 2,500 attack. Any Bestial works here, right? Yeah. Yep, it does. We do bring out the Druisworm from our deck. And the Unicorn. Oh, Crook.
Can he actually activate Metaltronus?
Why?
I think it's supposed to be two of the stats, yes.
Okay, so
it's not the same type, it's not the same attribute, but it's
the same attack only.
It's only the same. Oh, sure. I was just casually saying that it's only going to be the same attack, but yeah, you're right. It has to be 2 different things. You're so right. And I think... Oh, Crook is, I think, revealing his last card in hand there. Okay, Judges just... Oh, yeah, I think the Judges are catching up to it. That Metaltronus. Yep. Crook is realizing as well there.
Metaltronus is like a small world.
Yes, very comparable to that card for sure.
And there's going to be the
that
Infinite Impermanence. I mean, you got some extra information there as well, which is something to consider for the judges of this situation, because getting extra information via a wrong card activation can be something.
Unicorn, however, in any case, is very good against Malice, because Malice extra deck is very strict. So he's a very handful effect to banish extra deck monsters.
Taking out a White Binder is huge.
Yeah, that's probably the first thing that you hit with Unicorn.
I wouldn't even think about it. Maybe there are other cards that are better against your deck, but if I see a Malice extra deck and I get to banish something, I would take the White Binder.
Okay, so actually, we're bringing it back over to us. Here we are, because I think you guys realize that was the second wrong activation by Marco just before the game actually was about to end, and therefore, of course, we are going to have the head judge over. They're going to possibly upgrade the thing. We of course, don't know about that, but that has to be considered, so therefore, we are going to give it a little bit of time for the judges to figure out the situation. And in the meantime, I was already trying to tell you how cool that would be with the Dracosac, and I got to the point of Dracosac, but Dracosac then gives you 2 tokens. And you guys know what is going to be made out of that?
Cherubini.
Cherubini.
The burning Abyss Link monster.
It is.
Can you explain me the combo?
Yeah, we are already at the Cherubini, and then Cherubini can send a level 3. you would think, yeah, maybe a Graf, maybe a Skarm, like some PA cards, like a little engine in there, but no. Actually, Crystron Smyger is a level 3 monster. You send the Crystron Smyger to the graveyard, and guess what? Crystron Smyger can just banish itself and search you a spell card from the Crystron archetype. And there's a really, really, really good one just recently released in Supreme Darkness, being the Inclusion, and that can just search any Crystron monster from the deck. So you can actually bridge with your Kashtira cards into your Crystron engine, and that's really, really popular at the moment.
This just feels like Basti Tenpai.
That was my idea with Tenpai. Yeah, the Tenpai deck was actually doing the same thing, because there you could just send the Pydra and then you go into Promethean and bring it back. Same strategy, kinda, but the Crystron deck really, really, really wants to do that. I think they even, some people are even running Terror Top and Takum Toborg in this deck because they want that Cherubini so badly. So that's really, really interesting to see.
Also, it's a lot better for that deck because Cherubini can't really be stopped. It's a cost to send the monster to the graveyard.
Absolutely.
And with the Tenpai strategy, it was problematic because then you go into Promethean Princess, and once that gets Veilered, you've pretty much showed your opponent that you have nothing else if you're committing that heavily into that combo.
Yeah.
There is no Veiler that can stop that part of the combo. You can just play this very safely as your opening, and you're not even revealing any extra information via that, because with a Tenpai deck, I think you would leave the Fenrir or the Unicorn on the field if you had nothing else. And for this deck, you just go, hey, I open with my classic Kashtira start. You have no idea what else I have in hand. If you Veiler my first card that I play, I might just have 4 extenders for it.
Yeah, honestly, the start here for Crook was really unfortunate because this deck, the Crystron deck, is actually supposed to be really good against all the Bystials, and there's plenty of Bystials in the deck of Marco and in Malice decks in general. It's really good against Veiler and Imperm as well because it has so many ways of dodging them or even not interacting with them, like the Cherubini you just mentioned. And then the Dominus Impulse, just that one card. He really drew that one interaction that he could have had there.
Yeah.
And that one, of course, was amazing, and as we saw, just completely stopped what the Crystron deck was trying to do there.
I mean, Ash Blossom would have also helped. No?
Same thing. Too. Yeah,
and
I agree.
you also use Impulse most of the time on the Treasures, or is there any other target on Crystron deck?
I think that was a showcase of why you would use it on the Tristaros, but I mean, you can hold it as well, because of course you can use it on the other effect of Tristaros as well, just holding it for your own turn and then negating the Synchro Summon from the deck stuff as well, which is good because it's one of the main major interruptions the deck has to offer.
I think that's I don't want to say weakness of the Kashtira cards, but Fenrir is such a strong end field piece. So if you're already committing to synchro summoning off your Fenrir as a material, you're showing that you don't have too much else, which is completely contradicting what I was saying earlier. I'm just realizing that as well. So basically, if you're going, hey, Fenrir, normal summon my level 2 tuner, and synchro summoning the Vermilion Dragon Mech.
Oh yeah.
If you stop this, I might have nothing else.
Indeed, yeah, it was really tough to see because honestly, I didn't expect him to go into Vermilion even, but that probably is just the only synchro monster he could have gone into there. Looking into his extra deck, I don't think there's many Link monsters you play necessarily, so...
And I think the players are packing up right now, by the way. This must have been upgraded to a game loss.
I mean... Probably. I mean, Crook was about to scoop as well if the Unicorn gets stopped. But yeah, we have confirmation. Now it was actually a game loss for Marco. You got to make sure, even on the feature match stage, that you properly resolve your cards and only activate them when you can actually activate them. And therefore, even though the start was not looking promising for Crook and his Crystron deck, he's up a game with that.
I mean, we have to take in mind that it's very nervous to play on stage in front of so many people, and it's totally logical to make some wrong moves.
Yeah, that's true. But still, you have to be aware of that and have to execute your deck. And I mean, he probably has been testing a lot. Marco is from Italy, so even he took the journey to be here for this tournament, so he definitely invested some time and energy into this tournament. And I'm sure he usually knows his stuff, but there, I don't think he thought about the Metatronus targets against the Crystron deck necessarily. But honestly, this might be one of the main factors for this event. I believe, and I'm making this call right now here, Metatronus might be one of the most influential tech cards for this event. I think main decking Metatronus for this tournament specifically, and we already saw that tendency last weekend over in the US from YCS Orlando. I think it's a really, really good decision because it has such major applications. It's such a strong card overall, defensively, aggressively, enabling you to extend sometimes even. So I think if I would be playing, I would definitely be thinking about Metatronus, but you have to know every single matchup with it and how you can use it against these matchups. And we saw just here against Nightmare, against the Kashtira Unicorn, not that easy to use it.
Yeah, illegal activations are a problem if you do too many of those. And yeah, you said it earlier, there are nerves on stage. I remember when we were doing a Time Wizard 2010 tournament on stage, I activated a Heavy Storm and didn't even destroy my own field spell, just grinning into Busty's face and then activating afterwards. So it does happen. It does happen even if there is no pressure. So yeah, that is a common mistake people make. But you're right about Metal Drone as this card. I mean, the thing is, if you test a lot and you know your deck, you are very unlikely to make wrong activations. Yeah. If you're playing against basically every single cabinet, you have to interact with your cards against opponents' cards that are not that common in the meta, even though the Kashtira cards have been very popular in past formats.
They have.
It's much more likely that you're doing a little slip up here.
Yeah, but now honestly, the interesting part, and I know you are in love with the Metal deck, you have some love for it as well because you have been playing it too, but I would be so scared putting myself into that big of a tournament with 12 rounds of Swiss when I know that every single person in the venue has Artifact Lancea in their side deck. Like, how do you eliminate that factor? How do you go into a tournament? Do you just say, hey, when it happens, and I will have to do the best out of it and win the other games? Or is there a different approach to it?
So the approach is, there are two approaches post side deck. The one is probably play the Thrust Engine with Sanctum and Debarrier.
Fair.
So in case that you get Lancea, you will set one of those big impactful traps and pass again. And the other approach is to play Crossout. However, there is a chance that you also get Meowls, and you then have to play a lot of cards that are not very good going first. So I think the best approach is to play Thrust Engine.
Probably, yeah. And I mean, yeah, you just said it. Meowls now also a thing. So it's basically not only free Lanceas, but also the free Meowls that a lot of people are considering. But let's see what those options are going to be here in game number 2. Players are ready, so back over to the table we go. Game number 2 coming your way.
And I think that Jeff Jones, put it completely correctly, you kind of have to win game 1 with Malice.
Yeah.
It's very important that if Lancea is not in the deck, Malice is arguably a much stronger engine than the Ryziels. I know, hot take, but you want to win that game, and then post side going first, you have more options to beat Lancea. If your opponent puts up a combo, it's very tough.
And we talked about this card, newly introduced in Supreme Darkness. Mulcharmy Meowth joined the Mulcharmy family, being the third one of them. And this one does not only interact with cards from the graveyard, but also from the Banished Zone, which is way more important. There's also the Mulcharmy Fubalos. The whole family is there, apparently.
But we're already down to 3 cards in a combo deck. If you are having great cards in your hand that could stop your opponent, if you're hiding in trap cards going first, there is a good chance that versus a hand of 4 cards, you can actually play it. I think that Marco has a trap card in his hand already. He's going to summon out the Dormouse, so I think we're maybe putting up a little field here versus Fuvalos, giving like 1 or 2 draws.
No, I think it's probably be White Rabbit to set follow-up with a trap. Crook doesn't get any search. And then I think that Solemn Strike will do the job.
Does he also play something like an IP Masquerena? Because if you're setting TV 11, you could set up Masquerena and the next turn summon out something for free without having to banish, and then go into IP and play an SP play.
Yeah, he does play IP Masquerena.
I think that would be fine. I think I would take my opponent having 1 draw for me to have IP Masquerena.
Corruption.
Sounds reasonable, I would agree. So Marco, what is he agreeing on? Of course, now having the pressure on his back, being down a game against Crook, not necessarily maybe being 100% familiar with what the Crystron deck is able to do, and therefore now facing this Mulcharmy, Fuvalos resolving on him as well. Not the easiest situation to be in, but I'm sure Marco will find an answer to those questions, and he does.
MP7, I think.
MP7, yeah. Oh wait, is it?
No,
yeah, it's MP7.
Yeah, it's MTV07. You're right.
I always call it 05. I don't know. But that's an
Can't help you on that, to be honest.
I mean, you don't have to. But that's a rather interesting choice, because to get the powerful banish effect, you need to have a Malice Link monster on the field. We're going into the Lingering, which is going to
first draw.
Give a draw here, and that is already a heavy commitment.
It is indeed. So maybe Marco just says, I will do it, no matter what. And we do now use the effect of the Bestial in hand. banishing the White Rabbit. There's our Jury's Worm.
I thought that's what you play the IP for. To be honest, that if you get Fuvalos, you still have a field.
Okay.
No, it's part of the basic combo actually.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, there we go for Cryptor now. Crook reading the Cryptor, but Crook, you know what? Before that, even draw a card yourself, because that is another summon from the extra deck, and Mulchami Fuvalos is heavily respecting that. And okay, that's it. We're passing after this. That is not too amazing, honestly.
Yep. So Marco now has 2 banish as an interruption, and of course the Solemn Strike.
That's not too bad. And also, his opponent is just at regular 6 cards in hand now. So he discarded 2, he drew 2.
Alright, so Crook, does he have answers to this? Just a regular good old Happiest Feather Duster, for example, would be a pretty good start into this, and those cards have been becoming more popular again, because cards like Solemn Strike are really popular at the moment, so just having a card that could get rid of multiple of those cards, maybe an Infinite Impermanence along the lines of that too.
That hand looks phenomenal, by the way, when it comes to non-engine. I can see a Nibiru, which is suboptimal, but 2 spell cards. Spell cards usually very good non-engine right now, and now we're going to see some Crystron plays, and now, Basti, we have to resort to you here.
Yep, that is going to be the Crystron Soul Fafnir in the graveyard or in the hand, as we just see here. You can discard a Crystron monster, accept itself, and then you special summon this Soul Fafnir to the field, and then destroy a card you control. Guess what? You will just destroy itself, and then you have the Tristaros in the graveyard, which we just saw has such an amazing graveyard effect set up, and of course, then also the Soul Fafnir, which can special summon another Crystron monster from your deck in defense position. There you go, destroying it. Graveyard effect of Soul Fafnir. There you go.
This looks a lot like Memento at the moment, so I see why you like it.
Yep. For sure, it is a really, really cool and unique combo deck, bringing something new to the meta game, even though it has its roots so long ago, right? Because the initial wave of Crystron support is ages ago, but the support now is really impactful, but it's still using those older cards back in the day from Invasion of Vengeance, actually. That's where the Crystron cards are from, which is, how many years ago is that? That's 10 years plus, right, at this point?
Invasion of Vengeance was the set where Totally Awesome came out. So that's 2017 or late 2016.
Okay, almost 10 years.
I think it was about November.
Okay, fair enough.
Why do I know
our history man here. History of Yu-Gi-Oh!
It was just after Worlds was won by Blue Eyes. That was right after that YCS Liverpool happened.
Fair.
Would the strike on Sulfador would be appropriate, or there is a better target?
I mean, you mean the graveyard effect or the hand effect?
The field effect, that when it's summoned,
the Sulfador now.
Yeah.
You could do it. Honestly, I think you're really just waiting for them to maybe go into a Synchro Summon,
but
honestly.
The thing is that most of these cards just activate and then Synchro Summon, right? So does that count as a summon that you can negate with Solemn Strike? Or is this an effect summon?
When you're playing on your opponent's turn, that is true, but I think on your own turn, you're very often just using regular Synchro Summons, and therefore that's not really an issue. But now we first of all go into the graveyard effect of the Crystron inclusion. But very good question, actually. Whether Tristaros...
Actually, if a card says you do this and then you Synchro Summon, I think it's still a summon that you can strike.
Synchro Summon, yeah.
Because you're just allowed to do this within the chain.
All right, Smyger. That's the level 3 Crystron I was talking about so much. One of the first released cards of the Crystron type altogether. And now in the graveyard, being ready to search another spell card from the deck. And I think it is going to be just another copy of Crystron Inclusion, as we have not even activated on the field yet. Only used the graveyard effect so far.
That's also one of the good effects, right? It just gives you a Crystron card directly from the deck when you activate it. Those are my favorite continuous spells that have a great effect in the graveyard and on activation as well.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Do you know which card would be great against Inclusion? Oh, we have MTP07, which is great against Inclusion. I was going to say Cosmic Cycling as well, but this does the job. You now gain some value by adding a Malice card from your deck to your hand, and then you get to
note that it can be asked, though, and the bans will not go off if Crook has an ass in his hand.
I mean, also now with Marco activating a card, that means Crook could technically chain the Tristaros effect on the field, as that is a quick effect on his own turn, but also on his opponent. And there we go. Crook is using Tristaros, so we are now going to see, possibly for the first time, that Synchro Summon with a monster from the deck, if Marco does not want to have a word with that.
But if you strike this now, you can just...
it's tough.
He's going to get the graveyard effect, possibly. You have to destroy a Synchro monster for that, right? For the graveyard effect.
Which one do you mean?
Of solve the new Crystron.
So let's see.
For the Tristeros, yeah. So you have to pop a Synchro Monster, no?
I mean, we already used the Graveyard Effect to banish itself this turn. Wait, did we? No, we did not.
That wasn't the first game, so you need to destroy a machine Synchro Monster you control. So if you strike this now and your opponent can't play on, there is a chance you end the turn. I think this is what Marco is going for, because at this point, this is almost back against the wall. You have the Hard Crypta effect, but that's about it afterwards. So you really need to open that inclusion goes banished.
And Triceros doesn't need to actually use himself to synchro summon, so even if Cryptor goes off, it doesn't matter because he can synchro summon with another target.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, very true. So that was very good that he did it there, because we could have just otherwise synchro summoned with the other monster on the field, which would have been a possible problem. We're searching for Dormouse. Marco needs all the follow-up he can get here. But does Crook have another push here? Because he definitely drew multiple cards with that Fuvalos there, so there's potential.
And now looking at this, there is another Fuvalos and a Meowth there in hand, but there's...
That's his graveyard.
So oh, wow. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But Marco, very smartly, not playing into something like Triple Tactics, Thrust or Talents, hasn't activated a monster effect yet. The Hard Crypta is sitting there waiting to be activated, but doesn't have to now. We're going to activate Droplet here.
I think we're trying to bring a monster into the graveyard that we want to be in the graveyard for it to possibly activate its effect. Checking the graveyard of Marco first of all, though. What is it going to be that we discard here? That has to be the reason. Oh, no,
best graveyard resource in the game.
Not necessarily, I would say, but Crook really keen on doing that here. Looking for his graveyard, checking out that Tristaros. Yeah, we tried to resolve that graveyard effect on the first game.
However, note that...
I think we just go
Typhon.
Oh, we just go Typhon here.
Huh.
There is Typhon. Well, but I mean, Typhon doesn't really do anything against the Dormouse that now is sitting in the hand of Marco, though.
Fair point, yeah.
So that means no more monsters are going to be summoned this turn. We know that from Typhon. Actually, Typhon has not been super popular in, like, the first couple of months after its release, but now with Ryzeal being such a big factor in the meta game, all of a sudden Superstar Slayer Typhon Skycrest is amazingly often played, and many people are relying on it because when you summon this into a Detonator, guess what? Detonator can't activate its effect, and you can just put it back into the extra deck with ease.
Yep, but you have to have some more follow-up. Typhon isn't going to give you the win immediately because a lot of the time there are some Ryzeals in hand and they can just play as they want, especially if there is a Fiendsmith engine in there as well. Typhon is going to kick for 2,900 damage here.
And I like the fact that he sent Cryptor back to the extra deck, because if it's in the graveyard, it's very impactful. For example, a Bestial top deck.
That is indeed true.
We discarded the Nibiru here, which could have been something to fall back on if things go south in the next turn. Because if you don't have any interaction, that's just gonna be full combo for Marco.
Maybe we just do have another Nibiru. I could only imagine, right? Because what other cards do we want to have? Maybe we have Effect Veiler just to stop the Dormouse right away. That could be something.
The reason behind it was that I think Crook has only spells in his hand, if I can see.
I think I see the card in the hand, and this could be an end to the turn of Marco. Lancea, now look at the life points, 3,300. It's very, very close to game already if Typhon attacks over the Dormouse there. Dormouse not looking too strong. We are in main phase though.
Yeah, so but Marco has a talent.
Oh, it is triple tactic talent, so maybe Crook should have just preemptively done that. The problem though with doing it preemptively, of course, is 2,900 is not 3,300, so you may as well just have Marco pass, and you're in a bit of a iffy situation as well, but now Marco has to decide.
It's just a game of chance that you're playing in that situation. Do I just use it immediately, or do I play into the talents after my opponent committed into the Dormouse?
However, Crook could wait there for Cryptor effect to activate on probably Typhon, because he has also, Crook has also a talent, so he could hit Cryptor and activate his turn.
Oh, we're taking the Typhon over!
Yeah, I mean, you have to get rid of it somehow, and I think linking this off into something like an SP could help here. Yes, you can't banish anything because Lancea has already resolved. However, it's a form of interruption on the next turn. Depending on what you have in hand, I think it's Dimensional Shifter that is not going to help you too much.
But I mean, exactly what I was talking about during the side decking process, right? Crook came so prepared for the Malice matchup. He has both Mulch armies and then also Lancea, and Marco, as we can see, is struggling so hard with that.
I mean, the thing is, what you can also do, you still have White Rabbit banished, right? So you just go, you can't go into Splash Mage. Never mind.
Indeed, he cannot. Let's see.
Cybers for that.
Marco really going to have a look at his entire extra deck here, essentially.
Does he have Dark? No, it's going to be SP as the last
exactly
resort.
what you mentioned, Leo.
But if he had a Dark, then he could have also not summoned anything important there.
Oh, and I think Crook just drew another Lancea, but he does still, of course, have the Tristaros in the graveyard, which, though, is not going to do anything without a Synchro Monster on the field. Therefore, Crook has to pass it right back over. Marco, big sigh of relief there.
Oh, wow.
Is he able to play
Picks
now?
up Malice in Underground. This is a card that you definitely basically negate by discarding another Lancea. 1,600 damage is going to be dealt. Turns are going to be passed. Is Crook going to pick up another starter that plays around SP as well? Because that is a decent interruption. What is it going to be? 2,800 life points remaining on the side of Crook here. So this is a short clock.
It is really. We need a good draw here. Is it one, though? Crook, do we have a play heading into the main phase? Looking into the graveyard. I think there might be something. We do also still have some in the graveyard that can just discard.
Crazy Ottle?
Yeah, he's playing that one, actually. That's not very common, but it could be the Christian Crazy Ottle. But we do just use the graveyard effect of Sulfafnir, discarding exactly that Crazy Turtle.
All right, let me read this card. You can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon one Crystron monster from your hand.
Yeah.
Which is a bit unfortunate.
But I mean, we just use the graveyard effect here to discard it, and that should work, right? Yeah. Crook is explaining it to Marco. There's nothing we could banish right now with the Little Knight, as there is no other monsters on the field for the moment. So there it is, destroying itself again. We saw that earlier, and we can now just use the graveyard effect. So Crook has found a way to play the game. But how far is it going to bring him?
Yep, there is SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is always looking strong. If you get into your Synchro Monsters engine, you can activate your graveyard effect. That is also powerful. However, then SP Little Knight can take care of that monster. So you have to basically summon a Synchro Monster, attack over SP Little Knight, and then continue playing the game, if that is possible for you.
Yep, and there is now Crystron Sulfador summoned off of the Sulfafnir. The thing is, Sulfafnir only allows you to special summon in defense position. Otherwise, that Sulfador would have been good enough to just attack over the SP Little Knight, but now we use the Little Knight. But Smyger is still being sent to the graveyard. I mean, sending Smyger to the graveyard is all we need because that gives us inclusion. Yep. And we're also going to send now the other one of the Crystron Tisvern to the graveyard. And I think that's everything that that Crook needs, because he has all the triple tactic talents now to eliminate the last chance in his hand. And we can now use the Twistburn and also the Smyger, giving us not one but two interactions from the graveyard. Crook only has to eliminate another 3,300 life points.
And now it's just a combo tutorial from Crook when some resources are in the graveyard and some aren't. This is going to be a field day for him. He hasn't normal summoned at all yet.
We can search a monster with his burn, and we're probably searching just towers here. Yeah, there it is. Easy. And Marco is nodding. He knows that's not looking good. Smyger not even activated. Can grab us the inclusion as well. This is looking fabulous here for Crook.
Marco should consider the time also, because Malice is a very trick deck considering time, and if they go to game 3, you know, maybe a strict situation.
Yeah, but Crook is leading 1-0 and Marco is not having any cards on the field or on the hand, so I think that time might not be an option. I don't think that
on game 3.
I mean, Crook would take it 2-0 if he wins now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
in my mind it was different.
Crystal Inclusion. I mean, the Tristaros has many powerful effects, but one thing that he's kind of lacking is a lot of attack points. Only 800 right now staring down Marco, but Crook is cooking. Crook is going to bring more onto the field, destroying the Inclusion now. Special summoning out, this time in attack position, the Crystron Sulfador. So that's another 1900. We're getting closer. Not much more attack points needed. There is now enough on the field. We do Synchro Summon. Crook, yeah.
That is a lot of super rares and commons on the field right now and in the graveyards. And there's the handshake. Crook takes it 2-0 with the Crystron strategy.
Oh, I told you from the beginning.
Marco almost had game one and then unfortunately made some major missteps in that one, leading him to get a game loss there. But Crook, just in game two, Lancea, such a good card against the Mellow strategy.
Can we give that though to Crystron? Because as we saw, Marco had two Metaltrons in his hand, which are very powerful against the meta.
Yes.
However, Crystron has a very good counter to the meta decks and to the decks that are being used right now. It could play very well around Metaltrons since there are no targets for it.
Yeah, it has crazy attributes. You can hit some of the attacks, and there's very few machines in the game right now as well.
Also, Bestials just kind of doing nothing against the Crystron deck as well. Honestly, it may have not topped in Orlando, but the European competitive scene, I think, is kind of known for being very creative, for bringing those little more spicy decks to the table and having a top card run with it. And I'm calling it now, and I'm calling it for the rest of the tournament. Crystron is going to be in the top 8. That's my call for it.
In the top 8 even. Oh, that's a brave call. But I mean, after this performance, that's like a very common thing you see in Yu-Gi-Oh! If there is a top dog deck like Ryziel and Malice, of course, as well, people are only preparing for those because statistically, that's the correct thing to do. You go into a tournament, you expect most of your rounds to be Malice or Ryziel. You want to be prepared for those two decks. And then if people bring something like Crystron and you look at your super tacked out main and side deck, you're saying, oh, I have nothing.
Oopsie,
I have nothing against this.
And guess what? Yeah, Ryziel Detonator, cool with destroying a lot of cards. Crystron cards, very cool with getting destroyed, honestly, because they are just going to activate their effect in the graveyard. So I don't think the matchup for Crystron overall is that bad.
And they're just faster at it, right? They're just destroying themselves. They're like, hey, you don't worry, Detonator. You don't have to activate anything. We're just going to do the job, okay?
And also players are not very familiar with Crystron deck, actually, and their combos. So they do not know where exactly to use their hand traps.
I'm for sure absolutely in love with this deck right now, and I think just it also, we did not necessarily see that here, but it's bringing so cool extra deck cards back into the game as well, because for example, true, we saw that one actually, not a usual one to see honestly, but one you more often see from the Crystron deck, for example, is FA Dawn Dexter. Love that card. Was really popular, for example, in Pendulum decks most of the time, but now it's back with this deck here as well. And then another one, all the Cyber Dragon enjoyers, of course, know already. Cyber Dragon Nova into Cyber Dragon Infinity. What a treat is coming back. And of course, another machine monster with that.
Yeah, also, if you get Nibiru on Nova, because you kind of have to Nibiru at that point, because otherwise Infinity is going to be there. Which monster is going to be summoned?
Invoked Mechaba. Let me see, is Crook even actually running the Mechaba? Oh, what a fool, he's not. Yeah, because that is such a... Yeah, I mean, isn't it? Like,
I think it's crazy that sometimes in your crazy combo decks you can play cards like this. This is like playing Tearlaments a year ago, and for the Beatrice, you're playing the Dante Pilgrim.
Okay, we're not there just yet. Crystron is not Tearlaments just yet, but they're on their way. Trust. After this weekend, we're going to be there. Everyone is going to be on the Crystron train. To be fair, you said, speaking about statistics, it's statistically very likely that you're going to play against all those meta decks, but Crystron is on the board. They are actually mentioned on the deck breakdown here in the beginning of day one. 3% of players on the field are relying on this Crystron strategy, which is giving me even more hope that it's going to have at least one of them having that successful run into the tournament. But I mean, still, of course, 2,500 players, making it into the best 64 of those is not an easy task at all.
What is 3% of 64?
Roughly 75, 80, doing some quick math here.
This might sound This might sound easy for you people at home, but we are incredibly bad. You're good at math, right? 3% of 64. Quick.
It's like...
of 64?
Oh yeah, top 64. 3%. If we converse this 1-to-1.
Oh,
3%.
Oh, okay.
3% of 64 is like... 9%, I think, or something like that.
3%, 9%. Okay. Okay, no, we
no, 9 as a value.
We have 9 Crystron's in top 64. Oh, that's all right.
Shouldn't it be like
so.
2 people? Because 10% would be like 6 people, and 3 would be 5, and then it's 2. And I think Ed is telling me something from the back that it might be 2 or 1. So statistically, should be 1 or 2 players in Top Cut.
There you go, I'm telling you.
1.9.
Wow. There you go.
Good job, Mike.
I just calculated on my calculator, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Fair. So we are seeing those decks that, of course, are having a possible run here. Just saw the Crystron deck. Any other decks that are maybe not Ryziel or Metals, but you have high hopes for this tournament? Because we have just seen one of those rogue strategies winning. What are other decks that you're expecting? Leo, I know you have a soft spot for the hero deck, don't you?
Oh yeah, but I think that Hero is not performing so great in the 2 rounds we've had so far. I think that Mermail, we've seen this before, can make a great appearance here. But let's not talk about Mermail for this second. We're talking about a different water deck because the analysis is ready. Let's hear it from Crook.
From that, obviously, we'll try. And hi everyone, and we are here with the winner of round 3, Crook. Congratulations on that amazing match. It was a great display, obviously, from a deck that luckily we were able to collect some information yesterday. We'll show some of the combos later on, but first and foremost, why did you decide to bring the deck? What do you like about it?
First things first, it's easy to get hold of. That is important. Like a lot of the decks right now are a little bit harder to get hold of some of the cards. You know, some of the cards are in higher rarity. I want to play something that was a bit more like off the beat, something that people wouldn't know as well. Because, you know, when you're playing Ryziel Fiendsmith, when you're playing Ryziel Mitsu, everyone's got guns out for you as well. While Crystron, they don't really care so much about Biscuits, don't really care about stuff like that. You know, like basically just a bit of a weird mix in there, and also not too deep in the wallet. Sort of thing.
Fair enough. But yeah, obviously the deck receives some amazing support in Supreme Darkness. Did you used to play the deck back in the day, or is it just a completely new experience for you?
So within the main game, I wasn't playing. However, I was playing Duel Links. So I saw the stuff come out, and I was like,
fair enough.
It's time to relive the old days, you know what I mean? Like, I used to, it was the same thing with Melodious when that happened. When the Melodious stuff came out, I was like, I spent Duel Links. Let's go.
Okay.
Have fun with that. Like.
Yeah, so now let's try to bring up the first clip for you, and that is your opponent, which actually decided to use that impulse to stop your Crystron Tristaros. What were you thinking about that? Yeah.
I was thinking, right. I was thinking the only thing that stops me here is an impulse. I had a talents in hand, so my theory was either I could go the effect of the mech to go to pop itself by banishing banish Tristaros and then use Unicorn and yada yada, or I could do that, play into Ash, and then go talents like draw 2 or rip 1, like try to get through to the next turn. Unfortunately, there was an impulse. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
Sometimes
it's like sometimes you got to choose what you're going to lose to. You know what I mean? I was
absolutely.
Like, maybe not impulse, and obviously it happens. So
gotta pick your poison, and sometimes that's how it goes. And unfortunately, I gotta show real quick the second clip, which is the bittersweet moment of this ending of game 1 when it looked as if you were with the back against the wall. Unfortunately, I mean this stuff happens. This Metaltronis was activated on the Unicorn. We thought it would have a target, but I mean you have to have at least 2 conditions met for the card to resolve, and in this case it was just the attack of Druid Swarm, so this was unfortunate, but since earlier on he already made a PE minor for a different play, it was ended the game loss. But I mean, playing on stream, I think you can confirm, is quite nerve-wracking.
It's stressful, so my opponent, unfortunately, he didn't want to go on originally, and I don't blame him, because it's quite stressful.
Yeah, makes sense.
Unfortunately, I have a really big ego, and I love being on stage, so...
okay. So then you don't feel that much of a pressure, and I think you showed it with what we can show with, I think, a really good decision in the next clip, which is the start of game 2, and I want to know if you were trying to go for a bait. So let's show the next clip. So here you draw 2 Molcharmies cards. What were you thinking right now? Did you try and bait out the Ashen, or what were you thinking?
Yeah, I was like, if he ashes it. I go the other mulch. That's good.
Yeah.
Usually with Meows, I try to hold on until they start having to actually spec something back, so that I can actually guarantee, because like Malice can just sit there go, okay, and they can sometimes sit on red ransom and just like pass, or like, you know, one of the other link frees. I'm really bad with names. I know what it looks like though. So I'd hold that, because out of the 2, I was like, you know, I'll pitch it here, see how it goes. And if not, we can just get some draws, and we'll see, you know, just like make them commit. So either way, it was going to be a good thing for me, kind of thing. Unless they had Cool Buy, of which...
I mean, you take it again. You cannot beat every single card, and I think that was a good recognition. But there is a similar situation. In this case, you chosen to play around, you know, that card, bait out the Ash, see what happened. But in the next clip, there is maybe the controversial decision, which is this Lancia, which you decided to hold 4, not using it in the draw phase to play around talent. And he could cost you this game, Shu. What were you thinking in that moment? What was the decision about?
Thinking? Not very much. So it was more of a case of I was just like, you know what? He's only got 2 cards in hand, maybe there's nothing here. And like, again, it probably went better just to drop it in draw phase, but I wanted them to commit to at least something. So they kind of start, like if they have to use a Dormouse, and because I was totally reliant on that top deck, I was like, if they commit to a Dormouse and they can't use effects and they just have to sit on that, then at least I can swing over it with Typhon. If they have talents, it is what it is. But at the very least, it's not a case of I'm top decking, missing, and then it's North on Dormouse anyways and I lose. So it was,
I totally get it. I think in a normal situation, it probably would have been all the time correct. The only thing maybe was that it was sitting only at 3,300, so there was a chance that if he doesn't want to set the Dormouse just to stay, I mean, you could probably just take it with any monster. But I mean, it's a close call for real.
That's the
but
thing.
I think you returned the favor with the talent in the last clip, which was, basically the checkmate, right?
Yeah, I was like, want to make sure there's nothing in hand. Absolutely, just like confirm that there's nothing there, like, because otherwise there's an Ash there or something like that, I could lose my entire game. So I was like, just get rid of it. Obviously it was a shifter, so it wasn't a problem anyways. But yeah, I also get like, do I draw 2 here? I was like, yeah, but what should be an Ash or something? Like I was just like, nah, it's fine. I'll just get rid of the hand, confirm it, make sure I can play safely. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any Crystron Synchros out. I only made 1 Synchro Summon the entire game, so showing off the Synchro archetype's been going well. But it's fine otherwise.
But absolutely, I think everyone enjoyed your match for sure, and you're undefeated. So round 3, congratulations again for this great performance. I think you got a lot of new fans watching you, so we'll wish you best of luck for the remainder of day 1, and hopefully we'll see you again. So thank you guys for being with us, and let's go back to Ed.
Thank you very much, Marcello, and congratulations to Crook there, not only winning that round 3 feature match, but definitely winning the Best Dressed award here at YCS Birmingham. That drip is fire, for real, for real. Oh, God, I'm a 32-year-old man. I can't get away with saying that kind of stuff. But what I can get away with is handing you guys over for their first reaction to a brand new card coming to Stampede. So, guys, I'm going to hand over to you. Let's see what else we've got to announce.
Thank you, Ed. No, I feel betrayed. I thought you were talking about me, but no, of course, a Crook indeed. Very cool. And we got some little information. Apparently, the next card we're going to see is going to be voted for by the community, and it's also an alternative art. So let's see it together. What's the next reveal from Stampede coming our way? It's Blue Chaos Max Dragon. All right, in the alternative artwork. That's a beautiful one.
That is a lot of damage in one card. This is double damage with 4,000 attack, untargetable, no?
Yeah, it is, indeed. One of the original ritual monsters. I mean, we have now some new ways of ritual summoning with the Mitsurugi cards, but this one, of course, with the Blue Eyes Chaos Max being some. I mean, not really original.
One of the
right?
original ritual monsters.
You know what I mean.
This card came out in 2016.
It's a Blue Eyes card spell, pretty original at the end of the day. But yeah, that's really cool because I think this card also is in the Blue Eyes structure deck that is just going to release next week. So upgrading it right away then with Stampede also into the quarter century rare in the alternative artwork. Really cool to see.
This card, when it came out, changed the way Blue Eyes was played for a short amount of time. So there was like this control-y variant that also ended up winning the World Championships. But when this card came out, people were like, I don't want to think too much. I don't want to grind too much in these matchups. I just want to get your attack low, and then I want to attack with Chaos Max. And sometimes also back in the day, you didn't have that much removal for monsters that aren't indestructible and untargetable. So this card caused some kerfuffle.
I mean, if Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon hits the field, how do you out it? And especially back in the day.
A big question back in the day. Yeah,
people wasn't out then.
People were struggling with this card. I can confirm.
Did you like Orcast?
Wait, which card did you use?
I'm still struggling today to get rid of this card. Yeah, Kaiju would do, but it's definitely not much. Yeah, it was definitely not much. We do have plenty more and much more content coming your way for the rest of the weekend, though. Round 4 is soon coming. Also, of course, more reveals from Stampede coming your way as well. So don't go anywhere. More live content coming very soon, and a short break is coming your way now.
Peggy 7.
Hello and welcome back to more coverage that we have here in the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Studio. Today I'm joined by Tom Payne, who's got some very exciting news for us. Tom, what is the news?
Thank you very much, Ed. We are here to talk about the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck. Brand new, ready to play straight out of the box structure deck based around the most iconic dragon in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Blue Eyes White Dragon. Get your hands on one of these on the 13th of February when it's officially released.
This is a 51 card structure deck, 40 in the main deck, 10 in the extra deck, and a 51st card that can be one of 3 cards in secret rare. But there's a chance for it to also be upgraded to a quarter century rare. Which one will you get? You'll have to find out. There are release events starting from the 12th of February all the way to the 2nd of March, where you can also get your hands on this amazing game mat as well, featuring the brand new cards. But what are these brand new cards? Well, there are 8 coming in this structure deck, and we're going to tell you them now. Tom, what's our first one?
Well, first of all, we have a new version of Kaiser Seahorse, Neo Kaiser Seahorse.
We also have a new spell card here, Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons.
That wasn't enough. A brand new trap, Majesty of the White Dragons.
And a new Xyz, Indigo Eyes Silver Dragon.
And then a fantastic new Link 1 for the Blue Eyes deck, Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Our first ever Blue Eyes Link monster, and reminiscent of Maiden with Eyes of Blue, Maiden of White.
And of course, if you want to search your Maiden of White, you can do that with the new spell card, Wishes for Eyes of Blue.
And we have an upgraded Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon with the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. And Maiden of White, Wishes for Eyes of Blue, and Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon can all be secret rare, or maybe like quarter century rare.
Well, we've been talking about all the new Blue Eyes cards, Ed, but for me, you know, everyone's heart is with the original, and of course this deck will contain not 1, not 2, but 3 copies of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, all in some beautiful, different artworks.
We have all of them displayed here, and it is lovely to have 3 different arts of it. Tom, which is your favourite of these?
I love this one we have in the centre here, featuring the Blue Eyes White Dragon in front of a stone tablet. He's just the coolest to me.
I've got to say, my favourite is probably this one, which I think is from Dark Side of Dimensions. I really like it. It feels really just iconic in the pose and everything, and the glowing white nature of it. I like that. And you guys can get all of your hands on all of these cards and more from the 13th of February. So make sure you guys check it out. We also have more content coming to do with all of these cards in more detail and some combos. So stick around.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Birmingham. We're ready to get into our round 4 feature match. So in front of us, I have Dinkup Wee and Reese Stephen, who are ready to get things going. Now, guys, have we done a high roll yet? Okay, so who would like to roll first? Reese is going to roll first. That is a 9. Okay, can Dinkup Wee beat a 9? An 8, so no. Are you going to go first? Reese is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti and Leo, who are joined by a special guest. Guys, take it away.
Oh yes, indeed. We do have a special guest commentator coming with us here all the way from France. Very happy to have you here. Make sure to introduce yourself.
Well, I'm John Alexis, and I'm between 2 of the best commentators. I'm really proud of that, and that's a real pleasure. I hope that we'll have a great game to witness right in a few minutes.
I'm sure we are, because my most favorite player of all time is on feature. As you have just seen, one of the most brilliant deck builders out of all of Europe, Dinkup Wee, is going to join us for this round. And yeah, guess what? He has cooked again.
Yep, we have just seen a video on the next structure deck that is coming out. And if structure decks are really your vibe, you're going to enjoy this one. So let's go right over to the table and look at the match. It was a cloudy Thursday where Dinkabui decided to go into his nearest OTS store and buy 3 copies of a structure deck in preparation of the YCS in Birmingham in January of 2025. It's February 2025.
I can confirm I was with him on that day. we decided together. No, it's so funny to see. Fire King has definitely had its prime with the Snake Eye cards together. It was a really, really popular deck for a lot of months, but now Dinkabui is there, not even running the Snake Eye cards. It's a pure Fire King deck. And there is an Effect Veiler meeting the Dormouse from Steven right away. Okay, but Steven seems very, very ready to go on.
Into the link decoder.
All right, do we have a Bestial in hand to follow
He
that one up?
surely has one, yeah.
And now this Effect Veiler is basically
And
negated.
we are now to the point where there will be 3 monsters in the field, which is a really key point for Malice, because then they will be able to go to the link 3. For example, the Art Scriptor, of course, but basically it's more the 2 other links that search the field spell
Red
and
Ransom.
that banish from the grave.
Red Ransom is now going to add on Chainlink 1, the Malice and Underground, but it's also very important that we linked off into Link Decoder, because this one is now going to special summon itself back out, allowing further plays there without using the field spell to play around further hand traps. And there's another effect.
Yeah, there is Veiler.
Oh, and he didn't announce the Link Decoder.
You're right. That stays in the graveyard there. And maybe Steven realizes now, oh, he's putting it on top of the graveyard. But no, I think Dinkabui is doing it again. Just bringing a basically structure deck to a tournament and now stopping one of the most popular decks in the entire format.
Quarter century difference here. And there is going to be Kirin in the end of main phase, I
believe
suppose. This is a main
yeah.
phase card, right?
This is still in
Alchemix is being
Steven's turn.
destroyed.
Trying the Alchemix.
Oh, and Ponix
And then there is Ponix as well.
Everything down here is showing, hey, I'm playing full-on structure deck. Fire Kings are in the house. Steven is thinking, what is happening? Why didn't I think of this?
Yeah, and it's actually so interesting because this didn't really happen too often when the Fire King Snake Eye deck was a thing, but now with Dinkabui, he's just running so many copies of those cards, so it will very often be the case that he's just opening multiple cards, like multiple cards of a combination of Ponix and Kirin like we just had here, or he's running free Ponix, he's running free Garunix, he's running free Kirin, he's running free of all of them.
This is the whole package. This is the whole package, and it makes things happen like that more often, which is great here. But we can talk a little bit more about what Stefan did, of course, because with this other body that he wanted to have at first, Link Decoder, he would maybe have been able to go further, but that's heartbreaking for him right now, because he's seeing a lot of fire monsters. He's handing his turn, and Dinkabui is starting with already 3 monsters on the board.
It's fire all over again, right? We thought the Snake Eye times are over, but Dinkabui, after the deck was so popular, has now decided it's just fitting for him. Now we go for the Skyburn, immediately trying to get rid of the Link monster, the Red Ransom.
And you can pop 2 cards, right? You can destroy multiple cards here. Impermanence is being chained on the Ponix.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
sure enough.
Yep, and now the Kirin. Oh, we're not even destroying the Red Ransom. Playing
And
around.
no cards left in Stefan's hand, I think. I don't see any.
Does he have
the
Alchemix?
I think there might be one last card for
card.
Steven, but it's
Maybe.
definitely not much. Yeah, there's at least
there
one.
is one last card.
Okay,
It's gonna
now we
be
can just
enough.
use, I mean, we didn't even need to destroy there with the Skyburn, because we could just now use the Graveyard Effect of Kirin, which we destroyed because it was already on the field, to bring back the Okanix, to also destroy the Red Ransom in the process. Dinkabui is living life right now, as per usual in this tournament.
And Garunix is being searched out from the deck, special summoning itself. This is going to be absolutely phenomenal. We pack up on the side of Steven. We didn't summon Link Decoder. We go into game 2.
Dinkabui, for a reason, is just maybe the most creative deck builder on, I mean, I'm saying in Europe, but maybe all over the world, right? He's just surprising people every single time, bringing something super creative. Last time in Bologna, he was involved in that circle of people bringing that Kashtira Fiendsmith deck, which was also revolutionary to that tournament. But of course, in the end, it looked a lot more meta because he was part of a group. But now this time, he decided, yeah, I'm just going to do my own thing again.
I don't want to be that guy, okay?
Okay.
But you're saying creative deck builder.
Okay.
He literally just took 3 structure decks and put them together.
This is great, because it seems to work right now.
It works well. It's an absolutely insane meta call as well. I mean, he has proven that he is one of the absolute goats of the game.
Yeah, I think
so this is criminal.
Funnily enough, we traveled together on first day. We were on the same plane, and then we actually had the chance, because we had some time left, to play against each other. So I knew about it before, and the first game we played against each other, he went first, and he just... His end field was just like a Runix and an Olkinix, and I was laughing at it, being like, what is that? And wait, bro, what have you cooked?
And did you win that game?
I did not win that game, of course.
So it worked.
It did work very consistently, actually, and it works here again in Birmingham in the tournament. 3-0 in the tournament, starting very well into the second game now as well. And the funny thing is, the one thing he was concerned about was what he called the malice problem. He was really concerned with the malice matchup and how to, like, get a grip on that deck, because of course when you play against that deck, especially game one, it's really tough to stop it. Yeah, apparently we have solved it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has some answers in the side deck. Maybe we will be able to watch it in the game too, especially because even if Stefan didn't have the chance to play a lot of cards, he let his opponent know what he was playing, which might cost him some games later on, because there are a lot of cards for this matchup.
We came prepared.
Said this before, Malice wants to win game one. Because you have to adapt. Like, you're not really side decking against your opponent's deck. You're side decking to prevent the side deck cards most of the time in the Malice strategy, or you're siding against other Malice decks with your own Lanceas or Meowls. But yeah, if you lose game one, you're in a tough spot, because Dinkabui is siding so many good cards against the deck.
Indeed. And I mean, to be fair, the pure Fire King deck, it wasn't never even really that popular, right? Like, all the time they used the Snake Eye cards together with it, and it was a completely different deck, if we're being honest. But now...
There was one YCS, Bologna, the one that Joshua Schmidt won with the Bestial Runic deck.
It was the one and only
that was just when the structure deck was released.
There were no Snake Eye cards, and we had like 4 Fire Kings in Top Cut that were completely... That was crazy to us.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's true. So just at the beginning, before the Snake Eye cards even had the impact, you're right. That was definitely true. But I mean, wait, maybe they have played a couple of Snake Eye cards in there, though, right?
Are they all dead?
Because I mean, Rescue Ace was played and was in the finals against Josh, so definitely they had some Snake Eye cards with that as well. I'm pretty sure.
Not all of them, not all of them.
Popular
there were
probably, right?
Like 2 schools. Basically, some of them wanted to play some Snake Eye cards, but some of them just really wanted to keep it pure, because they saw that it was enough to get rid of the opponent, basically.
Keeping it pure is what Dinkabui is doing with his Fire King deck this tournament, this match, and the players are ready for game number 2. So back into the match we go, over to the table. There we have them, and actually here in the crowd, in the venue, I saw some people just shaking their head when they saw what Dinkabui was bringing, because like, how is he doing it every single, how is he getting away with bringing those decks to a tournament and performing with them like crazy? But now it's going to be on Steven again first, hopefully enjoying a better going first turn, starting it off with a set card. Not necessarily bad side for the Malice deck, of course, and there is White Rabbit now.
Yeah, this is very interesting, because it already starts better than the first game, because here he has probably like a card which is set. It might be a trap card, and for the Malice players it is a great way to get away when you get interrupted. So it's already better, and here we can see the White Rabbit resolving, which is great.
I mean, we can look at the hand. We see that Called by the Grave is also there in case of a Lancea. However, we see our own Lancea there.
Okay, interesting. So would you go for probably a cross-out target if you ask me? Yeah, there's cross-out.
That's a very, very good point.
I don't think it has many applications against a Fire King deck in general, but
great draw, Steve.
For that case, probably kind of fine. TB11 is activated, brings the Dormouse to the field.
And everything is going well for now, because Dinkabui doesn't have anything. So Stefan is going to go through. He's going to summon back the White Rabbit. So this is the second body over there.
Steven can just play. This time, if he remembers all of the effects that he wants to activate, which was, I mean, if you're sitting in the featured match against Dinkabui, there is a lot a pressure. Then he's going to be golden
Dinkabui
here.
is thinking on the Summon of Blizzard. Oh, there's
a Chaos Hunter! This is a Chaos Hunter!
Oh my!
We talked about it.
We said there is plenty of answers to the cards like Meowth and Lancea. Specifically this card, but guess what? It cannot answer a Chaos Hunter coming to the field.
Designator that. I think this is one of the reasons for Dinkabui to play this over something like a Meowth, because he just goes, hey, they're going to cite some answers to that, so I'm going to basically just answer the answers with another answer. lots of answers here. This is just a past turn here. Chaos Hunter.
There is no
Chaos
way.
Hunter has another huge bonus over something like Meowth's or Lancea. It sticks to the field. This is not a, oh, I hope I'm going to get another turn for Steven. This is a massive problem, and I have no way to get rid of it at the moment.
Dinkabui just always finds the right answers, and this time we just discarded that Ulcanix and have that Chaos Hunter on the field, which is Macrocosmos. No, basically the opposite of Macrocosmos.
Yeah.
Imperial Iron Wall, right? But it is going to be what Dinkabui needs here.
Quickly, give me a YCS that was won with Chaos Hunter in the main deck, or in the side deck.
Oh, that's a tough call. It must have been a while ago, that's for sure. How long ago? Can you give me like a
Was it
little
in
hint?
London?
Was it London?
So I don't remember if it was in that London, but it was a UK one.
It was a UK one. Was it the Burning Abyss one? No. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
50 cards, even main deck.
Oh, but we just go into the battle phase. Look at that Dinkabui. Apparently no starter attacking over the Lizardos. Maybe just also wants to take it slow. He has right now, of course, the major advantage of having the Chaos Hunter on the field.
Yeah, it sticks on the field, so the next turn it will still have the ability to
And look at
prevent the
that.
banishment.
We use the Fire King Island, and we said he just picked up the structure decks, but guess what? There's a quarter-century Fire King Island, so he upgraded a little bit, I want to say.
And the Ulcanix as well, we destroy it. Chainlink 2 Ulcanix, Chainlink 1 Garunix.
Garunix.
And there is Garunix, and Steven does not know what's happening to him here. This is completely crazy, but called by the grave in his
Just
hand
remember,
now, completely also shut off because the Chaos Hunter, of course, sticks to the field. And I'm sure Dinkabui is not going to link off that Chaos Hunter. I would be very surprised if he did.
It's gonna stay on the field for a long time, and maybe Stefan will have something later on if he survives this turn, but I really doubt it because he's in a really tough spot right now.
I mean, we're already out of the battle phase.
That's true.
Right?
That's right.
We attacked over the Lizardos, so,
That's right.
there will be another turn. However, you're going to have to deal with Chaos Hunter plus the setup.
Is there a reason to get rid of the Lizardos?
That's what I was thinking. Is there anything, like, can we profit off of the Lizardos on the field? I don't see anything, to be honest. Like, we could have just had more attack points on the field to deal more damage, right?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But
Torrential
maybe
Tribute?
he has a good reason.
Torrential Tribute is one that I could think of, but I don't think Steven has that card there.
Are you sure that you're not absolutely okay with the Torrential Tribute?
I mean, that gets rid of the Chaos Hunter, but we just destroy the Call by the Grave. Usually a good card against the Fire King strategy, but not when Chaos Hunter is sitting on the field.
I'm surprised that Dinkabui is not smirking right now because of this popping the Called by the Grave after Chaos Huntering your opponent. This must feel great. It's like, I mean, I knew I was right, but seeing this on stream, amazing.
Yep, I would
It
love
validates the whole strategy, basically.
For sure, I would love to live in the hat of Dinkabui for just one day. And I think today is a pretty good day to choose because...
I'm surprised that you haven't so far, to be honest.
agree. But okay, look at that. I think we activated just 3 cards. Oh wait, no, we're just confirming that we just activated all of these cards already. And now, oh, are we going to use Sky? We're using Skybird on our own cards, but also, of course, on the opponent's cards there. Steven chaining.
Forcing the MTP so that he's able to search a Malice monster and DGWCO6 as well.
Now, the thing is that you've already been out of battle phase, so you're actually giving your opponent quite the cards here.
Okay, yep. There comes the Dormouse. Still, you're eliminating those trap cards, which are like... It's easier to deal with cards on the field compared to cards just that you don't know about in the spell trap zone, right? Therefore, I do think Dinkabui is aware of what he's doing here. Okay, 1 card in hand, 1 Dormouse. Do we now... Yeah, can we out the Dormouse, though? That's actually a very interesting question. To be fair, though, it's not really a threat, right? Dormouse on the field compared to the Chaos Hunter still on the field.
Is a big deal. It's such a big deal.
Does we... Okay, whoa, we're passing like this. Look, that's what I have been saying. Like, the deck just doesn't really pick up anything. In Standby phase, we recycle the Pawniks back to our hand. And it's over to Steven now.
But there is something really huge right there for Stefan. He drew the Impermanence to get rid of the Chaos Hunter. The problem is that he might not survive the next turn because, last turn, of course, Dinkabui attacked over the Lizardos, but this time he might go for game. So will Stefan be there the next turn to survive?
Look at this. He searched with the MTP-07. He searched for the Chessy Cat, and Chessy Cat doesn't play alone. Otherwise, you just attack into Chaos Hunter, normal summon something else that you could have searched, like a Dormouse, and then just normal summon that one. So basically, by searching the Chessy Cat, you took away your win condition of drawing Impermanence.
Okay, normal summoning out the Chassis Cat. All right, but what now? Oh, wait. Oh, we could go Nightmare Phoenix destroying the Fire King Island here, possibly.
Yeah.
And that would destroy the Chaos Hunter. Possibly. That's a link to Nightmare Phoenix. Okay, but we have to give up another card from our hand. What do we do after is the question.
We don't play anything at all after this. Also, Dinkabui has another Chaos Hunter in hand, but there are so many triggers. There was a Fire Monster destroyed now via card effect. Garunix is going to trigger. Garunix can send a Kirin from deck. Kirin can summon something back. Pop the Phoenix, have the Ponix in hand. There is so much going on for Dinkabui. He doesn't look happy about it, but I'm sure that he's cooking up something already here.
Yeah, and I think the general concept of this deck basically is just to play around as many things as possible in the meta game right now. You're kind of playing around Fuvalos, you're even playing around Typhon because you're just not summoning from the extra deck at all. You're playing around Nibiru as well because you don't summon that many monsters. This deck is just basically the approach of keeping it simple, but still keeping it very consistent.
You do this every time. You told me that you played around talents in one game, but just not activating anything at all.
I'm so proud of that.
Then your opponent broke your board completely. How is this playing around something if you just don't do anything? Why is it working? Dinkabui, what is in your head? What is this mastermind doing? Just not activating cards. How is that the way to win a tournament? I don't get it, but it's working.
He's just casually playing the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, which we all love so much, and he's kind of doing it on another level, to be honest, because the way this mastermind is thinking is truly uncomparable right now. Even explaining to the judges what he's doing currently right now, because nobody really could follow what he's doing, honestly. But now Ponix, of course, activating in hand, and you can use both effects of Ponix in the same turn. It was just returned to the hand with standby phase, but still completely legal to now use the other effect of it as well.
See, you're so right. This plays around everything in the format.
Yeah, even Bestials as well.
It doesn't.
This is the solution. This is the solution.
Lee, you will get it when you won the YCS. Don't worry about it. You will have a couple more rounds from him to watch. No, I mean, it's a very, very dangerous call, though, because if you don't draw those answers, especially in game one where you don't have them in your deck just yet, I think breaking a full Melis field seems almost impossible with the Fire
Which
King
deck
cards.
does that?
Yeah, that's true. Very good call.
Almost none.
Very true.
It's very hard.
All right.
Now, draw for turn.
But funnily enough, we mentioned about the Crystron deck last round, and Crystron against Detonator, kind of fun because they're just destroying your cards. No. Guess what? Fire King likes getting their own cards destroyed as well, so I feel like the Ryziel matchup should generally be kind of fine as well.
How do you out the Detonator?
Just attack over it. Like, your monsters start to get so big, you can just attack over it.
It can be protected as well.
Yeah, you have multiple monsters to attack over it.
But the problem is that you won't have a lot of monsters who will have more than 3,000.
Of course, Of course, he has extra deck space for Hita.
Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, yeah, not only one. There's multiple Hitas, of course, Leo. How could you question it? But now, is that a link forward? Do we see Access Code Talker? No, we go to Promethean Princess.
Basti, we play fire monsters here.
Okay, Infinite Impermanence. That's the last card in hand, right? Last card in hand, Infinite Impermanence.
No more known cards
here.
Oh, but look at that. That's already a massive amount of damage just like that.
That's another interruption, by the way. Or it's the first interruption ever, by the way. Just to go into
and
the
little by little, he's going to attack
this off.
His opponents.
Main phase 2, Dinkabui. Oh, 2 set
He's
cards.
passing on this. He's not even linking this off. He doesn't even need to link this off.
And now, Steven looking for his top deck. Is there something that can save him here? Or is he just going to be another person that Dinkabui is winning against? Okay, Dormouse off the top. That ain't bad. But there is the Skybird. And there's Steven getting it destroyed. And it is over. Dinkabui, the quick and easy 2-0 once again. Fire Kings are still burning, and they are 4-0 in the tournament in this YCS Birmingham. And of course, in the hands of Dinkabui.
What just happened?
This game was fire.
Literally. He understands.
For real.
He understands it.
Oh wow, Dinkabui just going in with another crazy meta call. I mean, game one I think could have gone into the favor of Malice. If it was for more link decoder action there.
True.
But game two with the Chaos Hunter was such an amazing call that could work for any deck here. Playing around Designator, playing around Called by the Grave, being significantly weaker to Thrust. I want to mention that if you're playing versus a Thrust deck and they use Thrust, they can just search talents and take out the Chaos Hunter immediately, so that basically negates the whole thing.
That's the thing, yeah. It's honestly... I want to say the downsides are as many as the upsides. Yeah. It's really it's not crystal clear saying, hey, Chaos Hunter is a completely valid decision to make. It's it's a little bit of a high
it's
roll
high
call.
risk,
Yeah.
high reward. But the problem is that Chaos Hunter, if it gets taken by this talent, then you're in a tough spot because you got rid of one card in your hand, of course.
True.
The Chaos Hunter on the field, you don't have anything, so you have 3 cards in the hand, and your opponent is just like laughing at you with this Chaos Hunter, and he can just link it off.
And you probably use it against the Dormouse. If you use it against Malice and Underground, much better.
That's what I was about to say, though. Maybe, and I'm pretty sure that is the case, maybe Dinkabui just found a way where to use the Chaos Hunter more efficiently. So maybe when then the Talons is in their hand, they can't really go into anything necessarily with the Chaos Hunter anymore. Possibly just locking them into Cybers already. So like maybe it is a later Chaos Hunter. It was used pretty early here, but you don't know. This guy just knows all the stuff, so maybe he knows something that we don't know, to be honest.
He's a mastermind, so...
At the end of the day, maybe there's some more reasoning to the Chaos Hunter that we immediately know of. But I mean, it's good to know because he's going to be, of course, on analysis very much after this round as well. So possibly himself answering those questions that we are asking ourselves right now.
Don't forget that there's also going to be more card reveals after this round. Oh, one card reveal. After every round, we're going to reveal a card of the Stampede set coming out soon. So that is going to be pretty cool. What did we have so far? We had the Chaos Max that was on us so far.
Of course, round number 1, Skull Servant. And then I think round 2 was Buster Blader as well. I like the Buster Blader one. I'm a Joey guy.
He's a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Of course, so not surprising.
You could play a Buster Blader together with the Blue Eyes cards soon.
True, you can do that. Absolutely. That's true. That's a nice little budget idea for the structure deck and then combining it with the... Yeah, I like that. That's a pretty cool one. But yeah, overall, Malice so far here on feature not looking too good, right? They lost against Crystron, now they lost against Fire King. It is the most represented pure deck in the tournament, but so far it's not really... I mean, it is making its way into the featured matches, which is already a good sign, right? They are undefeated before they even get here. But here then, in the spotlight, so far, so not so good, I would say.
So sometimes our featured matches do not represent the entire tournament because we want to show you guys the coolest decks around, the new cards that are being used, people that are playing some different strategies than what has been seen before. There could be like full top tables only filled with Malice. But yeah, we don't know.
There is a lot of Ryzel, by the way, because I went into the Dialyse and I saw a lot of the beautiful things. There is some Ryzel, there is some Malice, but there is also another deck that I saw, which was Melodious.
Oh, okay. That comes out of nowhere, kinda.
I saw that because Melodious has a really great matchup into Ryzel, into the Ryzel stuff, because you know they have to target your cards.
Oh,
with
true.
Detonator.
Very much, yeah. So Arya is a powerhouse against that. Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely. And if they want to get rid of it, they have to go through Exciton. But the problem is that if they go through Exciton, they cannot kill you.
True.
Because you don't take any damage.
Yeah.
So the turn after, you just do the same thing, and then they can kill you.
Yeah, true. It actually does have a really good grind game. That's for sure. It has a really good setup, and of course it also has the powerful inclusion of Herald of the Orange Light, which is like one of the most powerful hand interactions in the entire game because it can just basically interact with anything that your opponent is doing in terms of monster effects. So it's kind of unique in that way and really good about it. And yeah, I could see it. I mean, you spotted it. So
how's the Malice matchup though?
It's really bad. really bad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right.
They don't target, so...
Yeah, so that's a different issue. So just play versus Ryzel. If you go to a YCS, target one matchup and just play against. That is as easy as that. But if you're prepared for the whole tournament, just like Dinkabui is, you're probably going to be much better off. Speaking of Dinkabui, we're going over to Mike and Dinka for the analysis corner.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Dinkabui, the winner of our match. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So I think everyone wants to ask you, how did you pick Fire King?
That's a good question. I don't think it's like an insane pick for the event, but it's a deck I really like to play. I played it the last couple of weeks or even month at Low-Kids. I liked it a lot, and all the non-gen which I played right now, like Bestials, Fuvalos, Metatronus, are basically dead cards against my deck because it's like a pure control deck. I don't play any light and dark monsters, so Bestials are pretty much dead. Yeah.
Okay, so the first clip that we have prepared for you is the one that you are just starting to play in your opponent's turn with Keyring. Yep. First of all, how often this happens? And secondly, what is your goal here?
it happens here and there because, I mean, I'm pretty much maxing all the monsters, like the good ones. So opening Kirin plus a fire monster is not that unlikely. My goal here, because he passed this turn, I was sure he has not like talents or thrust or anything else to punish me. So I wanted to play on his turn to get more setup and to get more summons during my opponent's turn so that I don't play into Nip on my turn. So it's better to go for a game next turn.
I see.
Yeah.
And the second clip I want to ask you is about your tech card, Chaos Hunter. I think it's a very interesting choice, and I want me to tell me the choice behind this card.
I mean, Malice is a very popular deck, I figured out. And after seeing the deck list of YCS Orlando, I didn't see Malice players playing Nightmare Cerberus. So I figured out Chaos Hunter could be really good. It only gets punished by talents and thrust, I guess.
And maybe Cerberus if some Malice side it.
Yeah. But usually you drop Chaos Hunter if they only have one monster left on the field, like in this spot, so they cannot go into Cerberus, they cannot chain Bistle in response to Chaos Hunter because I don't control any monsters at that point. So it was a pretty safe Chaos Hunter.
So it is better to hold it for the right spot, not just starting with
usually you need to pay attention what your opponent is doing. And this was the perfect spot to use Chaos Hunter.
Okay,
yeah.
Obviously, as we saw. And the last clip is behind your build and your logic. As I could tell, you are playing multiple copies of Skyburn.
Yeah.
So the point is to make a small field and just play with multiple copies of Skyburn? That's the case?
Yeah, it's a control deck. You try to grind over a couple of turns. And having multiple Skyburns is really good, especially going second into a board, because if you know some Okran decks, for example, they try to imp just Skyburn and nuke their field, which is really good. And also in the follow-up turns, it comes up a lot.
So the logic behind Fire King, as you approach it, is that you play it like a control deck, not a combo deck, and just make a very strict field and sit on some negates and interruptions like Skyburn, Veilers, and just let your opponent play into interruption.
Basically the interruptions like the Execute Runics summoning from the continuous spell, you have Skyburn, you have Princess, Avatar, Kirin Pop. Yeah, you basically try to play around the opponent's hand traps like Nibiru, Fuvalos, Bistils, and even like Veiler, Imperm can be dodged with Kirin and Skyburn. That's why I'm also playing multiple Skyburns to dodge Imperms on turn 0, which is also really nice. Yeah, you just play a control game from there on.
And I believe that you go with the approach that you probably win game 1, since most of the cards will not be very useful against your deck, and then you can win Poseidon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the analysis. Good luck on the tournament.
Thanks.
And thank you for everyone watching. Back to you, Ed.
Thanks very much, Mike, and congratulations to Dinkabui there for taking the round 4 feature match. We're basically almost halfway through today's coverage. We have 5 feature matches left because we're going to be doing 9 rounds of Swiss for all of those feature matches that you guys are going to be seeing. And it's time once again, because another round has passed, to have a little sneak peek at what's coming up in Quarter Century Stampede. So I'm going to hand you guys over to our trio of commentators who are going to announce this next card for you. Guys, let's have a look.
How is day 1 halfway over already? We just started here.
Yeah.
Okay, can we continue this for a little bit longer? But by the way, the next pick has been voted for as well, and was quite a popular one. So I'm very, very curious to see what the next card is. Let's see together.
What is it?
Royal Oppression! Time Wizard and Joyers are eating good because Royal Oppression is coming your way in Stampede. That's a nice looking Quarter Century, I'm not gonna lie.
You can floodgate your opponent now in Quarter Century. In
a nice way.
Now. Yeah.
Very, very cool. I think very much, a super popular card, and of course very much demanded by the community, and now you get that nice looking reprint of it, which is very much something I will be picking up myself for sure.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks really great.
They look a little oppressed, if you ask me, but I guess that's the purpose of the
point
card.
Of the card, yeah.
But at least royally, you know. So they are having a good time. Don't let anyone else tell you something different. You're also going to have a good time if you activate it. Unless you play versus a Blackwing Turbo deck, then there's going to be some Vayus flying around. But that's a whole different story.
For sure, but definitely fan favorite. Is basically being used in almost any Ultimate Time Wizard deck from 2011 and sometimes even from 2005, right? People, well, was it released in 2005 already?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. But definitely 2011. We can be sure. No, 2010. My bad, 2010 mainly. But yeah, that was card number 4 coming your way from Stampede. But we have plenty more coming your way throughout the rest of the day. After every single round, make sure to stick around because we're announcing 1 card at a time after every single round. So many more to come. So stay tuned for that. Next round with round number 5 is coming your way very soon as well. So don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to more of our content here in our official Yu-Gi-Oh! Studio. Today, Tom and I are going through the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck and talking specifically about some of those new cards. Tom, what have you got in store for us today?
Well, we've got 4 brand new cards to talk about, Ed, and where better to start with than the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. So this is an upgraded version of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. It's the ultimate version of it, should we say.
Makes sense.
And it has 3 effects, and they're all very similar, but they're kind of upgraded versions of the effects of the original Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
So what does it do?
So first of all, it stops your opponent from banishing cards from your graveyard. Very powerful. You're going to put a lot of Blue Eyes cards in your graveyard. You don't want your opponent to be pesky banishing those cards. You want to keep them. You want to use them for their effects.
That's true. This is all very useful stuff.
And then, of course, once per turn, while it's on the field, if your opponent activates a card or effect on the field, which is where people tend to activate most of their effects, wouldn't you say, you can negate that effect and destroy the card, and then gain 1,000 attack points, obviously bumping you up to 4,500, just like the original Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Wow, that is an incredible amount, but also just really useful and versatile to be able to do all that negation as well.
Yeah, and then finally, if it's destroyed by battle or a card effect, then you can special summon a light dragon monster from your graveyard, except another copy of Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, of course, but any of your Blue Eyes cards.
Including the regular Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. So you should say that. They actually work really well together, the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, because the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, it's level 12. It could be quite difficult to synchro summon, but if you can get yourself a copy of Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon on the field, which is only level 9, then during your opponent's turn, you can use its effect to tribute the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon and special summon a copy of Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon straight from your extra deck, without having to summon it normally. Now, it does get destroyed in the end phase, but that's not a massive problem because you have that effect we mentioned before that lets you then special summon another light dragon monster back from your graveyard, so not too much of a downside.
That's some good synchro synergy there between our Spirit Dragons, but we have plenty more to discuss. We have the new sort of reimagining of Maiden with Eyes of Blue in Maiden of White. So this is one of the level 1 Spellcaster Tuner effect monsters.
Yes, exactly. So it has got effects like Maiden with Eyes of Blue that are similar. It will help you summon some monsters, so let's go through all of its effect in detail. Maiden of White can send itself from the hand or field to the graveyard and then take a True Light from either your hand, field or graveyard, so pretty much anywhere it's got itself to, and put it straight face up on the field. And that's quite a nice thing to do because True Light is a trap card, so normally if you wanted to use any of its effects, you'd have to set it for a turn, you'd have to wait, but we don't like waiting. We want to use our cards right now.
I've got things to do, mate. I've got plays to make. I've got to put this thing there now.
Yeah, so you can put your True Light on the field, which is an older, very powerful Blue Eyes card, which will let you get access to more of your Eyes of Blue cards or level 1 tuners or Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Which is pretty imperative for this. Now, speaking of, we have a new spell card here. We have 2 new spell cards that we're talking about in this video. Wishes for Eyes of Blue.
Exactly, so Wishes for Eyes of Blue, the normal spell card, and you can use it just for the low price of discarding 1 card. You can search 2 cards from your deck. So a level 1 light tuner monster, for example, Maiden of White, which we've just talked about, or if you have enough Blue Eyes cards, you could search yourself an Effect Veiler or something like that to stop your opponent from doing things on their turn. And then in addition to a level 1 light tuner, you get another spell or trap which mentions a Blue Eyes White Dragon. So you could search for Roar of the Blue Eyes Dragons, which we're going to show you in a second, or you could search for Mausoleum of Light or White or True Light or anything like that. In addition to that, while it's in the graveyard, so after you've used its effect already, you can banish it to target a Blue Eyes White Dragon and equip a fusion monster from your extra deck to it. So for example, you could equip the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
And what does that do? Does it give it a small bump of attack?
It does. It gives it 400 extra attack because of the effect of Wishes for Eyes of Blue. But the nice thing about this is your Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, if your Blue Eyes monster is used as, say, a Synchro or a Fusion or an XYZ, now that we have all of those options to use our Blue Eyes for, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon will be sent to the graveyard. And then it's got a useful effect in the graveyard to protect your Blue Eyes monsters from being targeted.
So really great synergy in this structure deck so far, just purely from some of the old cards that we know, but all these new ones coming in. And then that takes us finally onto Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons, the other new spell card that we're talking about today. So tell us a little bit about what this does.
Well, that will allow you to just straight up summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. So that's pretty great because Blue Eyes, it's level 8, as we know, can be quite difficult to get straight onto the field, but with the Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons, you can just summon one straight away.
That's exactly what you want out of a Blue Eyes deck. And with Wishes for Eyes of Blue, if you're going to be able to discard a card as well, you can maybe put some of the White Stone of Ancients into the grave as well to get even more Blue Eyes to your hands. If you've got Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, there's loads of Blue Eyes options in this, funnily enough. But this is really, really great. I like that this just gives you so much access to not only your tuners to get into some of your new synchro plays, but also just to get into the classic Blue Eyes.
Yeah, it's got a handy extra effect in the graveyard as well. If you've got some leftover Blue Eyes White Dragons, I mean, it'd be mean to call them leftover, they're never leftover. They're some of the most powerful dragons in the game, but you can use them to fusion summon. So Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons can be banished from your graveyard to fusion summon a monster from your extra deck as long as you use at least one Blue Eyes card.
Wow, so you could get out the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, or you could get Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon out there, which we know is already going to be in the grave at this point, so maybe not that one. Plenty of choices, because there are other ones in the extra deck that comes as part of Blue Eyes White Destiny. So already these 4 cards are showing off exactly what there is to be done. But we're going to be coming back with another video with 4 brand new cards on top of these to make a total of 8, which are coming as part of this structure deck. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that, because there's plenty more to go through. welcome back. You join us as we discuss even more of the upcoming structure deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny. And Tom and I are going through some of the new cards. We've already done 4, but now it's time to go through the other 4 of the 8 brand new cards coming to the TCG in this structure deck. Now, Tom, this card's quite exciting because it's our first ever Blue Eyes Link monster.
Exactly, Ed. And as you say, it is very exciting to get a Link monster, a Link 1 in particular. They've been powerful throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and this one is certainly no exception. So we have Spirit with Eyes of Blue here. You can summon it with any level 4 or lower dragon or spellcaster monster. So we've mentioned Maiden of White before. We've also got next to it Neo Kaiser Seahorse. So any of those will do to Link summon Spirit with Eyes of Blue. You have to watch out though, because when it's on the field, you're not allowed to special summon monsters except dragons, so you have to be careful not to try and summon any of the spellcasters in the deck or anything like that, but that's not too much of a problem. As you'll see, it gets itself off the field quite quickly. So when it's Link summoned, you can take a Mausoleum of White and add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. So Mausoleum of White was a powerful field spell introduced for the Blue Eyes deck. And Mausoleum of White is very handy. It can both target a tuner monster you control, which is a very helpful thing to do because the maidens get their effects when they're targeted by a card effect. And in addition, it can send a normal monster from your deck to the graveyard. And everyone knows what our favorite normal monster is in this Blue Eyes White Destiny deck. What do you think it is?
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Top marks, Ed, top marks. So as I mentioned before, you can't summon except for dragons while it's on the field. However, it can distribute itself to special summon a Blue Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard. So you play it, you get its effect, you search your Mausoleum of White, and then you tribute it straight away, get a Blue Eyes. Fantastic.
Good synergy. It's always nice to see how this stuff all comes together. But speaking of things coming together, we're seeing a sort of reimagining of an old card with this next one, because we all remember the classic Kaiser Seahorse. But this isn't any old Kaiser Seahorse.
No, this is a Neo Kaiser Seahorse. So the original Kaiser Seahorse, as you mentioned, was very good with the Blue Eyes White Dragon, so it could be treated as 2 tributes for the tribute summon of a light monster, such as Blue Eyes White Dragon, but this has got a few more things it can do than just be treated as 2 tributes. So first off, if you have a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can special summon it straight from your hand. So that's a great start, especially for a tuner monster, which it is, allowing you to perform a quick synchro summon. If it's sent to the graveyard, like for a synchro summon, or maybe for the Link summon of Spirit with Eyes of Blue, then you can send a Blue Eyes monster or one monster that mentions it from your deck to the graveyard. So you could, again, as you can probably tell by now, there's loads of ways to get a Blue Eyes White Dragon into the graveyard, onto the field, into your hand, all this fantastic stuff. And then its final effect, which is very, very helpful, is to target a level 1 tuner or itself, any light tuner you control, and you can either increase its level by 1 or decrease its level by 1. So there's loads of useful things you can do with it. So you can target your own Maiden of White, and if you target a Maiden of White, then you can activate its effect because it's been targeted by a card effect, again, letting you summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Or if you happen to already have a Blue Eyes White Dragon and another level 1 tuner, you could make it a level 3. And that way you have a level 1, a level 3, and a level 8, which is 2 tuners, and they all add up to level 12, allowing you to synchro summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, one of the most powerful cards in the new structure deck.
Wow, so that is the sort of way around making sure that you've got enough tuners, is utilising Kaiser Seahorse and also some of the Maidens and other single tuners there. So that's really interesting to just get into that really, really amazing new synchro that we've got here. And then we move into trap card territory as well. So tell us about this one.
Well, any deck needs some powerful traps. Once you've set up all your big dragons, you need to make sure your opponent's not going to knock them down. And you can defend yourself with Majesty of the White Dragons. So we've mentioned loads of ways to get Blue Eyes into your hand, on the field, or into the graveyard, and this makes use of that. So for every Blue Eyes White Dragon you can show your opponent from your hand or field or graveyard, then you can destroy a card your opponent controls. So this is a super powerful effect. So you can be destroying up to 3 cards. Doesn't target, so your opponent doesn't know what you're going to do until the card resolves. Super powerful card. In addition, if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it and use a ritual effect, which is a very cool effect to have on a trap card. So we can summon, for example, one of the coolest ritual Blue Eyes monsters, Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon with a whopping 4,000 attack, piercing damage, all that good stuff.
That's all the good stuff that you want, and everyone does still love Chaos Max Dragon. The fact that you can now have an easier access to it through this new Majesty of White Dragons, that's really, really exciting. But then we move into the last of the 8 cards that we're going to talk about, and that's Indigo Eyes Silver Dragon. This is a new Xyz.
Exactly. So It's a great thing to do if you happen to have 2 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Obviously, your opponent knows they're in trouble if you have 2 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon, who wouldn't be? But you can now make this brand new rank 8. It requires 2 dragon monsters, and it cannot attack directly unless it has a normal monster as a material. So if you've got a Blue Eyes White Dragon as one of the materials, then you're doing fine. In addition, when it's XYZ summoned, you can negate the effects of all face-up cards your opponent controls. So it's pretty handy. Anything your opponent's got, not going to be able to stop you.
And 4,000 attack as well. So this is no card to sniff at, I'd say.
Exactly. Not only has it got 4,000 attack, but you can detach material from it and target a normal monster in your graveyard or that's banished and special summon it. And then that normal monster gains 1,000 attack. So if that normal monster is Blue Eyes White Dragon, how much attack is that in total?
That's 4,000, which means that's going to be 8,000 worth of damage in just those 2 monsters.
Exactly, and not only that, you've already negated all of your opponent's card effects, so they're not going to be able to stop you.
Goodness me. So that is really what we're seeing as part of the synergy here with Blue Eyes White Destiny, and it's really, really exciting. I'm looking forward to really sinking my teeth into this deck, my dragon teeth, no less, and seeing how it all comes together. But you guys can get your hands on Blue Eyes White Destiny from February 13th, but there are also release events from the 12th of February through to the 2nd of March, where you guys can also try and get your hands on this amazing game mat as well. So make sure you guys jump in to try and get the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck. Welcome back. We're talking tactics with the new Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck.
I'm going to show you a super powerful new combo you can do with the new cards, starting with just a single copy of Sage with Eyes of Blue. So we're going to start with a copy of Sage with Eyes of Blue, normal summon it, and when it's normal summoned, you can use its effect to add a copy of Maiden of White from your deck to your hand, or any other level 1 tuner, so we'll add Maiden of White. The new effect of Maiden of White is you can send it straight from your hand to the graveyard to activate a copy of True Light from your deck. When True Light is on the field, you can use either of its effects once per turn, and we're going to use its effect to set a spell or trap from our deck that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon. So we're going to go ahead and set a copy of Wishes for Eyes of Blue. Our next step is to activate Wishes for Eyes of Blue, and you can discard any card from your hand, so we're just going to discard a copy of Infinite Impermanence, because it doesn't matter what card it is, but you can find this in your new structure deck as well. If you had a more powerful card, maybe you could discard that instead, that has a better effect in the grave, but we don't need that for our combo today. So we're going to resolve the effect of Wishes for Eyes of Blue to add a level 1 light tuner, so we're going to add another copy of Sage with Eyes of Blue, and then you can add a spell or trap that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon, so we're going to add Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. Next, we're going to activate a copy of Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons that we just searched, special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from our deck in defense mode. Because we discarded Maiden of White earlier in the turn, it's now in our graveyard, and it has an effect that says whenever I special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon to the field, then I can special summon it out as well from the graveyard. We're going to first use Sage with Eyes of Blue as a link material for the new link, Spirit with Eyes of Blue. When Spirit with Eyes of Blue is link summoned, you can add a copy of Mausoleum of White from the deck to your hand, so we'll save that in our hand for later. Next, we're going to link summon the very powerful Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres using Blue Eyes and Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Our next step is to activate the Mausoleum of White we just added to our hand. Mausoleum of White can once per turn target a monster we control, send a normal monster from the deck to the graveyard to give that monster 100 attack for that monster's level. So we're going to target our Maiden of White here, and Maiden of White has an effect that says when it's targeted by a card effect, you can special summon a level 1 tuner or a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your graveyard. So we're going to go ahead and summon that Blue Eyes White Dragon we just used for a link summon, and then we're going to resolve the effect of Mausoleum of White, send another copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon from our deck to the graveyard. Mausoleum of White has another effect that lets you normal summon a level 1 light tuner in addition to your normal summon or set. So we're going to go ahead and summon this extra copy of Sage with Eyes of Blue that we added earlier. And we can once again use this effect to add another level 1 light tuner from our deck to our hand. So we're going to add Effect Veiler, which will come in handy during our opponent's turn to negate some of their effects. Now we have a tuner and a non-tuner, so we're going to go ahead and do a synchro summon. So we're going to use Sage with Eyes of Blue and Blue Eyes White Dragon to special summon the classic Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. So now we can pass the turn over to our opponent and they can try and interact with our very powerful field. So one of the first things we can do in our opponent's turn is tribute the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon to use its effect, which will allow us to special summon the brand new Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon from our extra deck. So at this point, we're going to have access to 3 interruptions for our opponent that we set up during our own turn. So we have this Effect Veiler that was in our hand before, we have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, which can negate any card your opponent uses on the field, and the Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, which can be used to return a card on the field to the hand. During the end phase of your opponent's turn, if your Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon hasn't been destroyed, it will be destroyed by the effect of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. When it's destroyed though, it's not all bad. We can use its effect to special summon a light dragon from our graveyard. So for example, we can just get back the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
I mean, honestly, this deck feels like it's got really, really good synergy with itself, but also sets up some really impressive negates against your opponent's fields.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one simple combo with a Sage with Eyes of Blue, but you can certainly explore loads of other combos starting with other cards in your deck or even combining multiple of them together.
Absolutely, and we'll see what combos you guys can come up with when you get your hands on Blue Eyes White Destiny, available from February 13th. But the release events are also happening from the 12th of February through to the 2nd of March. So make sure you guys get your hands on the structure deck at those events, and also try your hand at getting yourself this game mat as well through Blue Eyes White Destiny.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Birmingham. We're ready to get into our round 5 feature match. And in front of me, I have Dominic Halbase and Nayan Sachdev, who are ready to get things going. They've actually already done their high roll, and Dominic is going to be going first, which means I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Tom, and Marcello, who are going to be your commentators for our round 5 feature match.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome indeed to round 5. Throughout the day, we have already witnessed a little bit of the meta variety of this close to 2,500 players that have gathered to compete in order to become YCS Birmingham champion. And in particular, we have seen quite the underdog pick in what was Christian, although it was able to convincingly take the round by storm. But if it is a deck that could enjoy some support in Supreme Darkness and establish itself as a almost water-based deck, we could say. There is another water-based deck that I have been personally praising all event, and finally my dream is accomplished. We can watch it in action, and that is Mermail.
Yeah, Mermail, the water deck of, Yu-Gi-Oh! To be honest. I think when players think of water decks, it uses all different attributes. It discards cards from your hands, activates effects in the graveyard, does a little bit of everything. And it's also got some new toys in the latest set.
Yeah, no, but like I think the deck is very good, and we also saw it at YCS Bologna with Julio Schwarzkopf, and who is actually also 4-0 with the deck into this tournament. So the deck is performing very well, and I really like it, especially if you go first. The deck has honestly a huge advantage. And on the other hand, we have, Dominic's opponent, Nayan, who is on Crystron. So it will be a very interesting matchup. And I think our players are ready. So without no further ado, let's jump into game one.
Here they are, and let's see which of these water-based decks will prevail.
I always thought of Crystron as water-based. Does it have any other attributes, or is it all water?
I guess it depends which synchros you go into, but yeah, the masters are water, yeah, indeed. But essentially, for anyone who might have missed the previous round, the Crystal support from Superior Darkness, most importantly, is the Taurus, and it's a card that does so much, but in this case we'll see whether there will be a possibility, because when you lose the die roll against Mermail, oh boy, is that scary.
Yeah, Mermail has some of the best tools going first out of any of the decks in the format. We've got Deep Sea Minstrel. You can discard it and another water monster. Look at your opponent's hand and banish a card until the end phase. So cards with effects like this have been very powerful throughout all of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Cards like Confiscation, Forceful Sentry, Trap Dust Shoot, and I'm sure everyone knows all of these cards are forbidden. So this kind of effect, not something we take lightly over here. So yeah, being able to access it to ensure all of your combos go through is just extremely powerful, and it looks like what we're going to see as Dominic adds it to his hand with the Atlantean Dragoons.
Are you surprised that Dominic is not playing Mulling Glacier at all?
Oh really? That is very surprising actually, because that's one of the most powerful options going first. He is sneaking in a copy of the barrier statue there.
And yeah, that's gonna be really, really good. Takes a look at the end, and the impermanence, which has not been used, is off.
Yeah, impermanence, one of the cards, I mean, it's still good to take it out of the opponent's hand, but if you take out another hand trap, then it's often quite hard to use on your first turn for Nayan. But impermanence in particular can be used when you draw it on your second turn.
But here comes one of the boss monsters, the Coelegant.
He's so shiny, I can almost not make him out there. He's deep under the sea and shiny. But this is beautiful, isn't it? Because you can use your 2 monsters in the extra monster zone and clear all of your main monster zones to summon 1,000,000 fish from the main deck. Or only 3 fish, I guess, no?
Yeah, I mean, they don't usually play that many. I mean, Abyss Spike is pretty much the premium target, and usually you can only just run those, maybe an additional target.
Is the barrier statue of the Torrent a fish?
No, it's Aqua.
It's an Aqua.
Yeah. Aqua.
You like your barrier statues,
of course
do you?
I know my barrier status. I'm Italian.
Here we go.
Yep. And here comes an additional target. And yeah, we are probably gonna get the other, Abyss Spikes. This is usually the starting opener. You just play the 3 pikes and then sometimes an additional target. And yeah, this is the case.
Look at that, honestly. This is like, what a start from him. Here, maybe another Bahamut Shark.
Multiple toads.
Yeah.
What does this do, this new fish? The gluttonous reptolfin, Greethies.
I think you can special summon. Yeah, you can target 1 fish, sea serpent, or aqua monster in your graveyard.
It's kind of like an extender.
Yeah, basically you can special summon it but cannot activate its effect this turn. And then if this card is sent to the graveyard, as a synchro material, you can make the synchro monster gain 200 attack.
Because it's a tuner as well, so you can get into some synchro plays by doing this.
Yeah, there's a good level 7 that lets you return all like fish with the same name, like special summon them back. But I think Dominic's got so many monsters already that I'm not sure it's going to be helpful. Here comes the new Atlantean. Not had any new ones for a while.
Here are the XYZ summon, and this is the I think it's the
some of the support.
That's the new Atlantean Spirit.
Yeah.
It allows you to extend by bringing back 1 water from the graveyard, and the target is going to be the Dragoon.
This Dragoon really doesn't get any rest.
Synchro? Interesting. Yeah. Not using Dragoon effect, but instead using it for its level 4 body to get into the deep sea Prima Donna. Prima Donna.
Oh, and
here it is.
Is it the Prima Donna that brought out the statue?
Or is the Prima Donna the statue itself?
Yeah, this is great because basically you can target one of your opponent's banished cards, and basically you can special summon one level 4 lower water monster from your deck, which is great.
What do you do with the? Do you return the banished card as well?
But you know the irony of it all? You're up against a water deck. The statue does close to nothing. Yeah.
That's quite funny because, I mean, maybe Dominic doesn't know all of the Christian
absolutely.
cards being water.
Yeah.
I had to ask it. I was like, are they actually all water? I mean, maybe he doesn't know because he saw Diane's hand.
Yeah.
And, were there a couple of Christians in there?
Yes, I think so. But I mean,
he's still going though. There is no rest for the Dragoon.
I mean, I would be shocked if he was fluent in Crystron, but yeah, usually you assume that bringing out the barrier statue is good against pretty much anything that is not a mirror match. Or Marineses, I guess. Well, not quite the case. And we can upgrade our synchros if we want.
Oh, the Prima Donna is a tuner as well, though, so that would be too many tuners.
Okay, that's great setup. Honestly, this is pretty much game winning against any other deck. It might be enough, but there was a talent which at least can force out one of the Toads afterwards. And here comes arguably the best deck of I think the best card by far of the deck, which is this new support. Essentially, this card works a little bit, although quite differently from like Dolphin and you know, these kind of cards where Neospatian, I mean, where you can normal summon and then have a way to play around. Because anytime your opponent activates a card, it allows you to then pop and get a special summon a Crystal from deck and go into a synchro summon right away. So it's really, really good to play around Entrops going first, or interruptions going second, but I mean, double Toad, it's tough. Yeah.
Yeah, Toad is one of the best interruptions in the game. It negates anything, and then just for good measure, you can set it to your own field. And we see the Tristaros activating its effect.
And yeah, this is gonna get chained. Which means at the end of it all, we can use the talent. This is particularly good because it shuts down the graveyard effects. So Toad has actually, in this case, a really good additional benefit that it sets them on your field. Because you can banish the Tristaros and then pop your own synchro and, you know, go off, but unfortunately not really available.
So here comes Talents. Is stealing a water synchro going to achieve anything? Does Nine have cards in his hand to make use of it? No, just draw two.
No,
that's
gonna draw two.
Feels a pretty last-ditch option.
Can we find some additional ways to combo? Oh, we are actually negating or attempting to negate the statue, but yeah, I think not quite the case, because yeah, you cannot target it. But with double impermanence, it works out. So it turns out.
Must be Terratop time. That's the wind monster of choice.
Yep. Yep. Good call.
The terrifying Terratop.
We are reading it.
Has it been that long?
Yeah. We might be that old Tom.
I remember this card like it was yesterday. You special summon it from your hand, you get to search a Speedroid Takatomborg from your deck to your hand. Well, you can search any Speedroid card, but normally this one. And
really?
For no normal summon, you just get 2 monsters on the field, like 2 level 3s. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
From what I can remember, it was just a special summon a level 3 and then special summon you're already in Takatomborg.
Oh, I see. I don't think you were playing it quite right, Marcello. Yeah, you're not supposed to draw the Takatomborg.
My bad.
Oh, but there's the infantry being, you know, wow, and gets rid of the Terratop.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, the draw and lock must have been drawn a little bit too late. And yeah, Mermel takes game 1. Nothing against Nayan, but quite happy with it. I just, I mean, I've been waiting for Mermail. It is my deck, I mean, that I've picked to win the event, which is, I mean, quite a bold statement, I think. But I mean, I'm in for it, so we'll see whether that will be a possibility. I think in this pot, game 2 will be closer, most likely. That's what I'm expecting. But in Nayan's mind, I think you're also projecting into game 3. Like, you'll need to have some sort of strategy for fighting back against Mermail game 3. And something really good about the deck is we have talked about Mulcharmies, but it's one of the few decks that can main them as water monsters that then you can use for your Atlanteans or Mermail effects. So it has some great synergy there. But for now, I think Nayan is just going to go first. What do you guys think he could bring in?
I don't know. Crystron, is it perhaps quite a strong combo deck? So maybe you're just going in for the classic Called by the Grave. I'm also seeing a couple of Solemn Judgments, which feel like could be brought in against anything. One of the few cards that can just cleanly answer a normal summoned Atlantean Prince. So that feels like quite a good one to bring in, along with the Called by the Grave. I'm not sure if there's anything else you need.
No, I don't think so. Like, it depends how many cards you really want to side out, because otherwise, rather than that...
yeah, as you mentioned, it's a combo deck, but yeah, Called by the Grave is fantastic, because obviously it can allow you to combo through, but most importantly, it's actually a really good interruption against Mermail in general. Like, if you hit a Dragoon or, you know, some other premium targets, it shuts them down significantly. On the other hand, though, similarly, Mermail is a combo deck. You already main the Mulcharmies, so is he even going to side deck at all? That's the question, yeah.
Yeah, he does have some good cards in his side deck, like Nibiru, John Lockbird, Dominus Impulse. I'm amazed Dominus Impulse not in the main deck. It seems like a no-brainer almost to include, but maybe we can ask Dominic about it if he is in the analysis area after. But for the time being, it looks like they're ready to go to game 2, so let's hop over to the table.
Here they are, and yeah, Impulse is indeed a pretty good card in this matchup, as it can shut down the Tristeros effect. So let's see. I do see quite a few interruptions in the end from Dominic. And there comes the Tristeros, the best thing to start things off, as if you attempt to just do something, they can chain it and special summon, extending even more.
Yeah, I'm seeing another card in Nayan's hand, Talents, but Dominic got that impermanence instead of a monster effect, and that's not quite how that works. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves getting to him, but this is actually big, because you reveal, oh, is that, could be a...
Was that it?
Yeah, this could be it. And it is, only an impermanence was actually enough to shut down Nayan. Oof, and now Dominic might have a really good shot at claiming this game quickly. Let's see if he has some engine.
Yeah, that can be the magic of Infinite Impermanence sometimes. It just ignores Triple Tactics Talents, because if that was almost any other card, then Nayan would have been able to use the talent, look at the hand, or draw some cards or whatever. It's such a powerful thing to just actually be a trap card and not a monster.
And we are... Oof, what an Ash.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. You think surely any other card except Teus would have been discarded if there was any other water monster in hand. So maybe there's no other water monsters in Dominic's hand.
Oh, he passed back. Yeah, he's only holding, I think, Ash and Droll. So kind of a weird game chew it is. And luckily Nayan was able to stay in this, but only proceeding to the battle phase. Wow. What are they throwing into?
Dominic probably just praying for that Prince off the top. I'm not sure there's any other kind of one-card starters for the deck.
And
yeah,
what did he
that's a minstrel right there.
Yeah.
Definitely not the card you want when you've got no other monsters to combo it with.
Yeah. And you can see him smiling and passing back. What is happening?
We've gone back to Time Wizard 2010, I think.
Yeah, and this is a normal summon Terra Chop, which is still decent enough. And yeah, I mean, we have Impermanence and Ash, but we know talent is there, unfortunately, so I think it's kind of a no-brainer if we want to use something. But he's actually going for it. Wow, I'm surprised. He decided to go for Droll, which seems like probably the weakest of the options.
Yeah, you're right, especially when you know the talent is there, so you're going to lose another card. The Takatombok is actually a tuner, right? So I don't know if you can... Do the Crystons require anything special? Are there any nice level 8s he can make?
No, I think.
Well, I'm wondering, I can't remember the restrictions. It had some restrictions to do with wind monsters, doesn't it? Maybe you can only synchro winds or something like that with Takatombok.
I think it's... No, it's not tuner at all.
Oh, it's not a tuner? Okay, I'm just making stuff up.
Okay,
I think you tribute it to someone at... Oh, maybe I...
Yeah, you can tribute it to someone back, and it was like the die card that you would play. The one where you can modulate the level, and yeah, that's probably why. But now we see the Cherubini. We shuffled back the Ash, so Impermanence is still available, but I think it was cost to send from Cherubini, right?
Yeah, it's one of those powerful cards where the cost is to send, but the effect is to modify the attack, so you still have to pay the cost.
But I think this is a bit of a weird spot, because it seems as if we have responded to the effect, but then I think Nayan should have sent the card for cost.
Can we do anything with this Cherubini?
He's just considering his options, but I think Dominic is also left with one card in hand, right?
Yeah, we know it's just an Ash Blossom, unless it was shuffled away. One of the cards was shuffled away, so Dominic's just got the one left.
Okay, so we clarified with the judges that unfortunately the Impermanence was used on summon. So, yeah, I should have waited a little bit longer. I mean, yeah, I think unfortunately it can happen, but this is still not too impressive from Nayan. And we throw Pike, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Pike, so you can summon Pike and use the effect. I don't know how far it gets you, but it's something.
He's gonna try, I can tell you that much. And we see the Impermanence. Wow. Maybe. Very simplified game.
Yeah,
so,
maybe nicer to perhaps chain the SP, so you get to keep the SP. SP1.
Indeed.
Yeah, or SP2 and then Impermanence 3. A kind of classic Ryziel chain at the moment.
Doesn't go for it, and yeah, this still looks amazing for Nayan.
Yeah, he's moving very fast now. I think he knows, well, when your opponent's got no cards in hand and you get access to your engine,
yeah,
you can
the
often
inclusion is there, so...
Gonna get to see him go. It's a very nice feeling when your opponent has no interruptions. You know, you don't have to think about anything. You can just go through and use the muscle memory to do all of the effects and combos that you've been practicing. Just like you're at home in your room when you need to draw 5 cards and so I'll do this, 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 and this.
Or just like you were doing yesterday with some Infernity combos, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Stay tuned to watch a replay of a final in which, yeah, Tom participated back at UK Nationals 2014.
2014, yep. Oh, this is a blast from the past.
Talking of yeah, going back in time, look at this, Cyber Dragon Infinity. Yeah, been a minute.
Speaking
honestly.
of 2014, I don't know, this front card's a bit older than a bit younger even than 2014.
Yeah, I think 2015, is it? Yeah. I mean, it is a pretty good card, even in 2025, I'll tell you that much.
It's like a Cyber Dragon, totally awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna return the favor. Ooh, and this is a lot of damage. Talk about another blast from the past. Yeah, this does it, because it attacks twice. And the Shambara, yeah, this is so much damage. And Nayan returns the favor. And after a very long back and forth game 2, in which multiple times they just passed back to their opponents, in the end it was Nayan who prevailed. Probably the turning point was that drawn and lock turn, where I think knowing the talent was there, we could have probably impermanenced the Terror Chop or just waited for a play and then just used the impermanence, and maybe things could have been a bit different. But I mean, in the end, he really needed to draw into some engine that is Dominic, and now he'll get a chance at going first again.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. The issue with Drawn Lockbird is it's one of those really powerful cards when both players have access to a lot of cards, and then you're kind of putting a break on your opponent. You say, okay, no, I can't stop everything. I'm just going to play this one card. It's going to limit what you can do, and then I'll see what I can do with my 5 cards. When you've got one card each, and you've already have to let your opponent search, and then you're using Drawn Lockbird, it can be a bit weaker because you're taking that -1, and when you've only got 2 cards each, taking a -1 is really quite bad.
Yeah, no, also I feel like that in that specific spot, you know, knowing that your opponent had the triple tactic style, and of course it was like weaker than, you know, like usually. But I mean, I feel like in general also I think he didn't have much going on, Dominic. So it's maybe it just said, okay, I have to activate it, otherwise I just lose. And yeah, here I think it really depends on what it draws, because like in game 1 we saw like an explosive star, like with double totally awesome, and if it starts like this in game 3 it will be very difficult for Nayan, to be fair. But yeah, as mentioned, I don't think it could even side in any cards, like to be honest, you know. But yeah, I guess we will soon find out, because our players are ready with their side deck, so let's just jump into game 3.
Dominic getting to start again, which is clearly what his deck is built for. It's got such powerful options. Going first. Is that a 1-for-1?
Could be. Yes,
there it is.
The alternate art. We have not seen any Mulcharmies the entire match, and it seems like that will still be the case. No Fuvolos from Nayan, and yeah, 1-for-1 has always been an absolute insane cards in combo decks, and still proves to be the case in 2025.
Do you like the new art, or are you an old art enjoyer of 1-for-1?
I do like it, but yeah, I think I'm faithful, loyal to just the old one. But yeah, it is pretty cool art, yeah.
I'm sure Nayan doesn't like it.
Yeah. For a moment he probably hoped that was a different card, and then when he realized that was a 1-for-1, he probably was a bit disappointed. But
And this also seems a very promising start from Dominic, because Nayan, I think it's just letting him go and no interruption, so we may see what we witnessed in game 1.
I mean, just a single Neptune can do so much. When you even special summon it, it's even more ridiculous. You can do so much, but at least as you've mentioned in game 1, there is no Mulling Glacier, so he's gonna keep a few more cards in his hand.
You've got to think though that the 1-for-1 just checks so many interruptions, right? There's almost just nib that couldn't be for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and this is a big reveal. At the same time, he also revealed the Lightning Storm, which unfortunately pairs up kind of awful against you know, multiple totally awesome, which is usually the goal of the Mermail deck. But I mean, you gotta try your best.
Can the Crystron deck play Dominus Impulse too? Does it play Dominus Impulse?
I think he's not playing it. No.
I mean,
Oh, you have to. You want to play the wind cards, I suppose.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. But yeah, here comes a bit of deja vu, I think. This is just the one Neptibus combo, which we're seeing in Game 1. We're going to see again now in Game 3.
Yeah. You can see that this is just the way he usually performs the combo to play around interruptions, even though he has already seen that there is no interruption from the end. But I mean, he doesn't have a fourth fish that he can summon anyways, so.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep.
Neptibus already done its job.
Yeah, as he sided out the additional one. No, still there. Here it is. I mean, he's going first, makes sense. And yeah, as you've mentioned, Tom, exactly same as Game 1.
He's making a nice combo video for everyone at home, just in case you didn't get it the first time. This is how you do it.
Even the infantry ad, but the key difference is that there is not that impermanence banished, so this is even worse for Neyan, because he's gonna get a Nibiru at the end of it all, and that doesn't help at all.
Yeah, it's really not as good as having impermanence on your own turn. When do you get the nib back, actually? Is it because does the Prima Donna add the card back to your opponent's hand, maybe?
Yes.
But I think, I mean, that's good, but then by the time you've got the nib in hand, then the statue will be on the field if he's chosen to keep the statue in.
I think he might. Because like in Game 1, even though he has seen a bit of the deck, his opponent impermanents it twice, actually. So, could be the case.
I guess it depends what you're afraid of, because and also it depends if you have any other plans, because I guess he's devoted a couple of cards. He's clearly got this combo line set up in order to end on the barrier statue. So if you're not going to end on barrier statue, then you need a kind of a different idea.
Yeah,
but maybe he doesn't have that other plan.
And yeah, you can see him thinking a bit about it. Probably exactly about this. And we're gonna see the second totally awesome. There it is.
And then back comes the tuna, maybe? Or it may be just a third totally awesome. That'd be even more fun.
I don't think. Is he even on 3?
It
Probably
seemed
not, right?
crazy. Yeah, you'd have to run 3 Bahamut Sharks too.
Yep, here comes the tuner.
And this is pretty much what we witnessed in Game 1, basically. Yeah, with the Prima Donna being Synchro Summon now, and it's just, you know, considering where to summon it.
Yeah, he's thinking about playing around the targeting effects, but yeah, for now, doesn't have to worry about anything, as he had already picked his opponent. And this is exactly what you were mentioning, Tom. Yeah, the statue is still there. Makes so much sense. Nibiru is useless. But I think, yeah, he has chosen to. Okay, I mean, makes sense.
I've forgotten what's in Nayan's hand. I hope Dominic's got a better memory than me. I remember the one Lightning Storm. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was mostly engine, I think, and yeah, you can see Nayan is essentially making sure that there are no more interruptions hidden, like in the graveyard. But I mean, this is good enough already. You cannot target any of the monsters protected by the Naptabis. And yeah, I mean, you're gonna use a Toad and okay, a monster. Wow, this is actually a clutch top deck off the top. What a draw. Woo. That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
you don't get the Toad to add set the card, right? Yeah. But you do get the Toad to add back water from your grave if you want to. I don't think setting a Lightning Storm to the field will make a huge amount of difference either way.
Was it?
You trying to remember if it was in the hand?
No, I'm trying to think if it wasn't better to just go for Droplet and then Storm. Maybe, but I guess we'll see.
I guess do any of the other cards actually matter?
Yeah, it depends. I'm assuming you negated Toad and Statue with this.
Yeah, Toad and Statue.
So that's still alright, but yeah. You still have an interruption to deal with. And we know the infantry is in the end.
What is, does the Neptibus have an interruption?
Mm-hmm. You can pretty much, I think discard, is it not? No, it's not that. No, because I don't think he played any of the equips.
Yeah, I think we'd probably have seen an equip already if you played it, so maybe it doesn't matter so much. To some extent, it doesn't really matter if you activate Storm or the
No, I guess
Droplet first, right?
But it clears the field, that's the only difference. That if you're not able to clear it all, you get, in that case, you could have gotten rid of both the Totalis and the Neptabis.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the main difference. Obviously, it's not too impactful, maybe, but I mean, I'm hoping he has some plays in his mind.
Well, this way you get to keep, like, the Lightning Storm kind of counts for 2, right? Because it got rid of 1.
It's one less card, but they keep Totally and Neptabis on the field.
I guess we'll see. Seems to be a judge call. I think the players seem that paused for a moment. I'm not sure what the question is, but hopefully
we can go back to us in the meantime. And yeah, I mean, we did mention that Mermail is one of the scariest decks when it gets to go first. It has a lot of different layers. It's tough to be, responding and to know where to interrupt it. And at the end of the day, we saw why. He was able to make the same exact combo as game 1. Taking a look at your opponent and then getting rid of whatever interruption is, there. And setting up this barrier statue of the torrent next to it.
Yeah, it's a super powerful combo, and like we're looking at the Lightning Storm and we're thinking what's going to happen, but can you imagine like most other decks you draw like Lightning Storm plus Droplet? Do you think that should clear everything, no questions asked, but not Mermail, it seems.
Yeah, but our players are ready to resume as the answer has been clarified, so we can go back into the game. So, play is still back to Nayan. And again, throws for the third time in a row the premium normal summon. Fresh off Supreme Darkness.
Oh, a combination of both of them.
Yeah, this is a really good start. Wow, we might actually have a chance because he's out of cards right now, but he can push quite a bit.
Yeah, Dominic has the interruption of being able to banish and discard his heavy infantry, but destroying Crystons doesn't seem to achieve very much. They just seem to come back stronger if you destroy them, so tough situation for Dominic.
Yeah, also if you attempt to activate any card while they still are holding into the 3 stars, you gave them a synchro summon for free. That's the big issue. So yeah, this is looking promising. Definitely there is hope.
Yeah, it is one of those situations where you're Dominic, you think, how is this happening? I saw his hand, I did my combo, what's going on right now?
But I mean, it was a clutch top deck, and sometimes just one card is enough to make the difference.
For sure.
Is this the Quan deck? No.
This one is the LS.
LS Skeletus.
Yes.
Yeah. There it is.
And Mermail is famous for having a very explosive start, but it's also famous for having not very good follow-up if you can find a way through the field.
You remember the time when he had a follow-up with only one card? Let's see if you remember. That card. You had an Infernity yesterday. I was full charge.
And yeah, here comes the last form of interruption from Dominic. Popping the Skeletus, it seems.
Does it summon from the grave or banish the Skeletus when it's destroyed? Something like that?
Yep. From both.
From both? Oh, there you
either,
go.
you can say, yeah.
Oh, not both. That would be more fun.
No, yeah, both. Meaning either, but yeah. And yeah, here comes yet another of the effects of what is the premium card of the deck. 3 stars, able to special summon 2 Crystal Monsters from deck. Ooh, and here comes the Infinity. Additional effects, by the way, which we then, let's see.
You have to attach it, right?
Yeah.
Hoovers things up.
Is it?
Just like the
Was
Toad.
it better than the Toad?
I don't. Doesn't it have targeting protection?
But no, yeah, because he didn't negate with Droplet. You're right. Yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could attack the Prince first and then hoover up the Toad afterwards.
El Prince.
Oh, the Prince. Yeah, sorry.
We'll see. Yeah. Now we still push more with the inclusion. Closer than we expected, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how the sort of grind game, and some decks, they do a lot, but if your opponent's got a bunch of monsters in play, it can be difficult to efficiently out them all. So I don't know about the Crystron deck's ability to
efficiently
do it. Yeah.
Fish. Actually.
It's like having Leo sat next to me.
Yeah. Fishbacks.
But I think Negan is navigating through this quite well, honestly. Yeah? It's just trying to find its way. Let's see if the Infinity will be enough, though, because...
I mean, similarly to the previous turn, Nyan is pretty much free to combo, knowing every single interruption is gone from his opponent, so...
They just seem to keep coming back out of the graveyard, all of these Crystrons, and destroying themselves. And then you get to summon more from the deck each time they are destroyed.
Yeah, in a way they are operating quite similarly, setting up this negation on the one side, the Totally Awesome, on the other, the Infinity, and then just going off next to them. And seems like we are finally moving to the battle phase. Not quite sure what he attacked into.
I think the Toad, I think they're just calculating how much damage gets done.
Yeah.
Because the Toad got halved.
But there is also a buff from the Mermail XYZ, right? I believe, let me check.
He gives like 2...
it's an Atlantean.
Atlantean, yeah. Yeah, 300 for each for each material, so I guess 600 only. So it 28.14, yeah, so not quite. Imagine. That could have been an interesting way to lose.
But the infinity gains attack equal for 200
it's 25,
per
I
material.
think, at the moment. Probably not the additional as well, so 27. And yeah, right now we passed back. 10 minutes remain, and we go to normal summon Naptabis.
Is the statue now back online? So you've got to keep that in mind for man. I think it's Tristaris. It lets you synchro during your opponent's turn, right? As well? No, the other one, the Tristaris.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah, you can use it. Yeah, it's a quick effect.
But currently, only water monsters can be summoned. Not a massive issue for Dominic.
Yeah, no, I mean, he can. I think he can deal with that.
Do you play any monsters that aren't water? Just like maybe one Fuvalos and well, some number of Fuvalos and Ash.
Ash.
Otherwise, all water here. What is the effect of the new Atlantean when it gets sent to the grave as a... Is it...
But we are having a judge call real quick, so let's go back to us in the meantime. Yeah, just, I mean, there was a myriad of play happening in the previous turn from both players, so they're just, you know, going through the motions and apparently clarifying a little bit of you know, the sequence that happened from the Crystron player, and apparently, you know, it's not the easiest most straightforward deck, and in particular Salvador, which both effects have been used during the turn. They are trying to reconstruct whether it was used an additional time as well or not. So obviously you want to make sure the beauty and advantage of playing on stream is that you can pause for a few moments and just, you know, review and see what happened to make things, you know, sure. So that's what's going on at the moment. But regardless, I think, yeah, this has been a quite fun match with both decks that we have not been expecting at the top of the list, being undefeated 4-0. So regardless, I think they're showing why. And it always goes back to sometimes my deck might be power level or like consistency wise a little bit weaker, but if it has the surprise effect, I think you know, it's something that you should never take not into consideration.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, obviously when you play Crystron, you're playing it because everyone is summoning the barrier statue of the Tauren again. So you think, I've got to play a water deck, you know? That's clearly it. That's clearly the meta call this weekend. Isn't that right, Alberto?
Yeah, no, but I also feel like that with all the moves that the deck can do, it's... I mean, I like it. It's like, it's something different, right? It's something out of the ordinary, and he also has in the extra deck something that I haven't seen in a while.
Okay.
Which is, yeah, and I don't even remember, what year was it, 2009, 2010?
El Gato.
Yeah, the Dark Strike Fighter, and I think it was 2009.
Yeah,
right?
It was forbidden for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I think it had an update to its effect, is that right?
Yeah, because I think before it was multiple times you could use it.
Yeah,
right?
but before it was very famous because it has
Yeah.
2,600 attack and you contribute a monster to do
Yeah.
200 damage for its level. So you'd summon 2 of them and then attack, and then tribute them both. And that was exactly 8,000. But
it was spy plus cat. For all time, it was exactly double Dark Strike with double Arbellum and double spy. So yeah, that was a famous way to close the duel back in the day. But yeah, it won actually even the European Championship back in the day. So in Berlin, I think. So yeah, or Amsterdam. Yeah, but yeah, it was a fun deck. It is one of Alberto's favorite deck of all time, Rescue Cat.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, didn't have the chance to play with the Darkstrike Fighter, but still, I mean, playing with the Herbellum, Spies, and Rescue Cat, I mean, yeah, I quite enjoy it. Then, I don't know, for some reason, playing Time Wizard, I changed into Black Wings. Yeah, just, okay, it's my turn now, just let me activate the Black Whirlwind as well. But, no, I mean, yeah, I remember back then also, like, opening up packs to find this card was, you know, yeah, I mean, the card was so strong back then. And, I mean, of course, now it's changed, but still, I mean, after, what, 16 years? Yeah, I mean, I was younger back then, but yeah, I guess.
we all were. That's how time works, but yeah.
Not if you're Time Wizard.
Fair enough.
I reckon he was older.
Enough.
Maybe he was older 16 years ago, yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, overall, what do you guys think after witnessing at least Kriston for the second time? Let's start from that. Does it have what it takes to at least make it to the top cut tomorrow?
I think I'm going to trust Basti because he seems to love it. So I'll believe. I'm just going to defer to him. He seems very excited by the deck. Although I have to be careful because sometimes he gets very excited by a lot of decks. He just loves to play. So maybe I should be less trusting. But I'm going to trust him for today and say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other hand, though, I think both decks, and especially Mermail, there is not just a straightforward deck list. And I think one key difference will be the Mooling Glacier. We have briefly talked about it already, but I just think even in this game, how big of a difference it could have done by getting rid of 2 additional cards and then pretty much making the droplet almost unplayable. So it's a card that, at least in the side deck, I think if you don't want to risk it, maybe being useless going second, I think it's a card that I would like to see going, you know, just sided for going first. So maybe that would be an option for other Mermail players.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. It is a very popular card, and it's for exactly this reason. Like, if your opponent, you kind of force your opponent to interrupt you, because if they don't, any strategy they have is just going to get ripped apart. You can't try and play, even if you have cards to try and break your opponent's field. Like, when you're starting 2 cards down and there's a toad or 2, you're just going to have too few cards. Even if you have the right cards to break the field, either they're going to get discarded or you're not going to have any engine to back it up.
No, I mean, I really like the card, and I also feel like that with a combination of cards like, you know, Lightning Storm plus the Forbidden Droplet, for example, I think that makes the card great. But I think overall, like in this current format, I think it's one of those cards that can really help you out a lot. And yeah, I'm quite surprised though that you know, Naya, for example, it's doesn't play like any cross-up designator, for example, it's just because like this is a combo deck right at the end. So it's you also really want to make sure that your Kriston effects go through. But yeah, I can definitely see the deck being at the top tables tomorrow as well.
We have quite a few players actually on the deck, as you also mentioned. We don't know obviously what happened this round, but Julius is back on the deck. He made it all the way to top 8 at YCS Bologna with it, updated it, and is still undefeated. He knocked out in the previous turn Vincenzo Rufino. So too bad. That was obviously an epic clash, but in the end he was the one who prevailed, and so he's showing that the deck is quite valid. And I would be, you know, all for a back-to-back, you know, top cup performance with Mermail.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got a style, it seems, Julius. He takes these crazy combo decks and seems to innovate, practice them a lot, and then turn up to big events and just take it all the way.
But finally, we have a confirmation. So the judge was called over, and luckily we are able to go back into the game. So let's jump back into action. So we were back at this normal summon of Neptabase. from which we are going to just respond.
So it looks like not a lot was re-round. We just seem to be picking up where we left off, which is always nice to see.
Yeah. And here the cluster gets activated. And let's see if Dominic can play around the Infinity being on the field and also the cluster. He now activated its effect.
Seems like quite a powerful card here, allowing you to shuffle a Crystron back from your grave to the deck and then destroy a card on the field. And given it's a trap and it's a continuous trap, I guess you can just use that every turn. But once might be enough. Get that Prince straight off the field.
That's it. Now Dominic is considering his options. He's just left with 2 cards in hand. And let's see what he picked up for turn.
So
what was it? Teos and the
Abyss Shrine.
Yeah.
It's going to allow that through. I would have been very excited just to click my Cyber Dragon Infinity instantly. I'm like, nope, you discard 2, I'm going to getting that, but might as well get a Synchro Summon out of it first and then just deal with whatever comes off the shrine.
Yeah, showing a bit of patience, and now we are finally accessing a Synchro Summon.
Quite a lot to happen in one effect, isn't it? You get to special and synchro all before the...
And it's going to be Quarion Gandrax.
That was quite good, actually. You waited a while before saying it, and I think you got that spot on.
Quarion Gandrax. That's better. Yeah. So here it is. And yeah, we're going to get this summon, but we still have, as you've mentioned, Infinity. And most importantly now, we have 3 materials for this card, and we can banish 3 cards with the effect potentially, which is wild.
Yeah, that seems to be as many as Dominic has, but he's going to get to use the effect on summon, it looks like, of this new Atlantean, main deck Atlantean, Decidra.
And now Nayan is thinking, but the strength of the card is, I believe he can banish from grave as well. Yeah, you can target cards in the graveyard as well, and so even though back in the day when Mermaid was played, this would not work with cards like Didi Crow, I believe nowadays it's quite a different story.
I'll take your word for it. I was thinking about that just now because I think in Europe it used to work.
But I am pretty positive that it did change. So this could totally work, and let's see what he decides to go for.
But I think even if he just takes the approach of banishing all the cards on the field, I think he'll still be okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, he doesn't have to know this niche ruling.
Yeah, also because you can just use the Infinity afterwards, so it's okay. It seems like Nayan really was able to pull off this comeback, but let's see. Now there are about 5 minutes left, but regardless, he's above also in terms of life points. And yeah, he does punish the graveyard as well.
That must be the effect of the Atlantean, bouncing it. We were excited to pay the cost, but you do actually... Maybe the effect is to bounce a card on the field to the hand. Seems very possible.
Yeah, basically if this card is normal special summon, basically you can send one Atlantean or Merman monster from deck to the graveyard to target what card is control and then return
to the hand. So, yeah, it's all gone. So pass back to Nayan, who is in the driving seat and can push quite a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, he's just got 1 card coming. Oh, he's actually got another card in his hand still. Okay.
Yeah, for turn.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was some way you could just pop your own Synchro, but I guess you don't need to do that when you have other cards in your graveyard to destroy it or destroy something else. Only needs a measly 3,500 extra damage to come out of his deck. His hands are moving impressively fast now. I suppose when your opponent doesn't have any interruptions,
it's a bit easier, yeah?
Yeah, you might as well get out all those jitters from being on the stream.
I think here it just matters of making some calculation, because he may be able to seal the game.
Yeah, definitely. Inclusion, it's the graveyard yet again, and the last card. Oh, wow, yeah, that is enough. You can see the fist bump and no need to do anything else. Nair is the winner of round 5, advancing with a 5-0 undefeated record here at YCS Birmingham. What a clash between these water decks. And yeah, I mean, we can expect a lot more from them throughout this event for sure.
Yeah, what a comeback, honestly. Like, how many decks can just let Mermail go first, do their whole thing, and then just say, okay, I'm just going to come back now, play my field breakers, and then just do my own combo and beat you up.
Oh, it was incredible, especially because basically Dominic did exactly the same combo that he did in game 1. But it was not enough, because basically Nayan with the Forbidden Droplet, which we talked about, when it's just completely shut down Dominic's strategy. So congrats to Nayan advancing with a 5-0 record, so impressive. Yeah,
it was for sure a clutch top deck. Not many cards could have done it, really, in that spot, having double totally awesome, full information about what was in the end from Nayan. But yeah, he was able to, you know, sneak through that little window of opportunity and make the most out of it. Congratulations to both. Still, you know, it's quite an amazing performance. Being on 4-1 is totally fine. You want to keep doing your things and, you know, trying your best to advance to day 2. Most likely you'll need a 7-2 score, I would say. Maybe 6-2-1 can also make it. But, I mean, definitely what you're trying to do. And there are only 4 more rounds. We are pretty much, this was the, you know, middle round, we can say, throughout day 1. But 4 more rounds of Swiss awaits us to find out who will be those duelists advancing to tomorrow, and then you know, they'll have 3 more before finally getting down to the top 64. Who knows who will win it?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players here this week, almost 2,500 as we said earlier today, but I mean, it makes it all the harder to, and all that much more impressive to make it into the top card.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a long run for the 4 rounds to go for the day, and I mean, you really want to keep your nerves in there, especially because like we are out through there and for day 1. But still, we saw a lot of different decks at the top table, so the competition is very high. And I mean, I really feel like that both our players that we just streamed, I mean, they have the chances to advance into day 2. And honestly, yeah, I really feel like that Crystron has its chances to safely make it to day 2. And I think the deck is very consistent as well. So yeah, we will soon find out.
Absolutely, but obviously the deck is one of the underdogs, we could say. We have talked plenty of times about this support from Supreme Darkness, and at the same time, I think, just like us, all of you guys watching or participating in YCS Birmingham wants to know a little bit more about what it is to play this deck. So we want to hear it from Nayan itself, the winner of round 5, and to interview him, we have Leo.
Thanks a lot, Marcello. Yes, I'm joined by Nayan, who just had an incredible victory against Mermail. When you lost the dice roll, did you think when you saw the Mermail cards that you would lose it?
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm not practiced for this event. And like I thought that when I saw Mermail, I'm like, I'm not practiced. It's going to be over. I barely practiced. I know the card. I barely knew what the card did. I drew 1 hand trap. I didn't use it. He banished it with the I don't know, thought the card's good.
So like, I just thought, yeah, it's over. I'm gone. That's the round over. But I guess not. I guess not.
You came back, so we have to do this quickly because I see the people are, I think, going to their pairings already. So let's go right into the first clip. And game 1 was the game that you lost, if I remember correctly. When you saw the statue in the field, were you worried?
I can't lie, I did not care less. My whole deck's water, apart from like, what's it called, infinity and thingy. Like, it does not matter to me. Like, the water, it was just there for vibes, I'll be honest. It didn't do much.
So, but the rest of the field was pretty
the
pretty
was tough.
Yeah, so there's a card that people might forget. Let's go into the next clip. Did you think about the Abyss Rhine effect in the graveyard that stopped your turn eventually?
Yeah, I did, but like I thought a different line to play out afterwards. But in the moment, I didn't see that line. But yeah, it is what it was. I couldn't really do much from that point.
I mean, now you've learned from that game, and we can move on to the next clips already. As we said, this has to be quick because we don't want you to be late at the next round. What was your thought when this happened?
I thought he was doing it for vibes because like I thought that the attack point was to go down, but like to be fair, I fumbled because I didn't even attack with these monsters because I made the SP, but I should have attacked first. But yeah, other than that, like, yeah, it didn't do much. I know why he did it.
Yeah, I mean, with Cherubini's sense for cost of your impermanence, that there is nothing going to be happening except for the attack point. That's completely correct. And I think, you just comboed there.
Yeah.
And basically, you ended the game with Chanbara. That's a card that I haven't seen quite in some time.
I can't afford all the cards, so Chanbara was the only card like that was good enough to put in. That I felt like comfortable putting in my deck after the other cards. So yeah, that's what I put in. Made the cut.
I mean, we can look at it rather quickly, where the Chanbara was summoned here. Did you win many games with Chanbara so far?
I think it's the first time I've summoned it all day, but yeah, I guess it came up now, so it matters.
I mean, MVP in the feature match is an MVP in the featured match, all right. And then we got into game 3, and I thought backstage it was over for you because of the minstrel that hit you so hard. But in the next clip, you're going to see which card came from the top there, I think. Did you draw a top?
I think I did. I think I did draw a droplet. Yeah.
Quite good, huh?
Yeah.
So that, basically took away all of the interruptions. You played through that field magnificently, I want to say. And then you set up your own new Crystron card. So well, is that the end field that you want to go for in the next clip?
Yeah. I knew it wasn't on many cards, so I wanted to go for a Quaron Gandrox on his turn with Cluster on field, so I could pop the normal and then negate whatever he had. And yeah, it seemed to work. The Quaron Gandrox banished what I needed it to, and yeah, that's fine. That's good.
All right. It's definitely good job. You are XO so far. 5-0 here at YCS Birmingham, the first YCS of the year. Thank you so much for your time, and I want you, of course, to be ready for the next round immediately because the players are already sitting.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to give it over right to Ed, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Leo, and congratulations there to Nyan. Taking that round 5 feature match, we'll be back with round 6 very, very soon. We've still got loads more content coming your way, but I think it's time to reveal another card. Gentlemen, what's next?
Vamos! So when we had this chance, we got 2 OG, 2 classic ones. I'm excited for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, Ed's asking me I don't know what's next. Do you know what's next? Let's find out.
Oh,
yes.
I like it. El Shadow Construct, it's arguably, it's by far, it should be some of our favorites. I know it's one of my favorite cards. So back in the day, 2014 water card, it was. I have my greatest memories here in the UK, obviously at YCS London. But yeah, it's a really good card. It's a really good artwork as well. Although there is also an alternate. But I think this is such a great card, and I'm glad it's part of this new set.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm an original artwork enjoyer, so I'm really excited to see this original artwork brought back and send some more Shadow cards from my deck to the graveyard.
And why not? Maybe it could be the start of a pitch for Time Wizard 2014 as well from us. Why not? But yeah, that was definitely a great new addition. And thank you guys for being with us for round 5. As Leo have mentioned, we do already have pairings for the next round, so this will only take a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 6.
Welcome back to your coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Birmingham. Now, in front of me, I have our round 6 feature match, Jack Steenkamer versus Oliver Gibbs. And we're ready to get this underway. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Okay, Oliver's going to roll first. And that is an 11. That's going to be tough to beat. And you didn't. So who's going to go first? Oliver is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio who are going to take you through the round 6 feature match. Lads, take it away.
Hello to round 6 of YCS Birmingham, and I think we have one of the most interesting matchups in the entire event.
Okay, tell me all about it.
There is a very secret deck that we will feature in this round that I think is one of the most favorite decks of the community. Can you guess it?
Funnily enough. Of course. But no, this one is so hilarious because obviously that one guy, no stranger. He was called Jack Rory Steenkamer, but of course we know him as our world champion in the game of Master Duel as well, Quantal. And yeah, which deck did he pilot to such great success in that?
Telements.
He did.
Exactly.
Play Telements there, and now he has to face it himself. But not just any kind of Telements. We're going to watch Paleozoic Telements.
Oh, that's just the best of both worlds.
If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does. So let's go into the action. Round number 6 starting now. This is so fun because, of course, Jack Rory is so popular for that deck. He's basically one of the grand masters with that strategy, and he probably will have to have a little smile on his face as soon as he realizes that he's now up against that deck. Oh, not yet, though. That's 1 set, 2 set. Oh, Jack is thinking, what is going on here? 3 set cards. No Telement cards whatsoever this far. But, of course, there is plenty of trap cards in this deck. So, as we said, it's a Paleozoic Telements deck, and therefore, setting cards certainly not the worst start for a deck.
He won the World Championship together with Josh, and he is well known for the Paleozoic strategy,
True.
so I think that Jack Rory will also know a thing or two about that. Normal summons Ice now, which is a phenomenal start for the Ryziel deck. The first Ryziel deck that I think we are seeing as a trio for this day.
There is now Havnis on the sword, though. Not immediately doing it on the Ice Ryziel, ashing the Havnis, and now Jack Rory, he didn't even blink when he saw that Telements Havnis. How can he be so unshocked about seeing Telements Havnis?
He's locked in.
That's so funny.
Jack Rory is just absolutely locked in at this point. He also has...
but now he cannot use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Needlebug Nest anymore. Top 5 cards from the deck to the graveyard. There's a Rhino Heart. What else do we get? Oh,
Rhino Heart.
They're all mixed up.
Rhino Heart wouldn't have been as good at all with the Havnis on the field, by the way, because now you have a great discard for the Rhino Heart.
And there is also the Telements Kashtira. Oliver is definitely hitting some cards here. What is that going to lead to? And that's honestly, Telements was always known to be a big combo deck that can set up good fields, but the Paleo variant of it is way more interactive because you use your trap cards to then play on your opponent's turn, and therefore it's not uncommon to see the deck having a really slow start and only setting 3 cards and passing it over. And as we can see, this one trap card now may be enabling so many things at once.
And it's very relevant that Meta Noise was sent to the Graven with Telement Kashtira because it can recycle and take it back to the hand.
That's honestly the best card to hit with it. Now we are going to summon out the Rhino Heart, discard Havnis,
wow,
of course.
For so good.
We're going to
milk.
Oh no,
Backjack and Shire!
What
the
is happening?
Telements have never been gone! We are going strong here. Those 2 hits were amazing.
He is back! Jack can't believe it.
Yep, he is flabbergasted by that, and Oliver is living the life right now. And he's so happy that Jack decided to use Ash Blossom Joy Spring on the Havnis there. Which honestly is kind of an interesting decision anyways, right? When you see 3 set cards and your opponent is activating a Havnis into you, I feel like there's plenty of cards that they could have set which would also be a valid target for the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
He plays also around Salik, which is very
That's a good point, I agree, yeah, that's actually a valid point.
Or Torrential Tribute.
Or Torrential Tribute,
Just saying.
All right, so what are we getting here? That must be the effect of Rhino Heart resolving now.
Oliver has shuffled it a little too well, I suppose.
Yeah, it's all upside down in there. But what are we going to send? Okay, so now the Rhino Heart, fair enough. And that is going to bring another copy of Telemans Kashtira into the graveyard. And now Jack Rory starts to get a little skeptical. He's like, oh no, I did not expect that. What have I signed up for here?
This might be Telemans.
This might indeed be Telemans.
This might be my signature deck. Is this the moment where I lose to my most beloved cards?
Oh, and there is Kaleido Heart.
Kaleido Heart is not a card that can necessarily stop a lot of Raziel shenanigans.
And look at that,
right?
Backjack has revealed 3 trap cards. Sometimes you miss with the Backjack. Sometimes you actually hit Telemans cards, which you can just send to the graveyard, which then trigger. But sometimes you just get some very powerful trap cards, which I think now is the case.
And now he sent the Telemans Kashtira, and now he pointed to it again as if he wanted to activate it again, but you have already milled the Backjack. Is that not enough for one Telemans Kashtira in this situation?
Okay.
Of course, you can't activate it twice, but there is still talents in hand for Jack Rory as well, so there is... I would never ever count him out of this one.
Okay, so the thing though is, Jack Rory is bringing the pure Raziel strategy, and I think that one is a lot more like clear in its game plan. It's like it doesn't have many different routes to go for because we're just clearly locking ourselves very early on into the rank 4s, and therefore we don't have like a backup route to go into. It's very good because it's kind of ignoring Bystials and it's like playing around certain things in the meta game. It does struggle in terms of ceiling though. Like you do only get to a certain point, and past that there is nothing you can go after. So I'm wondering, with those interactions that Oliver is already putting up, how far Jack Rory could even go here. Okay, up,
Something
that's X'd. All right, sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
The thing is just the ceiling of the Raziel pure deck is sometimes just enough. Cross and Detonator is incredible with the recursion that you also have. Now adding Node to the hand, one of my favorite Raziel cards.
It's a good meta call to play around Bystials that are very popular this weekend.
This is also why Telemans is a little bit surprising to me.
Yep, and also additionally to that, another card that's so popular is Abyss Dweller. We already have 2 level 4 monsters on the field, so Jack Rory now would just be completely open to go into that Abyss Dweller, and that card alone would be so scary because it's a quick effect, so it can respond to opponent's cards. So just establishing an Abyss Dweller here would be a nightmare for Oliver because he would have to chain the Backjack and everything, but we do go for Druid Drive.
If you go for the Dweller now, you basically have no
Salik?
play.
Yes, it is
Salik.
But Book of Eclipse!
Wait, he just did it on the activation on the activation, because on summon this would have been Dynamiscus is going to be chained
Dynamiscus
as well.
too though. Oliver has all the answers. Last set card revealed. And Jack Rory allows it.
What a dream hand.
And he's sending transaction rollback! This is not real! Oliver's having all the answers.
This is the hand.
Indeed it is. Okay, so now the Book of Eclipse resolved, and the Salik does not have to send anything to the graveyard anymore afterwards. Yep. Fair enough.
Dynamiscus also just took away the targets.
And also we should note the synergy between Palo and Tier, that the Palo traps Dynamiscus sends as an effect, not as a cost. So it triggers the Tiers.
And they're Aqua. But now, I think that Jack Rory... Wait, does he actually have a Raziel still in graveyard? Can he just summon out, or does he need an Exceeds monster for Node? Wait.
Node is very specific in what it needs, you're right, but I think he does need an Exceed monster actually, right?
I think so too.
And he does have Eclipse Twins in the graveyard, therefore he should be good to go as long as we remember Node Razi correctly.
Wait, he has an Exceeds monster in the graveyard, of
yeah,
course.
he does have Eclipse Twins, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think that he might just be good to go here.
We have to see. Let's not forget, there's still Backjack, there's still Transaction Rollback, so Oliver still is very well equipped here as well. So
very good point, yeah.
I don't necessarily know whether this is over from Oliver's side yet, but Jack Rory, what's next here? We could possibly just use the talents now to look into the hand. Maybe even take over a monster, but no, we do just go for Node Raziel.
The problem with pure Raziel and talents is that taking monsters is, except for in the mirror match, not good.
I mean, you can send it off of Node Raziel, which is okay.
Yep.
But I guess we're getting past that point now soon.
But I mean, there's also nothing to send with so far, so not really the most ideal scenario. Now Node is going to activate here. I think he wanted to send Metal Tronus from hand. If you activate it, but first
we're
talents.
activating the talents first, of course. The Node is not an on-summon, and we're just drawing cards. Looking into a hand of a Paleo deck doesn't seem necessarily exciting, so just getting more and more cards, I can get behind that logic, honestly.
Jack is playing a deck that I really like for this event, which is a deck heavily bot breaking. Node activated, discarding Metal Tronos. That card does nothing for us. And Oliver is already grabbing the grave. It's like, oh, you want to summon something? I have something. Let me tell you something. I have something.
A lot of somethings there.
Yes, something is going to happen. I can tell you that.
I am agreeing, but yeah, we see that not for the first time. I think we all agreed on Metal Tronos being a super good meta tech card right now that a lot of people are relying on. But it's not the first time we're seeing it in this weekend and today.
Wow!
Daruma Karma Cannon is the top card. All right, that's a card worth getting there.
Yep.
Setting those two Ryzian monsters face down and chaining a Paleo even. He's like, not so quick. I want another monster to the field.
Jack Rory, if you turn your back to tier limits, Karma is gonna get you.
Oh yeah, it does indeed. I still remember, I think we featured him at YCS Utrecht at some point, round 1, where he was playing tier limits, but now he has betrayed his love. He has betrayed the tier limits deck, and he's with the Ryziels, treating them well so far with the 5-0 record, but here, against the tier limits deck, it is looking rough, and that looked like a pass to me, possibly.
And to be honest, Salik, with the fusion of tier, it's very strong with Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, he's going to draw
two draws with the Book of Eclipse now. And when you're giving a trap card draws, that's never a good idea. Drawing to 4 cards in hand now for Oliver. What a life!
Oh no, he even picked up Pearl Rhino.
Oh my, the
Oliver.
prime evil Pearl Rhino. And
Oliver,
Jack Rory.
stop it. Jack is already on the floor.
Jack cannot like how this one is developing. The one-off Primeval Planet Pearl Rhino is resolving by the looks of it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Also, I love how Oliver, I think Popular was a variant of the Telemans deck with the Fiendsmith cards, but Oliver just said, no, I don't need that. I will just go a way more minimalistic, trap-orientated approach with the Paleo monsters and now normal summon ultimate rare Kaleido Heart. Oh no, Rhino Heart, of course. And yeah, we all remember that moment. Jack Rory Steenkammer at the World Championship, right-clicking on Rhino Heart, basically just passing without an effect. But here, he sees his opponent doing it better, announcing the effect of Rhino Heart and resolving its effect to send Shivan to the graveyard.
Yep, can't right-click.
Yeah, tough one to do, tough one to do indeed. I mean, you could still like say, hey, I don't want to use the effect. That's a lot tougher to do, though, I would say.
It's a lot tougher to do on accident, yeah.
Okay, and now we can even use the second effect of Pearl Rhino, destroying one of the set Ryzian monsters that Jack Rory has.
Could have also used Kaleido Heart earlier.
That's true.
To send something. Missed out on that one, but at this point, I think that Oliver is going to need to do a lot to not win this game. And there's this thing, I like half of the approach that Oliver is taking with the deck as a meta call, saying trap-heavy decks are probably the way to go if everyone is playing Slayer, Metal Tronos, and stuff like that, heavy interruption, effect veiler, etc. But I mean, there's also a lot of bestials around, and playing Telemans into those is not, especially if you're just backing this up with trap cards. If you're starting your turn with a Rhino Heart and you get bestial, there's
you cannot bestial though totally awesome.
That is very true.
That is true.
Very true.
Just the water monsters again.
I mean, we all thought it's the weekend of rank 4s, but I saw that we have a bunch of mermaids doing well, and now also this. It is a rank 4 to be fair, but the more important card is definitely the rank 2 here in that case, being the Totally Awesome. That card has won YCSs before, so maybe it's time for the Totally Awesome again.
Debatable, Basti.
I don't know about that. Okay, so we do link
I thought you were a shark guy.
I am, but I'm summoning Totally Awesome of that.
Sprite Sprint. Now Samir Bashar is listening up as well.
And
the sprites
Genomistrus doesn't get banished because it was set and then flip face up again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. Sending Merly to the graveyard. What have we even fusions? That's Dragostapelia,
yeah.
Because there is no more Crit Colors we could use.
You have space in the extra deck, right?
Yeah.
At this point.
A very interesting and cool thing about this, I mean, it's not that interesting. In the beginning, when Kit Colors was forbidden, people were trying to use King of the Swamp to still go into the Rokalos.
Yeah.
But nowadays, for example, here Oliver is showing us you don't need that anymore. You just cut the Rokalos entirely, cut the King of the Swamp because it's not a great card to draw, and just do a whole lot of things, but a whole lot of things means game number 1 going to Oliver. Telemans Paleo is still very much a deck here in 2025, taking game number 1 against Jack Rory Steenkammer.
I mean, you're saying it's still a deck, but was it ever a really strong meta contender, the Teleman plus Paleo? And also, what was that needlebug nest?
Oh, it went off, yeah.
This is every tier player in 2023 who activated Kelbeck would have gone, yes, this is it. This is the mill. Wow.
Yep.
Especially Ash Blossom on the Havness, very reasonable play. Keeps the Havness in hand, makes the Tearlaman's Rhino Heart completely insane.
Yes, that was actually a very unfortunate turn of events for Jack Rory in that specific case. But you know, like one person that you could imagine that has dabbled a little bit with Tearlaman's Paleo, do you have a name for me? Because I have a very clear one in mind that has tried out that deck a lot. Who could fit that kind of a deck?
Josh?
Dinkabui. he played that, of course, and now we see, of course, we had him on feature earlier, but now Oliver Gibbs is the man of the hour, rocking up with that Tearlaman's Paleo deck, and I love all about it.
Yeah, but I mean now that Jack will go first, he's going probably to make a Dueler, and I want to see how Oliver is prepared for that.
The thing though is you can still set, you can still set 5, just use Daruma Karma Cannon, and then you should still be okay, honestly. You can outlast the Dweller, like it's only going to be there for 2 turns, and then I could see it.
I also want to say that not only Dweller, I think if you're playing a back row deck, Detonator is really hard to deal with.
That's true, that's very true.
But maybe he has some side deck solutions. When was the last time we saw a good old Kaiju?
Has been a while.
Yeah, well, why not just Kaiju? Well, if it has Eclipse Twins, maybe.
There you go.
maybe that's not the perfect choice here, yeah.
Maybe not entirely perfect, but yeah, Jack Rory, if he would have just won that die roll, it would have been a lot better for him. It can be so easy, but it was very hard in that case. Not very hard is going to be our route into game number 2 as the players are already ready. I hope everyone at home is as well. Another game of Tearlaman's Paleo and the previous world champion of the game of Master Duel. So let's go into the action again. Game 2 starting now.
I think it's that Jack Rory is still waiting on a big success in the TCG, right?
He does, I think, have 1 YCS top so far over in Canada, actually. But here in Europe, I cannot recall him actually getting that success yet. So he's really probably happy about this 5-0 start so far, but he has to now follow it up. And right now, it's not looking great for him.
I mean, he's more of a Worlds guy, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
just stepping up when you need to.
Ext, by the way, is the best opener in the pure build of Razil.
Why is that?
Because Ice doesn't get you with a sword where Ext alone can get you, and you can play very well under hand wraps since you don't use your normal summon yet.
Okay, that's fair. That's reasonable. We go into duo drive early on, and we do have the chance to resolve this. To be fair,
it's a trap deck.
Yeah, you're not expecting very many interruptions here from Oliver's side. I think that's pretty legit.
He really didn't expect any. He was barely waiting at all. It's just like, maybe his opponent just told him, hey, go off.
You know what's a really interesting card that I'm kind of expecting maybe to come in from Oliver here in this game or the next game then? Do you remember Miskeep of the Gnomes? That was a card you played against Sprite. And nowadays Sprite is essentially Ryzeal, and they always want to go for rank 4s, and that's the only thing they can do. Guess what? If you just adjust their levels, they don't really have a good time at all anymore, to be honest.
I mean, but it's just like the ones currently on the field, right? When with Mischief of the Gnomes is activated. I think this is why many players dropped the card back then as well, because if your opponent just does link plays, and you...
it's actually the ones in the hand, which is, I think, way more fitting, way better, even if they get summoned afterwards.
Yeah, people have dropped it because Fitzman Ryzeal is very popular right now, but against the pure build, it can make a lot of damage.
I think so too. I think that could definitely be a card we may see here. We see the Detonator here early on for Jack Rory, and this gotta be an Abyss Dweller, and it is an Abyss Dweller in fact. And so I think Jack Rory is feeling pretty alright with that opener here against Oliver. Both cards having very reasonable usage against the Paleo Tearlaman strategy, but that's all he needs, and he's going to pass it over to Oliver here in this case.
Oliver's asking if anything is going to happen before the main phase, and Jack Rory was like, yep, I have something for you, and that is Abyss Dweller completely shutting down the Tearlaman strategy. He would know best. He has piloted this deck to a world champion title before.
Absolutely. So, Oliver, what you got here? Anything to answer about Abyss Dweller?
Got a Mudora, I think, which is not necessarily helping. Right?
We gotta see. I don't even know whether it's Mudora, to be honest.
Very sure.
Okay. And
oh, look at that, Mudora.
That is Mudora. Wow, you have...
Who could tell?
You
Eagle
have
eyes.
beautiful
Got the
eyes.
eagle eyes. Oh,
and
thank
also
you so-
pretty good work.
Thank you so much, darling.
Okay, that looks like a Typhon to me, but honestly, Typhon alone is taking care of the detonator here, if not for the Ryziel cross, of course, though.
Yeah, that card is causing some problems. You can run over the Abyss Dweller here.
That's pretty good, to be honest, though.
That's good, yeah.
It's a start, for sure.
Yeah, and the Abyss Dweller is gone, and I mean, to be fair, that's all that Oliver really needs, because in Game 1 we saw how this deck tries to play on the opponent's turn rather than on the own turn, and therefore he might just be completely fine with getting rid of the Dweller here.
Yeah, but now you have the Eclipse Twins summon back Dweller.
oh, yeah, I was joking, actually. Recycling the Dweller. There he is again, of course.
JK.
There he is. That cannot be great for Oliver. Honestly, at moments, you probably just don't activate the Typhon, right? What was the reason to activate Typhon there? You actually just gifted your opponent that Dweller by activating Typhon's effect there.
Very good point.
That was a little misstep there on Oliver's end. But I'm sure he can recover with those 2 set cards there.
So what else do we have
It's
here?
an Ultimate Slayer.
Yeah, this one is actually having some applications here. So what do we send to the graveyard? You have so much stuff.
Oh, that's a funny one.
The Ad Ignister.
The Light Dragon. The Light Dragon at Ignister is a pretty funny one to use here. And I mean, if a card you control, a monster you control would be destroyed by card effect, you could detach materials from itself, but only when it is on the field.
Targeting detonator.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh, Dynamiscus. Chains the Dweller to it.
As we said before, Dynamiscus sends the card as an effect to the graveyard, so if a Havnis or a Siren will go send to the graveyard, it can trigger.
That's very true. Is there any possible... Actually, when did we... Oh no, the Mudora couldn't change anything about the Dweller coming back because the Dweller was already resolved, of course, that turn. Otherwise, it would have been good to interact with the good old Eclipse Twins. But now, we're just going to get rid of 3 Ryziel cards in the graveyard with the Mudora, probably trying to prevent the Ryziel Cross from shuffling back more cards and giving Jack Rory more cards overall. What can we send here? We're sending Transactional, which would be so good, honestly. Yeah. But now with the Dweller resolving, that is not only shutting down monster effects, but card effects in general in there.
But I mean, now we have just banished the Ryziel Detonator, and now we have 2 more cards in the graveyard as well. So Cross is live, Talons is going to be activated as well. Looking good for Jack Rory now. There is no... Oh, Telemans Kashtira is being chained to that, and this card would have to banish from hand.
Yeah, meaning there is nothing to be taken from Jack Rory's Staincomer anymore. There we go, getting rid of it. Bring out the Telemans Kashtira. And I mean, yeah, we can't trigger anything, but we may as well get some resources into the graveyard here. Maybe a couple of Paleos. Meta Noise, Merly. Oh, those mills will be so good if not for the Abyss Dweller, though.
Oliver is milling good today.
Yeah,
that is insane. But, I mean, the thing is, Jack is super fine with that. There's nothing that has triggered now, and he's like, hey, I wanted to get rid of 1 card. I'm pretty sure it's not any hand interaction, but now I've basically gotten rid of 2 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that he should let Jack to choose between Tier Castira or Reinhardt and keep the other as a resource.
Possibly, yeah. I think you guys are right. But Oliver just, of course, with that slow of a deck, this deck has to be called slow because it really is just not the fastest out there. You gotta make some quick decisions, I think, and Oliver just wanted to do that.
The disrespect
It's not,
and the excitement.
no, a slow deck is not necessarily a bad deck, as we can clearly see here.
But I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying the disrespect that he sent the Exile
I see.
That's what I meant.
Fair enough. Oh,
wow.
Something.
Okay.
Now there's some more reasoning to it,
disagree.
right? Now you gotta understand why we brought that monster to the field. But
doesn't matter.
Jack Rory just keeps on summoning level 4 monsters, and Oliver will have to have an eye on the clock. We have more than 20 minutes still left. Honestly, that's super unusual for this deck, because when I've played against Telemans Paleo in the past, usually game 1s were likely to take on like 30, 40, sometimes even 45 minutes. I've played against this deck and we only got to finish a single game, essentially. But we already are on the edge of finishing the second one here.
It's looking good for Jack Rory.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest here with you guys. This is looking very, very solid here. He's probably playing multiple duo drives as well in this.
And with 2 carries, he can easily make game here.
Yep. Very good point. Just to get
so
this detonator.
He's not playing multiple duo drives, but I don't think he needs another one here, to be honest.
You can always shuffle it back anyways.
Yeah, that's true. I think in this version of the deck, in the pure Ryziel version, you want to make sure to include 2 Eclipse Wyverns because you do actually summon this card from time to time. And what did I say?
Wyvern.
Eclipse Wyvern, also a cool card though, but Eclipse
Strings.
Twins, of course, is the one that I mean, yeah. And you can, I think you need 2 of them in the extra deck, yeah. And that is what Jack Rory has decided on.
That's also a bonfire. I'm not sure if it adds a lot to the situation right now, but Jack Rory and we're discussing a little bit. It's we can see maybe later on what happened, but now bonfire is going to resolve. I think this is just follow up. You haven't used the Ice Ryziel effect to special summon it.
There's
out,
Ice
so maybe
Ryziel
that
in
is
the hand.
going to be enough damage then with that. I think if you just summon Ice Ryziel out now and send the set card.
Looks like a lot to
just,
me.
yeah.
Sending Called by the Grave. That's a lot of attack points. And that is the game. 1-1 scores even. Jack Rory Steinkammer takes down game number 2, and therefore we are heading into a third and deciding game number 3. And now, what are we going to see in game 3? Just Paleo doing Paleo things again, or what's the way to stop it?
First of all, I would like to be in Jack's head and think, what did you decide? You are going for things to deal with spell traps, or you are going to deal with a tier?
Oh no, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. This card is not as popular anymore, to be honest, but sure, tell them.
It should be the Cosmic Cyclone that you
It
cite
should be, but I'm
this
telling
one.
you, it's not there. It's not there. But the card that is pretty interesting, that got some popularity again by Steven Santoli, who was first out the Swiss at YCS Orlando, was actually running in his side deck. Gravekeeper's Inscription. That is a card that was super popular back in the day against Matelemans deck. I still remember YCS Lyon, for example, where this card was heavily played in Kashtira builds, for example. And Jack Rory Steinkammer brought it back here this weekend, preparing for the Matelemans deck, of course, once again. But yeah, I think that one is really, really good. And additionally to that, he came prepared for back row decks, to be honest. I see Feather Duster, I see Lightning Storms, I see a lot of things here, honestly. And even Mold Charming Meowls is a card that does really well against those decks. All the Paleos, you get a draw for every Paleo.
I mean, if the Paleos are activated, then you probably have something on your field, right?
You're right, yeah, that's fair.
It's gonna be, I mean, you can use it at the start of your turn, but then I like summoning up the
he's
vanillas.
not going probably to summon a Palo.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe not the Meowls, but the other cards I think were pretty satisfying, right?
Absolutely. So this is, if he draws a combination of his side deck cards, I don't think there is a lot that can stop him, except for maybe something like a Solemn Judgment. But if it's just like Paleo traps and Telemans traps, and you start Inscription, followed up by Lightning Storm, I don't see a way to beat that, actually.
And to be honest, I want to see the Ash Blossom, how it's going to be used. I think this is the trick on this matchup, because of course you need to stop at tiers, but also there are a lot of good traps like Needlebug and Nest that should be stopped also.
Or the Meta Noise is always one of my favorite
Meta Noise,
targets.
yes.
But I think the Duelists are ready, and let's go over to the table for the deciding Game 3.
As we can see, what a flags that is. The World Champion sleeves up on the table there from Jack Rory Steinkammer, now picking up his starting hand. But it will be Oliver dictating the pace here, first of all, in this third game, as he's the one going first. And he does have Telemans Scream, which is a pretty good card. If you also have the Rhino, and I think I see the Rhino, that's going to be a rather quick start this time around. He started slow in game 1, and it was enough. And this time he starts quick instead. And he's going to use Chainlink 1 Scream, Chainlink to Rhino Heart. Oh, look, we're sending a card to even send more cards to the graveyard. I love this. This is Telemans at its prime.
Yeah, we are used to on the opposite Chainlink.
Oh, and there it is! I already said it earlier. This card may come in, and it is Mischief of the Gnomes.
And it hits Marella. I mean, basically every card does something when you send it to the graveyard in this deck. And Rise,
I mean, that's the point.
Height. Yeah, very, very good one. So, Rhino Heart is just middle 5 now. It's the new kit colors, I suppose.
Yeah, and Rise to Full Height, when you are in game 3, and you're kind of also, of course, with this deck always looking at the timer a little bit, is very good to protect yourself. But Oliver just immediately goes in the draw phase for Mischief of the Gnomes and its graveyard effect. So Jack Rory Steinkammer all of a sudden is wishing he would be playing rank 3s in his extra deck, because he's not going to be able to summon any rank 4s anymore.
The thing is, if you start Ice, you special summon a level 4 from the deck, that adds you another level 4 that isn't affected by Mischief of the Gnomes anymore. So Bonfire is even better now, because now you get to add the Ice and it's going to be a level 4, right?
The thing though is, the way Mischief of the Gnomes is written, it says
every card that comes from
reduce the
hand.
levels of all monsters in each player's hand by 1. I don't even, like, I think the ones in the hand, even if they are added after the resolve of Mischief of the Gnomes, maybe adjusting their levels.
Then it would be forever.
For the rest of the turn, yeah.
The graveyard, does it set it for the rest of the turn?
It's an old card, but we will find out, I'm sure. We will find out. It's definitely already against cards that were in his hand already. Very, very impactful and powerful. So how can Jack Rory counter this turn? Honestly, I was a bit surprised that Oliver immediately went for it, because Jack Rory against that slow over deck may have the advantage of time, just not playing too much this turn, but he does agree with you, immediately going for the Ice Ryzeal. And this monster that he's about to summon will definitely be a level 4.
Yep, sword is coming in.
Okay, Oliver thinking about whether to interact with that.
And now we're also going to see how Mischief of the Gnomes work. We activate Scream, of course, first.
He kept screaming for the summon of sword.
Oh, Meta Noise.
Backcheck
and lost win. This man does not miss. What are those cards? What are those cards that he gets consistently there off of the top of his deck?
They're trap cards.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even notice. But Backcheck was a monster, but it's going to be a trap card eventually, of course.
And there are a lot of tailings right now.
Oh, yeah. Searching for
Meta Noise
extra
hits the Telemans Kashtira as well. That has another target in the graveyard, which is yet another Telemans Kashtira. It's looking good, and there are none of these side-decked cards for Jack Rory so far.
Indeed. I saw in his deck there was Lightning Storm, there was Feather Duster. Of course you side those cards in against this deck, but he did not draw them.
He has card draw in hand. And now we have seen... Have we seen monster effects activated? I think Backcheck was activated, no?
Did he activate the Backcheck? I didn't even see it.
I mean,
maybe it's fine. Yeah, maybe it's fine to play around Talon Sphere, honestly, and just there's so many trap cards in your deck. Just use it in the end phase and see what you get.
And you said it earlier. If it's not a trap card, you're going to fusion summon.
Probably, yeah. I agree, and I don't think he used the Backcheck here.
And he has the info of Talon from game 2, so it's probably the correct.
Okay, look at that. We do bring out the extra Ryzeal, sending the Star Leech. I think it's Paladinamo, or how's it called?
No, Paladinamo was a...
Oh, that's the other one, right?
This is the Photon Dragon.
It's Photon Blast Dragon, of course. They look very similar, though. Don't blame me. I think Paladinamo is not even the rank 4, right?
It is.
It is as well. Oh, there, he activated it, though.
All right.
Triple Tactic Talons can be activated.
I'm telling you, this is a draw. Or is he trying to take the Rhino Heart because it's a level 4?
That would be crazy. You're right. That has to be the case.
Hilarious.
Give me your level 4. I need it. I need
to play Telemans.
Yes, then! He is taking the level 4. There we got it. 2 level 4s on the field now, finally, for Jack Rory and his rank 4 deck.
Quantal Think has a Rhino Heart on his field in 2025.
Finally, yeah. Okay, now on the resolve, though, we do go for the Telemans Kashtira, banishing Meta Noise, and what are we going to get here? He's a master of milling, and we do get some more good cards there! We go Scream, Shiren, and another Telemans Kashtira. This is massive, honestly.
I think at this point, Oliver gives the info that has Halik. That's why he probably summoned Tier Kashtira.
Probably, yeah. I mean, also, if you just hit a way to get into the Kaleido Heart, getting rid of one of those level, or like the only level 4 monster next to the Rhino Heart is pretty valuable too. So,
but see, how many cards does he have in his deck that can trigger upon being sent to the graveyard or do something?
All of them. I mean, you saw it clearly. You saw it clearly every single time. All of them.
The only miss is Needlebug Nest, right? And Daruma Karma Cannon.
Karma Cannon as well, but besides that, there's not that many. Pearl Rhino. There's dangers in his deck as well, which aren't particularly amazing either. I think besides that...
Dangers are fusion material.
Yeah, I guess.
And I think it looks like he can't activate the Shiren. And we're going to go into
Duo Drive.
And it looks like you can't use the X as a level 4. Your Lost Wind is being activated. It's such a slow way of playing the game, and I love it so much.
Absolutely. This is really old school Yu-Gi-Oh! This is
so when an extra deck monster is summoned, the Lost Wind can reset itself.
Yeah. But the next time it's being activated, it gets banished instead of going to the graveyard. And it's a card that negates something that it targets forever. When a special summoned monster activates the effect, you can negate it and half the attack.
That is true.
Or you just target a special summoned monster and negate it. Doesn't have to activate.
We gotta agree, this duo drive is never resolving, right? Oh, Needlebug's Nest, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for a number 5.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
And so is Jack Rory.
Yeah. Oh, and Marella is being chained here.
Oh my. One.
Transaction rollback is
rollback.
crazy. Salik is
Salik,
crazy.
Morella, Reinhardt,
boy.
and another one of them.
Do we have another tier element card in hand so we can activate the tier elements Reinhardt? Because then this is a party.
He added Salik before.
He
with
added
Spring.
Salik before.
True, and then it's just Kaleido Heart, right? And Kaleido Heart just takes care of the duo drive. This is looking amazing for Oliver right now.
How fun is that tag?
Endless fun,
Endless
all day.
fun, yeah.
I mean, look at Oliver. He's living the life. He's sitting in the feature match area, 5-0 here at YCS Birmingham. Couldn't be any better, right? So we are going to... Okay, we added back Shiren, I believe. Which is even better because we can now... Oh, wait, Halfness. Yeah, we can discard the Halfness now, which is nice because it immediately gives us all the setup we need for the Kaleido Heart by only using monsters in the graveyard, which is really, really nice. Okay, Halfness.
Oh, it doesn't want to activate Reinhardt, just activates the Halfness from the graveyard. And of course, we're sending back... Oh, we even keep the Reinhardt on the field here. Keep in mind later on that might be banished. Duo Drive is being put back into the extra deck. And now, I mean, trap decks are supposed to be slow, but this setup is massive on the side of Oliver. This alone is almost game. I think this is about 7,000 damage on the field.
Call that slow.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, to be fair, his start here in Game 3 was so much better than in Game 1. In Game 1, he started by setting free cards, and still it was enough. But this time around, he got to start his plays already on the opening turn, and then he could back it up with even the Mischief of the Gnomes already in the graveyard. Rise to full height on the Kaleido Heart, so no attacks coming through here from Jack Rory Steenkammer, if he does not want to attack into the Kaleido Heart, of course.
He is not giving him anything. A card set for Jack Rory. We saw that it was Book of Eclipse, a card that has not fulfilled its purpose in Game 1 as well, where it just gave 2 draws. Backjack's being activated. Now, what's the last card here? Oh, it is the Black Goat Laughs, adding insult to injury here.
I mean, to be fair, Jack Rory does not have any trap cards in the graveyard at the moment. So, on the field, the Black Goat Laughs does not lob that much right now. But, Oliver, what's the set card here? Oh, he's reading his Telemann's Crime. Okay, so that Book of Eclipse is not going to stop him, I'm pretty sure. What a setup for him.
is in the graveyard with Needleback Nest also.
But for Crime, do you need a monster in hand to discard?
Yes, you do.
Because he only has Salik and an unknown card.
Wait. Oh, wait, no. That Black Gold Laughs is able to activate its effect because I was mistaking it for Transaction Rollback. Transaction Rollback needs for the on-field effect a trap card in the opponent's graveyard. But we can just use the effect of that Black Gold Laughs, call the card name, and
it's
then...
happening. Are we going to see Animalocaris, or is it going to be totally awesome?
Which one is it going to be?
Oh, it couldn't be Animalocaris.
It's totally awesome again.
With Palios summoned.
Indeed, we saw it on the Bahamut Shark way, but now we also see it on the classic Paleo way. Vivid Tail is being sent to the graveyard. There's the last card too. Things are looking so good right now for Oliver. What next, though? Attack position, Kaleido. That's scary. We're in the battle phase, I'm pretty sure. Jack Rory confirms that we are going to have some attack points, threatening the life points of Jack Rory here.
Oh, wow. There is so much set up for Oliver. I mean, we're not seeing any frogs in the main deck, so I think then the standby phase Totally Awesome is not going to special summon something out, but...
who knows?
Yeah, true, honestly.
At this point, okay, we're attacking
a Duke Frog wouldn't shock me.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised either. And that's a lot of damage now against the life points of Jack Rory. And I think we might even be getting Jack Rory below 4,000, which would make our transaction rollback in the graveyard. Oh, it's 4,900, so transaction rollback still not absolutely amazing. We could just use it here to possibly get enough. Oh, it's on for... Okay, we are below 4,000. We could go risky here. Just use transaction rollback, try to get another fusion summon, and possibly just go for a game here in the battle phase, to be honest. Like, if we just hit another fusion name, go possibly into Dragostapelia, hit something else.
And to summon itself.
Yeah, I could see it.
Garura would be cool as well for 3,000 damage.
So,
to be honest, I think the best play here is to play slow.
Yeah. And I think that's what he does best as well. Oliver is just sitting there with 4 sets. Telemann's Scream on the field. Totally awesome. Telemann's Kaleido Heart. 2 more Telemann's Name that are not looking as threatening, but they have attack points. They have dealt the damage, and Jack Rory needs to find a way out of this quickly. He has the Book of Eclipse set. Is going to start off the turn with that. His cards are level 4 monsters now in hand, so that is a way to play the game. Toad is forced out immediately. This might have been in main phase, so Talons is a card that might be live soon. He has an empty field. Lightning Storm would cause some heavy damage here.
Yeah, but he has Crime now.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
We also just got another monster back into the hand through that Totally Awesome, meaning we even have something to send for the crime, but it is Jack Rory now summoning out the Ryziel sword. And Oliver, what's that now? Maybe a Salik. We added back Salik, so we may as well use it here. There we go.
Actually, I'm not too sure if you need to activate Salik here. Just grabbing Morellas is enough. Oh, we're sending Kaleido Heart immediately. Kaleido Heart is going to also send something. We're going to see another fusion summon. I don't think we need to cut off Jack Rory from more names. If it works, of course, it's the fastest way to end the game, but there are 3 more cards in hand that you probably don't know. Oh, Grief is being sent.
Telemann's Grief, indeed.
Wait, doesn't that just add back the Meta Noise that was banished? That is...
Let's see.
That is a heads-up play.
Yep, we do that indeed. Oliver knows all the things, knows all about. I'm very interested whether Oliver already was playing Telemann's like a couple of years back, whether it was like the best deck or whether he just picked it up after its hype, basically now showing us that it's still so viable.
I want to play this now.
Yeah, it's such a fun deck,
fun,
honestly.
yeah.
It is such an amazing deck.
Jack Rory, look at this. Almost every zone on the field from Oliver is filled with threats. So many monsters, so many spell and trap cards, and so much disruption for Jack Rory. I mean, the thing is, a lot of good cards are already used now from Oliver. So if there is a way for Jack Rory to get into that game, I don't doubt that he will find it. Sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard. Now Ext is being summoned to the field. Ext will activate.
And Oliver... Oh, he still has the crime. Do we go after it with crime? Oh, we still have the Lost Wind as well. We know about that card. That was Setback, and Morella wants to have another word. Morella number 2 for Oliver here in game number 3.
Morella is such a good card in that deck as well. It's like Needlebug Nest, but more consistent, less explosive. So you're guaranteed to hit something, but honestly, looking at the deck that he's playing, Needlebug Nest also is guaranteed to hit something. Node is being summoned. One of the best extenders in the deck is going to provide another body if it needs to. We're going to see an overlay for here. Are we going to see Excite Knight go for a last-ditch effort? There it is. Excite Knight. Is it going to resolve? The Kaleido Heart effect has been used already. Salik might not have any more targets in the deck. And the Telemann's crime is flipped face up from Oliver. Jack Rory is offering the handshake. Oliver wins with so many Telemann cards.
6-0, Telemann's Paleo, maybe the already surprise of the weekend. I'm hoping that he will be able to follow this up, but this is quite the start that no one really expected from this deck. We said it, multiple reasons why possibly not to play this deck this weekend with all the Paleo, with all the Bestials around, but he doesn't mind it.
What is a Bestial?
Just plays his own style, he just plays his own deck, and he's going really well with it, and I love it.
So at the start of the day, if I was coming here and told you that Tiers will be 6-0 at the tournament, would you expect that?
100%.
Yeah, it was my secret
100%.
call as well, of course. Yeah. We talked about it earlier, but when we had breakfast, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, for breakfast, the drive here. So, look at this. In his first hand, he had Telemann's Rhino Heart, or in his third game hand, and Scream. And we were talking about Bestials being a problem for the deck, etc. He just set up trap cards. He used the Telemann's engine, not to try and fusion summon and get disrupted by possible Magnamuts or Druisworms or Baldrakes. Sure. He said, hey, I'm going to set up more trap cards. I'll have Transaction, Rollback, Rise to Full Height, everything in the graveyard. I'm going to set more traps. If you have the Bestials, you will be uncomfortable using them later on, or I might have enough setup to beat those. So it is not looking fragile to the Bestials. It looks like it rather doesn't necessarily even care.
Yeah, and I mean, we said that Lightning Storm and Feather Duster would have been pretty good, but to be fair, those trap cards that you would be destroying there, they do have effects in the graveyard. So even those cards, sure, they do hurt, especially when they hit like Daruma Karmakan and stuff like that. But guess what? They might just still have their way into Transaction Rollback, just still using them from the graveyard. So it's not even the end of the world with those.
Rollback and Karma Cannon is insane. If you have the rollback in the graveyard, then there are so many cards that will also get you there, because you have Needlebug Nest, you have Morella. If you have used Dynamiscus to discard a Transaction Rollback, or you have milled it before, you can use Morella to send the Daruma Karma Cannon and activate trap cards from the graveyard.
And I mean, we gotta say, Mischief of the Gnomes really wasn't super popular lately anymore because the Pure Ryziel deck kind of went out of favor, but now Pure Ryziel really is back.
Morella target as well.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and so therefore, I think the inclusion of this card is absolutely amazing. And I think it is just a really good meta call all of a sudden again. Like, disregarding a couple of things, I don't really know how good the Malice matchup is necessarily for this deck. I could see it being a little
You're a hater,
tough.
Basti. You're a hater.
But I do have to say against Ryzel, it seems all right.
I mean, his strategy to just play very slow turn 1 and then pass and just starting playing on his opponent's turn it was very explosive. And as we saw, after some trap cards were activated, like LEBLANC Nest, the deck really popped off and starting making huge plays.
Yeah, and one thing that I have to say is, I think it's a little similar of an approach to what Din Kabui did, because this deck just plays around a lot of the ordinary hand interactions, I would say. It plays around Veiler quite well, it plays around Impermanence quite decently well too. I don't think it cares about Nibiru at all. The Bestials are a little bit more problematic, I guess, sure, but there's a lot of things that I think also the Mulcharmies. I don't think you really care about the Mulcharmies, to be honest.
Does it? I think like in 33.3% of the games, it plays heavily into Impermanence and Effect Veiler, because these cards are decent one-for-one trades, and you're hoping to diminish the field or stop the entire turn. And if you're playing a deck that is going to set up some traps and just start with one Rhino, if you have one progressive play on your first turn, you would hate to get that Veilered and Impermanence.
Yes, but to be honest, as we saw, you can just pass on your turn on your opponent with just a Rhino, for example, and Scream or Salik behind. Just have follow-up plays on the next turn.
So I gotta agree. I think there is definitely some applications for Veiler and Impermanence. I don't want to say that there is none, but I do definitely think that is a deck that is able to handle those cards much better than other decks, for example. Like, an Effect Veiler on the Dormouse and nothing to follow it up is way tougher, I think, on the Malice player than an Effect Veiler on the Rhino, but it's still able to set 3 cards afterwards, right?
You know what's not tough on the Malice player? Dynamiscus on Dormouse.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I agree.
Actually, what does the deck have for that? Do you side in Canadia? Because Canadia is insane against the deck.
I don't think you do, but I mean, just Daruma Karma Cannon, the usual.
Yeah, Daruma Cannon.
But you have to have
very
it
good
then,
against
right?
Malice.
You have to have it then. So, like the other cards, Lost Wind is not the yellow from the egg, as we Germans say. There are trap cards that play around with the Malice trap cards. You can chain Paleos to the Malice trap cards. That's okay. And yeah, but I think apart from Daruma
also has some application on the Malice matchup, like the field spell, of course, and maybe a link to like the Lizard and or even the Cyber's one that reborns from the graveyard. Splash Mage, yes. So it can definitely see some targets.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And I mean, also another factor is the Metatronus. Like, it doesn't really offer any Metatronus interaction, and we have seen multiple people now on Feature Match being on that card. I think overall in the event, the card is very popular as a main deck decision even, but at the very least for a lot of people in their side decks, and therefore having little to no overlap into this card is pretty good, not gonna lie.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen this earlier. If this card is sitting around in hand doing nothing, then the card is sitting around in hand doing nothing. And you need every single card to top and win at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, especially here in Birmingham. But we have discussed this deck enough. Let's go over to Alberto and Oliver.
Thank you so much, Leo. I'm here with Oliver, our winner for round 6. Thank you and congratulations, first of all. I think it was quite of a demonstration of how the deck is powerful, and I mean, I think you've played the deck for a while, I would say, right?
Yeah, I've played this for over a year now. So at the Nationals last year, I was playing it then, and I've been playing it since then, so for about a year straight now.
I mean, you piloted it incredibly well, I have to say. So let's jump into the first highlight I want to show you. Because I think, I mean, you won the die roll, and
I did.
So this is your start, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, kind of a slow start, I would say.
Yeah.
But we also saw the Ash being activated of the Ovnis, and I think this is the game changer of basically the game, right? And so how you feel about this?
Yeah, so maybe I had the Havness in my hand, so I wanted to bait the Ass Blossom out because...
sorry.
So I had the Ass Blossom in my hand. I wanted to bait the Ass Blossom out in case I was one, because obviously Mill 5 is better than the Mill 3. And then the Mills really helped, so I had, because the Havness was still in hand after the Ass Blossom, I could then do the Rhino Heart, send the Havness, the Mendois got back the Tearcast milled 2 cards, I got the Lost Wind as well, so
and
it's
also,
like a spiral from there.
Exactly. And also for the next highlight I want to show you, it's, I mean, basically this result, as we can see.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think you're happy with the Mills, right?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the Mills, yeah. The point of the deck is like very little synergies that just kind of get you advantage every time you mill.
But also, I think this is very important, especially because I think the backjack here gave you
the
like...
backjack gave me a Daruma cannon,
Yeah,
I saw
no.
the Daruma cannon, very happy about that.
Yeah, exactly, especially because we will soon see what happens next, because I think the Kaleido Heart here is very important just to give you know, a big body on the field.
I was so mainly I was thinking about he might make Dweller immediately if he like kind of knows what I'm doing. So I was like, I just want to keep the 2 level 4s off field. Don't want a Dweller to immediately get summoned.
No, but I think it made a lot of sense because, as you mentioned, I think it's just important to say, okay, let's just see how he wants to play this around, especially because I think he was not expecting to play against, German exactly. And for the next ally right away, I want to show you what's up next, because basically I think the Daruma Cannon, as you mentioned.
I mean, this Daruma Cannon's a crazy card, like in any format, and I was very happy to see it off the backjack.
Because I think also I really like the way the deck is structured, because basically you started things off with 3 back rows. And then it kind of evolved.
Yeah, exactly, So even though it was only 3 back row, it turned into like way more cards. I got way more cards in my hand. I got more interruptions from like milling random T elements.
Exactly.
Very nice.
And I think this is maybe the point where Jack realized that he didn't have enough.
Yes, I think so.
Because like with all their interruption being activated from your side, I think that the Daruma Cannon itself gave you a huge advantage.
Yep.
And then in the end, faced with the
I drew 2 cards as well, so I was up to like 4 cards in hand. I had like full control at this point.
Exactly.
I don't think I could have lost at this point.
For the last highlight of game 1, indeed, I just want to let you say this, because I think it was important. I mean, like at this point, you just seal the game here, right?
Yeah, I made sure to play around the Biru just in case he did have it, so I went for the Bahamut, the Toad line.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, here there was nothing else, honestly, that Jack could have done, because, I mean, at this point, I think it's quite clear that you may have enough attack damage, right? And entering into game 2, how do you feel after game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty well, so I won without, I took about, sometimes with this deck, the main issue is sometimes you will go to time because you take a bit long, but that only took about 10 minutes, so I was very happy going into game 2. Obviously, Ryze was the main deck to beat, so I have cards in my side deck to like try and help the matchup.
Yeah, and I just want to show you, because like on game 2, of course, like we saw that you lost, but I mean, like I think
game 2 I did make a major mistake. I'll see if you show it.
I mean, like let's go to highlight number 1, so at least we can talk about it. I mean, quite of a good start.
I mean, yeah.
You know? So it's, I mean, like Detonator plus Dweller plus Cross. So.
To be fair, Detonator really doesn't do a lot against my deck by itself because it pops all the T elements, payloads are unaffected by monster effects, all the traps are chainables, so it doesn't do that much, but obviously the Dweller is the big impact here.
Yeah, no, exactly, especially because I think that, like with this specific combination of field for Ryzel, I think it's quite difficult to navigate through them, right? And I mean, I think you took your chances, right? Because at the end, you had the Medora, I think.
Yeah, I did. I normal Medora.
Yeah.
I was debating between normaling Medora and Rhinoheart just to get an extra tier name for like next turn, so I'd have a fusion target.
Yeah.
But I decided for the Medora to try and play around the twins. I did misplay there. I shouldn't have used the Typhon effect because he cross detached, someone back to Dweller, and then just lost from that.
And then for highlight number 2 of this game 2, here I think there was the talent which. I mean, honestly, kind of, like forced you here to activate.
Yes, I didn't want to rip a card from my hand, so that's what's saying the thing.
I think it made a lot of sense, especially because, as you mentioned, I think you were not sitting in a good position.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling the Dweller at this point, so I'm in a really bad spot.
Exactly. So I think you just say, I mean, let's just play my cards, and then hopefully, it may help me out a bit. I mean, I feel like here for the next highlight, it just, Jack here is able basically to seal out the game, right?
I used the Soliac and just kind of prayed he didn't have any other level 4s. I knew if he had any other thing, I was probably dead. So.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think you just go for it and hopefully,
exactly.
it's just...
That's what I went for. It didn't work out. Just how it is.
And for game 3, you felt confident?
Yeah, well, going first against Ryzel, I think I'm very, very favoured. So I felt very confident. As you'll see, I'm sure in the highlight, that I have a very special card for Ryzel, which really worked out well.
We will see that one in a minute, especially because, like, I think for the way you started things off in game 3, I think it was quite of a good start.
I think so. Right? My hand was very strong. Any times you open Scream, it's very strong because Scream plays through hand traps really well. Yeah. Because it's on both players' turns, you can just keep milling 3.
Exactly.
So even if they're ass bossing me, you're just constantly getting the advantage from it.
And we can see it in the first highlight of game. Exactly. I mean, Scream press Rhino hard.
Yeah, it's very nice.
I mean, this is.
I make sure to do it this way around because some people do play Ghost Ogre, so I don't want the Scream getting Ghost Ogre. I don't really care about the Rhinoheart sending a T element because I'm probably not. I don't really want to fuse on my first turn.
Yeah.
I want to be fusing on their turn.
Sure. No, but I think, at the end of the day, I think you're more than happy, especially because of the mischief here,
exactly.
right?
I milled the mischief on the nerves. I'm very happy about that.
This is huge. Are you happy with the choice? Like, how is this going for the tournament?
So I was actually debating between Mischief and Dimensional Barrier, but I kept having games where I'd build a Dimensional Barrier and then not not being able to use it because I never roll back. So I was like, well, Missive of the Gnomes is kind of the same thing, except I mill so many cards, I'm going to see the Missive of the Gnomes.
Yeah.
It also has a really cool synergy with Paleozoic Morella, because you can Morella send a trap from decks, you just send the Missive of the Gnomes immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
If you need to.
Yeah, and for the next highlight I want to show you is, basically this is what happens at the Mischief. You activate the Shifty right away, which I think makes sense, and then here Jack goes for the talent. So what are your thoughts here?
So here are the talents. My back row is, I think it's Crime and there's a Needlebug Nest. So as soon as he takes to level 4, the only thing I'm scared of now is probably an Exciton, well not Exciton here, but probably a Detonator, because it kind of just starts chipping away my cards.
Yeah.
But I have the Tear Cash in hand.
Yeah, just,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have the Tear Cash in hand. So on res, I summon Tear Cash because I have Crime face down.
Yeah.
So worst case, if I need to, I can go Crime on the Duo Drive.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense because on the highlight number 3, here we can see that basically here comes the Duo Drive.
Yeah, this was after a Needlebug Nest. I build really good off the Needlebug Nest.
Yeah, and I think also the Needlebug Nest helped you out quite a bit.
It did, yeah. Because it means I get to keep the Crime live because I was scared of like some kind of. I'm not really sure why. I was basically just, I wanted to make sure I had the insulation in case he did have anything.
Yeah, and the Kaleido here, I think he's huge once again.
Yeah,
I think
exactly,
this is the game changer.
The Kaleido's been the Duo Drive, kind of cuts him out of options at this point.
Yeah, and also for highlight number 4, I want to show you is basically where like the game was also almost sealed. Like we can see at this field, like unbelievable, I would say.
I mean, I have 5 back row. There's a Crime. There's Omni Negate face down at all times. So I know. I really don't think I can lose this game, really.
No, I mean, like, I think it's quite unlikely, like...
I also still have the rollback in Graveyard as well. I was kind of scared of time, so I didn't really want to use it, like, immediately, but worst case scenario, I could have gone for the rollback on the Daruma cannon that was in there.
Yeah, especially because, like, Jack is basically sitting on 4 cards.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I have 4 cards, I have 4 back row, I have Scream, I have Kaleido, I have rollback.
You have it all, and
yeah,
indeed for the last highlight, and basically that's it for the game. It's just, you know, the Exciton that tries to
I was holding this since the
itself.
start of the game, and I was like, yeah, that's quite nice.
Exactly, so that's the one that seals the game. So
even if Exciton resolved there, the Peleos are unaffected, the tiers are going to float, so I don't think it would have mattered that much, but, you know.
Yeah, I know, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, just in case it was there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So, I mean, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So 6-0 record, impressive.
Yeah, 6-0,
so keep it up. Hopefully we see you again on the stream.
Yeah, hopefully.
And guys, thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere because we're going to jump to Ed.
Thank you very much, Albie. 6-0 for Tearlament Paleo. It's all gone well. Congratulations to Oliver Gibbs taking that round 6 feature match and currently undefeated as the games go on. We have 3 more feature matches in today's coverage for you here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Birmingham. But as you well know, it's the end of a round, which means it's time for us to reveal a new card. Basti, Leo, Mike, what have we got?
Thank you, Ed. You can call me Pay Leo from now on. And the next card that we are going to see is a card that is an alternate artwork previously released in the OCG.
Only in the OCG. Something completely new for us TCG players. Yeah. Let's have a look. What is it?
This is an exciting one.
Give it to me. What are we getting? Oh, incredible Ecclesia the Adventurers! Branded cool players like that one, of course. Or is it the sword? No, it's a Sword Soul one, right?
Yes.
You like that a lot, right? Don't you?
Exactly.
As our Sword Soul enjoyers. Mike won a YCS with the Sword Soul, right?
Indeed, and it is one of my favorite cards ever, and I really love this artwork.
It is. It's beautiful.
I didn't even see it ever before.
Yeah,
I've never seen
because
this.
It was only in the OCG, my friend.
Good point. Very good point, Basti.
That's nice. I love that. Many cool reveals here coming our way from Stampede. This was number 6 now, as we just had round number 6. That means we still have 3 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! But also 3 more reveals from the Stampede set coming your way. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to happen, and we will be right back with round number 7 coming your way very soon.
Which deck is going to win the YCS? Now that's a question every single one of our duelists is asking. But instead of speaking to duelists about it, let's ask our commentators.
My pick to win YCS Birmingham is going to be Crystron. I think the support that got released in Supreme Darkness is actually amazing. It's a really, really cool and flexible combo deck that can do a lot of different things, even setting up a trap card. And I always love when decks can do different things. It's a combo deck, but still it offers you the back row so it doesn't lose immediately to cards like Ultimate Slayer. I think it's a very versatile deck that is being slapped on a little bit, and I think it's definitely going to top and maybe even going all the way.
Hi everyone, my pick for YCS Birmingham is Mermail. Yes, but hear me out, I know what you're thinking. He got top 8 at YCS Bologna, and I think Julius is someone you should always bet on. Let's see how it goes.
Dinos. I can't say dinos. Ryuge.
My pick for the event is Malice. I think the deck is very powerful, and also last week at YCS Orlando was quite close to win the event in top 4 with Jeff Jones, and hopefully this weekend at YCS Birmingham we have his chances. Let's see how it goes, and hopefully he will win the event.
I mean, they're basically it's literally dinos. So it's kind of like dinos.
All right, my guess to win the YCS Birmingham is going to be a little bit rogue. I know not a lot of you people are expecting it, but I think it's going to be Ryziel Fiendsmith. The deck is just incredibly versatile. It can play through all of the hand traps, through all of the fields, can put up a pretty impressive field itself, and yeah, I love the Ryziel cards.
The Blue Eyes White Dragon, where there's a new structure deck coming out soon. That'd be neat, eh?
My pick for the win this weekend is going to be Tenpai Dragon. Obviously, it's had a couple of cards recently limited on the Forbidden Limited list, but it's still a very, very powerful deck with a very powerful engine and can run some super powerful non-engine. You can also go second every time, so you can use all the mulch armies you like in your deck, as well as powerful going second cards like Harpy's Feather Duster and Triple Tactics Thrust. Watch out for the Tenpai deck this weekend.
Burning Abyss.
I just think Mitsurugi Ryziel is gonna take it all, because the deck is very powerful with the addition of the new cards, of course the Mitsurugi cards, and a lot of people will not exactly know what the cards do, and that's really important. More than that, the deck is very powerful because it's explosive, and going first it can be really, really a huge field to break when it goes interrupted. So for those reasons, I think this deck will take it all.
In all seriousness, I probably think one of the Ryziel decks might win, because I really like how that deck plays, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up winning, but I suppose we'll see.
So for this event, I'm gonna pick a very sleeper deck. It's Tenji Sorcerer. With the newest support from Supreme Darkness, it can really take people off guard. Be prepared.
Hi everyone and welcome to the Time Wizard 2010 meta discussion. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm joined by Tom Payne as we will go through a little bit of history and what makes this very popular format so unique and give you guys, a little bit of some tips and some heads up on how to get into this amazing Yu-Gi-Oh format. But we gotta, as mentioned, take a trip down memory lane as it all starts in 2010, of course, for what was the current YCS is formerly known as Shonen Jump Championship in Edison, where this format took place, and Jeff Jones, one of the most accomplished Yu-Gi-Oh players of all time, took the event by storm with his Plant Synchro deck, facing off against Gadget in the finals in a very amazing battle. But a lot has changed since then, and obviously the beauty of Time Wizard is that it keeps on adapting, and our duelists find new ways to just, take a look at the pool of cards that were legal back in the day and the Forbidden Limited list in effect, and just come up with new ideas on the spot. So I think, first of all, Tom, maybe you can give us a little bit of an idea of what are the most popular decks to expect when going to a Time Wizard event.
Yeah, so as mentioned, Jeff Jones won back in 2010 with Plant Synchro, but nowadays it's not so popular, and the most popular decks are arguably some Blackwing variations. So one of the most popular decks is pure Blackwing, so you play cards like Blackwing Shura the Blue Flame, and you play Black Whirlwind, the very powerful continuous spell that lets you keep searching and adding Blackwing cards from your deck to your hand, and then you back it up with like powerful trap cards like Icarus Attack, and then some of the most powerful cards that lots of other decks run, like Mirror Force and Bottomless Trap Hole and so on. So I'd say this is really a deck for people that like to play aggressively. You're kind of always on the front foot, you're damaging your opponent, you're stealing games with Collude the Moonshadow to discard it from your hand to do extra damage and things like that. So this is really a deck for players who like a kind of aggressive play style. And then on the other hand, we have the more Vayu-centered version of Blackwings. So this centers around Vayu, the Emblem of Honor, and there are lots of ways to send it to the graveyard. So you send it to the graveyard with cards like Armageddonite and Dark Grepher, and you use its effect to banish 2 cards to summon a Blackwing Synchro monster from your extra deck. But the great thing about this Vayu version is that you get to play almost all of the most powerful cards that the format has to offer. So very popular cards in the format are cards like Super Nimble Mega Hamster to summon a copy of Raikou Lightsworn Hunter from your deck, and then you can play cards like, you can tribute those for Caius the Shadow Monarch, and you can play cards like Plague Spreader Zombie to send with Armageddon Knight. And of course, with all of these powerful dark monsters, you can play the biggest boss monster in all of the format, arguably, is the Dark Armed Dragon. Not only that, you can play some of those powerful traps in the format with this deck. So really picking up right now is Deck Devastation Virus to kind of sneak up on all those decks that run a lot of small monsters. You can tribute any of your big Blackwing monsters to activate it, or you could play Royal Oppression.
Yeah, and I think, as you've mentioned, also a beauty of Time Wizard in general is that you get the chance to play with some of those forbidden cards that you can no longer use, and Royal Oppression is one of them. Trap Dashwood is another big trap card that is no longer available, but gives you so much advantage, I feel like, in terms of knowledge as well. And those cards are being played by the Blackwing deck. And I gotta say, I've played quite a bit of this format, and this turbo version of Blackwing has been my go-to deck. But as the format progresses, I gotta say, as of lately, I am levitating towards Substitute and Frog decks. And what a card Substitute was, talking of cards that have been forbidden for a long time. Actually, funny enough, back in 2010, and especially this Time Wizard format wasn't the longest, because soon afterwards we would get a new set in which cards such as Ronin Toadin would be released, and then we would see Frog FTK actually rise and take by storm both the European Championship and the World Championship, with Galileo, which is one of the greatest of all times, getting I think first, second and third, which is crazy. But this meant that I think in 2010 specifically for that time period, probably there was a lot of underestimating Substitute, but I think the card is by far, alongside the Blackwing decks, the best card of the format. It does so much on its own since it's not once per turn. And a big difference for anyone who's not familiar is also the concept of priority. Essentially, back in the day, once you have ignition priority, it means that when you summon a monster, usually you get to activate the effect right away only if it's stated. So like Armageddon Knight or Elemental Hero Stratos, they clearly say when this card is normal summon, you can use the effect. Back in the day, or at least for this format, anytime you would summon a monster.
Welcome back to your coverage here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Birmingham. In front of me, I have our two duelists for the Round 7 feature match. We have Lachlan Stewart versus Finley Tester. Now, these two have already done their dice roll, and Finley is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. We're going to take you through our Round 7 feature match. There are 3 rounds left today of today's coverage. Let's see what happens. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to Round 7 from us as well. Last time we were here, we saw the clash between 2 water-based decks. Again, Mermail against Christian. In the end, it was Christian taking it all, but it seems like this is the trend today for us, guys, as we are yet again in front of a different water combo deck. And I hear something spooky coming through the horizon, looking through the waves. And is that a fin?
It might be a fin. It's going to come out and bite you if you're not careful. We have sharks. Ooh. I have not seen this deck an awful lot, but it looks very cool. It's based around XYZ summoning, lots of efficient ways to get 2 level 4s on the field. And we saw quite a lot of one shark in the last feature match we were in. Do you remember the shark, Alberto?
Yeah,
the most powerful
one. And,
yeah.
I thought you were saying this deck is based on sharks, which, you know, it's true. But yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see. The gameplay and also the strategy, especially because it's all XYZ in the extra deck. So.
Yep. Pretty one-dimensional, but unfortunately Stewart and his shark deck did lose the roll, so we are gonna see his opponent with Malice in action. So without further ado, our players are ready. Let's jump into game 1.
Here we go. Finley getting to go first with his Bestial deck. I find it quite funny, Marcello, you mentioned, you know, just the XYZs this time was quite one-dimensional, but on the other hand, in the last Christian, we had a full Synchro extra deck, and now we have a full XYZ, whereas we have probably a pretty much full Link extra deck from Finley, I'd guess, with his Malice deck.
Yep. And yeah, we see a pretty strong start here. Malice being still the most represented deck this weekend, as we saw from the meta breakdown. Let's see if they can conversion into still being the most represented in Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a pretty premium start from Finley here, getting to banish the Dormouse, draw 2. He's got all 3 Malice monsters on the field, and he's got 5 cards still in his hand, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, what I saw from Finley, and looking at Lachlan's deck lists, he's playing. I don't think he's playing any Nibiru. No, he's not. So he's just sitting on Ash Blossom, and I mean, he has Impulse, which I haven't seen in permanents, but it looks like there's no response yet. So yeah, maybe we will see Finley just combo off here, and I think it's looking very promising for him. And now going for the Red Ransom.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying himself here. It can be very difficult to interrupt the Malice deck because it's such an effective Link strategy. If you negate the effects of these Cyburst monsters, often they can just be used as Link materials anyway, and you can just kind of carry on playing. Almost feels like cards like Infinite Impermanence and such don't really have as much effect as they do on other strategies.
Yeah, especially when they access the trap cards. There is also, you know, a bit of a mind game. As in this case, in which of the Malice trap cards is set, so it can be quite tough to interrupt for sure.
Yeah, it's quite novel. You can just like set one of your cards. Yeah. You set your Infinite Impermanence before you start playing, and you make your opponent have to think once or twice before interrupting any of your Malice effects. Here comes the Chassis Cat. That's all 3 Malice monsters. It's quite a nice thing. I mean, you have to pay life points, which is obviously you'd rather not, but it's quite nice when you're playing sometimes when you struggle to keep track of all your once per turn effects. You can just look at the life point pad and see, oh, I've paid 900 so far, so I must have used all 3 of my Malice effects already. Here comes back the red ransom.
Yeah, okay. I was a bit confused because we're 2 different banishments, but now...
Yeah, Malice do so much banishing. They need an extra zone, yeah. Oh, I saw that. Did you see a dimension shifter on the bottom of Finland's deck?
He's playing 3 on the...
Makes sense. I mean, might as well take full advantage of the card when your deck can allow it. I think it takes away a lot of the diversity as well. Like when you walk into a 2500 tournament, you can expect, especially in day 1, to play against a lot of strategies, and a card like Shifter in the main deck makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's almost like not the most popular card in Malice, which is strange considering like most decks that can afford to run Shifter normally just go ahead and run Shifter, but I think a lot of players kind of opting to say like, my deck's powerful enough, I'll side deck Shifter if I need it, but I just don't need it in the main deck. I can just play anyway.
This is great. He's, I think, on 5 cards in hand still, so unbelievable stuff.
Here comes the boa. I'm interested at why the Griffin got summoned. Oh, just so you can summon it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you need to summon it in the main monster zone for it to be extremely effective, and yeah, this is great. So you don't give your opponent an extra monster zone. And that is quite relevant because, as we've mentioned, we have a full XYZ deck, not even a link. So it's going to be tough to play around that Griffin. What an opener.
And I think Finland, the only thing that maybe Finland is missing is having something in his hand, because I think he's sitting on 3 field spells.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's enough. Unfortunately,
wow.
Bit of an underwhelming start here by Lachlan, who decides to do something that we mention from time to time, which is just keep your information. Don't reveal to your opponent what you're on. I gotta say, this strategy is a little bit less effective when you play a deck that your opponent probably has no idea what the strategy is about. But I guess, give him even less information. And unfortunately, Game 1 goes swiftly to the Malice deck that does what it's supposed to be doing, going first. And here we can see some of the matchups. I see in the distance some famous players sitting at the table. What do we think? I guess we have pretty much all the knowledge. So those Artifact Lancia, which are pretty much in everybody's deck, are gonna come in. And now that is gonna shift a bit, the matchup.
Yeah, for sure, Artifact Lanciers. But on the other hand, I guess if there's Dimension Shifters in the main deck, they're probably just going to stay in the main deck on the side of Malice. I honestly have no idea how effective they are against the Shark deck. I feel like it's not too graveyard heavy as compared to some other decks. I think it kind of summons materials from the deck to be used for its XYZ, so not too much of an issue, but I might be completely wrong. You never know.
Well, we'll soon find out, Tom. But also, like, if you're Finley, you just, said something, or...
Honestly, I mean, it looks as if he did, but if I look at his side deck, I would be totally okay with not siding, given that we have also seen that he's main decking those Fuvalos, so you can expect to go second. I guess Book of Eclipse is a card that against most decks can be okay, but I would probably not even side deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, it still has bestials as well, so it's...
I mean, yeah, I guess the only thing you could consider maybe is the cross-outs +1 Lancia, because pretty much any deck of the format is going to bring those in, and maybe you need those even going second, so maybe that makes sense. But I wouldn't know what to take out without not knowing, but I think our players are pretty much done with their side decks, which means we can jump back into action.
What do you guys think of the strategy of just like confidently showing your opponent you're not side decking anything? Just being like, just put the deck straight back in front of them and say, yeah, I'm ready, let's go.
Or maybe putting all the 15 cards and then pulling them off again.
It's surely a statement, I can tell you that. I see so many trap cards in the end from Lachlan.
Oh, he sided in Solemn Judgment, I think.
Yeah, there is at least one. Oh no, it's only 2. Okay, I thought it were 3 trap cards, but it's actually only 2. Let's see. Let's see some sharks.
I don't know what the premium shark to start with is. I'm going to say Buzzsaw is one of my favorite looking ones, but I don't think that is the Buzzsaw. Yeah, I guess you can kind of tell often by looking at people's deck lists, given we know none of them are on the Forbidden Limited list, that you probably the ones you want to draw are the ones that you play 3 copies of. How's your fish spotting, Marcello?
I mean,
you can tell which fish that is.
Is it the Hydrojet? I think
There
it's
you go.
Hydrojet, so yeah, there it is. I'm actually surprised that Finley didn't pick it up, so kudos to him. Yeah,
You're right, yeah.
So, I mean, maybe just trusting his opponent with telling what it does, but I mean, you never know. Maybe he's a shark enthusiast of his own. So, this time around, we are going to be using the Ash Blossom, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows what these cards do, I think, because that Abyss Shark, I think you do have to read it before you can tell that you can Ash Blossom it. So I think he already knows the effect, because it special summons itself and adds all as one effect. So in this case, that's a bit of a downside, because you'd rather summon it and then it's still on the field. But in this case, no issue there. Is that a Fishborg, one of the new Fishborgs, that can summon itself by discarding another water monster from your hand?
This is a familiar one. Abyss Shark gets to resolve and bring out just the one totally awesome. Is that gonna be it? With just 2 face down trap cards. We can upgrade our Mammoth Shark.
Everyone's been using Mammoth Shark wrong. You can just use it as a material after you do it. You can search for 2 full armor cards from your deck, which I think there are 2 of in the main deck for Lachlan. Not too sure what they do. Full armor XYZ.
The Armor Fortress, right?
And the Armor Fortress. Well, that's, it searches for 2 full armor cards, so he's just picked up a couple from his main deck. Just like Ryzel Duo Drive.
Pretty much, yeah.
Spot the difference between these 2 guys.
I mean, there are only 2 targets in the game, regardless for it, so he's just added both.
No, there's another card that he added which counts as a full armor card.
I mean, it's quite an impressive opener. He's also managed to summon... okay, now we are reading. I remember that card from back in the day because I played it at the World Championship, actually, through Draco. It was one of the nicher picks, but you would summon it with actual 2 level 6s, so quite a bit more powerful here. And yeah, we draw and we start things off with Gold Sarcophagus. Really, really good extender for the Malice deck.
It's always nice, I guess, if you're playing Malice and you activate a Gold Sarcophagus that no one chains an Artifact Lancia. Good start.
Oh yeah.
No Imperial Iron Walls either.
But here comes the full armored XYZ.
Let's see, perform another XYZ summon. What is this guy?
I think it's the Dark Knight Lancer.
Yeah. There he is for you guys.
Here, by the way, the chassis card is good because he actually... Oh, okay, but never mind. There's the Impulse.
I was reading the Lancer to try and figure out if it was summoning that you wanted to do, but maybe you just want to have the trap in the grave. So you can get the full value out of Impulse. But it doesn't look like that's mattered too much because something was negated.
Yeah, on his own, it doesn't do much, honestly. So.
Is it time for the Toad? It's always tricky when your opponent has a face-down card against Malice. You don't know whether you're going to get full value out of your interruptions.
Oof. And there it is. Solemn Judgment straight out of the side deck.
Yeah, a very handy card here. Just not playing with the traps at all. We're just discussing, you know, does it matter? You know, when do you want to interrupt? But here, it doesn't matter when you have the Judgment. Your opponent can't chain to it.
Yeah.
But the downside is, I guess, the effect has not been used yet of that Malice monster. So if you banish it with your Malice and Underground field spell, well, then you can use it again. But what is this full armored XYZ going to do? Looks like he's equipping a Bahamut Shark to his full armored Lancer.
And this allows you to activate the effect of the Lancer as well.
Oh, when something's equipped to it, what does it do?
Ooh, he's just taking control of Finley's monster. Cool.
I'm going to show you guys once more. But yeah, essentially you can attach a monster your opponent controls to it.
Nice.
So, yeah. Cheeky, nice interaction. And we still have the Totally Awesome available. So, definitely unusual, but seems like it's being effective.
He wants it.
Of course.
What's it going to do with the Malice Underground? I suppose you don't want your opponent to have any Malice cards in the graveyard that don't need to be there.
Here comes another field spell from Finley.
Just checking, I guess it's you can only activate once per turn or something like that. Or is it you can only activate the effects? You always have to check these things on your cards as to whether it says you can only like activate or use or so on and so forth, to see what happens when it's negated as to whether you can use a fresh copy. It looks like in this case we can use a fresh copy. And despite all these interruptions from Lachlan, is there going to be enough gas for Finley to push through?
Yeah, because he also obviously paid the 4,000 life points for the Judgment, so if he's not able to stop him completely, it's rough.
So what's been used in terms of Malice effects? I guess all three, given the life points
he
for Finley.
used the Dormouse, White Rabbit. Chassis Cat, I think, is missing.
That was what I thought, but the life points would indicate that he has used it, but maybe I missed that.
Yeah, that's it. So unfortunately not quite enough to push. So he passes play back to Lachlan, who has recovered the shark back from the graveyard with the Totally Awesome, and now gets a chance to use it again. The Abyss Shark that couldn't resolve last turn, now does, and it's really, really strong here.
Yeah, get to summon and add. This is a very, very powerful card if you're playing your shark deck. It looks like he's hovering over a Buzzsaw Shark. Just gonna get him access to a big bunch of free sharks. And I was having a peek at the extra deck earlier of Lachlan. It looks like there's some very powerful options for inflicting an awful lot of damage very, very fast with the Shark Drake from the extra deck. Can attack multiple times, deal piercing damage, and so on.
Now Finley's going to respond with the TB11.
I was waiting for you to say that because I still haven't figured out the names of the traps yet. So you can't use the effects of whatever you summon, but you can just summon it straight from your extra deck when your opponent controls 3 or more cards, I think. And that's going to be relevant because the other Malice trap, if you control a Malice Link monster, will allow you to banish a card on the field when it resolves. So I wonder if that's the plan right now. Maybe you can't use the effects this turn, so you'll have to deal with it eventually, but that's okay for now.
We don't know Finley's last card, right? The set card, I guess.
I think it's one of the other malice traps.
It is. It was searched, yeah. Okay.
I don't want to try and make up the name. I think I'll get it wrong.
It's one of them.
2 letters and 2 numbers. They all 11, or no? They have different numbers.
Oh, the different numbers. Yes.
Yeah.
Lachlan having a think, but finally commits to next YZ summon. What is it gonna be?
Was that the Stealth Kraken?
Yeah, it's one of the best cards.
Yeah, it's one of these, like, again, you have to summon it with 2 waters, but turns the whole field into waters, and then you can detach a material to pop a water monster on the field and inflict damage to your opponent equal to its attack, I want to say. So it's a pretty powerful effect, quite reminiscent of Volcasaurus. But I think Volcasaurus got an upgrade. I didn't know it needed an upgrade, but, you know, I think you can still attack. I think it has an extra effect when it's destroyed.
I mean, and often the relevant effect can have, you know, this very annoying benefit of shutting down plays by turning them into water. So against some decks, it's really, really annoying.
Wonder which shark adds the spell. The Aqua Jet. Allowing you to fire more sharks off at your opponent. Is it a quick effect to destroy with the Stealth Kraken, or is it spell speed 1?
It should be quick. It's quick. Yeah.
Wow. It's very powerful.
It's really good.
You could respond by destroying the Link
and
monster.
Finally, the Malice Trap card is used. Yeah, it was about to immediately chain it, but might as well have a little read first.
Yeah, all of the Malice traps care about whether there is a Link on the field at resolution rather than when you activate it. But that looks like it's going to be enough for Finley.
Yes. Returns the favor, and Lachlan and his Shark deck are able to put their names on the scoreboard as well. We are gonna head into a game 3, and I mean, the competition is getting tougher and tougher, and both of these duelists really want to keep their X1 score live. It makes a ton of difference to advance to day 2 with just an X1 as compared to an X2. Obviously, both really amazing results, but I mean, it really, really changes things, and yeah, they're gonna try their best, but now the master, the Malice deck, is yet again starting things off, and oh, if I hope that for his opponent is not gonna just have the same opening as in game 1, because we could have a quick one once more.
I want to give massive kudos for Finley for like not having to read any of the shark cards. That was very impressive. I was fully not expecting that, but yeah, he's... Well, there is obviously the Lancia, which is a big difference, so if Lachlan can draw one of those, but I think I saw from Finley siding in 3 crossout designators to deal with those Lancias, so a little bit of back and forth. What do you think? Is there anything else that looks promising to come into the side decks?
Yeah, also like Solemn Strikes, to be fair, especially because, I mean, as you mentioned, he's familiar with the deck, which I think surprised us, like, because most of the times when we saw a deck like this, it can happen that maybe you're not prepared to play against such a deck. But I think, yeah, for sure you can set in the crosstalk designators and the Solemn Strikes as well. I think it makes a lot of sense to me.
For sure.
Especially to stop the Bahamut Shark if it really feels like, or I mean, I think he really knew where to stop his opponent for, you know, the cards he had. So I think we have to give credit for
absolutely both amazing duelists, and both with a chance to advance with a 6-1 record with only 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining. So that would be a great sigh of relief, because it pretty much guarantees that by just going 1-1 you can advance to day 2. but only one of them can advance. So let's find out who it is going to be. Who is going to be the winner of round 7? Let's go to the table.
Very interesting choice that I'm seeing in Lachlan's deck is that he's got 3 Perulia in the main and 3 Fuvalos in the side. So I assume they'll all be in there by game 3, but maybe it's, again, that water synergy like we see in the Mermail deck that means you prefer to play Perulia over Fuvalos.
Here we are. Because you can also XYZ with it.
Exactly. Yeah. You can summon your Abyss Shark. It's an aqua, right? The Perulia, not a fish.
I see a shifter.
Yep. You see the shifter?
Yeah. It has it.
Oh, and I see a lot of interruptions from Lachlan, though.
I'd say a handful of interruptions.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Is it Fuvalos Ash?
Fuvalos Ash, yeah.
I could see a Nibiru. Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Fortunately, the call by the grave is there, but I doubt he's gonna be able to use it on the shifter, because most likely we're gonna see it this turn, but you never know. Okay, seems like, yep, we are gonna see this Fuvalos result.
Yeah, I mean, it makes good sense to activate Fuvalos now, because otherwise your opponent may already have a trap that they could respond to Fuvalos with to summon from the deck. So if you do it now before the trap is set, then your opponent can't sort of chain it to get an extra little summon out.
Are you a draw face Fuvalos type of player, or what do you think?
That's a good question. I understand it, and I guess if it's like your only interruption, then maybe you do it. But I don't know. I feel like you have to practice with it a little more to find out what's best.
I mean, it also seems as if Lachlan is missing a bit of engine, so maybe he does need the draw. And I mean, at the same time, now he's not guaranteed to get one, so we'll see.
You can tell Phil is debating whether to continue or not, but
what just happened? Yeah.
I think he thought he'd activated Shifter, and went to banish it.
This is... okay.
Do you think Finley doesn't have a Fuvalos in his deck for the...
I just checked
Designator, because he has a Designator in his hand, right? I'm seeing?
Yeah.
I like the sportsmanship, because technically there was a window in which maybe... Luckily, he didn't summon the link yet, because otherwise he would have not been able to use the shifter. But good catch, and yeah, this is pretty good. Only gave his opponent. He needs to draw one more card, I think.
Yeah, 2 draws, right? One off the Crypto, one off the.
Did he draw for turn? I don't think so.
Link. So
okay,
go up to
perfect.
7.
Okay. You don't want to forget it. Oh, unfortunately, it's not really the best to pick up, but... Is it Perulia? Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to keep your eyes open for that hard scripter. It's got a very unique effect in that if it points to a card, then it cannot be negated. And that's a line of text that's in brackets rather than part of the effect. So it's a very strange card in that if you negate, like a lot of cards like this, if you negate the whole effect, then that line of text saying it can't be negated goes away. But in this case, it does not go away. So if Finny was able to summon something to one of the link arrows, then Heart Scripter would still be able to banish, even though it's already been like negated, which is a very, very unique interaction, I'd say. So you've got to watch out for that.
Want to try this out, Tom? Which number is it?
I'm not going to try. CP11?
It's the I think it's the 06.
I'm sorry, Tom.
No, I tried.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just changed it on the impermanence, and yeah.
I wonder if there's like some meaning to the numbers and the letters. If I knew that, it'd probably be easier to remember why the names. Maybe Finley's talking about that exact interaction now, that he can use the hard scripter.
Yeah, there is a meaning. I can tell you that much, but you're probably it's quite tough. It's related to the chapters of the book, so it's it can be quite tricky to know by heart, I guess. Only for fans, die-hard fans.
So what has Lachlan got to show for himself this turn? Fortunately, assuming he went to the main phase, that would make the Infinite Impermanence live. So be able to activate it.
Here comes the talent.
What if taking control?
Could be the case. We'll find out in a moment. What's this one, Tom?
CP11?
50-50 lost.
I'm just going to keep saying CP11. Add a card and banish.
Yeah, this is the MTP07, unfortunately.
And Hard Scripter gets to come back. Very tricky to interrupt there, because the Impermanence just kind of doing very little. And Hard Scripter probably has the least useful of the effects when it comes back. It gets to double its attack. So I think the other ones, like Red Ransom, gets to banish a Cyberse from your deck, which is a bit more useful.
So we are still holding 5 cards, now 4, I guess, from Lachlan.
Another Shark. A lot of the Sharks seem to be able to treat themselves as different levels, so maybe you can still make use of that Malice monster as a level 3 to make an interesting XYZ. Surfacing Big Jaws, that one. If you're looking for it, Marcello. If you've activated a spell, I think you can special summon it. From your hand. I think some players were playing around with this in even the Ryziel deck, because you just need to have activated a spell and then you can special summon it and then add another Shark from your deck to your hand, so you could just quickly put out a totally awesome, playing it in with the rank 4 theme. Here comes the Virtue Dragon.
Yep.
Can detach material. I guess he just run Virtue Stream. I don't know if he does run the Virtue Stream going second, but probably has it in the main deck at least.
Finley debating, and yes, does respawn. Yeah, yes, thought about it a bit. And here you can see, obviously, as in the previous turns, all the additional benefits from this shifter, which not only shuts down your opponent but also, you know, gives you additional triggers for your Malice monsters. Yeah, so good.
Lachlan's still got a lot of cards, but I think the shifter just put in so much work.
Yeah, because unfortunately I think he's holding Purulia and Ash, probably something like that. So only half of the end is relevant at the moment.
Yeah, he's still got 5 cards.
Yeah, 3 more outside.
Ash Cold Purulia, right? And
yeah,
2 other cards. Yeah.
Oh, here comes Buzzsaw Shark, which is very powerful. You can special summon a Shark from your deck. Those are the 2 of the best cards to have.
Indeed.
Dominus Impulse. So it should stay in the hand, no traps in the grave because of the shifter. Pretty sure. There's no traps in the grave.
Yeah.
Very kind to remind
exactly,
him.
yeah. Good sportsmanship again from Finley, returning the favor, probably.
Does he have a way to extend this?
Yeah, I think the Buzzsaw Shark does it itself, right? You can target a water monster you control and then special summon another water monster from your deck with the same level, something like that. Maybe it has to be another water monster or something like this.
And yeah, this Abyss Shark remaining in the end is actually quite crucial because we needed a card to get the extender of the fish board.
And here comes, so we're going to see a triple XYZ, of which there is one, and it does a lot of damage. I think if we have a look at this Shark Drake, I can't remember which one makes the sharks do double damage, but yeah, Shark Drake does a lot of damage, and I think you put an even bigger Shark Drake on top of it and do even more damage, but I don't know if we get up to 8,000 quite, but we're not doing badly. And getting Malice to low life points is quite relevant.
Yep, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like that is the card of choice. It's just the Bahamut Shark once more. Because we saw the, you can just upgrade it afterwards. Yep.
Here comes the Toad.
Here comes Totally Awesome. And then we are going to upgrade the Bahamut Shark just like we did previously in game 2.
This is a very impressive showing. He's pushed through the shifter and a bunch of Malice interruptions.
Yeah, and now we get the armor cards.
This is great if you think about it, right? I mean, he's navigating through this quite impressively, and yeah, he's going to resolve once again the Armor Fortress, and I mean, I'm impressed. Yeah.
What can we do to deal with the Heart Scriptor? Let's have a look. I'm wondering what the equip spell offers. Got to remember the Heart Scriptor still should have its attack points doubled. Oh, it's just when something gets equipped right, you can attach something to it, so you just attach the Heart Scriptor.
Yeah.
So many free XYZ monsters coming out. Just like Zodiac.
Yeah.
How many has he put on top? So that Bahamut Shark summoned a second one, and then he's put 3 on top of the Bahamut Shark. So with just 2 rank 4s, you get quite a lot of bang for your buck.
Pretty wild. But yep, Lancer is back online, and let's see.
You just activate the equip, and then just like in the last game, if something becomes equipped, you can just take one of your opponent's monsters and attach it.
This is looking fantastic from Lachlan, showing us that the deck can push going second as well. Yeah, it's so much damage.
Did that just attack twice?
Oh, really?
I don't know, it looked like it. He kind of motioned like he was saying twice. I don't know how.
And the Ash Blossom on the TB11 as well.
Oof. This is big. Like, we pushed so much damage, we still have the Totally Awesome and possibly can interrupt. Yeah, I mean, because Shifter is gone, so next turn we have Armored XYZ, and we can just do the same thing, attaching one of our opponent monster, possibly, right? We could have another.
More things.
Got it back to the end. Yeah, okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! What are we overlaying on the Toad?
Oh wow!
What, you just summoned it during the battle phase? What just happened? Lachlan getting a roar from all of his friends in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. I mean, what a hero, being 6-1 at YCS Birmingham after 7 rounds with Sharks. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of pushes that turn. That was super cool. The Fuvalos to draw 2 and then like through the shifter. Didn't really seem to bother him all that much, I want to say. Just summoning cards from the deck, summoning cards from the hand.
Oh, it was great, honestly. What a show off from him. And the Unveiling Mill effect, basically, he allowed him to special summon on the Toad another XYZ and to seal the game. And
I mean, Shark is 6-1. Yeah, I mean, it's as real as ever, and Malice, unfortunately, after winning convincingly game 1 in the end, was knocked out. A comeback from the Shark, and yeah, it's I mean, it's a threatening deck for sure. It showed us that both going first, it is able to set up a nice field, and going second, I don't think many decks could have beaten this Malice setup plus Shifter. So wow.
Yeah, pushing through the Shifter is very, very impressive. It's one of those cards that can really just shut down a lot of decks. Especially a lot of rogue decks sometimes can really, really struggle. I'm kind of looking at this Shark deck and thinking it looks to me a lot like Ryziel almost. You get a lot of special summons, and then you get those special summons turning into XYZs. What do you think? Is it reminiscent?
No, I mean, I really like it, and I think he has the advantage of maybe your opponent doesn't know what I'm doing, which we have seen in the past. For example, I'm thinking, I don't know, like Rika, which, has been so popular in Europe for the past, I don't know, 2 years, maybe. And I mean, I really like Lockland's strategies, just showing up with a great deck, to be fair, a great strategy, and a lot of XYZ that we don't see quite often, apart from Totally Awesome by Amon Shark. And honestly, the strategy of summoning the Armor Fortress, getting basically your equipped spell plus the trap, it's great.
Yeah, I guess he's taking advantage of the fact that as we have seen in the meta breakdown, having a lot of different Ryziel variants. Dimensional Barrier is kind of not popular anymore at the moment. It's fallen off in popularity so much. We haven't really seen anyone with it siding it, at least on stream. And you can tell why maybe he has been keeping this Shark deck, waiting for the moment in which Barrier was not that popular. And yeah, this might be it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, just swiftly swimming through his competition.
I'm just very upset that there was no 7-colored fish.
I know.
We saw the whole 3 games and not one 7-colored fish, which he does have a copy of to use with the brand new Primite cards, which does seem quite a powerful thing to do, but he's not running a full suite. He's just running a couple of each and then 1 copy of the 7-colored fish to use with them. So interesting to get his thoughts on that if we get the opportunity. But what do you think? Do you like the new Primite cards?
No, I mean, I think they're really good, and especially like piloted this way. And I mean, you're still bringing a deck which is good, but on the other hand, it's like a surprise. You know what I mean? So you're showing out a YCS and like with a 6-1 record. And honestly, I don't want to be the players facing up Lockland next, to be fair, because if you have no idea what the deck does, now you better do it, because.
But I mean, yeah, as Tom mentioned, the more we get new tools to play with and tools that allow us in this unique game that is Yu-Gi-Oh! To just take a look at the card pool and cards from like 20 years ago and somehow still be relevant. Alberto mentioned Rika, and we all know that little normal monster, what he could do. But yeah, it's nice to see some of these cards, and if there is a way for me to ever see a Sagi the Dark Clown summon of some Primates, I mean, if you do it, I don't know, I'll pay for dinner, I'll do something. I swear, I'll do a promise if you manage to bring a deck like that. So, given it's my favorite card by far. But without further ado, there is still much in store for this round, because as a reminder, as we have been doing it throughout all day, we will have a nice quarter century Stampede reveal. But before we do that, we obviously want to hear it from Lockland, the hero, and his Shark deck. So we absolutely want to hear it from him, and Basti is there to interview him.
And here we are, of course, with our winner, with our Sharks player, Lachlan. How you feeling right now, my man?
Oh, fucking amazed. This is...
All right, keep on going.
Oh, sorry.
Please don't say again, but keep on going.
I'm Scottish, I can't control it. I feel amazing. That was phenomenal.
That's what we want to hear,
That was really
good.
That was
so
amazing.
Sharks, of course, a very unique choice to bring into that kind of a tournament.
Yes.
What made you decide even to bring this deck?
It's the only one I have.
All right, that's good enough.
Yeah, it's also just my favorite deck.
I watched Zexal growing up, so I loved watching Shark or Nash play his cards. That was always fun.
That's pretty cool. So game number 1 was not really your game, and we're going to have one highlight from game number 1, looking at it really quick, because you have decided to pretty much scoop without revealing what your deck even is, right? Because you saw the Griffin on the field.
Yes.
Is there anything your deck can really do about Griffin in general?
You see, it can do things about Griffin,
Yeah.
but the problem is it also had a Boku on the field,
Yes.
which just says, okay, you outed the Griffin. Anyway, we summoned Griffin back,
True.
so you can't really do anything. It was a bit unfortunate. I had my hand was Buzzsaw, Lifeless, which are 2 normal summons,
Yeah.
Extender, Abyss Shark, I think Called by the Grave, and then a Trap card, which wasn't doing anything.
All right, Jack.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, all good, you're good. So game number 1, we thought, doesn't look too good for you, but then game number 2 started,
Yes.
so I would say first highlight of game number 2 right away with us here, and that is going to be you, and basically what is your full field for that one in the end? Because you got stopped with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, I think on the Abyss Shark that was, right?
A bit, yeah. On the Abyss Shark, that was massive. That was a really big setback, but thankfully the rest of the hand was very nice.
Yeah, so 3 set cards. Is that usually how your post-side taking plan looks like, bringing in a couple more trap cards to back it up?
Mostly, the only trap card I bring in Solemn Judgment, just because I get completely nuked by Dark Ruler. So
Fair.
Dark Ruler, I know it's not seeing play right now, but you never know. Droplet is also a really big pain for the
True.
deck. So and no one really sends traps for Droplet, so we're chill.
Yeah, so basically we go into that decisive interaction then in that game number 2, because you have decided there to first of all use the on-field effect, of course, of your Lancer taking over that monster, and then he goes for the field spell, and you have decided to negate that with Totally Awesome, right?
Yeah, that's because I forgot Malice field spell. I'm so used to once per use.
Sure.
Whereas Malice or field spells once activated and totally negates activations. I forgot that. That was a blunder on my department.
Yeah, because your opponent actually had another one to follow it up with, but it did not really matter because he still...
Yeah, he had, at that point he had used all his banished effects, so he didn't have any way to extend. His only real extension was a Bestial, but he didn't have that, thankfully, so that was good.
That's true indeed. And then game number 3, honestly, was a crazy one. It started off with something where I thought, that could already be a pretty big deal for you, because the first highlight is a very quick one because it doesn't need much explanation. There is Dimension Shifter Resolving. Is that generally a card you are afraid to see in this metagame?
This, top 3 least favorite cards in the game.
Okay.
Genuinely, it's just such a terrible card to play against. I don't like it at all.
I mean, you did pretty well by playing
I did
through
pretty
it,
well.
though.
Thankfully, I was used against me when I was going second, so I have the capacity to defeat them under Shifter, sorry. Going first into Shifter, I have basically nothing.
All right,
except
but
a few
now
pops,
we are going to look at it going second. So next highlight is a little longer one. So as we saw, we also resolved the Fuvalos, meaning you got at least a couple more draws, so you had more tools to play through stuff.
Yeah,
and
Man's
then
had Impulse set.
there's
That's
the good
my
old
card. What do you
Buzzsaw
mean?
Shark, and you played through the first interruption of the Malice cards, and then also now there is the Impulse. Again, he didn't like your Abyss Shark, right? Because he kept on stopping it.
In fairness, Abyss Shark is one of the most, one of the best cards in the deck. It's an extender that gets you another extender, so it's just great. The one issue with that is level 5. That can be an issue sometimes. But usually it's okay.
Good thing though, no trap cards in your opponent's graveyard to Dimension Shifter resolving. Therefore, it's staying in your hand and you being able to do this now.
Fishborg Harpooner, the boy.
The boy. Yeah, tell us about it.
Wasn't really much to talk about. He's just a nice little guy. He helps you. He saves you in a pinch when you have a normal, when you only have a normal summon in him. He gets the guy out without using your normal, which is very nice.
Yeah, and then also, of course, Buzzsaw Shark, classic shark card, one of the earlier releases, basically the first wave support. And
2020 Eternity Code.
Yes. You have been playing it since then?
No, you don't want to know how long I've been on this. I was playing this before Buzzsaw was released.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, we were on Wind Up Shark. It was terrible.
So you are the original shark player, basically. But then from there on, we saw 3 level 4 shark monsters, of course, on the field, or at least the Fishborg, also an honorable shark monster, basically. And then
if you squint hard enough,
we
ignore
go
the
on
tuner.
into the next highlight, and we see you going for the XYZ Armor Fortress. Just casually using that Barmut Shark after already getting the Totally Awesome out of it. And now, explain us the 2 cards you're going to get off of this card now.
Off of this, we're getting the Armored Exceed cards, full Armored Exceeds, and Reincarnation on Veilmail, which is a card that's always treated as an Armored Exceed card. This card is a pain to draw. Draw without searching it off of this.
Yeah.
But in this situation, it's really nice
because I can make Dark Knight Lancer to attach the thing and then just go for game, because it allows you to Xyz summon in battle phase. My one fear there was he had Nibiru, because if he had Nibiru there, I was completely cooked.
Oh, because you couldn't use Vitoli also
Yes,
for attacking or Exceed summoning with it, right?
Not that. Well, that I couldn't use Toad's negation effect since it has Descended Aqua from hand or field to grave.
Because of the dimension shifter.
Yeah, because of shifter.
True.
Toad was just purely a beater there.
And it worked out because we're heading into the battle phase.
Yes.
Last highlight of that match. And honestly, our viewers, but also your opponent, I think, were equally surprised by now using the effect of your reincarnation Unveiling Mail. He's reading it long and carefully, and then we're going to see
secret effect.
Yes.
Usually, it's just a discard material for full Utopic Grey Lancer.
Yeah.
But it comes up from time to time, which is really funny.
And there we go, using the effect. And what are you summoning out there?
Utopic Grey Lancer, baby.
Utopic Grey Lancer, baby, being the decisive card in this match. We see the handshake, we see you winning, we see you with an X1 record with your Shark deck. What is there to expect more from you for the rest of the tournament?
Me trying my best to win. That's all we can really hope for.
I think the entire Shark community is rooting for you. Everyone at home is basically with you, trying to go all the way here with the Shark deck. Impressive record already so far. So thank you so much for being on the feature and for the interview here.
Thank you
of course, very much. And we're going to give it over to Ed and the casters for another reveal of the Stampede cards.
Bye, Cat.
Well, that was a roller coaster, but here we are because it's time for another cheeky reveal. I've been asked by the Konami staff to be up here for this reveal, which can only mean one thing, guys. It's gonna be a dino. But which one is it? Here we go for the reveal.
I'm afraid.
Come on, come on, come on! Yes! Oh!
You called it, huh?
Oh, that is fantastic. Now, I am so pleased with that. Going to be seeing that in Stampede. I'm on cloud 9. I'm not going to swear like that interview. Enjoy this, guys. Talk about it for a bit.
Marcello, I think, doesn't want to talk about it.
I'll leave you guys to it. Yeah, I am having some flashbacks. It's a beautiful card. It has more attack points than
a lot of other cards.
Masterpiece.
Well, you know, maybe if other people start playing it again, then you can defeat it a few times and overcome your traumas.
I know. I should, but no, I'm happy for Ed, and hopefully we'll be able to see him place in action, because I've been waiting for the Ed Templar comeback into the future match stage. So I'm looking forward to that. Maybe we can have a master versus host this time around. So we'll see whether there is a possibility. But nah, this card honestly has always been so strong. It does so much. It has that Book of Eclipse, built-in effect. And what more can you say about the boss of any dinosaur deck?
Yeah, super cool. Lots of attack. It does everything, as you say. It attacks, it defends, it sends all of your opponent's monsters in defense mode to the graveyard and inflicts 1,000 damage for each.
Yeah, it crushes your dreams. And, thank you everybody for the reminder, and obviously it's totally by chance that I was the one doing the reveal for this one, but I love you guys. And thank you though for watching, and thank you for being with us for round 7. As a reminder, we have 2 more rounds of Swiss today before we advance to day 2, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 8. Essentially, back in the day, once you have ignition priority, it means that when you summon a monster, usually you get to activate the effect right away only if it's stated. So like Armageddon Knight or Elemental Hero Stratos, they clearly say when this card is normal summon, you can use the effect. Back in the day, or at least for this format, anytime you would summon a monster, you get the chance to activate one of your, we could say, effect monsters, whether it's already on the field or also cheekily enough, even in the graveyard, if you have like a Plague Spread or a Malicious, you can get the chance to activate the effect as Chainlink 1 before your opponent can respond with cards such as, Bottomless, Torrential, and so on. And this makes Substitute so much better because you can use it right away and then you can keep on using it. And this has enabled a lot of decks. Frog Monarch is obviously a all-time favorite for a lot of duelists. Duelist alongside Caius, Raidzine, all the Monarchs. I think as of lately, our Duelists have been exploring a lot of combo decks, which I think you're also in general a fan of, and cards that would get popular later on that summer, such as Fishburg Blaster, I think are still unexplored in the format. And you can do so much with cards such as Death Frog, which is always funny to me. And Pot of Favor is not limited, it's unlimited. You can play 3 copies of it in 2010, and this means that whenever you have a substitute, you can just keep on flowing your graveyard with frogs and then just getting plus with Salvage and Pot of Avarice. And I think these decks really are taking the format by storm. I've been playing such a frog turbo deck, we could say, as of lately, and I'm having a lot of fun. If you have missed some of the content, we also shooted a video back in YCS Bologna where we highlighted some of these frog combos that you can do in 2010, so you can go and check that out. But talking still about more explosive decks, I think you are the expert here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of fun decks, there's nothing more fun to a lot of players than the Light Sworn deck.
Yes.
You get to send a lot of cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. All of the Light Sworn monsters do that during the end phase, and then they have some extremely powerful spells like Solar Recharge and Charge of the Light Brigade, which let you send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard straight away. So these cards are super popular to the extent they're being sort of splashed in almost everything. You're seeing a lot of decks running Raikou, for example, and Charge of the Light Brigade. But you can play it in a pure Light Sworn deck itself, and that gives you access to some of the more powerful Light Sworn boss monsters. So I mentioned Dark Arm Dragon before, but arguably even more powerful, though you don't see it quite as much because you have to play Light Swans to play it, is Judgment Dragon. You can special summon it if you've got 4 Light Sworn monsters in your grave, and then pay 1,000 to destroy all the other cards on the field. So this is just absolutely insane. It's an absolute powerhouse of the format. But Light Sworn itself is very flexible because sending cards from your deck to the graveyard is something a lot of strategies want to achieve. So, like you said, Pot of Avarice is an excellent payoff for that, but some players like to run cards like, well, obviously Wolf Light Sworn Beast, but you can run the Christia to take advantage of sending fairies, or you can run some Chaos monsters. You can run cards like Plague Spreader Zombie or Dark Arm Dragon again. So, Light Sworn, very flexible, very powerful, and very explosive deck.
Yeah, and it's definitely up there, and it's always nice for me also when decks kind of come back into modern Yu-Gi-Oh! As we have had recently support for the Lightstorm deck, and it's nice to then maybe have players who don't know the original Lightstorm deck. They have been playing with the new cards, but they get a chance to go back and just see how the deck was back in the day. And for sure, Lightstorm was one of the decks back in 2010 where, differently from the others, came as a favorite, because in 2009 especially it was dominating, and then the latest Forbidden Limited list kind of like limited a lot of pieces, but it's still very good. But as we've mentioned, the winner of the main event for that format was Synchro Plants. Again, if you guys want, we recreated the finals for that event where me and Alberto played the decks, and you can go and check that out on our official pages. But I think it's time that we talk about plants in general, and Lone Fire Blossom always has been the key card. We have seen Rika as of lately dominate a lot of events here in Europe, and I gotta say, back in the day, again, it was mostly played as a synchro deck with cards such as Quick Throw Synchron, and then obviously Dandelion, and you would focus on Drill Warrior and just summoning your synchro monsters. But as of lately, actually, the trend has been to use Lone Fire Blossom in a better way, and there have been 2 decks as of lately that have tried out these plant variants. One is focused around a card that is also forbidden nowadays, which is Amaryllis, and it has been used in the past for, FTK strategies to just loop it and just keep on damaging, because whenever it is destroyed, you deal 800 damage to your opponent, and every end phase, it's not once per turn, you can banish a plant from your graveyard and bring it back from your graveyard. So it's kind of a recurring effect that can be quite annoying. And that deck is not about synchro summoning at all. You use 3 copies of Titanial as well, which is crazy, but that is because both Amaryllis and Titanials are level 8. You can play trade in and just, try and get to your combo pieces, and I think it's definitely a niche pick, and he plays cards actually in a very unique way foregoing your normal summon in a very modern Yu-Gi-Oh approach to play cards such as Hidden Armory or Miracle Fertilizer, which both require you not to take a normal summon. And as of recently and in the last couple of events, a new yet again version of plants have emerged with Giga Plant, and I'm really excited for it because similar to the Fishburg Frog decks, it can really get things going whenever you get to a Lone Fire plus your equip spell, so the Supervise, you can give Giga Plant, which is a Gemini monster that probably most of you might have not even heard of, which are these monsters that are considered normal monsters, but then you can normal summon one more time to give them an effect. If you have this equip spell Supervise, they get the effect right away, and then when the card is gone, you get to bring them back from the graveyard. So with Gigaplant and Lone Fire, you can get into a lot of Synchro Summon. Power Tool Dragon, one of the fan favorites also from the anime, gets to shine, and I think it's a deck that you all should at least take a look at and expect at future Time Wizard events.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a very powerful deck. But speaking of Gemini monsters, there's another very popular Gemini monster in the format, and it comes in the form of Elemental Hero Neos Alias. So heroes are a very important part of the format, I would say. So, I mean, obviously in more modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they've got very explosive, but this is a bit more of a control version, with Elemental Hero Neos Alias being a 1900 monster you can normal summon, but it has a lot of good things about it. So first of all, it's a Gemini, so you can play the very powerful interruption Gemini Spark, allowing you to tribute a Gemini monster you control. It's a quick play spell, and then target a card on the field, destroy it, and then draw a card. In addition, it's a light monster, so you can use it with Honest, and you can use it with Hero Blast to add it back from your grave to your hand and destroy a card your opponent controls. So that's kind of the hero beatdown deck, if you like. It's centered around this Neos Alias, and then you pair it up with some powerful water monsters like Deep Sea Diva, which gets you a quick synchro to access probably one of the most powerful cards in the format, and why these hero decks are so popular, which is Miracle Fusion. Miracle Fusion lets you fusion summon. It's a bit like a kind of modern fusion spell, if you like. Rather than fusioning from the deck, you can fusion from the graveyard by banishing materials, and the most powerful fusion monster people tend to summon with it is Elemental Hero Absolute Zero. It's got 2,500 attack, and when it leaves the field, no matter how, if it's banished with Caius Dimensional Prison, returned to the deck with Phoenix Wind Wing Blast, it will destroy all monsters your opponent controls, so it's very difficult for your opponent to deal with. So we've been seeing players splash this engine into a lot of different decks. We've seen it in Frogs, we've seen it in this hero beatdown deck, and also players are kind of just playing an aggressive kind of combo version of the hero deck where you use Malicious comboing with Diva to make a bunch of quick level 8s. So hero definitely a fan favorite and definitely a deck to keep your eye on.
Absolutely, and a quick trivia, what's the only way the Elemental Hero Absolute Zero does not trigger back in the day? It's very tough, I can tell you that much.
I'm going to go with it has to be face down and then return to the deck. That's it.
So you need to specifically have something like Book of Moon plus compulsory, or the Wing Blast, but it's very, very unlikely, and the card is absolutely a powerhouse. But talking of fan favorites, obviously Elemental Heroes have always been among the most loved archetypes in the entire game. But I gotta say, another one that is also receiving support as of lately is Gladiator Beast, and this is a really interesting one, probably the most peculiar one, I want to say, because if you take a look at the top decks, or for example the decks that were played and topped the event Jeff Jones won, you would see a lot of Gladiator Beast, and especially a lot of specifically side deck cards for the deck, cards such as Mirror of Oaths, which are so niche and are only good against Gladiator Beasts. But then when Time Wizard 2010 essentially become popular, I think Gladiator Beast completely disappeared. They were nowhere to be seen. Maybe you would see, that one player at the local who, plays the deck, but it didn't have any success. But as of 2024, especially the end of 2024, we have seen a resurgence of the deck. It topped every single Ultimate Time Wizard, whether it was in the US or in Europe. And I think the deck is absolutely back. You should take a look at it, prepare. It has, I think, also a lot of unique elements to it because it's a control deck, so you get to play a lot of trap cards, but it also has the explosiveness thanks to some of the Elemental Hero cards, most importantly Prisma. which can turn into, changing his name, a Gladiator Beast Bestiari, most importantly, which is limited in the format, but that thanks to the Prisma you can play up to, as many copies as you want if you want to really play emergency and reinforcement of the army. And yeah, it's definitely a deck that you all should take into account when going to the next events. But in general, I think the format has a lot to offer. It's for all of you to just check your decks. You have a lot of options available. I think, as I've mentioned right now, I'm mostly on frogs. What is your favorite go-to deck, let's say?
You're making it hard to pick. I feel like I quite like the frogs as well. One of my favorite pet decks is to run a kind of monster mash, where you use a deck with many, many monster cards, and you use the payoff cards like Gallus the Star Beast and Witch of the Black Forest. I mean, we haven't mentioned it here because it's not really on most people's radar, but it's definitely a lot of fun. So if you want to get deeper in, you could definitely try it out.
Absolutely, but I mean, as you could have guessed, the format is, and the reason why it's so popular is that there is so much to it. You can just, take a look at the card pool and the Forbidden Limited list and just honestly build whatever deck you're comfortable with. And I think they have proven that you can top or even win with it, as the Ultimate Time Wizard in Bologna was won by Machina, yet another deck. So just try out for yourself whatever decks you're comfortable with, and if you like and enjoy this 2010 Time Wizards, such as other Time Wizard formats, just download and check your Neuron app and go and check your local Time Wizard events. Thank you.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Birmingham. So in front of me, I have our round 8 feature match, the penultimate match of today's coverage. In front of me, I have Connor Buckman versus Ed Shimanis, and they're ready to get this going. So we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Connor, Ed? Ed? Good name, that. Okay, we've lost one of the dice. So that's a 4 and a 3. That is 7. Quick maths. Connor? That is also a 7. We're going to have to do this all again. That is 7. This is weirdly consistent. That is also a 7. This is bordering on statistically unlikely at this point. That's a 5, so things have changed. That's also a 5. What is happening? Are these dice weighted? Let's try this again. That's an 8. If you get 8. 6 plus 3. Okay, we got so 9. Are you going to go first, Connor? Okay, the crowd are liking the fact that we finally got through the dice roll. The fist bump of friendship there for sportsmanship. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentating trio who are going to take you through our penultimate feature match.
Thank you so much, Ed. That was already looking like it was the match before the match with that. How many times did they re-roll? Like 3 times or something?
Ed commentary? I don't think we can live up to that. That was insanely hype, right?
It was indeed. And speaking of insane hype, how do we manage to still in this tournament, to still at this stage? This is the penultimate round of today. And we have 2 decks we haven't featured yet today. So the meta is showing quite some diversity today. Even though we expected many Metalls and many Ryzy decks, still there's plenty of other decks out there competing and doing really, really well. Did you expect that?
To be honest, I really want to see both decks, how they can adapt at the current format and how they can play through, of course, and Ryzy and Malice.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think that we're not going to learn this from this game because none of these decks are present at the table right now. Speaking of the table, let's go over to game 1.
And there we have the 2 again, Connor against Ed. And Connor's deck name only says Runic Bestial, which might make you think it's a similar version that, of course, Joshua Schmidt used to win YCS Bologna, for example. Not the previous one, but the one before that. But instead, Connor's is quite different because he's also, on top of that, including Azamina cards and Fiendsmith cards. So his extra deck is totally different, not really synchro summoning reliant anymore, but instead more so focusing on fusion summons.
I mean, you put up an easy negate there, and that added with the reliability and the draw engine of the Runics is going to cause some trouble in the grind game. The players have 2 losses or 3 draws so far, and there's still some chance for them to enter the top cut. Of course, high chances to enter day 2, which is also a goal that many players have.
Fun fact, Connor, who plays Runic Bestial, has only monsters in his hand, and Tepai has only spells in his hand.
That's unusual when you see a Runic deck starting without any kind of spell cards. But you see, in his deck there is plenty of them, but apparently they have not found their way into the opening hand. But yeah, generally speaking, it's always good as a Tenpai player to lose the die roll, right? Because you don't give away the information to your opponent just yet that you're playing a going second deck. Your opponent just wants to go first anyways, and therefore the surprise factor is going to be with Ed here, as his opponent is unaware of him being on a go second strategy. But of course, Connor is very aware of putting up a massive field, as we do see him going the Hollowed Azamina. And Hollowed Azamina sends the Deception to bring out his first Azamina extra deck monster, which is the Ilya Sylvia. Right away going for the one that is able to negate, interestingly enough. Sometimes you see them going for the Murcielago. Wait, that is Murcielago. My bad, this is Murcielago first. So Murcielago using the effect. I was wondering, because usually you try to go Murcielago and then Ilya Sylvia, which is probably going to be the game plan here along the lines of this turn. But let's see from Connor, going for the best Bestial possible. If you want to draw a Bestial, it's usually this one, because Magnamut is just going to replace itself in the end phase again.
With another monster, which makes it likelier to draw a spell card in the next turn.
At least that, yeah, you're right, for sure. If there is going to be a next turn, though, because we see Adstack, haven't even mentioned it so far. Of course, still the reigning European champion deck, being the Tenpai Dragon strategy. At this point, decently hit on the Forbidden Unlimited list, but still strong enough to compete here. Of course, by adding my most favorite Sky Striker cards. Which deck could not get any better by adding Sky Striker cards, obviously.
To be fair, Tempai Sky Striker has some success during the previous YCS, so I'm really excited to see how it can adapt and, of course, play against the field that Runic Beast will establish.
For sure, because the deck is definitely designed to play through fields. It's what it's supposed to do. It doesn't really play many hand interactions, it just relies on some breaking cards, and therefore I could see this going well.
I mean, you're saying Runic Bestial, but so far we've seen Azamina cards linked often to the Fiendsmith engine.
You're right, yeah. We're getting there, Leo.
Yeah.
Don't be greedy. Okay, and we have gotten access to spell cards, of course. Now we can go Requiem, equipping to the Lacrima, and that does absolutely look like we're going to go into Necroker Princess. Do we have a card we can discard to maybe draw for a card here? No, we just go for Engraver, putting back the Moon of the Closed Heaven. I think we're just going to... Yeah, we're just going to Exceed summon of these two.
Pilgrim Reaper, and now we start milling?
Yep. Nope. What is it going to be? It is, of course, going to be the usual DDD King. Oh, that's a very heads-up call, summoning this guy in defense position, playing around, of course, something possibly like a Lightning Storm. So we said Ed has the advantage of surprise, but maybe Connor and Ed sat next to each other in the previous round out in the field. Maybe Connor knows what's going on here, because usually in game number 1 at least, you do not summon this card in defense position, but rather in attack position. But here, it's very heads up and smart, but that's the field he has created. Honestly, this looks like something any kind of good 10-pie Sky Striker deck could break. Oh, let's start off nice.
Hilarious. It's so hilarious that this deck actually gives their opponent life points as well, just saying, hey, if I want to win the game this turn, 1,000 life points do not matter, 3,000 life points do not matter, I can even half my damage.
10,000! Give him all the life points. Trident Dragon can just get them all of the way anyways.
Picking up
and
more
when
spells.
3 spells are in the graveyard, Sky Striker's cards are going to be so much powerful.
Oh, what's next?
Well, this looks like an afterburner, but this is not the card that you want to activate necessarily when you have 2 cards in the graveyard and your opponent has a spell or trap card set.
I think we do just go for the Salespan first, maybe, because he's running the Salespan as well. To be fair, though, the Afterburner probably is getting negated by the Ildia Silviani. Oh, we do have Dark Hole! We may as well do that, of course.
Gonna bring that card up for everyone to read in case you don't know the card.
I mean, if people followed the coverage of the European Championship in the summer of last year, they are pretty aware of Dark Hole, of course, and we do negate the Dark Hole with the Ildia
Silviani.
Silvia.
Have 3 spells in the graveyard.
That is gonna prove costly because there is triple tactics thrust in the hand of Ed. And
indeed. Oh, we go Salespan first, though. And now I could imagine this possibly just going for Fiendsmith Requiem or for the Bestial in hand. Triple Tactic Thrust now as well. Ed has all the spell cards. And the good thing about this spell card is it can technically net him engine if he just wants to get out the terraforming. So Ed might finally reveal what kind of strategy he actually mainly is on here.
This could have called Ash Blossom as well.
Yeah, true. You're right. Good call.
That's actually very much reason. Oh, there is
the new altar of Engage.
Engage. This is so
favorite card of all time. Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. Sky Striker, enjoyers. Please engage with each other and search out that after. Oh no, that Widow Anchor. Oh, I think we drew into Sunken Kaiman there. Things are looking right for Ed right now.
Connor at this point only sees Sky Striker cards and is probably gonna think, okay, what do I do next turn? Why did he search terraforming, by the way? How good is Area 0 in this matchup? Well, let me tell you something.
You're destroyed with Afterburners to special summon Ray.
There you go, Afterburner on the Caesar. Connor is seeing his field disappearing. The deception was known that it was set there, but still we may as well get rid of it. Hornet Jones is summoning out a token. There we have it.
Ed is playing with Connor at this point. He is Azamina deceiving him, really. Going for a token here, trying to possibly get out a negate. There's the Druid's Worm.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that Ed actually has a monster on the field, therefore the Druid's Worm finally becomes a quick effect on the opponent's turn, and we do decide to just banish the Magnamut here.
But I mean, the Druid's Worm doesn't immediately do anything. You know that Ed has searched for the Widow Anchor. Oh, we're going Ball Drake. That makes sense. But the Widow Anchor is kind of very good against this field now.
It is indeed. So let's see.
I think you just go Kagari, and whatever happens, happens.
Kagari, of course, most likely targeting the engage, of course, is now Connor facing the decision of whether he wants to use the Ball Drake on this. So far, he has not seen anything but Tenpai cards. But honestly, when we are searching out the terraforming, I think there is very, very, very solid reason to believe that this is not just pure Sky Strikers and rather the Tenpai Striker deck.
To be honest, it will be the same even if it's Sky Striker, he can just take engage, and if he is playing pure Sky Striker, he can just grab the Ray here.
Yeah, the only annoying thing here, though, is Druisworm is sent to the graveyard without having another card that it can send to the graveyard then. Oh no, and now another engage, grabs another Widow Anchor. Ed is rolling here. He does not stop drawing cards. That is what this card is doing for years now.
At this point, he doesn't even need it anymore.
Yeah,
he's so set up for anything.
He already has both of the good one-offs here.
Yeah. Oh, talents as well. Look
we
at
may
that.
as well. Have a look there.
Takes out the Lubellion there. You are left with the talents in hand, and now nothing is stopping him from activating Terraforming, Searching, Sangan Summoning to just expect a scoop from his opponent. I'm just gonna say it, if Sangan Summoning is on the field, this is a forfeit.
There technically still is the Lacrima in the graveyard with the Requiem, right? So
that does a lot versus a field with Sangan Summoning?
I mean, possibly in the battle phase, but I don't even know whether Connor in his version of the deck even is playing the trap card, you know, because he is already playing so many different engines, so maybe he's just rather keeping the Fiendsmith engine a little bit smaller and therefore not playing Fiendsmith in Paradise, but we are probably going to see shortly here. We do go search out the Chandra, and the good thing is, when you do normal out the Chandra, you do have ways to just play around Fiendsmith of Paradise completely even, because when they can activate Fiendsmith of Paradise for the first time, you already have multiple Tenpai monsters on the field being able to dodge the effect and just synchro summon with them. So very, very heads-up play here. There is now the Chandra. You could even use the Ball Drake here to go into Transcendence in the battle phase, having the Kaiman still. So Ed really having all the tools here. He's not worried about anything, just attacking. Connor is just asking himself, is he able to do 10,000 points of damage? Because that is quite a bit, of course.
I have a rough idea of how much damage Ed can do in this turn. Man, our host is doing a good job at this dragon strategy.
Yeah, he's a real Tenpai enjoyer. Now synchro summoning with Fadra and Chandra, bringing out the almighty Biden Dragon.
Gets out the Fadra, gets out the Chandra once again.
Yeah, look at that. This is already so much damage, and Connor is looking at us being like, yeah, I know what's going on here. I don't think we even attacked there. We just attack with the Transcendian, we can bring back the Biden, and that's all we need here, basically. Making completely sure Sangan Kaiman also activated. Connor is nodding, but he wants Ed to play it out.
He doesn't scoop here. I'm now convinced that Connor is not the guy to scoop games.
I mean, he's playing a very unique deck, so it's common to get some info.
But that is no more info for him, as Ed is taking game number 1, showing us a massive display here. Why maybe the Sky Striker version of the Tenpai deck now is the way to go. As you were mentioning, in Orlando, that was the only Tenpai variant actually having success by, I think, going all the way into top 16 in the end. So definitely a deck to look out for. But
Basti, what's your opinion on this? Because I know that you've recently almost topped a regional with this, a really big one.
Yeah, indeed. I did play the Fiendsmith Tenpai version of it, which is quite difficult, quite different from this one, to be honest. So now with the release of Supreme Darkness and the release of Eclipse Twins, which you have to face a lot, we saw that the Tenpai, not the Tenpai deck, the Raizir deck is so popular. I think that version of the deck got a little tougher to play, but this version here is dealing much better with Detonator, because you can just Ultimate Slayer it back into the extra deck, you can Widow Anchor take it. There's so many ways to deal with the cards, so I think this version right now of the deck is the way to go, and therefore also the version that is doing the best at the moment.
I mean, it's very good strategy entering a big event like YCS Birmingham, since most of the time you probably win game 1, since no one's expect you to go second.
For sure. Absolutely.
And of course, post-side deck, it's a lot of different matchups and things you can do.
Here's my question for you, though. You have played the Fiendsmith Tenpai deck, but you've also played a Breaker heavy variant.
Yes, I did.
How did you do versus Malice? Because I feel like once Malice has some setup, it's really hard to win against it.
It is, but you have to remember that the Malice deck is setting multiple cards to the spell and trap zone. So the breakers like Harpies, Feather Duster and Lightning Storm actually are quite handy and useful against the Malice strategy. Still though, I think against that deck specifically, you do definitely, at least in your side deck, want to have the answers such as Meowls, Molcharmy, Fuvalos, or Artifact Lancea, of course. Therefore, I think in the main deck, this might be the matchup you're most afraid of. Then after siding though, it does become a lot better, of course.
I mean, if you're in the main deck able to search Lightning Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster off of Thrust, I think you also have some win conditions there. But yeah, you're right. Malice is a very tough matchup for many decks. Because it's just so incredibly resilient. But the big problem that Malice has is Lancea, is also Meowls and Fuvalos. Like, there are so many, I don't want to say choke points, but there are so many problem cards for Malice that it has to face that it's really hard for the deck to overcome those.
Yeah, I feel like the Molcharmies overall have brought like a completely new aspect into the game, because those are really hand interactions that make you question yourself on whether to continue with your turn or whether you're completely stopping it, and you really have to figure out lines how to play around those cards when they are resolving, and therefore they really brought some different level to the game again, I gotta say.
Yep, that's true. Also, it's like a little bit different from Maxi, where you can do some summons and don't have to give your opponent a draw for each one of them. But I think that our duelists are ready for game 2, so let's go right over to the table.
And of course, now also a pretty important question is, does Connor even want to go first? I mean, we saw what Ed was doing there going second. If you just let him start with all those striker cards, possibly just, that's the call, right? Going second against that. Ed is looking at his hand quite carefully, but it looks like Connor wants to go first. And this time, he's the one holding all spell cards there.
Both of these duelists, just this is very blue.
Yeah.
Or green. I still haven't figured that out, to be honest.
Yeah, you've only been in this game for a while. Don't worry about it. So it does very much look like Connor is going first. And this time he does have access to the most powerful of the runic cards, to the runic fountain, and the branded regain now as well. And that's, of course, wow, that combination is actually insane. And now just imagine, is there any light and dark ones in the main deck of Ed? Probably not, right? Because that would be extra value you get out of that regain already on the field. But we just search for Flashing Fire. That's fine.
Is that a Metal Trance?
So, next up, Runic Slumber.
Runic cards are very good against the pipe, because at this moment a lot of cards are limited, so they can hit targets like Pytra, Kaimen.
That's true.
Very much, very much.
If you don't hit them, it's still a risky game to play, but Hugin is a good... I mean, I like that the runic cards can just at any point special summon monsters to prevent some damage.
Okay, we're drawing free here, and Connor just keeps on adding spell cards here, I believe. Now the Hugin resolving, getting the second copy of Runic Fountain. Honestly, it has been a while since I saw a runic deck. Those strategies were not super popular, I think mainly due to the existence of Detonator in the game, because Detonator just does very, very well against Runic Fountain and can deal with it fantastically. Because even if the runic players are chaining their quick spells to summon out Hugin, you can always just chain the Detonator again, so it does become really, really tough. Okay, Droll and Lockbird is in the deck of Ed. Both of them, three of them are gone now right away. And the Sangin summoning, one of those one-ups you don't want to get rid of. That's tough. Oh, and Ed does get to draw a card though through the droplet. And next up, we can draw some more cards.
The triple Droll and Lockbird would have been way better in the hand of Ed.
Oh yeah.
I won't say that much.
Honestly, at this point though, not drawing them actually is quite nice. Like getting them out of the way when you did not open them, I think is appreciated. But let's see here. Again, Connor, no Azamina cards in sight.
And Connor has two talents in his hand, so Troll might be very, unique options right here.
I mean, Sunken Kaimen in hand, Pydra in hand. Pydra not really with the targets really anymore. But Ed has no answer to the face-down cards here.
Dark Hole for Hugin, that's quite a trade, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing is, Hugin is mandatory to activate in the graveyard, meaning if there is a triple tactic Talons or a triple tactic Thrust in the hand of Ed, that will be live with the... Wait, Hugin is mandatory though. I'm not making that up, right? I'm pretty sure it is mandatory. Now there's the drones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is mandatory, and I think that is quite important because for sure Ed is playing triple tactic talents.
And he has it in hand as well.
Oh yeah, there it is. Hugin goes into the extra deck, activates. Oh, he does even have it in the hand. Did you spot it? That's so much more important than even drones.
Or
bringing out.
Maybe I'm crazy. That's also possible. Okay. Because at the second glimpse, I didn't see it immediately anymore. Now we have a token already.
Oh, but there is Runic Tip for Connor. Is Connor going to maybe also get rid of the one-off Chandra? That would be so massive. But no, another Pydra. Not having anything to do there in the deck anyways.
But I mean, this is gonna mean just way more banishes now. Because Tip just replaces itself, and once you have Fountain on the field, you can activate from hand at any time.
That is true. Okay. We do next up go for the Kagari. And honestly, I think Ed is fine taking this freezing curses on the Kagari because that's not the monster you necessarily need to resolve. You need the Tempai cards, as we just saw in the last game, to finish the game off. And therefore that means we can't use freezing curses on a potential Chandra anymore. And still no Chandra gone. Ed still having access to this card in his deck. But Connor now with another 2 draws.
I think this is the point where you activate talent, if Ed even realized that Hugin activated, which is a whole different story.
Yeah, it was a little bit messy with the Hugin going into the extra deck there.
Yeah. I think Ed has a
yes,
idea
Ed knows
here.
his stuff and he goes for the triple tactic talents. Connor also reminded that that is now available.
Wow.
And we do just get rid of the engraver there, seeing that there is nothing that Connor can activate from hand for the rest of the turn.
Runic Destruction was in there. I think, it was maybe Metal Tronus. But if it was Runic Destruction, then there's also another lot
Does
of
he also have a thrust?
Well, that would be... I mean, that wouldn't do too much. Yeah, I think so. But there is no monster on the side of Connor's field, so the thrust won't probably do too much.
Oh, that's
Hydra normal summon. It's a big one.
Odd one here because Ed is not activating the effect and the Kaiman is not banished yet. Therefore, now Connor knows there is definitely going to be a second Kaiman in the hand.
Something smells fishy here.
No, I think it's rather like it smells a bit burnt in here, right? It's the fire dragons going crazy, supported by the fire monster that is Kagari, of course, and we do get damage in here already before even activating the Kaiman.
Yeah, the biggest question is which card is set there on the side of Connor, because in hand there is nothing that he can use to stop the onslaught of dragons. Sangan Kaiman is being activated. It has to be a miracle card, but Connor is laughing, smiling through the pain possibly, because this is going to be a lot of damage. Chandra not banished. It is in the main deck, is going to be special summoned immediately because of the second effect of Sangan Kaiman. Chandra is now going to attack as well, I suppose.
Indeed,
would be a
and
good
then
play.
in the damage step, he can also use its effect. And there is still Fadra in the deck as well. And Connor really... Oh, there is the Flashing Fire, but we all know that are quick effects in the battle phase. So we can just chain the Pydra or the Chandra, getting out the Biden, and then Biden will be happily bringing back the Chandra again here. There it is.
Yep.
And Connor knows it. They all know attack Chandra, Chandra effect in the damage step. And with that Father that we are about to summon, I think that's already enough damage on the field, meaning Ed and his Sky Striker Tempai strategy will be advancing with a 6-2 record. So Tempai Dragons are still able to get the fire going here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty happy about that. Two of your favorite themes ever, Sky Striker and Tenpai Dragon. This is a very, very cool deck. I mean, there's not a lot of things in Yu-Gi-Oh! That are more fun than activating a bunch of spell cards, following them up with Sky Striker cards. I mean, nowadays, the pure Sky Striker deck is not the biggest powerhouse anymore. So if you can follow that up with a different kind of engine as well, and you're like, oh, I have my utility cards in the Sky Striker spells, but I'm going to draw into my big engine now
And we
as
have
well.
two opposite strategies. One that doesn't want to go to battle phase, and the one that really needs to hit battle phase.
I mean, let's be honest. Runic players want to go to battle phase. They are just not allowed. I don't think that anyone goes, hey, I don't really like the battle phase as a concept, so this is why I play Runic.
Yeah, that's true. But it was a little bit sad because we didn't really see the full potential, of course, of the deck that Connor brought here. So there's usually a bit more. We did not... I mean, we did see the DDD King High Caesar, but I feel like there had to be more.
It's also a DDD deck, but so I think that's what happens sometimes when you play 4 different engines in your deck. So main deck space can be tight as well. And if you play 4 different engines, I think it's only natural that at most games you can't access all 4 of them.
The thing though is, in game 2, he drew 5 cards of a Runic Fountain on his
That's a
own
very
turn,
fair
and he
point.
still didn't find anything to keep on going. Like, he honestly, we know how easily accessible the Fiendsmith engine is.
Yeah.
You just need a second monster. All he needed was a second monster to go into the Moon of the Closed Heaven, and then...
He found Engraver.
Yeah, but
later.
On his opponent's turn, then, which was not as promising anymore, to be fair.
Man, Engraver should have been a quick effect. I
From
mean,
the
that
deck.
also wouldn't help, exactly, yeah. Just
And
special
Latimer
summon
from
on
the
Fury.
hand,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Just do all the cards.
Yeah, sounds fair.
Do all the cards. Sounds great. Yeah.
Absolutely, sounds fantastic. But no, the Tenpai Dragon deck is definitely something that can still catch people off guard.
Yeah.
And when I was experimenting with it, I realized how little you just actually need from it. Because in the extra deck, basically all you need is a Bident Dragon, the Trident Dragon, and then the Transcendent. And that's like those 3 cards. I was asking this.
And the Kagari, of course.
I mean, now you add the Kagari, but that's already
Kagari
kind
is
of an
the-
add-on, actually.
Kagari is the best Tenpai card at the moment.
To be fair, that's why you do this. You can transition with the Sky Striker cards into the Tenpai cards, because when your opponent has a monster in attack position bigger than 1,850, you can just go Kagari plus the token, go into Hita. In the battle phase, Hita adds Genroku, and then Genroku is of course the card you can special summon when it is added off of the Hita. Therefore, that is actually a pretty valid reason to combine these engines, if there was not already too many good reasons to give you, because the breaking potential of the striker cards is already immense.
And Tenpai Masterclass here, right?
True, and also, like, I fell in love with Tenpai just recently. Before that, I was like, okay, the Field Breaker cards are not really my vibe, you know?
You didn't even tell me, that's great. Kind of the same family now.
But then I found out how people play it with the Fiendsmith engine. They're going like, hey, I'm playing very few Tenpai cards, of course also because of recent Forbidden and Limited lists. I'm playing some Fiendsmith cards. You know, I'm going to make it hard for my opponent to win on the first turn. They're going to try to break my field. They're going to have a diminished field afterwards. In the end phase, because I have ended on a seal as well, I'm just going to add Genroku. I'm going to do some effects already, set up for the next turn, and then battle phase. And this is a playstyle that I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, and I mean, the cool thing is also, the format seems like it is developing a little bit into a slower direction. For example, pure Ryziel is a very minimalistic and grindy deck, and therefore just having the ability, having the power in your deck to end a game so quickly is amazing, and it's giving you a lot of upside on a lot of different matchups. But of course, we want to hear it from the Tenpai Sky Striker Master himself. We want to hear it from our feature match winner, and I think Tom is ready with him in the analysis corner.
Thank you very much, Basti. I'm here with Ed, our winner. Ed, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
How did you feel going into this round?
Incredibly nervous, and I have done since like round 4, but yeah, really good overall.
So do you think it was the nerves of the tournament, or do you think it was nerves of the feature match? Are they all kind of combined together?
A bit of both. I was going X2, so I think one more loss, and I maybe wouldn't top or make day 2. So this was, I mean, every game from now is quite important. So yeah, just a lot of nerves, so a bit.
Well, yeah, of course, congratulations on your win. Do you want to tell us a little bit before we dive into the game about your deck choice overall? Why did you choose to take this deck? What do you think about it?
Sure. So it's obviously Sky Striker Tenpai. I think the draw engine's incredible. Getting 3 spells engraved is very easy when you open double up start more so. The draw pile is incredible. The deck isn't quite dead yet. It's on its last legs. But yeah, I wanted to play Tenpai, and I played Tenpai, and it's working out so far.
So do you think it's like a meta pick for you, or do you think it's just a deck that you really like, so you decided to bring?
I think it has a really good Ryziel matchup. Not so good into Malice, which is why I'm siding heavily for Malice. But Ryziel in particular, it's got quite a good matchup, so it felt like the right call for today.
Great, well, let's have a look at the game a little bit. So if we dive into our first clip, I mean, we're just seeing you like riffing midway through this game, activating all these spell cards. So why don't you just talk us through it? So you had a few different cards to interact with your opponent's field, and you chose to lead with the Dark Hole there.
I wanted to get 3 spells engraved to activate Afterburners. I know it's only a deception, but it's just nice to get the full advantage of the card and pop a monster and a spell. I'm worried about Ash Blossom, hence the Sales ban. Just in case I get Ash on Terraforming, or I think it's Thrust. Just want to be safe and play it as logical as I can.
So tell me about that card, because that's a really cool card. I've not seen it much before. I had to like Google it while I was watching the game to see what it did. So how did you find it?
It's quite controversial at my locals. A lot of people don't think it's a very good card. But I mean, I played it today and it worked out, so I can take that back and show them. I think it's really cool. Calling Ash, calling Droll, the biggest threats to the deck. Just don't have to worry about them, and it's a safety net.
So it sounds like you chose Ash Blossom there. Is that a common thing you've been choosing?
Yeah, Ash Blossom. Droll game 1 isn't as prevalent, so Ash Blossom's the one I'm going to be calling out just to play it safe. And
do you ever use it? Can you call cards on the field with it? Or do you have to call Ash Blossom?
You can call Ryzeal Detonator and then pop it. You can call Tons of the Eclipse, anything on the field.
So you've been using it in lots of different ways, or just mostly Ash?
Mostly Ash, but also Ryzeal cards, any threats that I see to the deck.
So in the second game, I just wanted to ask, it's not a clip, but you got to go second. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you were expecting? Is that what other people have made you do?
It's been strange. I expect people to make me go second, make me go first, especially if they're on certain decks. I did side in Droll and Impulse, which can be used going first or second, just for a bit of flexibility. And I take out like one Dark Hole, one Lightning Storm, just on the off chance. I don't want to open 5 board breakers going first. You know, there is some thought to it, but not too much.
Okay, so that makes sense. So you kind of like hedge a little bit, but you're still largely geared for that going second strategy.
I want to go second. Hopefully they do send me second. Worst case, I've got some cards to go first.
And do you think most people have made you go first or second?
Probably a mix. I'd say more so making me go first, but that's to be expected on Senpai. And the games I do get to go second, they tend to go my way. So it's, yeah.
Well, fantastic. So if we have a look at the start of the next game now, I don't think we saw any runic cards.
No, not a single one.
So yeah, let's have a look at the clip. But I mean, it doesn't show too much. There's just some runic cards in play, right? But were you completely?
I was like, this is either the greatest smokescreen ever, or I don't know. But I was very shocked to see the runic cards, especially 3 in hand. Yeah, the opening turn.
So yeah, your opponent was actually just playing a runic deck. They just didn't see any runic cards, but. So here you used the Dark Hole, and then the Hugin went back to the extra deck a moment later. It seemed like you both missed it. Was it something you expected to happen, or was it like a happy accident?
I thought that the Hugin was a mandatory trigger to turn my thrust on, which is why I Dark Holed it. And then when it went to grave, I thought, oh, maybe I've got this wrong. Maybe it just stays in grave, so thrust isn't live. Luckily, the judge stepped in and said, no, it goes to extra deck, and then thrust was live, and yeah.
Oh, well, fantastic. It's good to have the judges make sure the game goes through cleanly, as expected. So a moment later, you did get to use the talents to look at your opponent's hand. So when you saw your opponent's hand, how are you feeling?
No Ash Blossom, which is always fantastic. No interruption, so I was like, that's fine, I can carry on. And just play a lot more, not greedy, but just play knowing that there's no interruption in the hand at least.
So let's have a look at that final battle phase where you kind of resolved all your effects. You played very cleanly around your opponent's last interruption. Is that something you could tell going into it? That was how the battle phase was going to play out?
Yeah, annoyingly, the field spell was banished, so I opened Kaiman luckily, so if there was like an imperm or a negate, then I hit it anyway. Saw the lines.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like something you're very confident with, and probably if you've been doing this all day, it seems very, very difficult once you get into the battle phase to interrupt your Tenpai monsters at all.
Yeah, navigating the main phase is the hardest part. Once you get to battle, you get the Synchro 10. They can't respond to anything. They can't activate any effects. So you get to battle phase, you get to the Synchro 10, and you probably won.
Yeah, you'd think like quick play, anytime you can activate pinpoint removal would interrupt most decks, but Tenpai apparently not. So
yeah,
very clean play. And, well, congratulations.
Thank you
and
so
you're moving on to the next round looking very, very strong. So well done again. And let's hand it back over to Ed to carry on the coverage.
Thank you very much, Tom. So that was our penultimate feature match here at YCS Birmingham. And, as usual, I get to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio for another card reveal. Boys, take it away.
Attention Duelists, it's that time of the round again where we announce the new cards for Stampede, and I can't wait to see the next one.
Absolutely, and this one again is one that you at home, the community, has voted for. So let's see what you guys have brought into this set. Let's see what card it is here, and it is going to be Runic Fountain! What a fitting match! We just saw Runic Fountain, and we're going to get a quarter-century rare version of the card. That's beautiful. I love this. Honestly, I love my Runic decks, and upgrading it with this is just perfect.
I mean, how many times have passed since we saw Runic Fountain on stream? Do you remember?
A lot of them.
Actually, some minutes.
I see now, yeah.
Very good one. I mean, Basti is now going to even upgrade the Plunder Runic deck that he has been rocking for years now. But yeah, this is a fantastic card. I know quite some people who are going to be very happy about this one in Quarter Century Rare. Keep in mind, we are updating this every single round. We're going to reveal a new card for Stampede in every single round. But before we go to a break, we go over to Ed Templar again.
Thank you very much, boys. So there is only one more feature match of coverage that we're going to be showing you guys today, but it's been a great day for not only people watching, but also the people who have actually attended the event. One of the extra things that we have here is a little preview of a video game. Maybe we'll talk about that later, after these messages. Does this happen to you? Oh, Tom, what are you like? Well, it won't happen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. Step back in time to the dawn of digital dueling in the Early Days collection. Fun by yourself and fun with your friends in a world of the past, but also the future. Make sure you get your hands on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection, available on Steam and Nintendo Switch, February 27th. Side effects may include nostalgia, having too much fun, and yearning to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Duelists 最初は何の変哲もない1枚のカードだったはずだ。それが誰かと戦うたびにその歴史がカードに刻み込まれていく。歴代のエースモンスターをクロニクルカードでプレゼント。そして俺のとっておきレインボーネオスも君の力になる。さらに豪華プレゼントも。遊戯王デュエルリンクス8周年。
Hello and welcome to YCS News. My name is Ed Templar. If I could be wearing a fake moustache, I would wear one. Today's top story, here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Birmingham, people are signing up for the main event. Basti has more. Basti?
Thank you, Ed. Indeed, we are here at the main stage of the YCS in Birmingham, and this is basically where you can see the head judges, and they are going to take the calls from all the players in here. We have over 2,500 players attending, of course, and therefore all of those people had to check in here at the main stage to be part of this beautiful YCS experience and to, of course, compete for the title of YCS Birmingham, or maybe their invite to the European Championship later on in the year. So thank you so much for listening. Back to Ed, it goes.
Thanks, Basti. If you don't fancy taking part in the main event, that's not all you have. There are public events, and with more on that is Marcello. Marcello?
Thanks, Ed. And we are here at the public events wall where all of our duelists can actually compete in a lot of different events from a lot of different formats, all the way from speed duel to the ultimate time wizard event going on Saturday. And most importantly, if you come here with just 7 more of your friends, you can technically start any time wizard event of your choice, which is a lot of fun, and you can compete to get some amazing prize wall tickets that we'll show what you can get with those later on, though. Thank you, Ed. Back to you.
Thanks, Marcello. You're right. There is more to learn about the prize wall, and with more of that information is Leo. Leo?
Thank you, Ed. Indeed, if you take part in public events here at the YCS Birmingham 2025, you're going to be able to earn some prize ticks, and those you can exchange at the prize wall for some phenomenal pricing. For example, a nice regional deck box, World Championship qualifier sleeves, or even the Time Wizard plushie. My personal favorite is the Pot of Greed playmat. With more prize points, you can even win a giant card. So there's a lot more here to earn at the prize wall. Back to you, Ed.
Thanks very much, Leo. Now, all of our content takes place in our coverage area, and with more information about our coverage area is me. Me? Thanks, me. No one else was available for this section. This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Our analytics zone and our interview area over there, as well as the commentator booth. But this is where all the coverage magic happens. Back to you, me. Good job, me. Now, last but certainly not least, we go over to our correspondent Mike, who has some special news.
Thank you, Ed. So, something exciting that we have here in YCS Birmingham is, of course, Early Days Collection. If you can keep a secret, I can give you a glimpse both into the future and into the past. Come with me. Attendees of YCS Birmingham can also get their hands on some of the games in Early Days Collection. They can try and play this game before its official release on 27th of February. So, if you really want to feel the nostalgia of early days of digital Yu-Gi-Oh!, please come and find us and play this amazing game with us. Back to you, Ed.
Thanks very much for watching. This has been the news headlines, but remember, throughout all of our broadcasts this weekend, we'll be bringing you breaking news after every round with a new card reveal. Stay tuned for more. Ed Templar, YCS News, Birmingham.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage of YCS Birmingham 2025. I'm joined by the one and only Jack Rory Steenkamer, a.k.a. Quantal. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great.
Fantastic. And we are here to talk a little bit about the new deck, or somewhat new deck, the Ryziel strategy. As this is the first European YCS where the Ryziel deck actually is being played, of course, we wanted to showcase it a little bit more and show some generic combos. So, as a general statement, what do you think why this deck right now is being played so much and why is it so popular in the community right now?
I mean, Ryziel is just a really consistent deck.
Yeah.
Does the same thing every game. Well positioned metagame. Doesn't unaffected by bestials.
True.
And shifter is fine.
Sounds about right. So let's see what this deck does so consistently, because we are going to look at a combo right now. So let's go into the top-down view and let's have a look. And I think you're going to show us a one-card combo of this deck, right?
A simple one-card combo.
Sounds good.
Start with X, the best starter. Plays around full, lost the best. So simple. Summon X.
Yeah, okay, so
twins.
Exactly. So for the people that are maybe completely new to this deck, so X Ryziel, it's just, it doesn't even activate in the hand, right?
No.
It's just a special summon.
It just special summons by sending a Xyz from the extra deck to the grave.
Yeah.
So on field. So for example, going second, you could send an aggregator.
True, true.
So you can chain like one aggregate X to search a fire thunder.
True.
And chain to aggregate a target opposed monster. But in this case, we're going first, so we want to set up as much versatility and follow-up.
Fair, fair.
So we'll special X sending Eclipse Twins.
New card from Supreme Darkness, nice.
Very good card. So here we would use the X to add a Fire Thunder.
All right, go ahead.
So we add Sword Ryziel. So next, also, if you have a Ryziel in a field or grave, you can special summon it from hand.
That's pretty easy to reach, honestly.
Quite simple. Sword adds a Light Pyro to hand from the deck. They all act similarly to the Sprite archetype.
I was about to say that. It feels a little bit like Sprite. And honestly, with Sprite, I personally always had the problem. I was asking myself, where do I interact with the deck? Like, do I just go after the first thing they do, or do I wait for a specific point? Do you think it's worth just going after the X, just going after the first thing the Ryziel deck does?
There's too many... It's the issue of the Ryziel cards are all extenders.
Yeah.
So if you interrupt with the X, I am not committing my normal summon yet.
True, yeah.
So if I have a full loss in hand, I can just simply normal summon it and make it do
level 4, true.
and then make a rank 4. So you usually want to interrupt a different card this deck.
Tell us later then, yeah, for sure.
So here you sword. Add ice.
Sure, sure, don't worry.
So here you add ice, another powerful starter.
Very much.
We'll mention what it does later.
Absolutely. Okay,
so
there's
next,
a rank 4 now.
We make the first rank 4, Ryziel Duo Drive. So on summon, you can usually attach a Ryziel monster from the graveyard to its as a material.
Yeah.
And like Galactic Sprite, as an effect, as a card effect, it detaches 2 from Xyz monsters on your field.
Yes.
To search 2 Ryziel cards.
That's pretty good.
So here you use the Duo Drive to detach 2. And you search, usually, Cross and Plugin.
Yeah.
The usual targets. So Cross is the Ryziel's best field spell. It lets you play around hand traps.
Yeah.
If you have a material under a Ryziel monster, you can, on resolution of the...
UN's so unique about it, that's true, yeah. Because
it is important that your opponent won't know immediately on activation if you have a response to it.
Yes.
So I have to wait until the chain starts resolving, and then you can apply the cross.
This is so good because you can just basically say, oh yeah, this chain link to somewhere in the chain we just formed, that one I'm going to negate, which is pretty insane, of course. And also, you mentioned this being similar to Gigantic Sprite. It also is, like the whole thing also is kind of similar in that it does lock you into just rank 4s for the rest of the turn. I think the first thing immediately just was X saying that, right?
Yes, X. Yeah. So all of the Ryziel's summoning mechanics of summoning from hand.
Yes.
When you're special summoning from hand, all lock you into rank 4s from the extra deck.
Yeah.
Which is important to note.
For sure, for sure. But that's a rank 4, so we're fine for now.
we're not really getting out of the rank 4s. It's fine.
All right.
So next, we have not used our normal summon yet, so we can here normal summon Ice Ryziel.
Yes.
And on normal summon, it lets you just special summon a Ryziel from your deck.
All right. Sounds good.
Quite good.
Absolutely.
So in this case, you usually summon Ryziel Node.
Okay.
which on the field can send a Can send a card from the field to the grave and target a Ryzul monster in the grave and reborn it.
Okay.
Someone's negated, but still good. And here this is our 5th summon, by the way. So if our opponent were to attempt to Nibiru the Primal Being
That's a
us
good point, yeah.
right now, what you can simply do is chain plug-in. Usually you want to target a non-light monster because of
to
the
play around
Bestial.
Bestials, I see, yeah.
So that you play around Bestial and Nib. So you target Sword. The power part of it is plug-in's not only a reborn.
Yeah.
It also, if you have a Ryzul monster...
An Exceed monster, right? Yeah.
Ryzul Exceed monster, or no, rather, just Exceed monster in general.
Yes, yes.
You can attach a Ryzul from your deck to as a material. So here, I simply...
Let's grab any of them, right?
Let's get any of them.
Yeah.
Let's attach Ext.
Sure.
So now, on resolution of
you
the
mentioned
chain,
it, yeah.
on the Nib, I can apply Cross to detach from Duo Drive and negate the Nibiru.
As a response, that's so, like, honestly, no deck had that previously, right? Of course, there was cards like Cross or Designator that could just immediately counter it, but this way it's just so unique and so good in countering. Your opponent doesn't even necessarily know. In this case, you searched the plugin, but you could also just have the plugin hard drawn in hand and surprise your opponent with that.
Yes.
So it's really, really tough to counter for sure.
I mean, certain other Ryzul decks would usually send another Duo Drive, so the Duo Drive would have attached it, so it still has a material.
It always will have a material, true, yeah.
So you can always make sure if your Duo Drive resolves, that you would have a reliable way to play through Nibiru.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's no actual hand trap that applies with Nibiru that can stop you from getting Nib.
Yeah, that's fair.
So in this case, you would Xyz the Sword and Ice into your boss monster.
Oh, yeah.
Ryzul Detonator, which on summon lets you attach any monster from your graveyard. So the previous X-Send here,
that's where we
Eclipse
started,
Twins,
yeah.
let you attach it to it as material.
Yeah.
And Eclipse Twins...
Explain to us why this card right now is so important to the Ryzul strategy.
So when this card goes to graveyard, it can target 2 other rank 4s in the graveyard and summon one of them and attach the other one as material.
Yeah.
So in this case, in a second, we're about to use Node Effect to send the Duo Drive to the graveyard for one of our rank 4s for Eclipse Twin in a second.
Yeah.
So we revive X here. So once your opponent tries to, for example, imperm the Detonator, you can hypothetically Detonator effect target itself to destroy itself.
That sounds so counterintuitive, but yeah, go ahead.
And then, because Eclipse Twin goes to graveyard and there's 2 rank 4s with the Detonator and the Duo Drive, you can revive the Detonator, attaching Duo Drive. And because it's your opponent's turn usually, it's a new turn, so the Detonator can activate again to attach another monster to it.
Ooh,
so you could attach another Eclipse Twins, and if it stays on the field with the Eclipse Twins, you could do on your turn again.
All over again. Yeah,
So-
that's the good thing about Detonator, because it does not say on its Exceed summon it could do that, but just on a special summon of itself, right? Yeah,
on
that's really,
any
really
special
cool.
summon, on
Sure.
its own special summon, yes.
Yeah.
So here we have 2 extra bodies. We have a lot of versatility here. Usually, if your opponent is playing a graveyard deck, which, for example, is a Mitsurigi or a Mermail,
True.
you would here be able to make, for example, a Abyss Dweller.
Super popular right now, that's true.
Other options in the pure version are if you have no non-engine, you could opt to go for a Dugares, the Timeless.
Oh, yeah, to just draw more cards and maybe see those non-engine cards.
Yes.
I see.
So in that case, you could get a Book of Moon or a Book of Eclipse.
Even Solemn Strike is popular in this deck. Yeah, that's crazy.
So this deck relies on a lot of its non-engines. So cards like Dugares are very versatile in making sure that your board is not able to be outed by just one singular card.
For sure.
So this is just a powerful board. In itself, Detonator is a non-once per turn. In response to any card effect from your opponent, you can simply detach a material and target a card on the field in general.
On the field even, yeah.
And destroy it.
Yeah.
So on your opponent's turn, you end with 3 Detonator activations, which could technically be more if you choose to Detonator target itself with Eclipse Twins. So you get in total 1 extra. So 4 if you're feeling like
Feeling
popping
like
itself.
it for sure, yeah.
Cross lets you, if you want, detach a material from any Ryzel XCs, like earlier with the Nibiru.
Yeah.
So when your opponent activates a normal summon ice, you could choose to detach with cross and negate it.
Absolutely.
So yes, that's the first turn
whole
combo.
deck, for sure.
And also, before I forget, cross has another effect because we have a X'd and we have 2 Ryzels in grave and Ryzel cards, which is very important. You can target the plugin and X'd to place these 2 onto the bottom of the deck and draw any
if this card would not only already be good enough with the other effect it has, right? But that's
it's already
really,
good
really
enough. Yeah, it's already good enough to play around the Biru or any hand trap in general.
Then it's an interruption on your opponent's turn, and then also it's giving you more cards in your hand. That's pretty good.
So you have practically a infinite grind game.
Yeah.
Because of just shuffling it all back, drawing a card. It's a mini pot of avarice.
Yeah, it really is. It's really, really cool. So overall, as you said, this deck just really, really profits off of being so consistent. Because let's face it, all you need for a detonator at the end of the day is just 2 level 4 monsters. So even if your opponent interrupts you and just keeps on going after your cards, you can just go for detonator. So probably, generally saying, against the Ryzel deck itself, cards against the detonator when it's already on the field is probably they're more valuable, right? Because you can't really stop it getting to the field, so you rather want to deal with it with cards like Ultimate Slayer, Infinite Impermanence sometimes even, or something like that, right?
A lot of people will be playing a Meltronus,
That's also
for example,
pretty good for it as
playing
well.
their own detonator, for example, to special detonator and banish it.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the cross negate and also all detonator activations.
True, very true.
So usually people are opting to, instead of hand traps, which cannot always be guaranteed to deal with the detonator, board breakers, field breakers, such as
the Slayer, maybe just a Book of Moon, or those cards. Book of Eclipse. Those are really, really good.
So any way to deal the detonator works.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so thank you so much for explaining all those things about the Ryzel deck. I am sure we are going to see Ryzel in the top cut of Y Series Birmingham and maybe even in the finals. It definitely has the potential to do so. Maybe you're going to be there with the deck. We will see in the event. But for sure, thank you so much for watching this little explanation about the Ryzel deck. And we're going over for more live coverage of YCS Birmingham.
Welcome back. Now, this is our final feature match of today's coverage here at YCS Birmingham, and we're ready to kick things off. In front of me, I have Manuel Scharfiger and Pasha Gandamkar, and they're ready to get into this. So we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Gentlemen, who would like to roll first? Gentlemanly. Okay, Manuel's going to roll first. That is 11. Okay, strong start. And from Pasha, they've rolled off the table. We're going to do it one more time. Snake eyes. Okay, so that's going to be... Manuel, you going to go first? Manuel is going to go first, so one more time, going to hand you over to your amazing commentary trio for one final game of today's coverage. Gentlemen, it's round 9. Take it away.
Welcome to the last round of day 1 of YCS Birmingham, and we have two extremely unique decks. I mean, it's not Ryzeal, it's not Malice, it's two very decent options for the current meta stage.
Yeah, and it's not just as Ed was deceiving you, Snake Eyes. It's just 2 ones being rolled there, but it is not Snake Eyes. Don't worry, no Snake Eye Ash is going to be normal summoned.
But how do you beat fire?
Oh, that's a very, very good point, and I think it's going to be water. So let's go right over to the table if we can see some of those cards over there. The last round of Swiss of day 1 of YCS Birmingham. We have seen plenty of different decks so far, and we have seen plenty of Mermail as well, and the trend will continue because apparently this is the best rogue deck in the room right now.
It is indeed, and you know what? Manuel did not make it onto the featured match in Bologna, but he did make it into the top card. Was one of our 2 players with the Mermaid strategy, making it there, and he's still going strong with exactly that deck, and therefore is doing so good again, being 7-1 here. So Mermaid really his deck of choice, and he's one of those dedicated Mermaid players that just keeps on doing really, really well with it. And he goes first, but he will have to face that Fuvalos. And on the other side, we have the Memento deck, also making it all the way into top 4 in Bologna, of course, and still a viable deck to play here with the Fiendsmith cards.
The immediate Fuvalos is interesting to me, but normal summon Prince is of course a good start, and I think that, of course, Mermail players will have a plan what to do against a Fuvalos that has been resolved, and now he didn't even chain it to an effect that summons from deck or something that summons from the extra deck, so I think that Manuel has another way or more information to play around this card. Can you actually, without using your extra deck or your deck to summon, because many of these cards summon themselves from hand, can you go into Mullen Glacia and diminish the hand of Pasha?
I feel like there is a way, yeah. If you just get to enough Teos and potentially even a Megalo, I can definitely see them getting enough cards into the graveyard. I mean, also just giving 1 draw totally is not bad.
Yeah.
Ministrel on the other end also would get 2 cards on the same time into the graveyard as well, and therefore there is plenty of options, I think.
True, yeah.
And it's rather uncommon that you see the Fuvalos in the draw phase. You do see Peruli in the draw phase super often because you want to get value out of that normal summon that usually players are starting with. But seeing Fuvalos in the draw phase is a little more unconventional. It's still pretty good though because it does of course play around triple tactic talents.
Yeah.
It does on the other end though give perfect information to Manuel with it being resolved already. And there we see now Ministrel. Let's have a look together. What is Pasha cooking? Does Pasha even want to reveal his hand?
Check
he
this
does.
out.
Okay.
Oh, it's a droplet which is going to be very information. Goblin and 2 Bone Party is not the strongest hand I've ever seen.
That's true.
So, I mean, Ministrel is not going to take anything of value here because it's just going to be returned later on in the turn. However, you know that Mullen Glacia is probably going to be very important here. If you... Okay, that is interesting because I thought if you go for Mullen Glacia, you want to hit the droplet.
To be honest, no. You prefer to hit the engine at this point, actually.
Yeah, maybe you do. That's true. Like, the less cards your opponent has, the less valuable is the droplet too, right? Because you do need cards to get rid of with the Memento and Bone Party. And Bone Party, of course, only really works if you have a monster to go alongside with it. And therefore, if you just get rid of then the 1 goblin that they have, it may become problematic. But here we go. This is some Supreme Darkness support hitting the field. We do have Poseidra, the Storming Atlantean, and that is a card that plays through Fuvalos very, very well too. But I think, yep, that is going to be the first Link summon. making it 5 water monsters in the graveyard after the monster that we summon
It's
here.
not click summon, it's the effect of Abyss Rain.
Oh, even better! Look at that. I think Pasha is just checking whether you can tribute monsters from the field with Abyss Rain, but of course you can. Reading it there real quick, that's his good right.
Reading both, actually. the card and the translation in Neuron. And this is looking good for Manuel. Has he already gotten the Dueling Glacier, or is he going to search that one now with Dragoons?
He may as well. Well, look, he's counting it out to his opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Just like back in the day with Dark-Arm Dragon.
Yep. Giving his opponent maybe a little bit of a hint there what card is going to be next.
Well, this is a full-on hand loop almost. We're down to 2 cards in hand. 1 card will get back there later, but still, I mean, the thing is, what do you set up though?
We do have the Rhine in the graveyard already, which is pretty good. Okay, we just go.
We have Glacier already?
Teos.
No, Dragoon will activate now.
Alright,
Abyss
okay,
Rain
yeah.
can
Fair
either
enough,
special
yeah.
summon or add 11/7
Oh,
to
but
the
we
hand.
do search infantry. Look at that. So maybe it is already there. Do we have the Dueling Glacier? We are going to see Manuel.
Yep.
Of course we do. Dueling Glacier saying, hey, I want to get rid of 2 cards in your hand. And let's see which ones are going to be going back into the deck here.
So Bone Party has a graveyard effect, but that one is not really that strong. It just gives one of the Memento Monster piercing damage when it attacks.
Oh yeah,
be
what am I
honest,
saying?
here
It's
you
not going
need
to the
to
deck, but
hit
into the
Goblin.
graveyard.
Yeah.
So...
And
the
it
Goblin
is.
gone too. I mean, it wasn't really even that important to hit the Goblin there, right?
Yeah.
Because Goblin on its own is also not that impressive.
Yeah, but I mean now Bone Party has not a valid target to be activated.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the thing is, if you find one now, that could be potentially more problematic.
Yeah.
That you have, because Bone Party is a really, really strong card. And then you have something to interact with the heavy infantry as well.
Oh my. There is infantry, there is, I think, toys, but we were just clarifying what we searched out there.
I think this might be a pass here, actually. We set up the
Yep.
pop with the infantry. Droplet gets back here. Droplet does nothing. Pasha has a chance here to get rid of the Dueling Glacier.
And I think it's
maybe
Ash
get another
Blossom.
turn.
We definitely did draw a monster, and it is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring
this
indeed.
is so bad. Wait, but Bone Party can pop Ash Blossom, no?
No,
Nope.
only Memento monsters.
Yeah, Pasha sets the card, and Manuel knows that was a good turn that he did there because Pasha not able to play the game at all anymore, and it is going back to Manuel, who still is, of course, going to use the effect here of his Abyss Rhine, discarding Shadow Squad, so he does not even have to give up on the infantry, drawing a card, Shadow Squad activating, and Pasha, yeah, he's nodding his head, but he knows the water, the flood is coming here. Okay, we're ashing the Shadow Squad, but sure, we already have so many things here. Very important, the Dueling Glacier stays on the field, meaning we do have our battle phase here as well.
Also, Toys is still in hand, and you can summon that by discarding infantry, which is not the best discard in this situation, but it is a discard, and you get to search a monster as well. And now we are already threatening. Oh, there is the Neptibus discard as well, and Neptibus also triggers when it is being sent to the graveyard for a card effect as cost summons back Dragoons if you want to. This is the easiest way to go into Bahamut Shark, but we're scooping here on Pasha's side because he knows, hey, you know I have nothing, I know I have nothing, let's just go to game 2.
Honestly, I was skeptical about the Mermail deck in this format, with Abyss Dweller being so relevant, and also with Droll and Lockbird picking up more pace again due to the existence of Mitsurugi Raziel, but it really looks like it is the best performing rogue strategy that we have out there, because we have multiple people out there in the field doing really well. I mean, even in the feature match, you watching the stream throughout the day, I think this is the third Mermail deck we had today, right? They're really doing well.
Indeed, and as we saw, Manuel was very prepared for Fugalos. He knew exactly what to do and set up a Dueling Glacier to hit his opponent's hand.
Yeah, and the Fuvalos really did nothing. I mean, it stopped the turn from going completely crazy, because that's what Mermail does. If you open Neptibus, you just go through everything. We've had like additional info with the Ministrel, and I just really like how he played it. I mean, it does make sense that if your opponent has a poor hand with a little bit of engine, you use Dueling Glacier to get rid of the rest of the engine. So Ministrel takes off the Droplet for the moment, and then he just saw his opponent not being able to play. So very well played.
This is perfectly executed, honestly, and as I said, Manuel, he was in the top cut of Bologna, but there he went out pretty quickly, so he kind of He wants more this time around. He wants to go very, very deep, coming all the way from Austria here, representing the entirety of the Austrian community, and trying to make it happen this weekend again with the Mermail deck that he's so good at using with. I feel like with the Mermail deck, a lot of people, they just focus completely and solely on that deck, right? Because, of course, we had the success story of Julius Schwarzkopf. We now have Manuel here as well, performing very, very well with that deck. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see just both of them back into the top cut.
And Mermail is a deck that gets a lot of pressure to the opponent since it took game 1, and now you know that even if you win game 2, you have a lot of pressure to get game 3.
Because the mechanics of the deck with the Deep Sea Minstrel as well, it's just so hard to side against it going second. It just feels like even if you could make a side deck just for Mermail decks, what are you going to side in? What doesn't lose to Minstrel? I guess you can go for a Droll and Lockbird, but even then, if a talent hits you and Mulling Glacier is maybe already searched, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
That's a lot of ifs and whens. I think Droll and Lockbird on average is really good against the deck, but still not everybody is even running that card.
True, yeah.
And like the more usual, the more common interactions like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, Valor, Imprim, those are way less impressive against this deck for sure.
To stop the one-card combo, you actually need 2 hand traps.
Yeah.
You need an Impermanence and you need an Ash Blossom. The Ash Blossom you need every single time.
Mermail at this point is mostly scared about Fugalos, Purulia, and of course Shifter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Shifter is a good one, but I don't think Memento likes Shifter enough to also bring it into the side deck. And I mean, we have only talked about the water stuff here because we didn't see much of the Memento deck doing, but game number 2 probably going to be a whole different of a story, as the Memento deck will be able to go first, and me personally as a big Memento enjoyer is very thrilled for that. So let's go over to the table again. Game number 2 coming your way.
We're pretty much divided here at the caster's desk. We have one big Memento fan, and I think we have 2 big Mermail fans. After Alexander Hulch explained the combos to me, I'm just as excited about the Mermail deck as Mike is.
Of course, I really love Mermail.
So let's see what is going to happen here from Pasha's side. Is he going to find a way to go for a full combo? Because the last set, that's looking good.
That's a pretty good starter, not gonna lie. But guess what? If we just chain Purulia to it, it might be tough, but there is none like that. And we do have the good old Nementoten Tatsuno Chiyogo resolving. And that is going to mean we can send Memento monsters from the deck to the graveyard up to the total level of 5, and there we go. We're just going to go with a level 2 and a level 3, meaning Sleepy, and also of course the good or reliable Mementoten Getic, which we luckily did not draw this time, are going into the graveyard.
I mean, the last time we didn't draw Getic as well, we drew Goblin.
Yeah, true.
But still there are quite some cards that you don't want to necessarily draw.
Yeah, and I think like the Getic somehow always finds its way into the hand. I can tell you from my personal experience. But here in this case, it is doing what it's supposed to do, special summoning itself out right away, and then also, of course, adding us back the Sleepy. And the important part here was we were not even scared of a Bestial, because we could do that while while we didn't even have a monster on the field. So that was a fantastic start. We do go now for the fusion with the Sleepy, using 3 of our monsters right away to go into the Creation King, the Mementoten Tekutlika. And this one now, of course, is going to send 3 Memento cards from deck or extra deck to the graveyard, meaning we can send another copy of itself, and also, of course, all the cards from the deck that we want. Okay, Akihiron, Tekutlika, does not look like we're going into the extra deck here.
I mean, are there really any good extra deck targets that you want to send to the graveyard?
Itself. You can send itself, and that searches you with Field Spell, which ain't that bad.
Good, yeah.
But, I mean, you can also just get rid of the card on the field and then later on use its graveyard effect. But, yeah, we're just sending from the deck here, going with the main deck Tekutlika, with a Mace. Oh, and that means we have 3 different Memento monsters in the graveyard, giving us the opportunity and ability to summon out the good old and also very reliable Horned Dragon. And look at that. We know that stuff. Oh yeah, that's the wrong Horned Dragon, but he does definitely look the same. And we do go for Fiends with Requiem after summoning Moon of the Closed Heaven. And now that is going to mean Lacrima onto the field. So this is not just regular Memento. It does include a decently big Fiendsmith engine into it. And there we see the Engraver coming back.
I mean, the Fiendsmith engine, I think at this point it's just everyone's best friend, right? This engine just fixes so many problems for almost all of the rogue decks.
And
or
also
the meta decks as well.
Caesar is a very good card against Mermail.
It is, and that is going to be the one we summon here. We summoned it in defense position. I mean, it's more like a diagonal defense position there. But yeah, very scared of cards like Lightning Storm apparently. And now, the thing with Caesar though is just a singular Abyss Pike discard heavy infantry already deals with it, so...
But I mean, infantry is not like the most common draw.
True. Yeah, that's fair. All right, so we activate the field spell now. Okay, we search it out. There we see the Creation King being banished, getting it out, and now we, of course, have plenty of Memento monsters in the graveyard. And also, we did destroy a Memento monster on the field, therefore, Memento Fusion gives us the chance to fusion summon using monsters from our graveyard, which we are gladly doing by using Mace and Golden, the two level 2s of the deck, to go into another one of the also famous Mementodlan Twin Dragon. Leo, you want to bring up that old card again, or are we just going to stick with the new ones now?
Actually, this is referring to Thunder Twin Dragon, right?
Indeed it is.
A very cool card.
So we do use the on-field effect, destroying itself. So that is going to search for 2 Memento monsters now, but also the graveyard effect of the Twin Dragon is going to activate, giving us the chance to special summon back a Memento monster from the graveyard. And if we like, we can then use the effect of the field spell because something was destroyed. And if we then like, Akihiron is also sitting in the graveyard, giving us the opportunity to summon something back with that as well. So if we want, we got 3 monsters here, just by resolving that one fusion effect.
All right, Basi, I know you're getting all excited about those Memento cards, but what is the actual goal that the deck needs to reach?
I mean, we already have the King Caesar on the field, which is a good start, not gonna lie. Then, interestingly enough, with the Fiendsmith sequence, very often you're actually not going for the regular target, which would be Desiree, but you go for Berthamit, the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts instead, which is a way then in the graveyard, which it is going to end up in at some point, to bring back the Mementodlian Tekutlika Creation King, which is banished currently, back to the field. So that gives you like different layers of interacting with your opponent. You could also go for a Nightmare Griffin line, but I don't think we're seeing that here from Pasha. We're rather setting up bringing back the Creation King on your opponent's turn. But first of all, we do go here for the Anguish. Anguish adds another card.
But I mean, how do we go into sequence now?
Using a Light Fiend eventually, but yeah, I see what you mean, because there is no real Light Fiend at the moment anymore.
Do we go Moon?
We did go through Moon already,
but,
though.
I mean, yeah, true.
So maybe we disregard that option completely here. There's a chance. Okay, Pasha is thinking about it, but...
Yes. Considering his options.
Yeah, but the cool thing about the Memento deck always was that it does a lot of things. As you can clearly tell, many monsters being summoned. And then still in the end, it's a very interactive end field. Oh, Proxy F Magician, look at that. We're going to bring out the Berthamit. Okay, so we don't even use sequence for it. So this is the combo, which is also pretty fine. Now we're going to bring out the Goblin through the effect of Proxy. And there is, okay, we can just send Engraver to the graveyard. Fair enough, fair enough. Usually, at least what I did a lot, was that I would be bringing in Dire Bells from my side deck when I go first, because that's a really decent target to send to the graveyard with that card that we just saw with the Berthamit. But no, we just go into the sequence now afterwards. So we do want to have the Berthamit in the graveyard, but also the other fusion target, the Desiree, now on the field.
This just makes it a lot better.
Yeah,
I like this.
I really love the fact that Pasha goes all through with his combo and showcases such a nice combo.
Yeah, it's a really cool combo.
I really
strong field.
Now we go into Agnum Day now as well.
As a true Memento enjoyer though, one thing I'm missing here is, where's my SP? Because usually SP Little Knight is the card you're going for. Like, some people are even joking about Memento basically being a machine that turns 2 monsters into SP pass, but no, I mean, we're not seeing it here.
Basti, I was gonna ask where are the Memento cards, because this just looks like a very regular Fiendsmith field.
Yeah, we can set back the Bone Party in the end phase though with the field spell, so that gives us the chance to, for example, go into another one of our Fiendsmith, of our Memento monsters in the end phase. But we can also, of course, use the... Oh! Wait, we're destroying our own Desiree there, are we?
We're just not stopping on Pasha's side.
He's searching?
Pasha just has plans here.
Yeah, but we just made our field to now start...
I think
taking it apart again.
Is in the grave, right?
Yeah, Lacrima. Okay, oh yeah, true. Very good catch, actually. The Lacrima actually is really, really good in the graveyard, as it gives us a chance to then just bring out the Agnum Day on our opponent's turn, and then everything starts rolling again. So it actually makes sense to get rid of it there.
And also, fun fact, both decks want 5 names in the graveyard.
Yeah, true, yeah. Indeed, Smuldering Glacier and the combined creation similar in that regard. Now we go ahead, destroy the Horned Dragon for the Bone Party.
At this point, I don't even know if Pasha just has a goal anymore, but if he just wants to play a little bit more. He just wants to show off every single card that
No,
he's
he
in his deck
knows
list.
what he's doing.
I'm very well aware. I'm very sure he does know what
Yeah,
he's
he has a Lacrima in his grave.
Yeah.
All right, now Sleepy. I don't think the
field
Sleepy
again.
matters too much, but it does. Oh, okay, we're just bringing out
Pikers.
more and more monsters. I think we're filling the graveyard just simply with more memento cards. Good thing, of course, about the combined creation that's still there on the field, or was on the field there a minute ago. Oh, there is the Aspidal Knight, of course! I was wondering where it is, and we do get it. And therefore, one thing that people are disregarding, the combined creation can be summoned as many times as you can. And sometimes, or like usually actually, you struggle to do it 2 times. Of course, that means you have to shuffle back 5 memento monsters from the graveyard twice, in total being 10 of them. But Pasha showed us how easily that is possible. Therefore, we still end up with it on the field. Now heading into the end phase, setting back the Bone Party and passing it over to Manuel.
Combined creation very easily on the opponent's turn summons out your memento monsters, which can get you the Horned Dragon as well, which is going to be able to pop monsters from the opposing side.
Yes. The only question, though, is to me here, we shuffled back 5 there. Is there even another memento monster in the graveyard? Look, oh, Manuel's having a look.
There is the Horned Dragon.
Okay, the Horned Dragon is still there. So we shuffled everything but the Horned Dragon back, which is nice, because the Horned Dragon, especially together with the Bone Party that now is set, is a really good interruption, actually. And so whenever Manuel is activating a card on the resolution of things, the combined creation can activate and bring back the Horned Dragon.
This is so many resources as well there. Going to bring back the Desiree later. Has the oh, this is just everything.
Yeah, it's really, really good, not gonna lie.
This is the fullest combo, the most complete memento combo I've ever seen in my entire life.
Look,
Indeed.
Pasha even takes off the hood after performing that combo, so he is he's showing off now, not only on the field, but also in the face cam. But there is the Infinite Impermanence on the Caesar, which does trade really, really well with it right away.
It is a good start, and also a sign of patience from Manuel to show, hey, I don't throw my hand traps just easily at everything. I am just going to wait and use these to break the field, because this is what Mermail was known for before Neptubis was released. Basically, it was almost a going second deck where you set up powerful one-turn win combinations of cards. Abyss Megalo, of course, the most prominent example of being able to attack twice.
Oh, but Manuel is shaking his head. Okay, he's activating Minister, discarding Dragoons. That's not that bad of a start, honestly. Also interesting to note that Pasha decided not to use the effect of his... Oh, okay, now he's using it, though.
All right.
Wait, that... We're banishing the mace from the hands. Which effect are we using here?
Minstrel.
Oh, okay, they just resolved the Ministry. Okay, yeah, I was wondering, because you cannot chain the creation, but it will be activating on the new chain. So I think Pasha was just a little too quick by pointing on his creation there, but it will be activating after the Ministerial is resolved, which now is the case. But I think now we're going to go Chainling 1 Dragoons, and then Chainling 2 possibly that creation.
But this is still, I mean, Manuel has quite some place here, but this is going to be so tough to play through, because this is what we call layered interruptions as well. There is the SP on the field. There is going to be the Horned Dragon that is in the graveyard sitting there, going to be able to destroy cards later on in the turn. There is the Baphomet in the graveyard that is going to summon out. Yeah, and Lacrima, of course, to summon Agnum Day, to summon out the Desiree, to negate multiple cards. Now, Abyss Shrine is going to be activated, discarding the Shadow Squad. This is very, very strong, though. But, I mean, we haven't normal summoned yet. Manuel might still be in this.
Yeah, and I mean, Manuel does not give up yet. I think Manuel knows this deck perfectly well. He made top cut with it in Bologna, so I believe he would know when he has to give up on a game, but he has not given up on this game just yet. So, now look at that. Also noteworthy, a card that Memento players do like to bring in post-side decking is the trap card. But we do not see the Fracture Dance, nor we see the other trap cards, so Pasha just going completely without those trap cards in his Memento deck. So, Shadow Squad. I think we're just clarifying on Chainlings here.
Poseidon is a card that is incredibly strong to play through fields. Nice addition from the newest set, because you can actually send a card from the deck as cost to the graveyard, which is super powerful for the Mermail and Atlantean strategies, and then you get a bounce for it. So this is just basically just positive.
Yeah,
it is absolutely positive. Helps you fix some issues that the deck had recently. That was this being a going first bot deck, basically. Just having issues to play through fields without the perfect breaker cards in hand, but now the engine is going to be much better.
It is indeed. So we do send the Dragoon to the graveyard now on a new chain. Finally, Pasha gets the allowance to activate his effect on the field, to activate his, of course, creation. And it is going to bring back the Horn Dragon as we anticipated. But after that, it's gone. Back to the hand it is. And now that makes things actually a lot tougher, because that means now if we use the Bone Party on the Horn Dragon, okay, we're bringing out another Momentum Monster for that, because I was about to say there is no Momentum Monster we can destroy anymore with the Horn Dragon, but then there is going to be one replacing it, so I think Pasha should still be fine with this.
Yep, there's also still so many other things to happen. We said it earlier, Baphomet, the SP Little Knight, and of course Agnum Day summoned out from Lacrima.
Okay, having a little read again on the Poseidra. One of the new important releases in Supreme Darkness, supporting the Mermail strategy. And yeah, I expected this deck to be picking up more pace even. Yeah. It was very paceful before, but it has even more pace now. But it's putting in more work than I even expected it, because Mermail is going super, super strong. Look at that, Pasha's hood is back on, he's scared. And he activates the Bone Party here, and it's successfully going to destroy the Horn Dragon here.
And hood is back off.
Goes for a Sleepy. The Horn Dragon is going to pop 2 monsters. Manuel possibly waiting that, searched out with the Dragoons another Neptibus already, because he knew I did not normal summon yet. So Manuel is picking apart the field. Yeah, he's taking out some interruptions, but there's still so much to go through for Pasha.
Yep, Sleepy activated because it was destroyed, and therefore it could send another card from the deck to the graveyard, which turned out to be the Gaddick. Gaddick immediately summoned itself out and got the Sleepy back into the hand. And now Sleepy used its graveyard effect, but guess what? Sleepy is a quick effect, meaning we could special summon it out now at any time in the main phase on our opponent's turn, and then on its summon, fusion summon with it. So that's another bit of interaction that Pasha has just created there.
Yep, so this deck is just not stopping to put up interruptions on the opposing turn. That we're using the Baphomet Combined King, and we are picking up the cards. Manuel says, all right, this was enough. I don't need to see any more. This is your game, Pasha. We can both combo pretty well.
Yep. The hood taking off and taking back on has worked out for Pasha. He has equaled the score, and both decks were now able to show what they are supposed to do. Yeah. Honestly, Manuel in the first game, a little weirdly for the Mermail deck, not even doing that much, but it worked so well under the Fuvalos, of course. And now here, Memento, just pure gas, no stoppage from Manuel at all, just going all in, just putting all the different layers up there. Honestly, is there any deck in the game that can take apart that field? It's really tough, isn't it?
To be honest, it was by far the best Memento combo I have ever seen.
Yeah,
it was
true. He's X1 for a reason, yeah. He is doing really, really well.
The strongest field I have ever seen from Memento.
Yeah,
it's extremely impressive. I was thinking about any field-breaking cards that could take it out, but even if your opponent goes for an evenly play, you can just go Lacrima effect, summon out Agnum Day, and summon the Desiree when battle phase is entered.
Yep, and even if the evenly somehow resolves, you still have Baphomet to then bring back the Creation King from the Banish Zone.
And your opponent doesn't have the battle phase anymore. You have chained SP, of course, with another card.
And to be honest, Mermail needs their battle phase.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very, very much.
But
so
I mean,
this looked impressive.
Going first, it doesn't need the battle phase. In fact, going first, you don't have a battle phase. And this is what's going to happen now. Mermail, the scary going first deck here, is going to start game 3 just in the last round of Swiss of YCS Birmingham here. And this is not the situation you want to be in as Pasha. You want to win game 1. You want to be able to start later on, pull off this magnificent, impressive combo.
And now the question is, how well is Pasha prepared for Mermail? Because we see it's having really decent success here, but I'm a bit surprised by it, and I think a lot of players in the field are also a bit surprised by it, meaning they probably did not properly prepare for it. They are prepared for Malice, of course, with all the Lancias, with the Meows, and so on and so forth. But how well are they prepared for Mermail is a different question.
The only sad thing is that Fugalos, Purulia, they are both good against Mermail.
True.
And also some players may have chosen Troll and Lockbird against Mitsurugi and Pure Isil.
That's true.
So they are also cards considered post-side deck.
Yeah, but what about Meowls? How good is Meowls versus Mermail? And I think not so good.
Not that great, no.
Not that great.
But I mean, can you give us some insights on the side deck there, Basti? Because
I can. So I was actively already talking about the Melis matchup, and Pasha went overboard, to be honest, with the Melis matchup, because there's Lanceas, there's Chaos Hunters, and there's Bials. He's just like going completely crazy on it.
We've discussed this earlier. Lancea is a card that you would consider siding in against the Mermail deck, because Ministrel, you're just not allowed to play with your hand traps if your opponent starts going off with Ministrel. So
that's true.
I think investing a Lancea one card in hand into this, I think that makes it better, because with only one hand trap, you're not going to stop Mermail.
The problem with that, though, is I think that strategy makes sense if you have additional hand interactions to back it up. But Memento is not really known to be a deck that plays that many of them, because we saw the Forbidden Droplet. Yeah. It's more of a breaking deck. It plays Talons and so on and so forth. So I think you only bring in Lancea if you can secure having more hand interactions resolving.
At this point, you just hope for Fuvalos.
Yeah,
I think that's very important. Or, of course, what can always happen is that there might be a brick here on the side of Manuel, because this can always happen to you. Has this ever happened to you, that you just opens completely unplayable? I don't even know what this deck needs to be unplayable, but we're maybe going to see, maybe not. We're going into Game 3 of the last round of Swiss. Last round of Swiss today.
Indeed, and Mermail are probably going first, and I'm really worried if he's going to break, because
I jinxed it.
I felt your bad energy.
No way. Manuel knows his stuff. He knows his way around breaking, but that's a little bit of a smirk on Manuel's face. He does not look happy. Leo, you really did that to Manuel?
I'm sorry.
There's no way. Come on, Manuel. Show us what you got.
Is he just passing, or is he just going to normal summon Neptibus now, like a Mermail Pro? Meowls is being activated.
Okay.
Right.
We were debating about this card being good or not, but it has found its way into the main deck of Pasha.
There are some summons from the graveyard.
Yeah, Prince.
Yeah.
Oh, Manuel does not like what he sees.
The King Neptibus? Corel Anemone?
Anemone, yes.
True,
yeah. There are some draws with this card, I can see that, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Pasha just doesn't have that much against the deck in general, so he just may as well bring in the one option that does make sense.
Toys.
Okay, we have to discard Poseidra, making Meowls apparently a little bit more viable, because that card would need to special summon itself out from the graveyard, of course. All right, but we do get the result of the Teoseer. What are we going to get? Manuel is contemplating. He really, either he's very good at acting, or he's really unhappy about his hand here. Because look at that, he just keeps on looking into his cards in hand, and he just is shaking his head. If he's full comboing now, he really is the best actor out here.
He doesn't really have a poker face here in this situation, I gotta be honest, on this.
I think the problem might be that he really literally loses one hand trap. If
Possibly, yeah.
I can understand correctly from the way that he's comboing.
So Ryan is being activated here, sending the toys from the field or contributing in. We go into the super deep sea king Qualicant.
Oh, fish players, of course, know this card. I'm playing this card in Time Wizard 2010, but it's also, of course, a big part of this Mermail deck here. And the fact is so strong, as now, for the price of one card in hand, we'll be able to special summon as many fish monsters from the deck as possible.
You sold this quite nicely, Basti, but this card, yes, you might lose to one hand trap if you play this card. If your opponent doesn't have one hand trap, looks like you are in a decent spot there. Discard the triple tactic Talons. Meowls did a good job of
it does resolve. Look
this.
at that. That's so strong.
Big. And now he's not shaking his head anymore, huh?
Yep. One pike, two pike. How about three pike? We have a pike party, and all of them are coming to the field through the Qualicant. The whole fish family reunited on the field here.
The pike party.
Yeah.
I like this. It's opposed to the bone party.
Yeah, exactly. Different approaches to the party theme here. But I think both of them equally nice. I would attend both, to be honest.
but where are we going from this? So I think Bahamut Shark into Totally Awesome is a very decent choice here. Always. You want to avoid giving off multiple Meowls draws. So afterwards, I think you would just link into a Corral Anemone with probably the Coelacanth and the Bahamut Shark that you used. And then you would summon back another Pike, and you could go for another Bahamut Shark, summon out 2 Totally Awesome. That would give 1 draw, though?
I don't think that...
we can go into Abyss Dweller as well, though.
Oh,
and I mean, actually, Manuel has a plentitude of different rank 4 options, because we had Sharks earlier. Guess what? Manuel is a big enjoyer of the number 4 Stealth Kraken as well, which usually is only played in those Shark decks, but that could have been an option here as well. And I feel like Manuel is just going for 0 draws of the Meows, because this is Mermail, Abyss, Alacia, which he's summoning out here. And he's explaining it to his opponent. And I think that's like a decent-ish interaction on your opponent's turn, as far as I'm aware.
Basically, you want to synergize it with...
infantry.
Yeah, infantry. So you can have a pop in your opponent's turn.
Yeah, explain what it does again.
It just discards a water monster for cost, and then you search for a Mermail card from your deck to your hand. If you don't have an infantry for discard, the card gets, of course, less interactive with your opponent, but builds up more resources. But I think this is also a very solid choice here if you go for Abyss Dweller to buy a turn, basically, quote-unquote.
Right.
You want to build up more resources, so I like this play a lot.
And actually, he still has the Abyss Shrine in the graveyard, so he can search Mermail, then trigger Abyss Shrine in order to trigger the Mermail that he already added.
That is true, and it's very important that Abyss Alacia is discarding for a cost. So even a potential Forbidden Droplet would not stop that part about it, but the Forbidden Droplet could deal with the Abyss Dweller, of course. So let's see, is there a Forbidden Droplet for Pasha? And how is he going to start off? Because this field is, for Mermail standards, rather minimalistic, let's face it.
So Manuel has not announced the Abyss Dweller yet, which I find quite interesting. Is there a way for him to resolve it in a safer manner, or is he just trying to respond to something with the Abyss Dweller? I mean, if your opponent only has triple tactic cards in his hand, then you don't want to just activate Dweller.
Then you just activate it in the draw phase, right?
I mean, Thrust is still good.
Oh, yeah, true. Very much.
To be...
Ooh, starting with Bone Party is not necessarily what you want to start with, because usually you... Oh, and we revealed... Oh, we all saw it. Sorry, Pasha, but I think Manuel saw that one as well. Giving away the information that there is a Fabled Lurry in hand.
I think through the Bone Party you would always change Dweller, no?
And to be honest, I think that Manuel plays with the logic that Pasha doesn't have talent in his deck, because talent and Thrash are not very good against Mermail going second. So probably Pasha has sided out.
I mean, they're better than nothing.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing. I would leave them in the deck if I...
Just in case?
Just in case. If I don't find anything better to side in.
I mean, we even brought in Mulcharmy Meowls, which I definitely can get behind the logic of Mike saying, hey, Meowls is probably better than just the talents, which is never going to break the field, because it's not going to be in my hand anymore after Mulling Dacia resolving. But we do see Akihiron being destroyed off of the Bone Party. Another card you do not necessarily want to see in your opening hand, but still, we're getting it out of there with the Bone Party. And now in the graveyard, it's much more useful again. So Pashar starts going. Not much use, though, when the Abyss Dweller is resolved on it, though.
I'm gonna tell you something. I think I saw something in the hand of Pasha, and it looked like a triple tactics talent.
There you go. You knew it all the way, Leo. Did we activated the Dweller at this point, didn't we?
Yeah, and we changed it to the Bone Party, so I think it might have been in the main phase, because what would be the reason for Pasha not to just go into the main phase?
Agreed.
Especially with the talent.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this might be bad news for Manuel soon. But can Pasha under Dweller win the game this turn? That's a whole different question, because if Manuel is able to build up some resources and Pasha might not be able to build up the biggest field, this could still be a nice... we're shaking our head again on the Manuel side as well.
That's true. And I mean, one thing also very worth considering here is we're going towards 9 minutes being left on the clock, which is not a whole lot. So this turn, possibly, potentially, the last turn of the game even. So maybe Pasha's priority also has to be here to deal some damage, which is not even that hard over that Abyss Alacia, which is only 1,600 attack points, to be honest.
Yeah, but Dueler is on the field that gives the attack boost.
True.
That is true.
Very true, true. It's not only... Yeah, true, it goes up to 2,100. Ash Blossom and Joy spring now, though, on the Dark Blade.
The thing is, you can ignore the attack boost from Dweller by taking it.
With what card?
With Triple Tactics Talents.
Oh,
that sound familiar?
We'll have to see. Is Pasha going to do that? He's considering his options once more, going through his extra deck.
I mean, 9 minutes is basically half a Memento combo, unless you're under Dweller. Then I think it's going to be a little bit faster.
Oh,
okay.
we do have Tatanu Shogo. That's so good. Just getting another monster onto the field. But now Manuel may be considering doing what we were thinking of, going for the Abyssalacia and then also somehow getting his hands onto the heavy infantry.
But I think that Abyssalacia only searches for a Mermaid card.
Indeed.
And heavy infantry is not that.
That's true. It's an Atlantean.
The question is, can you do something with Shadow Squad? Because I think Shadow Squad is always treated as a Mermaid card.
Yeah, it's like Abyss Rhine that it's an Atlantean and it's treated as a Mermaid card also.
We have not even normal summoned yet, so Fabled Lurie is the normal summon of choice here, going into Fiendsmith Requiem.
Yep, you don't need the graveyard effect of Engraver to send a card from the field to the graveyard. That can be done by summoning it out with the Requiem. However, you cannot
Then the
choose
Requiem is not really
so
being...
never mind.
We just got Lacrima, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if that effect doesn't work anyway, so what's the point? So Lacrima sends the Engraver. Good follow-up for next turn. Another body on the field.
And to be honest here, Chaos Angel might be a very good option, since Mermaid doesn't run a lot of spells.
Yeah.
And of course are way less traps. So if Chaos Angel is someone on the field, I don't know how Mermaid can, you know, get over it.
Yeah. Very true. So Pasha, he definitely has to consider his extra deck here, but what is the one we are going to go for? It looks like a Link 2 to me. What would that be? Just
I think
going
it's
into
gonna
SP
be
Little Knight?
Ryziel Dual Drive.
I don't think so.
That would be a nice plot twist here. But no, we go into Sequence, and of course you can fusion summon with Sequence with the materials in the graveyard, because this is not an effect that is activated in the graveyard, or that you would attempt to activate in the graveyard.
Now Manuel is forced to think about that, because you do not want to have that Sequence resolving on you there.
I find that quite interesting that Pasha is deciding to just keep Talents as the last surprise factor ever, instead of just either looking at the hand. Oh,
okay, now we go.
Activated. Talents is being discarded. An eye for an eye, Talents for Talents. At this point, going to search out a Mermail card. Now, are we going to see something like a Shadow Squad, or is there a card that makes more sense? I think if you're going to try and get a draw here, Abyss Rhine makes more sense.
It is the Shadow Squad.
But I mean, at this point, I think you're in a decent position. Wait. Neptabis is not an on-summon effect, so it is an ignition effect that you would have to activate on your turn. Can you somehow get an infantry pop here before the sequence resolves? Somehow, by any chance?
We're about to see. Maybe Manuel is going to show us any second, because he truly is the master of the Mermail deck this weekend.
Is Poseidra a quick effect?
I was also thinking about that. I'm pretty sure it is. Or is it just... I think there is something about Poseidra. Someone explained it to me. He does play 2 Poseidra. Yeah, he does.
Oh, if this card is normal or special summon. Oh, wow! If he activates the Rhine, he can get the draw there, get out the Poseidra, and of course, then send infantry and bounce a card. So that is pretty strong here.
I think that is what Manuel is thinking about. But no, I think Pasha just announced the effect of Sequence, though. Yeah, very much.
Maybe it also doesn't work.
All right, we do go for 1, 2. And probably 3, right? You got to go Desiree here. What else are you going to go for?
I mean, a good option for Pasha would have also been... Is this a once per turn effect? Yeah, okay, all right. It's not hard once per turn on the name, so if this card is a once per turn effect, you can't take it with Talents and activate Dweller.
Oh, we only use 2. What are we going to go into here? Is it just...
Aerial Eater.
Oh, haven't seen Aerial Eater in a while. This card was so popular when Jubel was the best deck, but now it is going to be used here for Memento. We're sending one to the graveyard.
Yep, and it's going to be a Fiendsmith Engraver. It's looking tough for Manuel. The time is ticking down, 4 minutes and about 20 seconds.
Pasha also has the triple tactics talent in his hand.
Yeah, he just refuses to use it.
Yeah, maybe we just gotta go ahead, take something eventually. Oh, maybe. Still not.
this point, if you want to deal some damage, you gotta get into the battle phase at some point. Talons is being activated. So what is the play now? Are you going to take the Leisha? Are you going to take the Dweller? Or are you going to try and look into the hand? Because you know what's in the hand, and there is Abyss Rhine in the graveyard.
I think Pasha had plenty of time to think about it, but he has just decided on the taking, and he is going to take the Abyss Leisha. I think none of those monsters are at the moment big enough to attack over Dweller, though, right?
Yeah. And I also like that he didn't negate the sequence or bounce the sequence, because you can always just bounce Desiree. There is no way of attaching something to the Desiree at this point. So, oh, what are we going to do here? Appaloosa would have been strong.
But no, we just go for Agnum Day. Agnum Day can technically just bring back the Engraver, and then Engraver could activate its effect, because there is then finally something being equipped to it, and there we have it in the Spell and Trap Zone, Agnum Day.
I think at which point do you use Rhine, or is it impossible to use Rhine here? Is there a reason why we haven't done it yet, or why we are we waiting for the Poseidon? Are we waiting for a big push here? Dweller is still there.
Just confirming that, just for the moment, saying, yeah, Dweller is here.
Still looking good. Actually, let me get Abyss Rhine up. Now I'm doubting everything right now.
But I think Manuel is definitely signalizing that he's thinking about things, so definitely there is something that Manuel can do, but he just is not sure on when to do it, but it has to be the Abyss Rhine here. Is now the time.
Bounce and a pop.
Still not though. No, we just go battle phase. Attacking over the Abyss Dweller, dealing the first damage of this game, number 3. Wow. Less than 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Pasha takes the lead.
That is absolutely huge. Is there anything that he just takes all of the damage? He just takes the damage.
He does. Okay, main phase number 2 shortly after, I would assume. Just figuring out the total damage that was dealt here. Okay, no, we go for the Abyss Rhine now. And Manuel, you see it. He's quickly moving now. He knows he has to be a little quicker. Draws a card, activates the Shadow Squad. It's getting urgent here. He needs to get things moving soon. And he sees the clock ticking down.
Did he side out the second Poseidra? Is that maybe what happened?
Going first, I don't think so.
Yeah, we see it.
Oh, wow, yes. That's definitely what happens. So he is going to summon out the Neptibus, possibly at the end of the turn. Has 1 minute and 25 seconds here to play this out, to get some damage on the field. He's going to be super uninterrupted here, unless there is a chance to make SP here as well. Or did this happen in the end phase?
So, Pasha, we definitely, I think we just go SP, banish the Prince, and then that's going to be the turn. We did not even activate the effect of Engraver, right? We just didn't.
No.
Yeah, okay, so that could have been a nice way of dealing with the Prince without any trouble.
All right, we're going into
Necro Equip, okay. I mean, yeah, we could have not done that if we would have gone for the effect of Engraver, of course. Linking up these two, going to the SP Little Knight finally. Little Knight effect gets rid of the Prince. We see Manuel down very heavily on life points, but it is about to be his turn. He already is picking up that one card. We have to go turbo mode now. Manuel knows. Can he somehow do this in 30 seconds? This would be crazy quick.
Lacrima is being activated as well. Summons out back the Agnum Day, probably. Playing Paradise here. Agnum Day is just sitting there building up a bigger defense as well. SP Little Knight is going to be negated with the Infinite Impermanence. You could banish it, but you won't choose to. Putting up a dice on there as well. Don't do it. Neptibus second Prince as well.
Ooh, this could be enough. I think if there would only be more time, Manuel could easily get away with this.
Oh, the Dragoons is being sent to the graveyard. Now we're trying on. There is a Poseidra, actually. So Poseidra not being used in the last turn. Shadow Squad is being searched for as well. Poseidra now activating itself. Special summoning itself out. Shadow Squad discarded. When is time being called? Tributing the Neptibus. This is getting incredibly close here. I think time should have been called by now, but we don't know if there was anything.
Is there any time extension, maybe?
We are going to check. I have just been asked. I've been asking that. Okay, there is no time extension, meaning we can confirm that there is timeout announced now. But maybe Manuel, possibly by support from his side deck, does have an option to deal damage here or gain life points or something.
5,000
We will
damage.
be finding out. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why are you doubting him? I thought you were a Mermaid enjoyer.
I mean, I really hope that he can pull through this.
Yep, there could be the craziest combo ever. I mean, he's really speeding through this now, which is, I mean, if time is called, then there is really no need to completely hurry about this. But, yeah, Manuel is considering his options there.
Did we just draw for Necro Princess there, or what happened?
Yeah, because we discarded the Shadow Squad.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so very valid point to summon out the Necro Quip in defense position as well. Well played by Pasha on that side. Check out the graveyard as well. Now we've slowed down the pace significantly on Manuel's side.
I mean, since time now is not an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, Manuel, show us the technology of gaining 5,000 life points here. We all want to see it.
That's also possible, yeah.
But I don't think it is there. He's going for his graveyard, checking his options. But there is the handshake. Pasha and Memento Fiendsmith is taking it and is going into day 2 with an X1 record, which is massively good with that kind of a deck, because it's not one of the decks you have on the radar necessarily. Sure, it wasn't top 4 of YCS Bologna, but now with the format changing, Ryziel, Malice, and then also, of course, now Supreme Darkness doing more things, it wasn't necessarily expected that much anymore. For example, last weekend, Orlando, how many Memento decks made it into Top Cut? 0.
I think none, yes.
No.
So quite surprising to see it going that well here today again.
How many Mermail decks made it into Top Cut?
2. So
yes.
comparing the numbers, Mermail more likely to make it. But I think I said that in the beginning of the day. Here in Europe, things do go a little bit differently, right? We do have people just going with their a little bit more unconventional decks. I think we have a lot of great deck builders out here that try to go out of the box, try to avoid the more meta strategies and like to go with something more creative. And that's what I love about our competition here, honestly.
I think Memento is the black sheep of the last month, right? Meaning that it overperforms during the live stream.
Yeah, the Black Sheep as well. Such a strong deck sometimes. We have seen the biggest Memento combo ever in this featured match in Game 2. It was crazy. It took really, really long, but there was so much happening. Layered interruptions is the key there to win that game against Mermail. And I mean, Manuel really did a lot to try and play through that field, but it wasn't even close to enough. Game 1 was a very, very chill game on both sides. The Fuvalos just not really stopped the turn, but Mulling Glacia plus Ministrel just set out basically the Fuvalos before we actually went on and tried to win that game. So this was a nice showing of Mermail as well, I feel like, because if time wasn't an issue in the last game, I think that Mermail was really, really close to finishing that game on that turn or set up something huge potentially there.
Yeah, I feel like people are giving Mermail less credit than it deserves, because a lot of people are just looking at the deck as kind of a glass cannon deck, going first, just performing that big combo, getting rid of cards in the hand of the opponent, and that's just basically it. But no, it does have a lot more grinding potential. It does have the ability to just come back on turn 3, turn 4, and just still take it by storm. Then, still very quickly there, but it does have the chance to just go over multiple turns.
And of course, Manuel showcased during the live stream how you can play with Mermail against Fuvalos.
For example,
very important.
Don't play. That was basically the play, was to not really play. Also, such a funny technology to Ministrel the card that you don't want to discard with Mulling Glacia. Also, knowing that it was Droplet, already having drafted the plan that you won't set up a monster on the field that needs to be negated, so Droplet is going to be effectively useless on Pasha's turn, and then saying, hey, I'm going to discard everything else. You can have your Droplet, I don't care for it. I have Abyss Rhine in the graveyard set up with the infantry. Really well played.
Yeah, I think Manuel did have a great showing. The only thing he has to work on is definitely his poker face, because Game 3, his opponent, the crowd, everyone at home, we knew his hand can't be that good, to be honest, because he was like shaking his hand consistently there. So maybe just work on that a little more. But I guess being on the stage, it all changes a little bit, and I think emotions do get you there even easier than out there on the playing field.
Yeah, also maybe you want to play a little bit for the camera. This is the first thing I would have done, actually.
True.
And also, Pasha needs to work on his poker hoodie. We could tell when he had a good hand or not from the hoodie.
Oh, this looks like it's pressuring me. Oh, it's not. Oh, maybe every single card that he thought was a change of mood there.
Leo, have you ever been a player that uses his hoodie? Because some players are very famous for that. You go through the rows and they will always be hoodie on because that makes them think better. And I totally get behind that logic, but I've never been like that myself.
So the thing is,
I'm here to blame. when I used to play, I always wear a hoodie because I felt like I'm in the zone.
Yeah. So it narrows down your sight if you're having like a big hood. And for some people, it's very easy, for me exactly the same, to get distracted by the players on your left side and on your right side. Maybe the player on the right side is pulling off the most insane combo ever, and you're like, wow, that is so great. Oh, I lost. And that won't happen to you if you're completely locked in and focused on your own gameplay. And that is one of those little tools that you can use to help yourself focus.
That is true, yeah.
It's like it just shut down everything near you.
Yeah, I like it, definitely. I've never been like that myself because I do want to talk to the... Like, I will get distracted and I want to be interactive with everyone around me and especially with my opponents. I think you're kind of zoned out for yourself, which is a positive thing when you want to be concentrated, but it feels like you are like zoning out of interacting with your opponent a little bit, right? Because you're just in the hood,
But you're looking at your opponent.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fair.
You're going to see the opponent.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
And get expressions.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That's fair, I understand. But yeah, that still was in the end Fiendsmith Memento taking the victory. And let's break it down. This was round number 9, meaning we still have 3 more rounds to go through tomorrow until Top Cut. Already going into day 2 now with a record of 8-1, meaning they can, out of the 3 remaining rounds, allow themselves to definitely have at least 1 loss, because X2 is, with that kind of a start into the tournament, almost guaranteed to make it to Top Cut. Possibly even able to allow himself a draw as well. So things are looking great for Pasha, to be honest.
So you get your Memento top, maybe. I mean, this is
Totally
top-notch duelists,
Maybe
right?
a win also.
True, the first Memento win. But the thing is that all of those duelists that make it to day 2, especially the ones that are X1, XO right now, they are not easy opponents. So if you think to yourself, hey, easy, just 1 win and a draw tomorrow and I'm good in 3 rounds, it's not going to be a piece of cake.
That is true. So we've had plenty of surprises throughout today, right? Many decks we didn't expect. Sharks definitely was very high up on my list, to be honest. And then many others in general, very much water-themed. Crystron, Sharks, Mermail. The water decks are apparently...
everything that's not light and dark, basically.
Yeah, indeed. Exactly.
Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know either, but like, what do we expect from tomorrow? After having all of those interesting decks today, do we think we can convert it into tomorrow? Are we going to still have those in the field? Are we still going to have those when it gets closer to the Top Cut? Or is it going to be more Malice, Ryziel orientated then?
I mean, the thing is that we deliberately choose the decks that are not the top meta contenders to show off what you can play in those tournaments and be successful with those other decks that are not played by everyone in the tournament. I think it's still going to be very Ryziel and Malice dominated.
However, Mermail are showing a very good face right now at the tournament, and I really believe that they can go all the way.
Yeah. Water decks, basically. What other water decks are there? Mitsu, the insect ninja, as a water? Is it?
I don't even know. It's a Mitsu.
Did I make that up?
Probably, yeah. You probably made that up.
We need Umi.
Wait. Yeah, we could go for Umi, but also there is another water deck you really like a lot.
Another water deck I really like a lot.
Yeah.
It's not Salomon Great.
Not necessarily.
Token is also water.
Sorry?
Sorcerer's Token is also water.
That's the one you like.
What do I like that's water?
How about... are you going to figure it out?
Gladiator Beast Retiari is water.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Mermello as well.
Shizuku.
Shizuku is water, yeah.
I was bluffing, honestly, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Because we've been through all the water decks I love so far.
Maybe someone at home knows another water deck.
All right, so pitch us your best water decks that can still contend. I'm going with Umi here, but I think that we are going to be ready to go into the analyst corner.
Okay, so I'm here with Pasha, who just played Memento during a tough game. That was such a tough game for the last round of the day. Pasha, first of all, congratulations for this game. It was a hard one. How do you feel?
Stressed. So stressed. Like,
doesn't look like you're stressed, but
I'm trying to play it cool for the cameras.
Yeah, okay, but overall it was
such a great match though. Like, oh my god. Honestly, after I lost the dice roll, I was like, okay, this could go better, but fine. When I saw normal summoner the net, I was like, oh my god, I've lost this. Like,
I know that. Mermail is such a great deck going first. So were you afraid of that when you saw that you lost the dice roll?
I was really afraid, but then I saw Molchard me in my hand. So Fualos made things a bit better.
Right. We are going to go through a few highlights, but first of all, before the first highlight, you drew the Molcharmi Fuvalos, which is a great card against Mermail. Yeah. When you saw the card, was it the savior?
I'm not going to lie, I don't think I know Mermail combo well enough to say, but looking at the way my opponent was playing his turn, I think so.
Okay, perfect. So maybe we'll go through a few highlights. The first one will be this one, because he decided to go Minstrel and to watch your hand. And we saw that you had 2 spell cards, 1 card of engine, and then you had a droplet. He decided to get rid of the droplet, and then he summoned the Moving Glacier that we just see right there.
Yeah,
at that moment,
rough.
which card did you want to keep in your hand, basically?
The Goblin.
You wanted to keep the Goblin?
I literally had two Bone Party, 1 Goblin. I was like, come on, like take those 2, it's fine. I can have some engine play, but
the problem is that the Goblin got hit, so you were basically just waiting for the top deck.
Yeah. In a nutshell, like I thought, okay, if I can top deck any name, maybe we have a chance, we can kind of push, but I drew an Ash Blossom and I was like, oh god.
It was not the good name, right?
No.
So you lost this game, but then we went to the game 2, and that was such a turn from you. It was literally amazing. We can go to the clip number 2, where you just summoned the Proxy F Magician.
Yeah.
So, please, could you explain us why you are playing this card? For those who don't know Memento well, what is the goal?
So the reason that Proxy F is played is because Proxy F can do something really unique in that it can make Berthamut. The whole purpose behind the Berthamut line, what it does is it sets you up so that when you're doing the Creation King dump 3, you do not have to actually send the second copy of Creation King itself. What you can end up actually doing is basically setting up that Berthamut, you know, feed your Fiendsmith plays a bit more with the extra engraver, and then you're lined up so that on your opponent's turn you get to do the Berthamut, banish, summon the Creation King back, and then keep going.
Yeah, and that was really well executed. I've got some more questions about this turn, because we saw you play the Horned Dragon that a lot of Memento players are just not playing right now. Could you explain us why you are still playing this card?
It's probably one of the biggest sets of interruptions the deck can provide you. So as you probably saw in the game, what the idea is, you want to get it summoned out, you want to pop it with a Bone Party, and then you can use obviously the Tri-Horn, pop 2 of their guys, pop your Sleepy. You don't actually lose anything by popping your Sleepy because it triggers, and then obviously send the Gatic, and then you just keep pushing from there.
Absolutely, and you won that game pretty easily because you went uninterrupted, which is pretty cool with the deck. And then we can go to the clip number 3, because we are going to the game 3 and then you are going second, but you decided to activate the new Molcharmi, the Meows. How good do you think the Molcharmi is against the Mermail specifically?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Look, honestly, none of my side deck is dedicated to Mermail at all. I just looked at it and I was like, drawing cards ain't so bad. You know, he used a few things to summon back from grave. Let's hope this hits.
Yeah, and it worked pretty well, but then we saw the Coilacant come to the party. Did you know the card?
No.
You didn't know the card?
No.
And that card is really amazing because it lets you summon multiple fish monsters from your deck, and it's really threatening you at that point. Yeah. When you saw all the cards coming from the deck, were you afraid of that?
A little bit, yeah. I just saw everything coming and I was like, this cannot be real. Like, E-Telly for 3.
Yeah, and it can even be for 4, but he wasn't playing the target. True. I can just tell you that now. But then we can go to the clip number 4, where he's playing Abyss Dweller, which is such a threat for your deck. Were you still confident when he was activating the card?
Only because I had a Talon in my hand, and he saved it for the main phase.
Yeah, totally. That was it the right decision for you to activate it in the main phase? And do you think it was a good decision to activate it maybe in the draw phase?
I think it was better to do it in the main phase because I wanted my talents to be live no matter what. And to be honest, as soon as I saw he didn't shotgun the Dweller, I said, I'm taking that chance.
Okay, perfect. And then finally, you managed to win the game. It was a hard game because you went to the end of the time. You managed to deal some damages, and then you took the victory, which leads you to a record of 8 victories and 1 loss for today. Yeah. So you are still up for tomorrow, where you will try to reach the top cut.
Yes,
are you confident?
Absolutely.
You're confident, so you will have a great night of sleep, of course, because you will need it, and then we will probably see you tomorrow again.
Probably, I hope so.
Well, thanks a lot for this interview. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
And take it away.
Thank you very much. So that is the end of our coverage for today. So make sure you guys tune in on both Twitch and YouTube from 9 a.m. local time tomorrow. But before you go, we promised that there were more card reveals, so I'm just going to say a goodbye from me. I'll see you all in the morning. I'm going to hand you one more time over to Basti, Leo, and Mike, who are going to reveal one final card and say a final goodbye. See you guys tomorrow.
Indeed, not quite the end, because there is, of course, 9 rounds of Swiss equaling 9 cards to be revealed off of Stampede, another quarter-century rare.
Yep.
And this time, apparently, it is another alternative artwork. So let's find out all together. What's the alt art coming? Card number 9 from Stampede for today is going to be Access Code Talker. That's a beautiful one. Finally.
Cool. That is a very, very cool one.
He looks so cool. He's so ready to destroy some cards, honestly.
Yeah, this is super, and this is attack position as Access Code Talker.
For sure.
This one is absolutely ready.
Yeah, this one used in Appaloosa as a material. Okay, not anymore, but it's used to link for at the very least.
This is a phenomenal card and a phenomenal artwork. It's nice to have those added to the TCG as well. And now we get the honors to do the final outro. So quick, say your favorite Templar words.
Hello.
Back to me. He
Penultimate round. So see you tomorrow, everyone. And we're going to see you at day 2 of the YCS Birmingham. Take care.